But that is nowhere near enough curvature for the ball Earth. And to prove this, we simply have to calculate how big the Earth would need to be in order for there to be such a lack of curvature. And if the curvature is not in these 20 miles, it will have to be made up exponentially down the line in order to complete the circle. So again, the magical curvature has never been found. I'm sorry if everyone is in denial, but it's just not enough. And I'm going to show you just how big the Earth would need to be in order to have such a lack of curvature. So let's see. Let's use the 20-mile distance to the New Smyrna hotels just to visualize this. Using the Earth curvature site, we get 266 feet of raw curvature. I'm not worrying about the height of the observer at this point. I'm just using raw numbers to give you an idea of the difference in curvature based on the size of the Earth. So we can use the 8 inches times distance squared. We also get 266 feet, but the calculator that I want to focus on uses the sagitta, or the height of the arc of a circle, to also get the same number, and you get 0.05052 miles. Multiply that by 5280 feet and you end up with 266 feet of curvature that should be there. And for the circle arc calculator, you have to double the distance in question because you are at the top of the arc. The hotel would be 20 miles one way, and to make the total arc length, you need to double that number, so you use 40 miles. This will then give you the height of the arc, or what we refer to as the drop in elevation or curvature over a given distance. So I wanted to focus on this calculator because it will allow us to change the radius of the Earth to see just how big the Earth would need to be in order to get the tiny amount of curvature that people think they are seeing, even though it is easily explained by perspective. If we do this size of Earth analogy, I think it might help everyone realize the seriousness of the lack of curvature. So let's just say that NASA is way off. Even though they have supposedly flown around the equator, let's just say that they are off big time, and that the radius of the Earth isn't 3,959 miles, but that it is double that. Let's assume the Earth is 8,000 miles in radius, a huge monster-sized planet. That is a big difference. So if it were 8,000 miles in radius, how much of a drop in curvature would there be over the same 20 miles? Well, we end up with 0.025 miles, and we multiply that by 5,280 feet, and we get 132 feet of curvature. So even if the Earth were twice as big as it supposedly is, there would still be a heck of a lot of curvature. 132 feet is significant. There's no way there's even that much curvature when I look at those hotels. I can be sitting on my surfboard in the water and still see that much of that hotel 20 miles away, so there's no way there's 132 feet. But what about if we triple the size? If we make the Earth triple its size, having a radius of 12,000 miles, we would still end up with 88 feet of curvature. So that puts it into perspective. In order to have such a lack of curvature, the Earth would need to be closer to triple its current size. That, my friends, is ridiculous, but it allows you to understand just how serious the lack of curvature is. It's not there. You can sit there and argue whether the building is cut off on the second or third floor, or how many feet of the ship's hull are cut off, but the fact of the matter is, there is nowhere near enough curvature in any of these shots that I make or that anyone makes on the internet to justify the dimensions given to us by the controllers, the space agency that claims to have a picture of the entire Earth from the magical land of outer space. In my opinion, the better option is to understand angular resolution and perspective. And not just the angular resolution limit of our eye, but also the limit of light propagation in the visual spectrum. Light travels at a certain wavelength in the visual spectrum, and our eyes are designed to detect that. But light cannot propagate beyond a certain angular limit. It's like a musical string on a guitar or a violin that vibrates. If you put it too close to something, it will hit that and it will not be able to vibrate. And light as well cannot propagate beyond a certain angular limit, just like a musical string. If the light is at too steep of an angle, it will not be able to vibrate as a wave, and it will simply diffract off the ground. So maybe I'll make another video on that topic, but again, I just wanted to quickly point out that the only way we could have such a lack of curvature would be if the Earth were triple its current size. I'm sorry folks, but there is a big problem when it comes to curvature. The Earth is big, but it's not that big. We should be able to see curvature, and not just the horizon. I mean, our eyes are sensitive enough to detect whether the Earth is curving away from us in all directions, which it must do in order to be part of, if we are standing on a ball. It's clearly not curving away from us. It's even more obvious from a plane window. But again, you can believe that you live on a spinning ball, but you have to somehow compensate for the lack of curvature, because no one has been able to find it, and if it is not in any of the shots that we are taking, that means that it must be made up, it must be compensated for exponentially down the line in order to complete the circle. So I hope that little analogy is helpful. Thank you so much for watching, and have a good day, everyone. Adios. Hey guys, how's it going? So I figured I would do a quick video without any fancy bells or whistles, since I will be taking a break from YouTube shortly. And I wanted to discuss something I believe is very helpful in understanding this whole issue of the horizon and perspective and angular resolution, why things get cut off. And this time I would like to tackle it from another angle, and that is the angular limit of the propagation of light. And we never really discuss this, I never see videos on this, but this is a good example of why obviously you can't see to Europe, and why there's a limit to our eyesight, and what the horizon actually is. It's not necessarily a cliff, the edge of a ball that you're seeing. There's a very logical explanation for it, and that is simply due to the limit at which light can propagate. And I don't need to go into super detailed explanations to the 10th decimal point of exactly where light will be cut off and all these different variables. All that we have to do is understand some very basic points about light. The fact that light does travel like a wave. You can dispute whether light is a wave or a particle, but regardless, it still acts like a wave, and it is still measured in nanometers. We know that the red side of the spectrum is a longer wavelength than the blue side. So we can understand that there is a necessary limit of space through which light can propagate. If it doesn't have enough room, it will bounce off the floor, whatever is around it. If there's not enough room for light to propagate, it is not going to get to the observer. And because of this, the funny thing is, you could take the Hubble telescope, set it on the beach, and you're still not going to be able to see further than about what you could see with your own eye or with a good camera, because there's a limit not just to your eyesight, not just of your eye or the camera or the Hubble Space Telescope, but there's a limit at which light can no longer propagate. So it's not just the receiver, it's the sender, if you want to think of it that way. It's the other side of the connection, the electromagnetic connection. If that side's at too steep of an angle, it can't propagate anyway. So no matter how much angular resolution you have on your side, the viewer side, you're never going to see further than what light is able to propagate. So it's very interesting, and you can look at some crude examples. I have a couple of them here. Now, if we look at a rubber band, we can see that when the angle is great, the rubber band has no trouble resonating. But just like when you're looking out toward the horizon, the angles get tiny and you can no longer see any further because light doesn't propagate further than that. Just like a rubber band doesn't vibrate because it's too close to the table. It's hitting the table, it's diffracting, and there's not enough room for it to propagate, for it to vibrate, oscillate. So you can take the rubber band example. You can also look at a guitar string. And what I did here is lower the action, and this is kind of annoying, but it shows you that when you lower the action, the strings are too close to the frets. So you can maybe hear an open string, but when you start trying to play a note, it doesn't work until you get closer to the actual fretboard or the bridge, and then the angle's a little bit greater, so you can make some noise, but as you can see, when the angle is too tiny, it doesn't make any noise. The note will not play. It's not oscillating properly. And the last crude example I have here for this is a TV. Just check out a TV, go to the edge and try to view it from a sharp angle. It doesn't work. Obviously, the angle plays a big part in how light propagates, how much you can see, whether it's diffracting off itself, it's blurring if it's at too steep of an angle. So it's pretty easily understood that this is an important part of whether light will actually propagate. Now the cool thing is we can view this to scale on a graph. And I love this site because it allows us to put in huge numbers. I've put in Earth diameter and circumference numbers and worked out a bunch of different things. But for this example, and these are in feet. The unit here is feet. So we have 6 feet up here for the observer, the height of the observer. And I put 2 lines. I put a red line, which is the line of sight from the observer to the horizon, which is 15,840 feet, which is 3 miles. And I put another line here at 6 foot, and that's just your eye level. And I also put a sine wave in here representing the size of the wavelengths of light, an average of, I think it was 600 nanometers, which is right about in the middle there. And that equals, 0.00002, which is, it's 2 times 10 to the negative 6th is what you'll see on here. So it's pretty cool. And if you zoom out to check this out to scale when you're actually seeing the horizon, I mean, it's ridiculous. Obviously, it just blurs into one line because when you put it to scale, you can see that, it's tiny. Let's look at 1580, which is right about there. We got to get back to 0. So it is tiny. So what we can do is we can zoom in and then we can check out how this relates to the wavelength of light. And I think that provides you with a good visual understanding of the fact that at too steep of an angle, light can no longer propagate. And that is why you can't see to Europe. You can only see so much of the ocean, because at too steep of an angle, there's just not enough room. So let me get to 1580 here. So as we zoom in to 15,840, which is where you are seeing the horizon, this is where the line of sight from your eye meets the ocean if you're standing on the shore. So we're zooming way in here. And now you can see we're getting subatomic here. There is the size of a wavelength of light. As you can see, it's 1, 2 up, 1, 2 over. There's the wavelength of light, 2 nanometers. So this is the angle. That's where you're seeing the ocean. Now check out the angle. You can't even see the angle, and we are at a tiny level here. We're zooming into the wavelength of light here. This is 2 nanometers right here, 1, 2. I mean, that's crazy. It's so small. And this just allows you to see that light could never propagate from beyond this point. There is not enough room. It's just ridiculous. So once you understand that, you understand, wow, there is a solid limit beyond which light cannot propagate. And it doesn't matter if it's your eye, the Hubble Space Telescope, the Nikon Coolpix 900, you're never going to see further of the ocean than what light can travel. So you can zoom out a little bit, and then you can see once you get down the line, it will start to fit in there. So, still be refracting off the bottom and the waves are moving, but, at a certain point, you will be able to make out the ocean. You might not be able to make out detail. And just compare this. If you're looking, say, directly in front of you at, say, 10 feet in front of you, you could make out a lot of detail at 10 feet. So if you check out the angle at 10 feet from your eye level, and then look at the wavelength of light, it's quite obvious that you can see a lot more detail because the angle at which the light would be propagating is quite suitable for the size of the wavelengths of light. So look at that detail, no problem. You tilt this up to your eye, you can see quite a bit of detail at the nanometer level. From here, it's going to have no trouble going up to your eye. But then, when you're looking at miles and miles, the angle is so tiny that it stays, there's not enough room forever. You're never going to see that far. It's just impossible. Number one, it's impossible for the light waves to travel to your eye or to make the connection between your eye. Number two, your eye can only resolve about 0.02 of a degree of an angle, which is about the size of a wavelength of light. Funny how they're, interrelated. So like I said, I just wanted to show that, and you can make this number here, gigantic. I don't know, make it 30,000 feet. Just to show you that, when you get down to that level, you're never going to be able to see that far. That the light just stays tiny forever. The space that would be under that wavelength would be so tiny, you're never going to be able to. Obviously, light will not be able to travel to your eye, will not be able to make the connection. So yeah, like I said, I just wanted to really explain that there are limits to not only what you can see, but limits at which light can propagate. It just doesn't propagate beyond a certain limit. So another way to visualize this is that when you understand there is a vanishing point and how your eye perceives light, it flips the image, there's an inflection point, which is your eye level. This eye level is an inflection point. So everything that you can see below your eye level hits an inflection point. And guess what? That inflection point is the horizon. That's where everything that you can see above your eye level, when this angle here gets so tiny, that's where the vanishing point is. And this is what it's displaying in your eye. It's displaying the sky until the angles get so tiny and all this stuff is going to blur. You're not going to see as much, obviously, toward the horizon because the distances are so great. And then below your eye level is the same thing. It renders everything below your eye level, and then it will eventually hit this inflection point, and that is the point at which the slope, or this light here, you see this line, as you're scanning everything below. You're not really scanning, but these connections are being made to your eye of whatever light is, whatever you think the nature of light is. It's pretty obvious that this is how it comes into your eye, just the way it comes into a camera. Hits the horizontal inflection point, which is the horizon, and then starts to render everything above your eye at your angular resolution limit in your eye, obviously, which is why you have that 0.02 degree of a tick downward, which just so happens to equal about the area that light can get to your eye anyways. So this, I don't know how you can really argue with this information, even if you think you live on a ball. The fact is, this is how light comes into your eye. These angles play a part on how much you can see, what you can see, how much detail you can see, and also how far light can travel. And amplitude of light, I didn't even discuss that, but that also plays a part on how far light can travel, whether it can vibrate all the way to the source or from the source to the viewer. So we just need to know that there are fixed limits on these principles of light, these properties of light. So it's very interesting, I think. And like I said, it doesn't necessarily mean that you live on a ball just because there is a horizon. I mean, you have to admit, even if you live on a ball, you know the horizon is a product of your eyes. It has to be. And the other fact is that it's always level. It's always horizontal. You can argue, oh, we live on a ball and there's curves somewhere. We go high and we see a curve. But the point is, it's always horizontal. It's always perfectly level. If you lived on a ball, there would have to be examples of horizons that were not perfectly level. You can say they're curved or straight or whatever, but there should be horizons where one half of the horizon slopes down, or say it's tilted. There should be horizons that are tilted like that. Check that out. Why are there no horizons like that? You know, like a golf ball. I mean, the Earth cannot be a perfect sphere. I mean, it would have to be so perfect for the horizon to always be perfectly horizontal. The only reason the horizon is horizontal all the time, it's level, is because that's your eye. That's how light enters your eye, and your eye is stabilized to gravity, or to whatever you think gravity is. It's a vertical force, and your eye stabilizes to that to make the perfectly horizontal horizon in your eye. That's why it never changes. You can tilt your head, the horizon doesn't change. And like I said, funny enough, you never find a horizon. If it's a physical horizon, if it's a cliff or a ball, whatever you think it is, there would have to be examples of horizons that are not perfectly level. There's no way the Earth, this gigantic Earth, is so perfectly level. Even a golf ball has dimples. You would have to have examples of horizons that are not perfectly level. They would be, you know, curved or tilted, and there would be half level and half tilted horizons. So it just doesn't even make sense. I don't even how you can believe you live on a ball. I can understand the programming, but once you are presented with the information, you have to think about it and understand there's no way we're living on a perfect sphere that would never have any curved horizons or tilted horizons. And again, once you understand how eyesight works and how there is I call it the inflection point. There's a point at which the light waves travel into the eye, and then there will be a horizontal point, an inflection point. That slope of these light waves goes from negative to positive or positive to negative. And that inflection point is the horizon. And the vestibular ocular reflex in your eye maintains that perfectly horizontal in relation to gravity, that straight up and down force that we have, whether it's electromagnetic, electrostatic, whether it's some magical tractor beam. I just think it's interesting. I think it's fascinating. I'm amazed by it. So I just figured I would at least share some more logic and my understanding of it. And, you know, hopefully it at least helps one person. Yeah, so that's about it. Like I said, I will be taking a break from YouTube. I don't know if I will be back. Thank you so much for watching. I hope this wasn't too much rambling. I don't do too many videos like this just for that reason. But anyways, thank you so much, and peace out and adios.
Going nowhere, going nowhere, going nowhere. I get up just to go to bed. Check to see that I'm not dead. I stay up until the dawn. Bishop takes my pawn. Spinning around, chasing my tail. I can't seem to get my life in gear. Spinning around, chasing my tail. I can't seem to get my life in gear. Spinning around, chasing my tail. I can't seem to get my life in gear. Spinning around, chasing my tail. I can't seem to get my life in gear. Going nowhere, going nowhere, going nowhere, going nowhere.
Well, the ladies. Well, we're really hopping in here today, aren't we?
Indeed.
What was that?
Oh, who is that?
This funny discussion that we had with this random guy, this guy who believes in the globe, it was hilarious. At some point, he just said that, quote, you believe in stuff that you found from the internet, even though that's literally the case for him.
Oh yeah, I was just in
It's
there. Yeah.
that was the funniest thing I've ever heard. Just constantly mirroring himself, and he just got himself stuck in a loop, and he has to snap out of it. He just had to deprogram himself and actually go out and experience Black Earth. Oh, wow.
Where did that happen?
Yeah,
Was
you
that
can
in
read the
debate
chat
channel?
in the lobby chat.
Lobby.
You can read. There was his username was, I quoted him. Let me see his username. It starts with L. Yeah,
There's
Imtur.
a lot of
Yeah.
trolls coming in there. I don't
think it's a troll, but yeah, he just left because he has nothing to say.
Yeah, most of them don't. Yeah.
Yeah.
What was his argument? He starts.
Oh yeah, that's what you see. Even in cartoons, that's what they show you. Stars like moving around your head. The so-called gravity. That's actually hilarious. Wow. The programming is literally everywhere. No wonder why it is hard to snap out of. Wow. Because everything is revolved around space, you know? Literally everything. Wow. It's crazy. Like things like this, it's literally everywhere. Stars spin around, orbiting something that is your head. It's literally in your imagination. It's like they're mocking you. It's above your head. It's an imaginary thing that is just spinning. What the fuck?
Yep, and that happens when you've been whacked or disillusioned.
Yeah, you get hit in the head, essentially, yeah. You're just dreaming and just imagine those stars above you. And only you can see them because you imagine them. Only you can see them because it is in your imagination. It's just they're all along, but we just don't get it because they've been brainwashed. I think otherwise.
I'd put it
Like,
on
you
the
literally tell them
same
that,
level as
yeah.
I find in a lot of TV shows and movies. There'll be a part where the sky cracks in some way, where you see that it doesn't actually go out into outer space. It's just a screen or something, and the sky ends up cracking open.
Oh yeah, like this sort of TV screen, something like that.
I've seen plenty of lots of variation of it, but something about the sky breaking or the sky cracking.
Yeah.
And I think it might have been, there was one space movie that I saw, and it was a really interesting scene where it made space look flat when they're flying in the spaceship. It made it look like outer space is completely flat, like it's a flat screen or a ceiling.
Well, yeah. They give you the truth and what is opposing to it all the time, so that you're confused. You could never figure it out. Because if all movies just talked about space and there's like not half truth there, then it would actually make you think if you see something that completely opposes what you usually believe in. But through control opposition, they just control you.
They need to give you the two truths and a lie to keep you confused.
Essentially, yeah. But most likely you're gonna stick with the truth that they give you, the so-called truth that is that there is space and that the Earth is a globe. Of course.
That word confusion.
Because you're constantly being
interesting
bombarded with
too.
those ideas. Yeah.
Think about that confusion. All that is the bringing together of lies, right? The fusion of confusion.
Yeah. Yeah, understandable, yeah.
Make you confuse. Well, I'll bet you any money the people who make these television programs and things have a completely different education than they give us.
Oh yeah, of course. For sure. Notice the image that I posted. He's trying to catch the stars, but he can't because it's only part of his imagination. You can't really experience what it's like to be, touching the stars. Because it's literally in his head. You can only visualize like we do with imagination when you visualize space. It's not something that is really changeable, really. It's an imagination.
Yep, you can pretty much use it as a setting for anything you want to happen that wouldn't happen in reality. You can make it happen in outer space.
Yeah.
Kind of interesting. I think the Lord of the Rings world, if I'm not mistaken, is flat.
Ah,
I think the Tolkien might have even specified that.
it's a series, right?
The books, the original books, the Lord of the Rings.
Ah, yeah. I haven't watched or read anything. I just don't really watch movies. I used to watch movies as a kid, but yeah. Funny enough, my father believes in that the Earth is a globe, but he just naturally doesn't like those kind of movies that have aliens and a lot of things that just seem so fake. Yet he still believes that there's space, outer space in the globe. He likes action movies. They somewhat resemble reality, even though they're fake, but doesn't like things that happen in space and so on, like Star Wars and just these kind of movies, which is pretty funny and contradicting at the same time.
Yeah, Star Wars, that one really seems to be based on things that have happened down here on Earth. I think they just kind of needed to put it in a space setting so that a movie like that could even be released. So look at everything that happens in the Star Wars. It seems to be a combination of what might have happened in ancient human history, but also World War II. There's a lot of World War II in there. Like they make these Japanese aliens, and they go in really stereotypical Japanese accents and everything. Like they based a lot of the aliens off of like ethnicities from certain countries in the Earth, and it's just really funny to see it because they're not, they don't hide with the stereotypes. They make them really obvious.
That's really interesting. Yeah. By the way, is the stream never ending? As in, is this being streamed on YouTube right now? Let me check. Or is it only when somebody gets here and they start streaming again? Because it says 24/7, so I suppose it's constantly happening.
I don't know. In the middle of the night, usually I see it go down for a while and then come back up. So I don't know. I don't know who manages.
Well, yeah. As far as I know, it's actually every time they just 12 hours. That's when they post. I suppose. I mean, one of the stat gets on like a mod. Yeah, but it says 24/7, so I suppose that means it's live stream 24/7. Oh well, it says 24/7 flat over Discord server, as in the VCs. I suppose. I mean, if you think of it, if you could never really find a tribe that believes in the curvature of the Earth unless they've been told so. They usually would just believe that it's flat. That's simple. They believe what they can perceive, what they experience, what they're experiencing right now for the moment. But when somebody else, from somebody out of the tribe comes in and tell them that this is a globe, essentially what is happening right now, we've been told lies.
I mean, even
we're not really basing those.
Dogon
we're not basing
people.
anything off of experience, huh?
You heard of those Dogons? They're a tribe in Africa, and they this thing that's special about those guys. Apparently, they knew when some researchers came and were studying them, they knew certain things about celestial bodies in the sky that they shouldn't have known, right? That they shouldn't have been able to figure out with the naked eye alone. They didn't have any kind of optics to figure that kind of thing out. So, but what's interesting about them is they didn't have any kind of belief about the Earth being spherical, though, or anything like that. They just knew about these celestial bodies and how they were relative to each other. And I think they had some kind of myth about how their ancestors came from the sky, from the celestial bodies.
Yeah. Well, there's a belief that, all these light sources, like, say, stars, or what we call them planets, whatever, those circles in the sky, are just all fallen angels, basically. and they've been birthed by something like a source. Essentially, nature gave birth from itself, and then we have all these stars, and everything just came from nature, essentially. There's that belief, yeah, and a lot of people actually worship the sun, the moon, and so on, everything that is above, essentially. That it
Yeah.
actually fell, yeah, that it came down. Because if you think of it really like a woman when they give birth, the child goes down, it falls. So you could say that something gave birth to all of us essentially. Everything we fell from the sky or whatever that is in there essentially, that would be nature.
Yep, sun worship makes a lot of sense. 'Cause, even when you get to a more sophisticated culture that's not just revering the sun because it gives life, it also makes a perfect analog for any kind of unseen god. Like even if you
Yeah, or at least,
revere a
yeah,
universal god that created all of existence that doesn't have a physical, being to actually venerate, then they can venerate this god through the sun as kind of God's only son, right?
yeah. Or
Soul,
they
yeah.
would say like believe in imaginary gods, like well, I wouldn't say imaginary gods or whatever. Let's say they just believe in many gods are all at once, like say water, elements of nature, but they still worship in nature that is essentially just one, really. It's like an umbrella spectrum for all the things that we experience, essentially. So you are just worshiping reality in a sense. That is essentially God. That would be nature. How everything is essentially just is, and you just worship it, and you just go by it. Yeah. Like people worship thunder. Like I don't know what they're called. Like those pagan religions, they worship Odin and so on. They give them names and so on. But in reality, it is just nature, really. When thunder happens, they perceive that there's things they believe that something's wrong or that nature is angry with them and so on. But it is just nature worship. So you could say they were right all along, really.
Yeah, it's just, you have to represent natural aspects of reality in some way. Like even the colors, they're a good example of that. You can correspond any color to a planet. A lot of ancient cultures did that. They like to correspond everything to each other because there's just a certain way that reality will lay itself out, right? A certain code behind it. So that means that you can organize everything about reality in a certain way and it will all correspond
Yeah,
once you crack the pattern. Like once you realize that there are only the colors that we see, like we only see within a small portion of the spectrum, right? But the colors, they're always the same. If you see any part of the EM spectrum, it's always going to be the same colors. So there's something
yeah,
special about the way these colors actually look to us that we can peer into the nature of reality itself.
yeah. We also believe that we have five senses, but we don't really know if it's exactly five senses. Perhaps there are things that are just there, but we don't really need to perceive them. Therefore, we don't really need, you know what I mean? Like something that we cannot really perceive because there's no need for us to perceive it, basically.
There's also your sense of self, which obviously, they don't
Yeah,
have a good reason to teach you that. They don't want you to have a strong ego or anything, right? So, but yeah, we
yeah,
definitely have a sense of self, a sense of humor. That's absolutely a separate sense to a set, or you could call it, if you want to be more scientific about it, a social awareness of some kind, a situational awareness. That's
yeah. And
definitely a
it's all
sense.
instinctual. It is all led by nature. It is all just led by nature, and you just essentially experience it. You think that you have free will, even though you don't. Everything just led by nature, and yeah, you have the choice to essentially utilize it in a good way or a bad way. And when you utilize it in a bad way, there'll be, for example, something that'll backfire at you because nature would take revenge on you and tell you to not do it, basically, by making you experience hell. Essentially, you suffering, like your tribe or your body. Essentially, if your body experiences pain, that would be considered hell, really.
Yeah, I mean, you can't have pleasure without pain.
Exactly, yes. Duality is everywhere. Good, bad, positive, negative, and so on. But it's not just two things, like as in a dual. It's just
Oh, it's a spectrum.
eternal
Yeah.
degrees. Yeah, it's just degrees that are eternal, really. You constantly experience like levels of pain or levels of euphoria or happiness or whatever.
And something interesting about this too is if you look at the Hindus and the Vedas and any kind of spiritual ascent that you might learn about, it's always about going beyond the positive and negative and going beyond full spectrum experience into some kind of pure consciousness. But the problem with that is you have pure consciousness, all that is death. You go beyond life, beyond experience and positive, and I like this and I don't like that.
Beyond
Then
the
you're
ego.
dead. Then you are
What
literally
if it's just
committing
ego death?
suicide.
What if it is just ego death? It could be just ego death.
Yeah,
you know,
I've
because
taken
your
a bunch
ego,
of mushrooms and had that before. Yeah, it's
like essentially when your ego is not there, you don't really experience that this better than that or this worse than that and so on. It just is essentially. It would just be just perfection, really.
and really does feel like dying. I don't see I don't see any benefit of it. It just feels like you're dying and being
Perhaps,
merged into the
yeah.
universal whatever. Yeah.
Well, that would explain, perhaps because we have not experienced death yet. You only experience it when you actually just die and not come back, obviously. So perhaps what happens when we actually die is that you see the universe from a bigger image, essentially. You become one with the universe, essentially, and there will be no ego there. Because the ego is only with you. You are the ego, and you are within yourself. That is the physical body, basically. So you could say that this is what we are right now, just essentially just ego experiencing. Nature experiencing what it's like to have an ego. But when we die, there will be no ego. That would be essentially, quote, ego death, so-called ego death.
I like to put it through the idea that you have pure consciousness, right? So that would just be pure observation force. So then you'd have to run that through a filter. And I'd even like to think that it doesn't require a biological machine like, an animal or a human body. Even any kind of matter, like a rock, would be a very rudimentary filter to run consciousness through. So I imagine that's where all that pantheism comes from. But then you have a more advanced machine, like a cell, and then up to a whole animal and then a whole human, and I imagine it's just pure consciousness being run through this intricate machine, just like electricity being run through a robot, only it's observation instead of just electricity, it's one level up.
So you could say that this reality that we're experiencing right now is just more like a game that the nature created, like the source, essentially. Just you could say that the source, this imaginary source, you can imagine and just visualize it as if it's on like a lucid dream or something, experience what it's like to have an ego, and you just kind of playing it wrong. And once you die, then you just wake up to essentially the whole image that is you. Essentially, that will be nature without the ego. That the ego is essentially just imaginary. So you could say this whole thing is an illusion, really.
Well, considering I don't know how much more real you can get. Like, I guess illusion does work, but I've never liked that word because it has this negative connotation to it, where there's something more real that you should be trying to get to, to go past the illusion. But I feel like this so-called illusion is probably like the best type of reality we could really experience. It's full spectrum. You can have everywhere from the worst, terrible, to the best pleasure. All sorts of. You try to go beyond that, you're just going to get less experience.
Yeah, but if you think about it, even if you just say you're on drugs as an example and you see things, those things are real because you actually experience it. They are an illusion within an illusion that we are experiencing right now. So it's like an egg within an egg and so on. You know what I mean? It's a reality that is inside of your head within a reality that you are experiencing. And that reality is happening within nature. That is the imagination of the source, basically. That would be nature. You understand what I mean?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, think of the word sorcerer, right? That would just be somebody who works with the source. And
essentially playing with nature.
The Kabbalists, they have a belief that using your hands and your feet only to do things in this reality is not what you should be doing, right? They say that that's for the animals.
Sorcery.
To only use your mechanical means. Yeah, you should be using source energy to interact with this reality. Because think about it, if universe is all observation and it's all conscious, then that would mean source energy, whatever the highest source is completely infinite. So you don't have to give anything to take, you know what I mean? It's an infinite source of energy.
Yeah, that's a pretty good take, actually.
So why would you not try to figure out how to tap into that? Instead of trying to sacrifice, whatever goats and things to get whatever you're trying to accomplish, because that's the traditional method. You got to burn some goats alive or something for some deity in order to make the crop yields good.
I
mean, that must have worked at least some way or another, right? If they kept doing it for so long.
Like you say, you're talking about animal sacrifice or say human sacrifice as an example?
I would have used human sacrifice, but that might not be a PG for here.
Or let's say being sacrificed. So why would they do it? There has to be a reason why they do it. I don't think it's just for ego, essentially. Just because they're powerful, they get to essentially use us, and they just feel like they're entitled to using us, essentially. There has to be a
No, they
reason why they do it.
sacrifice to their god. They think, this their deity that they worship wants this energy or whatever that you're sacrificing, and to reward you for doing the sacrifice, they'll give you, whatever it is you might be trying to accomplish.
This seems like magic to me, like something to do with occultism, really,
Yeah,
like a
yeah.
practice. Yeah, is this what it seems?
Yeah, but it's all about just the way the consciousness works, though, right? If you can trick your consciousness into thinking something is going to happen or is supposed to happen because you do this complicated series of rituals and things, then
that's
what
essentially
works.
what magic is about. It's about manipulating the human mind, essentially manipulating your subconscious, essentially to visualize things, to see things that will be very real to you, but others will not be able to see it unless they believe in the same thing. And even if they were to see the same thing, it would not be the exact same thing because you are not that person, you are you. So you can't see from their point of view because you are not them. So it would not be 100% accurate. That could never happen because we're separate, you could say.
Yep.
So yeah, you could say that.
Never see something from somebody else's point of view.
Yeah, because you're not them, exactly. Yeah. You can only perceive yourself as in feel yourself, but you cannot feel others. You can feel, something in the presence of others, but you cannot actually feel them, what it's like to be them, because we're separate. It's like saying, I can, for example, like say you have your own soul, and another person is, say, point A, point B. Point B cannot be point A because they're both separate. They're far from each other. They're disconnected. They're not fully connected. But they'll be just point Z, essentially just two things at once. To experience what's like to be the two at once. And yeah. And if you experience the two at once, then you don't actually get to experience, what's like to be the point A and the point B. So there is individuality there.
That's what life's all about.
Yeah.
But in terms of manipulating the mind in order to achieve what you want, let's say the mind can interface directly with reality. So you just have to convince your own mind that it's possible to happen, and that can be done through all these rituals and things. But really, the ideal way to do this would be the way that these Kabbalists do it, which is just to tap into some kind of source energy as opposed to thinking you have to throw a goat into a fire pit,
Yeah. It's essentially self-hypnosis. That's what it's about. You hypnotize yourself into thinking that something is there, and then it will actually
I'll say, though, I do work with hypnosis. I don't like using that word for that. You have to be careful with the word hypnosis itself because it means sleep.
Yeah, because right? Some mundane term, I get that they don't like to use those terms because they don't want really associated with science in a sense. Like
no, it's because the word hypnosis means sleep, right? Like it's a good catch-all word for that kind of thing. But a better word would be you put yourself into a state of fascination. A state of fascination is like a hypnosis, but it's a higher state. You open up, but you're in a higher state. Your conscious mind is a part of the experience. Whereas when you're in a hypnosis, your conscious mind is locked away, and your subconscious will take everything literally. And that's room for a lot of damage to be done. Hypnosis, it's really that's why it's even promoted in the mainstream to begin with. The hypnosis is because you can do so much damage with it.
Well, I think it's constantly happening. We're constantly being bombarded by those ideas, thoughts, and beliefs. So everything just seems very real to you, what you've been told by those people. That's the thing. So, yeah.
That's what the television does. They all flicker at a certain frequency that'll put you into a hypnotic state.
Essentially, yeah.
Yeah, that's what happens. And then the commercials come on, you shut off the TV during the commercial break. I mean, I don't even watch it anymore, but when you did, would you turn off the TV during the commercial break? No, you just stare at it.
Yeah.
And it's why do you even do that? Why would you spend the time staring at commercials? How would you even... It's because it's that hypnotic state, right? You don't feel any urge to do something else. You feel comfortable just sitting there like a zombie.
You just want to stay tuned in. Yeah, you feel like you just have to stay tuned in, essentially. Your body tells you to just stay because it just feels like it needs to stay. And that's how they want you to feel. To just stay tuned in to their brainwashing machine that is the TV. Like whenever I sit with my family, sometimes I just sit with them, like have a meal with them, and I just feel like everything is for consumption. It just feels this really negative energy come from the TV.
Yeah.
As it just feels really wrong to watch it. Really, it's all acting.
Yeah. Have you tried? Have you babysat before, any of you guys? Basically,
Babysit as in what?
well, if you babysit, like if you have 5-year-old kids to babysit, like I had two, like a 5-year-old boy and a 7-year-old boy that I was babysitting, fucking
Yeah,
running
what's
all
that?
over the place, trying to wrestle me and shit. Flip on the TV, they're fucking sat still, catatonic, fucking night and day.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, and they know exactly what your kids want to watch. Like they use these colors, this certain music, dude. They study the human brain really fucking well. They know exactly what your kids want. You know, the stimuli that the human brain craves. Like those heroes and so on that do things that the kids actually imagine. Like say they want to fly, and they will just show you people flying on TV. So those kids are just fascinated by it, basically. So it's like they essentially what you imagine, they make it real, seem very real on TV, and the kids just essentially explore their imagination within the TV. Essentially, they look at their imagination in the TV. That's why they just stay tuned in, and they just they just get addicted to those things. Same thing with video games, because a lot of things that you're not allowed to do in real life, but you get to do it in video game. Like say, kill people as an example. You get to do it in a video game. It's like you are essentially your imagination is happening within that game, and you get to experience. That is why you get addicted to it, because it just seems fun. But I think at
I
some
believe
point it gets
they call it a suspension of disbelief or something like that when you watch TV
yeah,
or
and
video.
at some point you will definitely reach a depressive state because you know that those things you can never do them in real life. Like say fly, like say a kid, seeing like some heroes jumping off of a window and then flying or whatever. They will probably attempt it at some point. It's the same thing with killing. It's literally conditioning. It's brainwashed. They can make you do a lot of things just by TV. Kids get conditioned since they're really young, and when they grow up, they just do things that they've been essentially told by the TV itself
And you know
through
what?
their
That
experience, essentially through
reminds
their
me
imagination.
something they're doing with the media in the Hollywood. You notice how
Drugs,
lately, I don't
dude.
know,
Yeah, drugs like shootings.
last time you watch a film, they're actually merging the movies meant for adults and the movies meant for children. They're slowly merging them into the same thing. And soon enough, all the movies are going to be for both adults and children. There's going to be no distinction.
Do they even teach you how to be this so-called mature or whatever? They literally make you behave a certain way that is completely unnatural. How would you behave in nature? Like wear those suits and so on, act this way. You sort of start acting by the thing that they show you. You don't actually act by how you would, by nature, essentially. You don't act by default. You go by their standards, what they show you on TV, and that goes into your subconscious mind, and that will manifest into your actions. Essentially, that affects how you behave, think, and even your breathing patterns, whatever that is that you experience. It is just shaped by them. Essentially, it's not shaped by essentially your surroundings. Would be like say nature, how it will be by default, basically, because we constantly absorb information, and that will actually affect everything we do, literally everything. And when you're constantly thinking about those thoughts, it's like you have a TV constantly going on inside of your head. You watch TV and then you go to sleep, and those thoughts are still in there. And when you constantly experience them and think about them, the hypnosis is still going. The brainwash is still happening within your head. So it's like you're constantly getting a dose of that hypnosis every now and then. It's like you merge with the TV and it becomes literally part of you, part of your head. Because those thoughts that they give you are literally now part of your subconscious, because everything it gets absorbed into your subconscious. So you are essentially hypnotizing yourself, and it's really hard to snap out of. Really, it's like you're scarred for life. Essentially, you're not the same. Yeah, it's pretty fucked if you think about it. Wow. Yeah, we all really have a TV inside of our head. Like, say you listen to the radio, and you literally, the radio literally becomes part of you. Like, say you listen to, like, for years, you listen to the radio, those songs will be part of your head there. Literally, they merge with you. And then you just hum these songs and so on. Those subliminal messages are still part of your head, and they can actually affect you in some way. They for sure will affect the way you behave. It's like you're a walking sponge, but this sponge you can't really, it only squeezes out what it absorbed when it's needed, essentially. You're just being led by your subconscious in autopilot, essentially. That's what happens. And a lot of things you do, you don't really actively think about them, and they could be harmful for your well-being. Like eating junk food, you just don't think about it. It's bad, but you still do it because you've been conditioned to just do things that are even bad for you. Just think of them as just normal. It's all right to do it. For pleasure, as an example. Like say doing drugs, they're bad, but you see other people doing it, therefore you've been brainwashed to think that it's somewhat all right to do, and you still do it. And then you rely on the doctors, you still take medication and so on, instead of just preventing yourself from doing the thing that harms you, you still take medication and so on to reduce the symptoms. You don't actually get reach the source of the problem and actually fix it, get rid of it. Essentially, like say, stop doing drugs. You still do them as a cope because you constantly crave them. You're constantly thinking about them because the drugs literally become part of you, and your body will want more and more and more. It's the same thing with music, media, whatever that is, the TV, and everything that you're motivated with, essentially 24/7. And you just have to try to unplug, break the brainwash, and try to figure out how essentially. So you could say, ideally, kids when they're really young, they are more, they're really more intelligent than us, really, if you think about them when they're really young, because they're not as programmed as us, really. So they will behave by their nature, essentially what their body actually wants by nature. But then we, take them to schools and we give them TV and those video games. And that's what messes them up, literally, because they're pure. It's like they are virgin, but mentally, essentially. And we deflower them by giving them all this bullshit that just completely fucks up their brain. It makes them behave a certain way. Even food, like a lot of sugar, which make them, very energetic, and this sort of fake energy, and a lot of things that just happen that is just not supposed to be happening by them. It's a fucked up system that we live in. We should all just go back to being monkey. Just go back to some tiny tribe, no TV, nothing. We just live. That would be the ideal way of living, really, instead of this stupid environment that we're in. The conditioning and brainwash is literally everywhere. It's all around you.
I went to an anime seminar like I don't know 10 years ago, or whatever, and the guy said, "You want this check? You have to turn your TV off." He put the check in front of the TV and said, "You either have this check, you can watch TV." So they had to turn on. They do a lot of sales presentations, right? So they turn out their TVs. I thought that was impressive.
Damn, dude.
Turn your TV off, guys.
Yeah, it's fucked. I don't watch TV, luckily. I haven't watched it in years. And when you go back to it, you just feel like there's something wrong, It's not the same like before when you were just a kid, when you were pure. You just absorb it. But then when you wake up, essentially, you realize that there's a lot of things that's just wrong. It's all about consumption. Your brain just constantly consuming those things, and you're constantly being bombarded by it. And even when you unplug, it's still going to somewhat affect you because you're literally scarred for life. The TV was never meant to be there by nature. TV would never want, nature wouldn't want to give you a TV and just brainwash you. Why would they want to do that? But you've been given it essentially to control you. That's the purpose of it.
That's why they even call it programming.
Yeah, it is a program. Yeah, it literally programs you to behave a certain way, act a certain way, and so on. It's messed up.
You know what the word programming means? If you break it down, it means putting words in your mouth. Quite literally. Program.
Yeah. Music. Well, yeah, you can think of it this way, like when you listen to a song and you just constantly keep humming it, words are still sound. It just like words. And you manipulate sound to make it seem like, say the letter A. It's the same shit. When you listen to music, you are listening to sound and you replicate it, and even those thoughts are still sound. You feel like as if you can hear it. It is in your imagination. That can affect you, basically.
Yep, I'd even say that's more so with TV and movies than with music, but how they affect your imagination. Keep it completely controlled. Everything you imagine is going to be something you saw on Masonic TV.
Yeah, it's just absorb information, yeah. You absorb and then you replicate that. You go by that, essentially. It becomes your... it's like you have a TV. Like, say you have an airplane as an example. And there's this autopilot mode. And I come in, like, say I'm some sort of hacker, and I hack that autopilot mode and manipulate it however I want. I'll be essentially the TV or this sound coming from elsewhere, out essentially from the air, out of the airplane. And I manipulate that autopilot and I make you go out of direction essentially, and I can manipulate you in however I want essentially. So I'm literally wirelessly controlling you. That's essentially what they do. They wirelessly control us. They don't have to stand right in front of you and tell you to do this and that. They can get you to kill people just by wirelessly controlling you, by brainwashing you, by manipulating your subconscious. That's literally what they do. It's the simplest way to explain it. They wirelessly control literally all of us. Yeah. They don't have to force things on you. You just go by it. You watch TV, you see that people are getting beat up for not wearing a mask, and then your brain will tell you, your instinct will tell you should wear a mask so that you don't actually end up experiencing what they experience, even though it could be just an act. They're acting
They
as if the
staged
police are
so
beating up
much
people.
of that stuff. Of the people
Oh yeah,
getting
and you
arrested
behave
and
by it.
shit
Fear
for not
mongering.
wearing a mask. Oh yeah, and getting kicked out of stores and all that, getting mobbed by people.
And yeah, it could be acted out. Some of it could be acted out, and some of it is real because they want to show you that it's something that will be real, because they can't really act out what is real, But yeah,
You never
all what
actually
you
see
see
it
on TV is
happening
really
in
just fake.
reality.
Well, yeah.
People aren't actually that ballsy in reality. That's how fucking Mason's acting in a video act. Oh, sorry if I wasn't supposed to swear, by the way. It slipped out.
No, it's all right.
But yeah,
Yeah,
that's how
I don't know.
they talk. That's not how people in a store together talk and act
I
with
don't
each
know
other.
about. I don't know what video exactly you watched, but I lived in Vancouver, Canada during the pandemic, and I'll tell you right now, they would not let you in a fucking place without a mask. Like that whole city ate they drank the juice, they drank the Kool-Aid. Like,
Yeah, hey, I'm in
that's
Ontario.
the whole city, dude. The whole city drank.
Everybody was wearing their masks, but I never wore it. You just
Dude,
like they'll tell you to. You just say you'll be quick, and then they'll let you in.
Nah. Like, listen, I would go in. I don't know if this is just like a fast food thing. I don't know, because I was eating a lot of fast food at the time. I don't know, but like, motherfuckers at A&W wouldn't even let me order without a mask. Like, it was ridiculous, bro. Like, ridiculous.
Even them, those people that are not letting you in, they are also brainwashed. Like they see people controlling other people, and they think they are also controllers, and they will behave by the way. They see those controls on TV. They are also brainwashed, and they go by it essentially. So you're brainwashed, they're brainwashed, and you're just fucking acting the way they want you to act. It's hilarious. It's like you see a theater on TV, and you still, you make that theater happen in real life. That's literally what they do. They make you act the way they want to act. They're just using us as actors. That's what they do. It's fucking hilarious. Yeah, damn. Yeah, man. Last time I watched TV, like, there's so much junk food being promoted, and a lot of shit just seems like they just want to sell those things to you. And also, the series that you see on TV, like people like showing you this love, how love is essentially. They want you to have this image of love in your head. Anger, how it happens, and a lot of things that are just really inhumane. That you don't really behave this way in real life by default, but they make it seem normal, and then people just start acting by it. They start having those thoughts in their head, like people are gonna cheat on them and shit. They literally ruin a relationship. They ruin everything, really. They make, for example, kids seem really fucking annoying because they don't want you to reproduce for the population. They can do a lot of things. You can just
Every sitcom character hates their children and think they're just the worst. You notice that?
Yeah, and also they make you think that having a lot of kids is not good. Like usually it's a single mother with a shit ton of kids, even though that's not the case in real life. But since they're brainwashed you to think so, then those mothers will actually end up being single because the both and the husband and the wife are also brainwashed at once. That's what usually happens. The brainwash really ruins everything.
Have you noticed kids shows? The kids never have parents, and it just seems like they're just living the life.
Yeah, and also they don't listen to their parents. They will just do whatever the fuck they want, like consume drugs, play video games all day, whatever. Like usually the boy is playing with video games, or like say the little girl is playing with dolls. That's also brainwash. It doesn't have to necessarily be a bad thing, but it's also brainwash. To make the kids that they're supposed to like this color or whatever that is, really. Like the kids are supposed to like this hobby or sport or whatever.
Yeah.
But you don't really know what you actually like because you've been brainwashed to think so. You go by their narrative. not going by nature's narrative, really.
So I'm not going to say anything in particular about it, but I'll just mention too on this topic, the average Hasidic Jewish family has 8 children. That's the average figure.
Yeah, because they want to increase and they want us to decrease.
They want to. Yeah, they're actually increasing in population rapidly. Whereas us, they have us fucking. You heard of that MGTOW thing that they're getting young men into, where they just abstain themselves from being with women at all or to have any relationship.
Yes. Essentially, being a loner, a lone wolf, a Sigma.
And who made that thing up? Someone with 8 children, no doubt.
Oh, fucking God.
Currently, the world is at a negative growth rate at the moment. So those numbers that they say that we're being overpopulated are lies.
Oh, yeah, dude. They tell you that we are overpopulated. That's a complete joke, dude. They just wanted to, reduce the population that it's easier for them to control us. It's so simple.
Yeah, looks like 500 million worldwide is the plan. Or actually, under 500 million.
Yeah, those under that, yeah.
I tell you, those guidestones, those are very legit. They were anonymously funded by a guy called R. Christian. If you're familiar with Rosicrucian masonry or anything like that, that's a pretty smoking gun. So these things would have cost a lot to put up.
There's way more than 500 million Jews. There's probably like 4 times that many.
Yeah, I can't imagine it's talking about Jewish people.
Yeah, but man, even statistics could easily be fake. So it could be even lower than that, really, if you think about it. Essentially, under 500 million already, probably.
Yeah, it's talking about the Freemasons.
There's that many in Los Angeles.
They're within every
dude. It could be way less than what we know. Because statistics could easily be fake. It could be, not really much on this earth that we're living right now, what we're experiencing. It could be not a lot of people, really, as, how they depicted to be on TV and media and so on. Because how would you really trust them? You don't know. It's not like you captured every single person. And you cannot also, it's more of an estimate, really, but they could easily fake it. Just numbers written, somewhere. They can just manipulate it however they want. Anybody can make up a site and write numbers just like that. The same thing with money. They can, they have infinite money, really. They just print it out of thin air. That's that simple. They can add, those numbers to anybody's bank. Like, say, give you 50 trillion, billion, whatever this kind of money is. Just numbers.
Elon Musk.
Yes. Yeah, all of them, yeah. Dude, money is meaningless to them. It's literally meaningless. They just have fun, do whatever the fuck they want. And they capitalize off our work. That's literally what they do. I mean, look at NASA, how much money they make, dude. NASA. Even that number really is meaningless, really, because they print money, dude. They don't. It's like it doesn't fucking matter. How much does NASA make? It's gonna be like billions, probably. Let's see.
Something like 50 million a day.
Well, if you think about
4 billion in total economic output during fiscal year 2019.
Yeah, well, if you think about it, this is like just modern companies and shit. But these motherfuckers have been setting up corporations since like the 1700s and fucking looting and plundering the shit out of everything they see. They've had corporations like the West Indies Company, let alone Mazda.
Yeah, well, the ones obviously they're really high, the elites, the ones right on top. They don't care about money. They just, they just live literally a luxurious life, and the ones below them are more dependent on the ones on top, and the cycle goes on. We are essentially the lowest ones, and they capitalize off of us. We work for them. It's for enslavement. That's all what it's about, for their ego, essentially, for ego fulfillment. They don't care about money. They don't need it, but we need it, and therefore they're going to use us, essentially, manipulate us however they want to have fun, toy around with us. That's what they do.
Well, I thought it's just because it's like a life of leisure. If someone has to dig up the food and make it, and you just fucking make someone else do it, then you have all free time and leisure. You don't have to do anything.
And you have a lot of free time to plan things, because you don't have to work for money. You don't have to work for shit. You have a lot, plenty of time, plenty of energy to do whatever the fuck you want. Travel around, do whatever the fuck you want. Control them, making you, find out new techniques to manipulate those people. Obviously, yeah. You have plenty of time, infinite time to just think, travel, do whatever the fuck you want, really, because you don't have to work. They're essentially living as if they are gods on earth, They're just toying around with us, really. So you could say they want us to think that they are essentially our god. You know, you could say that money is our god, what they created, but they created only the meaning of it. They didn't actually create money, because nature created everything, and they just utilize what nature gave them. But they essentially make us worship money and worship science, the things that they created. They created meaning through those things, basically. When we go by a scientific method, it's a method that they gave us essentially, and we utilize it. They didn't create science; they created meaning to it.
Hey, why does the dog wag its tail? Because the dog is smarter than its tail. If the tail were smarter, then it would wag the dog. That's a motto that they made up. That's why everything is decided by these people you're talking about, and why we're the ones being ragdolled around.
Yeah, they are toying with us. That's what's happening right now. It's a sandbox,
because they
and
believe they're smarter
really
than us
high.
inherently, and that we're inherently meant to be slaves.
I don't think that I do think that they toy with us, but I think they toy with us because they can, because they're so far ahead. They can kind of mock us, as you know, if you're running in a race and you were like fucking 100 meters in front, you could turn around and, like, you know, start shouting insults at the guy behind you. But I think the reason they keep us around is, I think the reason they keep us around is to do all their shit that they need to get done. You know, like get the resources, food, and build the shit. But once they get this automation, they're just gonna wholesale slaughter the fucking utter shit out of the planet's population. Like, it could be like a wholesale slaughter. They wouldn't. I mean, think about what they did in World War II. Imagining everywhere on all of the face of planet Earth, just carpet bombing every single city and killing every human you want. Because now you have robots to do the work.
But see, they don't need to do that. The Earth is already going to do that itself, probably sooner than later.
That's actually a good point. Yeah, they could just, all they have to do is get the automation and then go hide in a hill bunker somewhere.
Yeah, see, that's why it's a wild card for them, right? Because even no matter how much geoengineering they can do and all this, they can never control the natural cycles of the Earth. So they know that it's going to reset, or however you want to say it, soon enough, and that there's going to be mass cataclysm, and that the Earth's just going to have
what are you
to
guys
do a
talking
clean
about? I
house.
don't doubt. If you could re-explain what you're talking about, the geoengineer, essentially chemtrails.
Yeah, well, you know how these elites, they like to feel they have control over absolutely everything, right? They do the geoengineering.
Yeah, they want to be
et
God,
cetera,
yeah.
et cetera. But even they know that they don't have control over the Earth's natural cycle. There is a reset or something like this coming. The Earth is going to clean house, and they know that they don't have control over that. So they're definitely hoping that they can reestablish control, and they certainly have plans and everything for what's going to happen.
What do you mean by
But ultimately, this is hope for humanity.
And what do you mean by a reset? Essentially, nature is going to backfire at them? What do you mean reset?
I think it's
not
a
the end of the
cyclical
world,
thing.
obviously. Yeah, like things just changing. That's what it's about. If you say a reset, because you can't just say that everything just dies. You don't know how it's going to happen or whatever.
Here's what's going to happen.
Yeah, a reset as in, back to the Stone Age, as in what is here now needs to be destroyed. Nature needs to, it's a clean house is a good word for it.
They're going to go underground, and they've done it many other times before. They're getting good at it. So whenever some shit goes down and the world does what you're saying, a quote unquote whatever reset, we call it a reset because we don't know what the fuck it's doing, but it might be on a pattern, and therefore that pattern they've post-dicted at this point, not predicted. They see the pattern happen every fucking time, and so they've built contingencies underground.
But the thing is, they think that's going to protect them, but they don't really know. It's more of a, hopefully.
It probably will. They're pretty good at it at this point. I'm saying, man, they've had generations, they've had thousands of years to do this. We are the chattel that make up the world, and my opinion is that they're going to, something's going to happen to where most of us have to fight to survive, and they won't have to because they'll be underground while that's going on. That's my opinion.
Well, got to take into account, though, that maybe they want us to think that they've been in control for a lot longer than they have been, but it could have actually been quite recently that they just kind of took whatever the remnants were of the last destroyed civilization.
I hope so.
Kind of whatever their bullshit, satanic cult they were in, they're messed up in the head. They get access to all of this advanced stuff, and they think, oh, hey, let's fucking take control. Let's. but I don't know if they've ever actually been through a reset or a world apocalypse like this, and I don't know if I could say that I think they know.
Well, I don't know if anybody has. The whole reset thing is like, it's all speculation, right? Oh, we've only been around 1,000 years. Yeah, how do you know that? Just kind of looks like that. Okay. Like, you don't know. You weren't around back then, so anyway,
It could certainly just be
me.
another one of their lies.
Yep. Yeah.
Can I interject one thing?
The question is, can history be faked? History is story.
Of course, yeah. Of course, yeah.
My mic's not working, I guess.
It's literally a story told by them. How do we know that those things actually happened? I mean, history is being manipulated right now as we are fabricating things, and that becomes part of the past. You know, when we get to the future, then what happened right now will be part of the past, essentially. So, yes, they are constantly manipulating history because they are fabricating shit all the time. It is happening right now as we speak. Those, this jab and those wars and shit. It's happening all the time, dude. We are fabricating history as we speak right now. And you are experiencing what's like to be, experiencing that history, that fake history. And it's constantly happening.
I do a mic check.
Hmm?
Is it not working?
You're working, Dave. You're working.
Yeah, it is working.
Oh.
I don't see it, Dave.
Yeah.
You can't hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, yes.
Okay.
No.
I was just listening on YouTube. I heard somebody say planet Earth like 3 times. They was that. We're not on the planet.
What's that? I didn't hear.
Someone said planet Earth like 3 times. Like,
oh, your mic sounds terrible. Your mic now sounds terrible.
You were cutting off, Dave. Couldn't hear anything. Sorry.
Yeah. Your internet, or maybe.
I was just saying since you said planet Earth like 3 times like 5 minutes ago. I'll shut up.
What?
We can't hear you. Hey, try to unplug your headphones if you're on your phone.
Someone said planet Earth is all I was saying.
We still can't hear you. What just happened? Did he leave? I think he's restarting Discord probably. I think that's just an issue with his mic. It can't be his internet. That was some good talk. What we just discussed. Hey, JC.
Yo.
What was this event happening, by the way? What is this event called? Flat Earth Ladies Night.
Oh yeah, they do
What is
this
it about?
every Friday. The women talk to the Globers, right? Like, it's not all women talking, but it's the women who talk to the
Mostly
Globers.
women.
It's Flat Earth women.
I see. That's like Women's Day, but for Flat Earth.
Yeah.
Although
But the
it constantly
Globers,
happens.
lots of male Globers come in to talk. A lot of them are pretty funny too. So I usually come and check it out. Usually a good time.
That's interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, first
we
time
had
I didn't
somebody
realize
come
what
here
it was. I
yesterday,
just came in and started talking and got muted.
Yeah, because you're not meant to talk.
Of course, just some random guy come in and start talking. Oops, ladies' night.
Dude, yeah, it's woman is empowerment, dude. You gotta let them be dependent. That's I hope I don't get muted for saying this, dude.
What's up?
I hope I don't get muted for saying woman is empowerment, sounding sexist and shit.
Be careful, man. It is ladies' night in 5 minutes.
In 4 minutes. Just say whatever we want. Oh, I go MGTOW
Say all
now.
the anti-ladies rhetoric before it starts, man. Get it.
Get it all out, man. Life fuel. Yeah. Girls' night out. That's hilarious.
Well, I'm gonna grab myself a drink. I'll probably be back for the ladies' night then. It was good talking to you guys.
You too, man.
Hey, Crypto.
Hello.
Couples assemble.
Quick robot check now.
Good.
It's a robot.
No, you're good now.
Perfect.
Oh. All I was trying to say like 5 minutes ago is like, I don't know who it was, but somebody saying planet Earth like 3 or 4 times and nobody corrected them. I know we all slip, but we're not on a planet. That's all I was saying.
I haven't heard anybody saying planet, actually. Maybe it was right before I joined, perhaps. Hours
like
ago?
5 minutes ago, some guy was talking about how they're going to wipe us all off the planet Earth. I forget who it was.
I think it was a third person. It was me, JC, and somebody else, but I don't remember. Was it Flobe? I don't think so. I don't know, actually.
No, it wasn't Glad Flobe. It was somebody I didn't recognize their voice. I was just going to politely correct them.
Probably a fourth person, I think, yeah.
But I'll shut up now. It's almost time for ladies' night. Hello, everybody.
Hi.
So we've got a minute and a half. Everyone, say things.
Things.
Woman. Lots
of
things. Various things.
Get a little
Various and
louder.
sundry things. Various and sundry things.
2-minute debate, go.
Yeah, speed run.
And therefore, I rest my case.
I don't think it's 2 minutes. It's really a minute and a half to back. Now it's 1:20. The Earth is a globe. Prove me wrong.
Nobody can.
Were there any newbies lately?
Looks like Crystal's leading ladies' night. Congratulations.
Yeah, I'm here early for once.
Okay.
Sorry, Crystal, you are the noob.
I know. I guess that's all, eh? No Globers either.
No Globers today. Oh, there was one at what was it?
There was one earlier? Dang, I missed it.
When was it? Let me see.
By the way, just before starts, I just wanted to mention to Crystal that I saw a Tim Hortons in England today. You're not allowed to take over my country. Stop it.
They're spreading. Okay, I know every Canadian probably loves Tim Hortons, but I can't stand it.
Stop in and get some poutine, Crypto.
Poutine's good, though. I think you'd all agree if you had the right cheese curds. They have to be squeaky. But
The only poutine I like is Vladimir.
Sorry, say that again.
You said Putin. Yes.
I said the only poutine I like is Vladimir.
Where are the Globers?
No line of sight.
They no longer exist. We did it, guys.
Oh, I say,
like around 9 hours.
where are the Globers?
Globers?
I'm trying to be really Australian. Check it.
Oh.
Where are the Globers?
Really good when you're far away.
Find me the Globers. Is
You're
that
like 40 more feet away from your mic.
More C words, Black.
Like I usually do. Anyway, I'm just filling space. Where the ladies at?
Yeah, why are they always late?
Usually, it's the woman that says, "Bro, you're late all the time."
As in two
Right?
you hear so
And then they take longer.
Well, sometimes depends.
That must mean that you don't care.
My whole family is like mostly women, and they take forever to get ready just for the beach or something.
Well, then, yeah. I'll tell you what, I share that with a woman. No, I take forever in the morning to get ready. If I'm going to get ready for a full day, right, I got to get up, which takes a second. But then I go into the bathroom and I do my face stuff because I got a beard. So I got to shave my cheeks, and then I got to trim the beard, and then I got to get in the shower and do the thing and brush my teeth and get out and trim the beard more because the shower always messes it up.
You're one of a kind.
What's that?
I think you're one of a kind.
I'm just super vain. That's what it is.
You want to take care of yourself.
Yeah, wait, so what did the dude just say?
You're special.
You're something special, I think?
Yes, special. I said you're
something special, yeah. Yep.
Yeah, you're not like the typical guys who just pick up and go. You're like,
I wish I could.
I gotta look good before I get out of here.
Well, I do too. That's what I'm saying. So I'm more like a lady in that way.
No, I'm the opposite. I pick up and go. I don't do anything to my hair, my face, anything. I just put on my clothes and leave.
Well, see, that's the way to go. That's the true way to do it. If I were to pick which way I would go, I'd want to be able to do it that way.
Mm-hmm.
But I get up and I see a stray hair or something. I'm like, no, I'm clipping that.
Honestly,
do I smell
it's probably
kind of bad? Shower time.
It's probably why I'm single. I just don't give a shit. Maybe I should, put on some makeup, do my hair up.
I want to see a day when women.
Once you find the one.
I want to see a day when women feel like they don't have to wear makeup ever.
There's just one day of the year where a woman just bees her casual self. That would be fun.
I think they should just always be able to do it.
Kind of like non-uniform day, but in real life.
Just makeup is it's bad for your skin. It's not what you really look like all the time. I just think makeup's bad. It's my opinion.
Well, it's just enhancements to catch eyes, right?
Yeah.
Brought to us by the Watchers.
I think a little bit of makeup is fine. Makes me feel pretty.
See, but that's the thing. It's like you didn't need it in the first place. I guarantee you. I've never even seen you. I guarantee you don't need any makeup. And I don't think anyone
Well, we do it.
does.
Well, in nature, out of the environment we're in, women do take care of themselves. Like they dress this certain way. They
Yeah, they do it on
adjust their hair
purpose
and
to get
so
the
on.
attention.
Yeah, they do it, but on like a like small scale. But we use filters. We do a plastic surgery. We do it on a larger scale. And that's not good. It ends
Yeah,
up.
but that's not every woman. Not every woman could take advantage of that.
The Egyptians ruined it. They said, "Hey, ladies, look at this eyeshadow that you can put on."
They changed they also changed the standard for the beauty standard. They also push these trends in TV and so on. So it makes people insecure. Therefore, they want to be like the ones that actually seem pretty, basically.
Well, not only that, it's what they did was they found. So you know how we like to look at symmetry. Human beings love like symmetrical stuff. Well, somehow, for some reason, a little eyeshadow on the eye makes it more like physiologically appealing to someone looking than if it wasn't there.
Yeah.
To me, it's like, wait a second.
It can exaggerate features.
It's doing the opposite. It's not enhancing what's already there. It's covering it up, in my opinion.
When you met your special lady, was she wearing makeup?
Say that one more time. Sorry, go ahead.
When you've met your special lady, was she wearing makeup and all that stuff? Like, did she grab your attention because of it, or could you care less?
The way we met, no, I couldn't
What
care less.
attracted you to her?
Her personality, the way that she,
okay,
she's very sweet, and she's funny.
And she looks good in makeup?
We started talking on the internet first, so there. And it wasn't based on a picture. It was... I'm different, but...
The picture helped, though.
I mean, it helps. She's gorgeous, absolutely, but that's... It's not to me, it's not a prerequisite. Like, I've... In my life, I've fallen in love at a first sight kind of thing. And I don't know how to explain this. Nobody was walking around being like, oh man, she's so gorgeous, right? It was love at first sight because I was in the same room as that person and it was a connection. Hardly ever, especially now, I mean, I'm almost 40, hardly ever is it like, ooh, pretty girl, I don't, you know what I mean? The thing that attracts me the least is now physical features. But I just happen to be with somebody who's drop dead gorgeous. So
those usually turn out to be, instead of a relationship, you get a relationship.
Right. So the thing that's attracted me, to answer your question, is nearly everything but her physical appearance. But of course, she's gorgeous that way too. So anyway.
But you don't want to end up with someone who's like negative, let themselves go, and like.
Well, sure. No one wants to be with someone like that.
Yeah.
That's not their personality. Yeah, that's not their
but
personality.
you don't.
Personality
But you don't want to say like that's like personality is the overall reason to go.
Of course,
go for someone. There's other things.
Well, I think it should all be there, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Romantically attracted, if you're attracted intellectually, all that stuff.
There's that
make
checklist.
Each other laugh.
Essentially, the person in general, the person as a whole, his personality, looks, whatever that is. Yeah. It all adds up and creates love, essentially. This connection, this feeling that you feel around them, it's chemical. That's what makes you feel this love.
Right, yeah. It's physiological, and that's what I meant by the eyeshadow, like sparking something inside of the male's body. Like, oh my gosh, I like that thing. You don't even know why you like it. You just...
That's instinctual, because like they say that lipstick and blush is mimicking a woman when she's aroused, so that's why men are attracted to that.
Yeah, you're right. Absolutely.
So,
I remember hearing that.
Yeah. Even
Hank,
bras,
were you saying something?
Yeah, I'll bow out. It's ladies' night.
Who's saying something?
I probably shouldn't ask, but I was going to say, what do you guys think about sapiosexuals? And these are the humans that are only attracted to smart people, and pretty much nothing else.
I never heard of that.
You think so?
Sounds like
no. Someone calling themselves a sapiosexual is like they're just flexing. But it's just a really
I think
cringy flex that doesn't really exist.
It just sounds like narcissism, really. They want to be like separate from other people, basically. They create this label and so on. They've been given this label, they just use it, essentially.
Yeah, I feel like that's
It's like
something I could never witness.
Just call it preference and just keep it simple. But they want to, feel like they're actually separate. They don't want to belong to the default. Essentially, they want to be separate from it, as in they're special in a way. It's just literally just preference. That's all what it's about. But even that preference is given to you by other people. Basically, they tell you that there's this thing called that, and then you can also be it. Essentially, if you're like us, then you join. It's like a cultism. It's like a join us. Be part of the cult, and you create like groups, even though you can just call it preference and keep it simple. It's just new age bullshit. It's just brainwash. That's all what it's about. Because simply, like, say you're attracted to looks more than personality, as an example, even that's not really the case with everybody. And there's essentially something that opposes it. Doesn't mean that you're actually separate, just that you have preference. And preference, everybody has a preference. Literally, everybody has a preference for a certain thing. But they create those labels and create a separation, which is completely unnecessary. And that creates conflict and opposition. It is essentially control opposition in itself. Same thing with wars. Like this part having a preference of something and this other part having something that opposes it. Therefore, they get, they conflict each other, basically. That's what it's about. That's why they create all these gender words, whatever the fuck they call them. These labels are just completely pointless, really. They're just completely unnecessary.
Are we still talking about the sociopaths?
Sociopaths. Sociopath and psychopath. You could say that everybody really is a sociopath in a way, but when it's exaggerated, when you don't like something in somebody, you feel like they're ill to you because they can cause you harm, and therefore you perceive them as mentally ill. It's about perception, I think. But yeah, a lot of people, they're just the way they are, where they've been brainwashed to behave as the way that other people essentially, like say, they watch TV shows about psychopaths and so on. They are called psychopaths and they're deemed as bad people. Some people are just normal the way they are, but they want to be those other people so bad, start act by it, and therefore be diagnosed as, say, a sociopath or whatever, as an example, because they act by it. They go by the standard that those people gave them, essentially. The same thing with labels, just brainwash.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we are all different, yeah, but they don't really have to put labels on you just because you're somewhat different than another person. You are more of something, not something that is separate, because you're still a human. And humans are different in a way, but we all have the same base, that is nature. We go by nature. It's not like you're some other species or whatever and you are completely different. We still all have the same base, that is so-called humanity or nature. And we go by it. And another person, one affects another, and it just lingers through humanity. This existence that we're experiencing right now. And they just want to separate us, divide us, yeah, so that they create conflict, wars, and so on. It's really stupid and pointless.
Yeah, I'm not one to label myself, especially when it comes to relationships or what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
So,
where is everyone?
I don't know.
Well, that's good. I mean, we could all talk about stuff.
You're putting a label on this event, calling the ladies night, but there's still guys talking here, Isn't that the division?
Well,
you have to
no ladies are here yet, so we could all keep talking together.
Yeah, say whatever we want, yeah.
There's 2 of us at least.
3, I think. 4, maybe?
Yeah, 4.
About 3 or 4, I think.
Leon.
Yeah.
Are you a Glober flat earther?
No, I'm a flat earther. I've been here for about 3 days. Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. I've been here for, I think, a week now. Maybe more? I can't remember.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
At least a week, because you were at ladies' night last week.
Yeah, I can't remember if it's been... I think I got here Wednesday last week, so...
I think you ladies might have some interesting conversations with Leon. I think he's still in the universe a little bit. I think he talked about evolution, natural selection, this sort of thing. So you guys might have an interesting...
In what way? What do you mean by evolution?
Well, you're talking about, life coming about from a natural way the other night, and
Oh, well, I was
I
saying
said
that
that you were.
essentially nature gave birth from itself, essentially from within. Essentially, you could say nature is God. That's what I think. And we go by God.
Came
If you
from
utilize
apes.
nature, say it again.
You think we came from apes, though?
No, I don't think so. I
Okay,
don't know
cool.
what happened. I don't know because
Nope.
I haven't experienced evolution. I experience what is now, and I care about now. I don't care about what I've been told. I
Yeah, I
don't
haven't
know
experienced
what
it
evolution
either.
is real or not. Yeah, so you don't know. It's more like an assumption, really. The same thing with saying that there's a curvature. You haven't experienced it. You can never experience it, or you haven't experienced it yet. Therefore, you don't know it's true. You just a belief.
Yeah,
So
but
what should
I
matter
for a
is
fact we
what
didn't
you
come from
experience right
apes.
now,
Like
in the
that's
present, in the moment.
a no-brainer.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I don't believe in evolution in that way. Of course,
Mm-hmm.
we probably evolved some other way,
I
essentially
do
a condition, but
apologize.
not
I
in that way.
did not mean to
No, it's all right.
misrepresent your argument. I
No,
was
no.
trying to understand and listen carefully the past
Yeah.
few nights, but maybe I misunderstood some things. I apologize.
No, that's all right, man. Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Oh man. Is there any Glovers? I don't know what the procedure is to get anybody
We can
from
talk about anything. If there's no globals, we can
voice
just talk about
chat
any
or.
subject, really.
Oh, you do actually have one. He's called Pat92. He was here yesterday as well.
Oh, this
Yes,
guy.
indeed.
I remember you. Nice profile picture, Pat.
The one and
You
only.
also have a VC verified named Easy on. I don't know if you talked to them.
What?
Well, I talked yesterday, and he's not a troll, whatever, so you don't have to worry about him. He's actually just here to learn, discuss, have a conversation.
Who knows? Who knows? So, anyone believe in evolution or creationism? Creation, like.
I believe that nature created itself, so it is all from within, really. It's like, think of nature as a source, and all that happened is within itself, essentially.
Okay, I'm back.
Yeah.
How can nature create? How can anything create itself?
From within, it just happens. I mean, we can only speculate. That's the thing. But I think that this whole thing came from somewhere. It can't just come from nothing, because even nothing itself is still something. It is matter. Something. Nothing is more like a concept to describe something that we don't really comprehend much. So I think this whole thing is created by something that will be most likely nature. Essentially, that will be God. Essentially, how everything is. And when we talk about hell or heaven, I believe that I think that heaven and hell are essentially just health. How good you take care of yourself. If you say do something that you know that it's bad, you're not supposed to naturally do it. Like say GMO yourself or your food or whatever. Nature will backfire at you, and you experience hell. That essentially will be punishment. Your body, deteriorating and so on. Or say hurting your tribe, and your tribe are. Yeah.
Can we go back to?
Creation.
I mean, nothing is nothing by definition. It isn't something, and so how can what we observe, the physical, natural realm is things need to be caused by something else. So we philosophically run into the first cause problem, and nothing physical can be the first cause because physical things run down. I mean, that's a law of physics. So. And what I think is that the first cause must be supernatural. It can't be natural because natural things run down.
Some supreme being, basically something that defies natural laws. I don't think so.
Well, I don't know what else it could be because nature, as we observe it, can't create itself.
Well, it will be unnatural. That's the thing. But even unnatural, just still, nature itself, essentially, like nature, you could say it's like a general spectrum for everything. And there's a natural and unnatural in a way. It's like a tree that divides two things. It's like duality. But in reality, it is just one. It's about perception, what we perceive to be natural and unnatural, really. Because if you think about it, all of matter, essentially, where all of matter and whatever happens within, essentially, with that matter is just the way it is. It's just matter interacting with itself, essentially. Good, bad, they're all really just one. But we choose what to do in that nature. And when we make a mistake, nature backfires at us, essentially.
Well,
so you could say we
I just fundamentally don't see it that way. Yeah, what I see is I can observe that nature runs down and can't account for its own existence. Therefore, its cause must have been something not what we observe, which is the supernatural, is just what we call it. because it's not
Let's
natural.
say non-physical, basically.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that also be natural because it's still there by nature, by default? Why
No,
wouldn't it be?
because we can't define nature as everything. I mean, nature has a definition. It's the physical realm is what we call nature. And it's things that people didn't manufacture. So there's natural and there's
what do you mean by
artificial. Well, we got terms.
Like
I mean,
shit we build, I guess.
yeah, artificial is what we make.
Artificial is essentially sorcery, manipulating nature. You're still using nature. That's what you're doing.
But it's not its natural state. Like it's not something that came about.
Right. We got into this a long time
it was
ago
made
with someone
from
claiming that
someone.
a shoe is a natural phenomenon, and it isn't. Because
yeah,
we can't make any of our flat Earth arguments if we don't define our terms. And nature is opposed to both supernature and to artificial.
Okay, so
here's a way to think about it. Just real quick. So the genetic code, right, is supernatural. A tire is artificial or synthetic. A rock is natural, and the precision of the heavens is supernatural.
Works for me.
What do you mean by heavens exactly? What are you implying?
The skies.
Heavenly bodies. The stars, the sky.
Those light sources.
Yeah, but do the stars have to do with heaven?
Well, there's heavens in the general sense, and heaven as in where God is.
Yeah, based on beliefs, they're called fallen angels. Essentially, they fall from somewhere that will be considered heaven because they are light sources and everything emits light from the sky. Even the moon emits light and it has, heat levels. Basically, it's a cold light, essentially.
We're jumping topics
I get that.
here.
I get that, but if we're talking about a physical, natural world, I feel like the stars are just the light, and it has nothing to do with heaven. Like there's a point past that. That's where heaven would be. I mean, that's what I see.
Isn't light those stars within the physical that we perceive? Because we can only perceive physical, right? So we are within the physical realm, you may call it, and there's a non-physical realm. Is that what you're implying? Because they are within the same realm that we are in right now. We can actually see them with our physical eyes, that is.
Yeah, but I'm just thinking it's like another source, like the sun, just smaller, and it's just a way for us to see. Like, I guess it could be like a supernatural thing, of course, but I'm not sure if it's entirely connected to heaven. Like, I don't
Heavens
know, like
plural. Heavens plural is always meant the skies. We use a plural form. That's just how it is.
Okay. Well, then I guess I could see that.
Right, so when I said precision of the heavens, I wasn't really talking about the heavens so much as I was talking about the ornate precision that is the repeating cycles that we can witness with, such a great fine detail of precision. It's like a Swiss clock or a watch. This sort of precision we wouldn't expect to see from, just a random Big Bang where everything coalesced together in lucky lumps of matter created by gravity. So the Big Bang God and the gravity God, you would think that there would be, a lot more just chaotic randomness rather than this absolute precision where rocks can fall around each other for, like millions and billions and trillions of years without ever like bumping into each other somehow.
Oh, this is crazy. We're trying to understand where we came from. It's literally in our nature to do so. It's insane. We're doing the same thing right now. We're just replicating, essentially going by our nature, what we're doing right now, how it is meant to be. Trying to understand why we're here and where we came from and who we are and so on. It's pretty fascinating.
You're trying to figure out why we're here?
Yeah, essentially. Why we're here and who created us and so on.
It tells you in the Bible why we're here.
Yeah, but it's written by somebody again. That's the thing.
What's wrong with being fruitful and multiplying?
I did not say that it's not truthful, whatever that is. Well, yeah, I did not say that the Bible is wrong or right, whatever. I'm just saying that it is written by somebody.
But what do you think is the main purpose? What do you think the main purpose is? Our role?
I would say it is just experiencing, essentially. Experiencing, yeah. This life is about
I feel like that's
about
being
learning.
fruitful.
About just learning new things, essentially. Understanding like how you understood that the Earth is flat, essentially. Well, Yeah, let's not call it Earth. We can just call it whatever you want. That will be right to you, essentially. Like learning new things. I think that's what life is about. And experiencing, essentially learning, is fun.
Yeah, but that could be one of the ways of being fruitful on this world. Like,
in what way? What do you mean fruitful? What exactly?
Fruitful, meaning you appreciate where you are, what you're doing. Like you're learning, experiencing things. You're helping your neighbor. Just being an overall good man or woman. Yeah, like you're appreciating God's world, your world, whichever, however you think, and then you're multiplying, meaning you're having families and you're making your own stable, unified.
Cherish nature, essentially. Yeah, you celebrate it, essentially. You create, you utilize what nature gave you, your instinct to reproduce.
Yeah, like don't
more
destroy, build, create, all that stuff. And that's I believe that's our role. Like that we're supposed to be having families, we're supposed to have
I don't think that we
connection.
actually are able to create, by the way, because if you're essentially saying we create, it's like you're.
Well, a man and woman could create a baby. Like that's a creation.
We utilize our bodies. No, we utilize nature's creation essentially to make things. It's like saying you make toys. You don't actually create toys. You utilize what is already there for you by nature. It is presented.
Yeah, but if you weren't thinking about a fucking blueprint of how to put this toy together, that's not an accident either. That's creation as well. Like you can't have the music without the musician or the art without the artist.
Yeah, but you are.
Yes, of course, it's an illusion. Art and music can be somewhat of an illusion, but it's
no. I didn't say an illusion. I was just saying that.
Yeah, this is spiraling.
To utilize things, essentially, you are manipulating what is already there, and you think that you are creating things out of nothing or whatever.
That is creation, though.
Semantics all night. I mean, this is gonna go nowhere. It's just a philosophical debate and free association or something. It's not really a discussion.
You could go on the beach and you could make something with the sand. That's creation right there. It's something so simple. Even drawing a stick in the sand, that's creating something. Even if it gets washed away, you at least made something. Like it's simple. It doesn't have to be like what Level Up and I were talking about. Manipulation is taking something from nature and making something, and that is not natural, of course. Like that came, of course, from nature, but it's not something that will just like mold with nature.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like it's something that is it's almost like
you shape it. You shape the shape of nature, essentially.
But if we were to go back to the basics, like the vanilla, a building did not just sprout up out of nowhere in nature, unless you talk about like a rock formation. But
isn't it essentially just matter manipulating matter? It's like, say, you manipulating your own physical body. It's still your body doing things for its own self.
If an intelligence manipulates something, it's not natural.
Hey, Truth Seeker here. I just wanted to interject that a great person if you want to look at purpose in life and meaning in that as a side thing, that John Lennox, who's a mathematician at Oxford, talks about. He has a Christian perspective, but it's also philosophical, and he's great to listen to about those types of things about a purpose and nature versus man-made, and how DNA and the word, basically from the biblical perspective, God said it was good and created the world. So anyway, I really like him a lot. He's very funny too, and he's done a lot of great debates with atheists, so you get both perspectives. Googling that.
Yeah, so this brings me back to what I said earlier. Actually, it just makes me think when I said that essentially God will be something let's just call it nature creating something from itself, essentially, because it is manipulating itself. It is similar to what we are doing right now. We are creating essentially something within the creation itself. So it's like an egg giving birth to an egg that is happening within it, essentially, and it's constantly happening. That's what we are doing right now.
Well, if you want to. It's a question of terminology, really. You could say that God is the ultimate, or the creator, or and so that we are His creations, and we create also.
It's a creation within a creation, like I said.
Right, but I think that whatever created nature is not necessarily physical unless you're unless you're taking that definition and saying that nature is just all that is.
Yeah, it wouldn't like say, for example, say we give birth, we create, but nature wouldn't be given birth in a physical manner. It would be something that is beyond our comprehension, basically, like say non-physical in a sense, or maybe physical and non-physical at once, something like that, perhaps. Maybe we even do it physically and not physically at once, so we only perceive the physical because we are limited to the physical in some way.
I think it comes down. I think it comes down to just your worldview that something by some force we have been created. What mechanism is that? If you say it's natural, it still could be supernatural origin. Doesn't have to be a god. It could. What is nature then?
We just call it God. We just call it God as something that is really powerful, all powerful, all seeing.
Excuse me, can I say something?
Yeah.
Okay, so I just want to check, since you're not talking about flat Earth yet. Do you believe you live on a globe?
Who exactly?
You.
No, of course not. I already mentioned I'm a flat earther. Somebody already asked me.
Okay, do we have a glober in here to talk to, or what's happening with ladies' night?
We were talking about the roles of being here on Earth. And then we jumped into other things.
It's philosophy.
Yeah.
Okay, but since we are on live stream and this is being live streamed to YouTube, so we should try to keep this on topic,
Yeah, we were just waiting for all the ladies to join, and we got on the discussion of like evolution with Leon, or not evolution, but creation. Yeah,
explaining this this experience that we're experiencing right now, basically.
Not explaining per se.
Well, yeah.
Never explaining.
Well, either way, we should try to keep it on track.
Yeah,
all right, is Ladies' Night officially begun?
Yeah, most definitely.
I think so. There's a few
Great.
here.
Talk to all you ladies. I look forward to this every Friday.
I just want to say, Leon, we could totally like continue the discussion afterwards, like another time.
Yeah,
if you're cool with that.
Sure.
I'm actually all right with hearing you out. I just don't want to shut you off. Or
you guys can also go into chill chat and talk about it there. It's just since it's live stream, the rules are to keep it on topic. Yeah. So if Globers come listening in, they're not listening to something that might push them away. Because not everybody's open-minded, and if a closed-minded person is coming here, they need to be hit with facts.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
Sorry to mob you guys, but since it's Ladies' Night, it's kind of my job to keep everything going straight.
No, it's all right. It's understandable.
All right. I'm starting the event. The next word should be a lady introducing Ladies' Night. Kabam!
Well, everyone, welcome to Ladies' Night. We're very happy to have you here, and we have a great collection of ladies to listen to. And hopefully we'll get some Globers in here to flat smack. So, any ladies want to say anything?
Just that I'm happy to be here.
Me too.
Excellent.
Yeah, I thought there would be more ladies today. Guess everyone's a little busy.
It's ebb and flow, Sometimes the ladies are busy, and it's close to Easter, and whenever it's close to a holiday, the ladies get more busy. Families and stuff.
Yeah,
it's a beautiful day where I am, so I'm out in my car enjoying this flat Earth.
Yeah, why would you
drive along?
Yeah, why wouldn't you want to enjoy a beautiful Friday day?
Yeah, I think that ever since I became, I was technically a globe skeptic, and I think that's my tag. But I think I'm solidly now in the flat earthers camp. So I'm a total convert. It's just the accumulation of everything that I've been reading. I think that when you go down this path, there's no other conclusion.
You're roboting.
Even though you're roboting, I agree with everything I heard from you so far, because I said to Drace, who was sitting right next to me when we first heard you, I was like, "Oh, she's gonna see the truth fast. This is smart one. It's a logical one."
Oh yeah. Can I say something while she's roboting real quick? I think it's weird that we have tens of thousands of satellites, tons of towers everywhere, but we still get shitty connection anywhere on Earth. You'd think by now that all of those satellites would be able to take care of that by now, but it's kind of making me wonder, are there satellites up there? Because this connection is still pretty shitty in 2022, guys. I don't know.
Yeah,
me.
whenever
It's obviously the
like,
phone.
oh, it's all the satellites. I'll just talk about that connection. Good point.
Yeah, I just went through a dead spot.
Yeah, I'm saying, how are there dead spots? Like, how many satellites are supposed to be up there? So, yeah, anyway.
But we can hear you better now. You can finish your point, Phil.
Well, right now I'm at the doggy daycare, so I'll be off for a few minutes while I collect my puppy.
To be fair, there's no coverage over the North Pole or the South Pole because satellites can't go there, just to be fair. So there'll be blackouts near those areas, says NASA.
Why can't they go there?
Good thing we're not there.
They're not allowed, I guess. The orbits aren't correct that way.
But
Hey, so anybody
because
seen
of the electromagnetic field or something like that. It's weaker at the pole, so you get all the sun radiation, something like that.
I'm not
So
sure
you
what it
can
would
go
have
to
to.
South Pole to get destroyed. I don't know.
I don't know. It as far as being able to have a quote unquote orbit, there's nothing in the magnetic field that seems to matter because if you'll ever look at a map of worldwide magnetic fields, they can be pretty bizarre sometimes. They don't just go nice and straight, the lines of force. And so the only thing is at the poles, if there are true magnetic poles, then the compass would almost be vertical at that point because that's how magnets work. The lines of force go in straight at the poles of any magnet. So I don't know what that has to do with anything's alleged orbit, which, as far as I know, never had anything to do with magnetism. Does anybody else know any connection?
Sounds about right to me.
Yeah, Dre's posted the map of magnetic fields, and there's some parts where it's like going sideways. Yeah, hold on. There's some place where it's going sideways, pretty much. So how does anything? And that supposedly, well, don't they say that most things orbit like for some reason around the equator, and the magnetic lines are going every which way. So I wouldn't think that's the reason. I just think that they don't have their satellites running in the really cold environments. I don't know.
The magnetic field is protecting us. So at the pole there is none, so no protection.
I don't know what you're saying.
Did you say something about the core?
The magnetic field is not present at the pole. So no protection at the pole, so full destruction. I don't know.
Protection from what?
The sun radiation.
Just say again, please.
Sun.
I couldn't hear what he said. Did you guys hear the whole word?
The sun.
Sun radiation. He just needs to talk a little slower.
Are you talking about the sun?
I mean, that's what they say.
No,
The field is supposed to protect us from all the radiation of the sun.
Oh, radiation.
Something like
I think
that.
that's
Well, you can
partly.
Google it. It's their word, not mine.
Yeah, but
Well,
why
the
do we
thing
need
is,
protection from the sun? What's the sun doing?
Supposedly,
Because,
I mean,
you
how
can
far
get
away does the
sunburn
magnetic field
like
go?
that when you get too hot.
Sunburn?
I mean, sunburn is not healthy.
Can you guys hear me?
Well, yeah, I hear you, Level Up.
Oh, okay.
Well, I
Yeah, I
mean,
was just saying.
I don't think
Oh, go ahead.
getting sunburned is unhealthy.
Well,
It's a buildup.
I never
I
like
also
it.
like to
It's
hear
like a
what Level Up
tolerance
was saying,
level.
'cause he was trying to speak throughout this whole
Hmm?
Can I hear what you were trying to say, Level Up?
I was just saying that we were talking about satellites, and I wondered why they don't go over the North Pole or the South Pole, and the answer seemed to be the Earth's magnetic field would interfere, and then it got on to the topic of it's protecting us from something that maybe this protection doesn't exist at the poles. Which I'm like, well, what elevation are these satellites that the magnetic field still protects them wherever they are? I still don't see the connection between magnetic fields at the poles and why satellites can't go there. I mean, I don't know. That seemed to be the point that was trying to be made. And I just don't see what the connection is between a magnetic field and why satellites don't go to the poles.
Yeah, it doesn't connect.
Well, they got to, right?
Well, I don't know.
So if I remember, sorry, I was just to say, if I remember correctly, in school, I was taught that the air protects you from the radiation, not the
scatters.
Yeah, the scatters in the air, because that's why you get sunburns more if you're high up on a mountain and stuff like that, and you have to put on sunblock if you're going high up. I remember hearing that when I was a kid, but I never heard anything about magnetic field doing it.
UV protection from UV radiation, but I don't know what radiation satellites need protected from. I mean, it's not like they're going to get
You
sunburns.
said it was from sunburn type thing, so it's UV, right? But yeah, again, why would they need protection from that? That's a good point.
And why would you sunblock on a cold mountain?
So you don't sunburn?
But it's like, it's colder the higher you go.
Yeah, but you're more
Doesn't affect
covered up.
whether you get sunburnt or
You
not.
still get sunburnt?
Yeah, I live in Iceland and I can still get sunburnt. Doesn't mean it's very hot here.
Yeah, but I don't think it's overall winter there every
Yeah, it's
season,
not always
is it?
winter, but I'm telling you, when it's still cold here and you can get goosebumps, you can still get sunburnt in the face.
But I'm talking about like an actual like mountain like Everest or something. Like, would you need a sunblock going up that high mountain?
I would recommend it personally, but I don't do much mountain climbing. I just remember when we were going on a trip and we were going to hike a mountain, they were like, remember to put on your sunscreen before you go up there, because
so that's like an actual that's advice you're given when you go mountain climbing.
Yeah,
like I said, it was a field trip with school, and they advised
like when you
to put it
go
on
over
before.
the glaciers, because the
I mean,
glaciers are all white. They reflect the light up, and so they get
Is that Drace?
very easily in the face.
Yeah, Trace is next to me. He had a good point. Yeah, when you go out in the glaciers, you'll also get the recommendation to put on sunscreen, because, like you said, it reflects off the glacier.
Okay.
But I still don't know what it has to do with satellites.
The thing is, it doesn't. It didn't logically follow. It's like going from elbows to rainbows.
Yeah.
But they gotta have some
unicorn and rainbow
satellites.
parts are pretty much the same, right?
Like whether
same as
they
gravity, at least.
have some kind of portable Wi-Fi unit or something. Like, there's people in Antarctica who would need a satellite or some connection, right? Like, there's scientists there.
Well, if you have, for instance, like underwater
Nobody lives there.
cables, like most
Yeah,
places
but
use,
under ice?
or if you have a high tower, or if you
That's
have
what I mean. They
subsystem
must have
antennas.
built something. They probably built a tower or a balloon above them. So I think there's I mean, at least there's something.
So what if you
There's
went there and
plenty
used
of
a
ways.
satellite phone and it worked?
What'd you say?
I said, what if you went to wherever you just said and you tried your satellite phone and it worked? Would that prove that they're satellites?
Either
that
a
would prove
tower,
that there's
satellite.
a thousand satellites above, which are above our heads.
I don't think it
Yeah, I
proves
know,
either.
but I was being facetious. I'm sorry.
we're supposed to answer anyway. So, but the thing is that, yeah, I mean, think about like the military has submarines that go under the North Pole, supposedly under the ice, and whether there's ice there, who knows? But how would they navigate if they're relying on GPS, which has to come from satellites? If there aren't any satellites at the North Pole, how do they navigate in there? I mean, either there's some kind of, if GPS requires satellites, then anything like, especially a submarine, how are they navigating? I mean, they're deep underwater. How's that satellite getting to them in the first place? In the second place, if they can't go over the North Pole because of magnetism, then how does any communication or navigation happen there? Or maybe nobody really goes there. That's why they don't need a satellite. Nobody goes there. They just figured it out.
Got to be portable or built tower. Something physical on the ground. It's got to be. Unless they do have a balloon above them, which I don't think would be impossible.
No.
Would it?
I don't know why not. I mean, supposedly they have craft on Mars that use a parachute basically to come down without any atmosphere. How did that work?
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of questions, and that's what I prefer to do in any of this is play offense, because it's much easier as a debate strategy. If we're trying to promote something, what we first need to do is get people to question the status quo and put them on the hot seat, because you can be kept there forever, and we're used to wanting to defend our different idea. And we need to be aware of the tactic that if we're kept on the, under interrogation the whole time, no progress will be made. And we'll sit here forever trying to defend our viewpoint instead of making them defend theirs. So that's why I try to bring up things like, okay, you say GPS is how ships navigate and submarines navigate. You also tell me there are no satellites at the North Pole, yet we know there are submarines there. How does that work? And let them deal with figuring it out. That's why we ask them, show us the curve, show us how air pressure, gas pressure works next to a giant vacuum. Show us how the Earth is spinning, how do pendulums work. Why does only the Foucault pendulum tell us anything about Earth motion, but not a gazillion other large pendulums larger than the Foucault, like construction cranes, I mean? Those are huge, and they don't, the end of the crane doesn't swing all around because of Earth motion, and yet they want us to believe that only one pendulum in the world tells us about Earth motion. Those are the kinds of things we need to ask them, and they need to defend and not go off into la la land trying to get us to look at star motion or something like that. And gravity, for crying out loud, gravity has nothing to do with Earth shape. If we get them talking about gravity, if they get us talking about gravity, it's just a giant red herring, and they're amusing themselves.
It's also shifting the burden of proof. Because if you let them draw you into the weeds, they're basically running away from the fact that the globe doesn't have any proofs and it's just a belief. When they're doing that, I think it's nice to take them through the 3 points. Just ask them, do you have any evidence of any of this at any point?
Right.
It's also a good litmus test. Sorry, I was just going to say, it's also a good litmus test of honesty, because if they can't concede that they only believe it and insist on that they know, even if they have no proof, then it's not worth talking too much.
Right, because I'd say at least half, probably more, of people who come to any flat Earth server are not there because they honestly want to talk about it. They're there because they amuse themselves by making us jump through hoops for them, for their entertainment. So we need to be aware of that and make sure that they always play defense, because it isn't our burden of proof to prove their model. But that's what they want us to do all the time.
Yeah, show them it's a belief and then prove how we've disproven it. And then they got jack shit.
Do we have anyone who is new here? Wants to talk about
Rachel
it?
K.
Oh,
Rachel K.
another lady? Hi, Rachel. Rachel's new?
Yeah, she's not VC verified, so someone has to unmute her.
Welcome, Rachel.
They said she's not unmuted yet.
That's okay. I'm just saying welcome. I'm sure she hears me.
Oh, Trace got it.
You could probably press
M. Her mic if she can hear us. Hey, Rachel.
Yeah.
You can unmute if you want to say hi.
Yeah, you could. I think you could press M, or you could click yourself and say unmute. Right-click yourself.
If you don't respond, we will put you back on mute. So even if you don't want to say anything, just say hi and say I don't want to talk. Otherwise, we'll just mute you right away.
Bottom left should have a little microphone that has a red line through it. If you click on that, you'll unmute. Then you can speak.
I got it.
There you go. Cool.
Sorry.
All good.
Yeah, I just like listening to y'all. It's like a little podcast. So.
Yeah.
I'm trying to talk to my family about this, and they just think I'm a kook.
They think you're a kook?
Yeah, they think I'm crazy.
Oh, well, same here. Relatable at this point. But yeah, welcome. What do you think about Flat Earth?
Things I can.
Oh, you're cutting out.
You have a bad connection.
Yeah.
There you go. Try again.
Hold on. Is that better? About with the globe and everything?
So far, so good.
All right. Well, I'm going to get to some housework. Okay. Go back on mute.
All right. Nice to have you here.
Oh, I was saying, I just like to listen.
Yeah, it's all good. If you just want to listen, that's cool.
People bring up different talking.
We couldn't quite pick up what you said there, but
I think she said she likes what other people bring up, like the topics we bring up. That's all good, Rachel. Anyone else though? Anybody new to the server? Thought I saw someone who didn't have any roles. Who was that?
Let's see.
It's pretty quiet today.
Yeah.
Where'd Truth Seeker go?
Did she say she had to go do something? Or is that someone else?
Maybe it was her.
Someone was picking up a puppy from doggy daycare. I remember that.
Oh,
specifically.
right. That's got to be it.
Eating puppies.
That's got to be it. I'm
on my phone, so it's hard for me to find who's in the VC who doesn't have stuff. So I'll be here if you need a mod, I guess, or help with anything. But I can't find people.
I feel like the only one that is somewhat new is Pat92, but his accent's so strong.
Enough trouble figuring out what people are saying as it is.
Yeah.
I think if he spoke a bit slower, it would be easier to understand.
All right. Should we give him another chance?
I understood only every third word, though, so I'm going to go with neutral on that.
Pat,
Well,
are
anybody
you
have
there?
a fun real life flat smack this week? Anything interesting happen there?
Sorry, what were you saying?
I was just going to say, well, we could read off garbage from the YouTube chat. The ballers like to sit there.
Fair enough. So AI is suggesting we talk about Dave versus Dave. Did any of you see that?
I saw it as much as I could stand to listen to.
Oh, same. The freaking sophist and his fucking duper's grin. Shit-eating grin. Oh,
Oh
hated
yeah, cringe is the word. I mean, first of
You should
all,
have heard me yelling.
the channel owner, supposedly quote unquote moderator who didn't do a thing, him and I'm going to call him Pretender Dave, just sat there with this grin on their face like the people on the ISS, you know, like they're on some kind of substance that makes them grin as big as they can all the time. And that's all they did, you know. I mean,
it's the shit-eating grin, I'm telling you. Like, I was yelling at the TV who was right next to me. I ended up jumping in the chat and finding the shit on my phone just because I was getting so mad at this. If he was a moderator, then I'm a potato. He didn't moderate anything. One time he asked or did anything, he tried to ask a leading, loaded question, which was just so bad. I was just, oh my God, why is he even there?
Yeah, it was basically 3-on-1. And to his credit, Dave Weiss does a good job of conversing or introducing Flat Earth to people, but he is not a debate skilled person from that example.
Oh my God, yes. I so agree. Because I was saying this to Trace. I was like, he's too nice. He's way too nice. He's letting him walk all over him. Because whenever he would insinuate or say fallacious strawmans or do something nasty, manipulative little tactics, he would just move on without addressing it. And that's like acquiescing to it. That's like saying, yeah, you're right. All of this bullshit you just said about me is true. And he would just go, nuh-uh, and then accuse him of doing it. And he projected all his sophistry onto him. And he didn't even say, no, you're the one who's doing it. He doesn't know what it's called, so he just said, stop being a dick. And that, of course, didn't work because he just uses that as more ammo. This guy is not used to dealing with narcissists. He's too used to dealing with normal, healthy people.
Yeah, I was calling him Projector Dave and all sorts of things in the chat. But yeah, I mean, it wasn't what Dave Weiss is used to. It's not the same kind of environment, and it was just waving a red cape in front of a raging bull because they were not there to have a conversation. They were there to have fun at his expense, and he let them. And it was just painful.
I got so mad. That's the only reason why I got so mad. I hate when you see somebody being manipulated and abused in a way where they don't even fucking realize. Because, like, I know what it's like to live with a narcissistic, manipulative type and not know what it is and not understand why everything's being so twisted and why they're not just talking to you like a person. He kept asking him and appealing to him to just talk to him like a human being. But he doesn't understand that he doesn't think like a human being. So you can't appeal to them like they're a conscientious person who has a good heart, who's going to understand and empathize and sympathize with somebody. No, he's there to be nasty. He's there to be mean. And you can see that Duper's delight in that shit-eating grin because he knows he's falling for the ruse that he's there for debate when he's not.
Yeah, it was an ambush. I mean, that's what all of the baller channels do that I've noticed is they always, I'm not saying that Dave Weiss is low-hanging fruit, but that's what they normally do is they pick people who they know will not be good at debate and use them as example after example of just how stupid these flat earthers are. I mean, I do know that Nathan Oakley has challenged Pretender Dave to an actual real debate. That would be good.
I'd love if Witsit took him on because he would nail him to the cross on every sophistry, every manipulative tactic, every fallacious argument. He would nail him on, and he wouldn't let him freaking get away with it and just wally away and waffle away and gallop into the next thing of ad homs astrama. It just made me so much messier. sorry.
Pretender Dave's mic up way louder than anyone else's. So every time he said, yeah, that's right, you know. Yeah, he just walked all over him every possible way.
He interrupted everything that that Flat Earth Dave said, or David, and he kept interrupting every time. And the moderator says nothing the whole time. I was getting so mad. And the fact that the other guy's so nice that he's like not interrupting the asshole at all when he's even doing the gish gallop and the waffling and the ad Thompson things. And I'm like, that's just being nice in a bad way. This is being a doormat. I was like, stop being a doormat. I yelled it at the TV a little bit.
So was the moderator on the Globe side? Is that the bias?
Absolutely.
Oh, well, that makes sense. Yeah, it's unfair, but they probably didn't talk about who should be the modder. Or
Oh, no. They said in the beginning, they're like, oh, I'm the moderator. They're each going to get this much time to talk, and we're going to take turns talking. And they frame it like you're going to have an actual debate.
Yeah,
then,
an even debate.
whenever the other guy's supposed to answer a question or say anything, he gets over-talked, he gets ad homs, he gets fallacious shit, and the moderator never stops him.
That's what I mean. Like,
with the entire thing, and at the end, the only thing the moderator asked or did was ask a leading question of the flat earther, where it's like, so you believe in the flat earth because of this kind of thing.
They need someone who's unaware of whose side, you know, like they if they're gonna have a debate like that again, like if they could learn from that, they definitely need someone who's up to learning both sides, not choose someone who's the other.
You just have to be neutral. You can have a stance on it. It's agreeing with one guy or the other.
They got to make sure who they pick is neutral. Like, I feel like maybe they left the decision to the Globe side to pick the moderator.
Like Dre said, so long as you get somebody who's educated in logic, someone who actually knows how this works, you're pretty much set, because they're going to be like, oh, wait, we have to follow the structure of debate. Oh, wait, we have to follow logic. And even if they're a Glober, when you have someone like that, they'll be saying to the Glober, you're using a fallacious argument, make a new argument that actually uses logic, because they believe that argument exists, so they'll be demanding that of the Glober, but the Glober's never going to have it, and eventually the moderator's going to be like, this guy's a dumbass. That's how you have a logical moderator.
Even though that happened, did it look like Dave was like the most civil and like, did it look like they were bullying him and he actually stayed, you know, respectful? Because that's usually a good thing.
Going. Yeah,
because you could see
everybody else was being a dick.
Yeah, and that's usually a good thing out of a bad situation, when the flat earther stays at a level-headed manner and they don't really take the bait.
Yeah, but at the same time, if you don't understand the sophistry being used in the manipulative tactics that the sophist is applying in the situation, that means you might be like, the flat earther is a nicer person and the Glober's a dick, but the Glober's obviously smart and the flat earther can't fight his arguments. Ha ha ha. So they're going to think the flat earth is stupid because he's throwing ad homs and straw men and making it look like his position is different than what it is and making him look like a retard. And of course, he's going to look like he's losing if he doesn't say, no, my stance is not this retarded straw man you built. My stance is what I said, not the words you twisted. This is completely ridiculous. But if you don't say that, you're going to sound like a retard, even if you sound like a nice retard.
But there's some people who think that even if you make good argument, like, it just, some people just can't see it or they can't understand, even though it's common logic. So I don't think it was, you know, a fair fight, but I think logical people will actually take it from, I don't know, they'll take it somewhere.
It also just depends on, like, for instance, you can be extremely intelligent and extremely logical, but if you're not good with social interactions, then you're not good at picking up on manipulations, for instance.
Like, for example,
and you might get carried away with the emotional thing in it, where you can see incredibly smart people doing extremely stupid things because they let their emotions control them.
Like, my mom and I, we watched that Lost History of Flat Earth, the 7-hour video. And even though he was bringing up good facts, my mom was laughing at it and she just didn't understand. She couldn't wrap her head around it. And I think that would happen even if Dave was on a good, debate and showed proof. Like, there's things that people just can't pick up on no matter how hard you try.
I'm very good debate.
Wonder if there's
He's of course had many good debates. Let's just point that out because I don't want to trash like Flat Earth Dave. He's really good. He does a good job. Just want to point that out. But yeah, there's always going to be those outliers, and especially if it's really like rooted in you, this belief, then you're going to hit the cognitive dissonance. And for instance, laughing at things because they don't want to take the moment to process and properly understand it.
It's like uncomfortable.
Hey, Truth
Well,
Seeker here.
and I
I
think
I really wanted to like do a poll of, maybe through like the David Weiss's Flat Earth clock, and do a poll and find out what are the strongest arguments, the most logical ones that are resonating with people that we're all convinced, but so maybe we don't have that perspective, but maybe there's a way to find out what is resonating and have some sort of logical progression of an argument that is understandable. Maybe we can, with the data, we might be able to find a way where it's kind of short and sweet. And I know everybody's different, but just a thought that there might be commonalities that are more persuasive.
Actually, this is actually giving me a good idea. But yeah, you can go ahead first.
We have to be aware of the situation too. What David Weiss walked into is trying to be a nice guy in a biker bar. You're just going to get beat up. It has nothing to do with the strength of anybody's argument or how well behaved he was, because well behaved is a bad thing in that kind of an environment. So if we want to have a civil debate, we can't have it at a place like that, with an opponent like that, who really doesn't know anything, pretends to be a professor, and had nothing but ad homs.
Well, that's true. But I wasn't thinking of that. I was just thinking about in general of like talking to family members.
Yeah, that gave me a great idea, because it's true that a lot of different flat earthers have a lot of different family members, and different approaches work well for different types of people. Especially like you need to figure out, are they emotionally invested, or is it just because of the peer pressure? Is it a societal thing? Are they afraid of being different? Is it conformism? Is it a psychological thing where they're like, oh no, I believe it so strongly because of this childhood memory?
Or religious reasons.
Yeah, or religious reasons, yeah.
Like the pastor said it was a globe.
Yeah, the pastor said it was a globe. Yeah. But either way, different things work for different people, and we have different success stories. So if we had like a channel or a chat where we could share different stories and different ways that work for different type of people, where we describe my relative is a little bit like this, their personality is a bit like this, and they like these types of things, so I did it like this, and that worked like this. Or like, oh, I tried to do it like that, and this is the hiccup I encountered, so be careful not to do that. Like, we could maybe share and help each other with these kinds of things. It would be nice to have that kind of channel.
I think too, most people in general don't want to talk about science at all. They just want to believe what's on the TV. I don't know what you can do about that,
Oh, that's why it's so nice to go over the different types of approaches. That's why, for instance, a different truth, not flat Earth, for instance, if you get them interested in a truth that most of the public doesn't know, and all of a sudden they get into the whole truther category a little bit, and they understand, not everything's known by the public, and there are some secret things. That's why the thing that's been going on the last 2 years has also brought us some truthers, because that opened some eyes. And you can, for instance, do the soft reveals and then slowly bring them into the flat Earth realization. And then there's the thing where you can slowly drop hints, because just like they try to program us, you can do the same to your family members. Drop small hints, point out things in teachable moments where you're like, oh, that's strange. You see how the moon and the sun are in the sky? Did you notice how the shadow's not corresponding with the placement of the sun? Look at the angle. The shadow should be right here, right? And the person will be like, yeah, that's weird. And then you point out other little things. You're like, it's funny. I remember learning in school that the globe is supposed to be this big, but you see that island over there? That's this many miles away. We shouldn't be able to see that. And then you just talk about it like you're both discovering something at the same time, and you can lead them slowly into the realization. It doesn't have to be a hard reveal where you get flat smacked into it. Some people need the soft, patient, gentle approach. Just like with children, each person has their own different thing that works for them. Some people learn visually, some people learn auditory. We are different, and we need different approaches.
Yeah, I would like actually to kind of put like a very short video together of what's already out there and do a couple different ones and then go in the public and just see, if it kind of like take an inventory first of where they are and what they believe in, but do they believe that the government wouldn't lie, or that kind of stuff, and then show them something very short and see where they are afterwards. See if that moves the needle a little bit. It would be interesting.
Yeah, that's a great idea, because you can also frame it like a social experiment, so they're not going to fight you as a flat earther. You're just like, hey, I'm looking into the social aspect of cognitive dissonance and cognitive biases and different things like this. Could you take this small survey for me? And then you just throw that out. I freaking love this. Great idea.
Yeah, exactly. And then tell them about the Bitcoin challenge. Get them really.
Yeah, monetary incentive. I like your thinking, girl.
Yeah, I think I'll work on that and just go to the local universities and just kind of say, hey, I'm just doing, social studies, like you said, questionnaire. See what happens.
Now I'm starting to want to do this. I have too many projects already, but I gotta start doing flat earth activism in Iceland with Trace. We've been talking about it, but life just keeps you busy.
Yes, I'd rather be busy than not at all. Although I do enjoy when I have found time when somebody cancels, and I'm like, I have got a little breather.
Oh, yeah. Those are the best. And you're like, all of a sudden, they're like, oh, actually, you don't have to show up tomorrow. We're going to be closed because of this reason. You're like, I get a whole free day. I can go to the store and buy things for the club for work. Lol, I just realized if I had free time, I'd still be spending it on getting stuff ready for work.
I just found out through one of the videos on Glowbusters that they repeated the Michelson-Morley test in 1986 or the 1980s. I hadn't known about that. I'm wondering if anybody has more information on that.
Not me.
Yeah, that I'll do some research on that because
Wixit has something on it. I know he has extensive database. And I think he's on the Globebuster show sometimes, so that might be doable.
what are some people's favorite channels? So hard to find things. Might be nice to have a list somewhere. I know the app has it, but I'm just wondering if there's others that this forum likes to go to.
Wasn't there like FE tools, FE introduction, stuff like that in here? And I know there's a kind of a wiki page. I forget where the link is for that.
Oh, great. Well, yeah, I'm new to Discord and I'm on the phone, so it's not that easy to navigate.
Right. Yeah, I'm looking at FE tools. There's a whole bunch of stuff in there. It's one of the last channels in the list.
Oh, thank you.
Mm-hmm. And there's just above that is FE introduction videos. I know that somewhere there's a link to a wiki, but I don't see that one yet. I always like to summarize important information. That's why I got into doing, well, my website and videos. It's on Bible and stuff, but I thought, people won't find this information on their own because most people either don't have the time or the interest to look things up like that. They want, especially if you want to persuade them, you need to make it easy for them to find where they need to be.
Right.
I know Taboo Conspiracy used to have a site because I made it for him way back years ago, but he took it down and there was wherever he was hosting it was way too expensive, and I said, hey, we can do this for almost free, but he got busy and never got back on it unless he has, and I didn't know about it. But he had a really good idea of just cataloging things, making it a reference library, basically, where you could have videos or documents and where you could find more information and stuff like that.
Yeah, that'd be great.
It could be a collective project. I mean, supposedly that's what the idea of a wiki is. You can collaborate on it, but it would need to be advertised more. It's like, I don't even know where it is right now.
It'd also be nice if there were upvotes so the people could kind of scan down and see what was most recommended or popular or something.
Right. There needs to be, like any other information anybody would present, it needs to be a welcome splash page, whatever you want to call it, and a nice imagery and an introductory, not just welcome to our site, but something to the effect that this is what this site is all about. If you're looking for such and such, you've come to the right place. And here's our features, things that we suggest for starting and all that sort of thing, like a self-guided tour.
I was thinking like a timeline.
Timeline?
Yeah, a historical timeline of different events and different people of note and different studies and things like that.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, like a brief history. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, because not many people know about all the debates in the 1900s and
right.
Yeah, and it would be interesting to put on the timeline the resurgence in the 2010s.
And truth about things that they've been told, like, did Eratosthenes actually exist? Why doesn't his so-called experiment prove anything?
Right, and the treaty and the testing and all that.
Right. Box Ops posted a link to the wiki. It's at 15 minutes after the hour, so just a couple minutes ago.
Great, thank you.
I think that would be as good as anything, but I think also besides the wiki, we need, like I said, like an introductory thing with, people like websites with nice photos on them and things like that.
Looks like a pretty chill night so far.
Okay. Oh, Truth Seeker has company. That's the thing. You pick up puppies or whatever and you get company. And I also agree with Glatflo keeps posting, there's no debate, where is the curve? That's really always where we should start, because if we get into spin or gravity or pressure next to a vacuum, it's so easy to get red herring off to other things, and they keep trying to reverse burden of proof and make us prove things. But if we just say, show us the curve, demonstrate the curve, measure the curve, don't calculate the curve or theorize the curve, it'll never get off that question. I know in the past some people have been annoyed that I wouldn't leave the question because it wasn't answered, it wasn't demonstrated. At the same time, I mean, that's even a non-scientific question, so-called, because it doesn't take any kind of, putting people off who the average person doesn't care at all about science. All you'd have to do is say, I don't see the curve. Do you see the curve? How do you know there's a curve?
I would just love to see this debate in court, even though, like, that's also, like, a corrupt society. I would just want to witness that, like, someone trying to prove the globe with lawyers and see how much research they put into it. Of course, it would probably be rigged, but
yeah, that's the problem.
It'd be awesome if they actually found out, like, oh, we can't solve or prove anything. That'd be such a pinnacle moment.
What I expect them to do is bring in their quote-unquote expert witnesses, subject matter experts who would be mainstream astronomers, looking at everything but Earth, and get them to say, like people do when you present the sextant argument, right? And it's not really an argument, it's just, this is how sextants work. And they would get people to do the mainstream thing, which is, yeah, I know the book says you're using you can't triangulate without a triangle with flat sides, but we're making allowances for the great circle of the Earth, where we use math to get around the problem of no flat surfaces, and they would snow people. That's what they would do with their expert witnesses, because, like you said, we all know that in courts of law, who wins is the one with the best lawyer and the most crooked judge.
Yeah, true.
Chat, somebody's like, well, you can't, what about tides? They prove a ball. No, they don't. Not even the standard model is right about tides. They don't, supposedly it's the moon, but there's too many exceptions. And I'm not an expert on tides. I don't live near the ocean or anything like that, but it's my understanding that even large lakes don't have tides. Something to do with salt water. I understand electricity and physics, so that makes sense to me, rather than the moon, because if the moon is pulling on the Earth has much more mass, is 4 times the size. Why the moon would pull up the water and not other things that are lighter than water doesn't make any sense. Why the sun hasn't pulled the moon into its orbit instead of letting it go around the Earth, that doesn't make any sense. And they'll say distance, and then you're in a gravity argument, which is way too far down the road. We just need to keep them to, how do you know that the moon has anything to do with tides? Is correlation causation? Because that's basically what the base of that argument is. They say, well, look, the moon does this and the tide goes up. That's correlation. That's not causation. And if we know those things, we can do a better job of shutting down those objections. Because people, even average person who doesn't want to talk about science, will say the tides are caused by the moon because that's what they were told.
Oh, if you look in chat, posted a picture of tidal nodes.
Oh, okay. For some reason my
tide circle the tidal nodes or something like that. And he knows this stuff better than me, but I remember him talking about it, so I was like, wasn't there something like tidal nodes? And he was like, yep. I mean, if you see October that, you're like, how is the moon causing this? But, I mean, they can't really connect those two.
I was looking at that first tide picture, the globe claim where Dre's posted that, and granted, nothing's to scale, but the idea, I mean, that works for most people. They wouldn't question that picture.
So if there is a full moon, it doesn't affect tides at all, right?
I don't know, but if anybody said it did, I'd be like, wait, the moon is there no matter how lit up it is, or isn't.
Or how close it is, right?
Yeah.
This has been a pretty chill ladies' night, though. We're not getting a lot of
I'm surprised.
Can I offer something into this conversation?
Who's speaking?
This is Less Than Proton.
Sure. What's your question?
So I did happen to catch a little bit of that flat Earth debate with the two Daves that you were talking about earlier, and I thought it was very interesting. And I haven't gone back to really take a look at it again. You've got Professor Dave, right, was speaking for the globe model, right? And you had the other flat Earth model. Do I have that right?
If it was with Professor Dave, then no wonder it went downhill. Makes sense now.
Right. Right.
But I think that's right.
That other guy's name, because it was just recent. That other guy's name was Dave. Is that right?
I think his real name is David, but he's called Flat Earth Dave. But I'm not 100% sure.
Flat Earth Dave, right? And I'm sorry, I don't speak well.
That's all right. No worries.
But thank you. You know, I thought they made a really good point, something I had not thought of. I happen to be one person who happened to see on August 21st, 2017, the reported total solar eclipse. Is there anyone here who saw that?
Well, I saw him. It was like 90%, 95% where I was.
I happened to travel to the path of totality because I had heard that when the eclipse starts, that the light that comes off the sun changes, and then during totality, it was actually pretty interesting because you got to see stars come out. And where I was at, I was in a like a state park or a county park in Missouri, which had water and trees, and the crickets started to chirp and things like that, because of course they thought that it was nighttime. I thought that
pretty cool.
oh yeah, it was awesome. It was it was nice to see. The only thing I didn't like was the drive back. The drive back. I live near Chicago, and my spouse and I we traveled to like I said, the path of totality. It only took us like 6 or 7 hours to get there. It took us about 18 hours to get back because of the traffic. It was just horrendous. It was well worth it, though. Flat Earth Dave pointed out. Does anyone here know what Earthshine is?
Yeah.
So, like during a really small new moon, okay, as you see the Earth and the moon, you see the moon on the horizon, and you'll see an outline of the moon when it's in its really small crescent phase, and it's reported that that outline is the Earth producing light shining on the moon, and it's reflecting back. I think I have that correct. They made the point that during a total solar eclipse, you should actually be able to see a lot of the moon. It should be illuminated even during a total solar eclipse, because you would expect to see a good amount of Earth shine. And of course, seeing pictures of it and even seeing it live, I don't recall seeing any Earth shine then. So I thought that was a pretty good point. So during a new moon, you see some Earth shine, but you don't actually see any Earth shine at all during a total solar eclipse. So that was pretty convincing. And that's all I wanted to say. Thanks.
Yeah, I think the standard knee-jerk response is, well, it's such a high contrast between the sun and the moon it's overcoming Earthshine, which is logically it's a ad hoc fallacy. They're just making it up on the spot. It just doesn't, it's not something they investigated or calculated even, that there should be Earthshine that shines on the moon. Oh, there should always be Earthshine on the moon. Especially during the day, when the moon's out during the day, there's not a high contrast because it's daytime, so it's a blue sky rather than a black sky. And if the Earth is shining on the moon and the sun is shining on the Earth, so it should be at its brightest, then the moon phases, the dark side, where the terminator line is, that shouldn't be that dark. But if you look at the daytime partial, not a full moon, obviously, you don't see any part of the moon that isn't lit. Whereas if Earthshine is a thing, it should light it up, especially during a daytime moon. Does that make sense?
Yes, and I mean, I can say that there are times where I've seen the moon, and it does look like when it's in its even when it's more into its waxing crescent phase, going towards a first water moon. I
I have seen what I thought was Earthshine, which is kind of a pretty dim outline of light on the Night Terminator side. So I just assumed that that's what I was seeing. But I think you make a pretty good point that this is something that, if it were true, you should see more of.
Because like I said, if it's daytime on the Earth, the sun is shining on the Earth, so there should be maximum Earth shine going to the moon, and yet all we see is the moon phase. We don't see past the Terminator line at all. And it isn't high contrast, so that just doesn't make any sense to me.
Clearly, it does require a little bit more investigation.
Right. But we're not holding our breath for that.
Thanks again.
Oh, thank you.
We always appreciate such polite speakers. Thank you for asking such nice questions.
And he has a decent connection. That's always nice, too.
And no heavy accent, so extra easy to understand.
Yeah, I have hearing problems anyway, even with hearing aids. I'm trying to do earbuds on my hearing aids, and it doesn't, it's not ideal. But so if anybody's got an accent or they talk fast, I'm just lost.
I get that. I mean, English isn't my first language to begin with, so if the accent starts playing in, I'm sometimes just like, what word was that supposed to be? Or I started hearing Icelandic out of it, and I was like, I don't know what, because my brain is trying to translate it. Well, since it's being slow, should we A, start playing some music and see if it picks up? B, have a short latest night and invite the boys to join in? Or C, talk amongst ourselves about various subjects of flat Earth? What would you like?
No, nothing's popping in my head that we need to talk about. AI says or D, and I guess he's going to type something, but not yet. It's like, okay, D what?
Yeah, I'm shaking with anticipation.
I don't know, maybe we could give it a few more minutes, just in case, but how about if it stays slow till the top of the hour, and then we can call it a night? Does that sound good?
Have you guys heard my brother's new song?
I don't think so. How new?
Then I say, do you want to hear it?
It's up to you. We're not real busy.
I mean, I like it. I might be biased, but I really like it. Oh, hell, I'm just gonna play it. Press play, Trace.
Grace in the house.
Bands on the track. SB on the beat.
I'm gonna murder this trap. Where the robot is at. The light falling apart, the models under attack. Good defenders they lack, no doubt about that. They think they are smart, but the earth can hold a fart. A second law violation, gas pressure mediation, solved with gravitation, straight up invocation. There's no valid experimentation. They lied to the nation. Granted, most just have the bald belief. Going through life looking for some relief. Spiritually changed, looking for that sweet release. A reckless blind faith you think brings peace. In your captors, the providers of the disease. You don't get freedom but bowing and saying please on your knees. Giving up your children with ease. Stop, freeze. Before you go further, let me give you the keys. It is discernment and knowledge that frees the whole future and present it guarantees. With measured ease, it brings real expertise. No need for the fallacious please. My fellow detainees become logic trainees. It's time for you to be free. Free from the cage, not lost in the rage. Turn the page, it's a new age. The return of logic, just learn to gauge and engage. The whole world is a stage. Now it's time for you to become a flat earth sage. The earth master's flat. What do you think about that? Don't make this weird. The truth is not to be feared. Unless you're a bad guy. You a bad guy? I'm gonna murder this trap. Where the globe is at. Life falling apart, the models under attack. Good defenders they lack, no doubt about that. They think they are smart, but the earth can hold a fart. A second law violation, gas pressure mediation, salt with gravitation, straight up invocation. There's no valid experimentation. They lied to the nation. So we measured the earth. That was the birth of channels like dearth. Imagine the mirth. We faced our dissonance from a state of imminence. We just did the research contradicting the church, but confirming the Bible. Don't go all tribal. I find the similes within all religions, but it's not wise to follow like pigeons. That's how you get division, which leads to collision. Clear your vision and exercise precision. The globe is up for revision, but it's all your decision. So get informed and transformed. Remove from the conformist swarm. Or be an NPC, you choose what to be. I cannot control thee. I can only hand you the key. Even if you disagree with logic absentee, we seem to be a blind devotee. Prepare for lesser repartee or moderation by referee. If you're here for an honest conversation, you're welcome to cultivate friendly relation, regardless of your beliefs or persuasion. But in the live stream, we require empirical verification. Belief is not enough, thinking you are tough. I know it can be rough when you don't know your stuff, and your mind is full of fluff, and your mind a global bluff. Actual no power puff. I know it can be tough when belief is not enough. You need to know your stuff, or it's gonna be rough. We don't accept fluff, completely had enough of all this pointless stuff. The truth is what is tough. So join us 24/7 Flat Earth Discord if you think you have the right stuff, or you simply honestly want to know more. Until then, peace.
Hey, that was your brother?
Yeah, it's my brother, Drace.
Oh, I didn't know that was your brother.
He's made a ton of music. I'm even on some tracks with him.
No, I didn't know that was your brother, though. That's cool.
Oh, I get you. Yeah, we're Icelandic, we're siblings, and we're best friends.
Okay. Cool. What tracks are you on with him?
I think I have 3 or 4 or 5. I don't know. A few?
All right. Do you sing like the chorus?
Well, I think the one that I'm most in is The System, where we both did raps. And then I've been in a few choruses with him and done some backup vocals and some stuff, I guess. Or just whatever he asked me to, like, take a verse or whatever.
Can you put it in the like post a link in the chat with the one with you and him on it?
Yeah, no worries. Jace can post it. Oh, he's asking if we should play it. He's got it.
Thank you.
It's the one with the bald flower fairy picture.
Hey, thank you. It's okay, baby. Come here. Thank you.
No worries. I hope you enjoy. So, anybody see any new Globers in here? Should we play more tracks? How you ladies feeling?
No, it still seems pretty quiet.
Yeah, I'm a little bummed so it's not as active today. I wanted to talk about like certain things, but
like what?
Just the videos I watched with my mom and what I thought, but it's probably something I'll wait till next Friday when everyone's here.
Oh, okay.
I mean, if it's just the
Well,
three
next
of
Friday,
us, it's not.
Let's see.
Like,
Well,
unless the
week after
guys can
that.
join in, I think it's just I don't know. It's complicated, I think, for just the three of us.
Yeah, it's kind of hard. I mean, usually we got one or two people that come in and spend some time, but maybe it's just because the weather's starting to get nice. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's that.
Yep, not an
People
Easter.
are
Next
just
Friday's
busy.
probably gonna be even more ghost town because of it's an Easter
Yeah.
Friday, right?
Yep.
Yeah, this
I think we
weekend
should-
is Palm Sunday.
Yeah, that's the one. Try to get a ladies chat going again, where we can like let each other know who's going and who's coming and who's not. I'm gonna be organizing something soon for like meetings for ladies' night and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So that if there's anything that needs to be talked about or where we need to plan, like so we know how many people are showing up, just about, or if anybody's gonna be showing and plan for holidays and stuff like that.
I just
already
think
talked to a few of the
because
girls.
well, I think it's also because it's a Friday and majority of the ladies here have families. It makes sense that they'd probably be busy, but it's nice when people can come.
Yeah, there'll probably be like some ladies show, but I'm suspecting it's gonna be a snow night. But yeah, hopefully we can start doing meetings soon and have more organized ladies' nights. So we
Yeah,
have some
and
plans.
if I could get my mom to join in, I'll let you guys know. Like, I'll give a huge heads up so that way, it's not
Yeah, we can make sure
unexpected.
to have good solid ladies there when she does show. It's a great idea.
Yeah, or I could just have her come in regardless, like anytime. But I think having her join on ladies' night would be beneficial.
I think it would be a better intro
Yeah.
than the usual chat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is more chill because there's fewer of us, so we don't have to fight as much for the mic.
How long
Right.
does ladies' night go on for?
Depends.
Oh, really?
Like night, it probably won't go long tonight, but sometimes it goes like, I don't know, hours. And I get tired just because I've been sitting there for 3 or 4 hours, but it goes on longer than that sometimes.
I think the record is 7 or 8 hours. I'm not sure.
Wow.
Well, should we talk to some Globers then, if there are any?
That's been
Or
the
if there's
question
people on
today.
the fence?
Hey, I got a question real quick, if you don't
Sure.
mind. Are any of the ladies that are on right now, are any of you married or in a relationship with any heliocentrics?
The heliocentric, nope.
No? Nobody? Okay. I was just wondering.
Yeah, it's a good question actually.
I think that would probably be difficult. I've actually joked with Trace about this. I'm like, how am I supposed to find a good man if he also has to be a flat earther? We have a limited supply of people here. Stuff like that.
But I think like it's possible to show them what you know.
Yeah. That's literally Trace was like, yeah, you just need to find a truther and they'll see it. So it's fine if they don't know. And I'm like, yeah, I need to find a truther though.
Like if
evidence, we'll see it.
Yeah.
If I met a
Honestly.
guy, I think he would like, let's say he was, unaware of flat Earth. I think I would be able to show him the differences, and he'd be convinced.
Well, I suppose it is a bit of a litmus test. I mean, if they're gonna go to cock this and just get triggered on you, I suppose you'd want to know early on in the relationship rather than later.
No, I think it's beneficial going on later, like telling them later. Unless you want to,
Oh, yeah, I'm just talking about when you do tell them this, when you're at the stage where you're like, okay, I'm going to tell you this, and you frame it all real nice, and you're going slowly through it and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
If they react in a nasty way, because it's something that challenges their beliefs,
that's
you
then
want to know those kind of red flags early in a relationship. You don't know that 10 years down the line.
But
You're like,
that could be for
should get a
anything.
wax or something, and then he goes, whoa. So
that would be a
flags early.
huge, that'd be a huge thing you'd want to find out for other topics, like not just flat Earth. Like if someone doesn't react well to, like, I don't know, like let's say the jab, then that makes sense too. Like, or if you're talking about the diaper on the face. Like if a family member wants to do that to their own kid, then that right there would be a red flag for me. Or if you wanted to talk about politics and there's always a heated argument, then yeah, like that's clearly someone you shouldn't marry unless you both are kind of into that thing.
Yeah, it's always important to share values and stuff like that.
Yeah, like it's obvious that you'll marry someone who can listen and take in like controversial topics and not get triggered. Who would want that?
Someone who gets triggered by controversial topics like that. They're like, oh, we can outrage together and yell at people.
Yeah, but like if you find out about that firsthand when it comes to like a small topic, like I don't know, like if God exists or something, like
bruh. There was a guy at work who was crushing on me super hard, and I was trying to decide whether I should give him a chance. And
did you scare him with flat
literally
earth?
one time, no, not even that. I'm talking about when I freak out over other stuff. When like I mentioned seeing something about alternative history on YouTube, and he was studying history in university. He wants to be a historian because he believes so hard in all of this. I hadn't said anything about the topic yet, and he starts going off on ad hom fallacious logic and discrediting YouTube. Oh, YouTube is just this and blah blah blah. And I'm like, hang on, I didn't even tell you what I watched on YouTube. YouTube has everything. This was a TED talk, for all you know.
Mm-hmm.
And
could have been an expert.
It could have been an expert in the field. I could have been watching a professor doing a lecture, and you're just gonna blow off on me because I mentioned the words alternative history. I literally called out this cognitive dissonance. I analyzed it in front of him, and then I just said, I ain't gonna talk to you, you're gonna act like this, walk off, and walked away.
Yeah, normally if someone's being weird or I want to get out of a situation, I just talk about flat earth and scare them off.
That's also useful. Oh, I know. If we ever go to the bar and there's a guy hitting on you who's being annoying, you just flat smack him.
It's better than mace. You don't need mace anymore.
Because we have plans to go downtown and have fun. Of course we point at you.
I was in a situation like that, but it kind of backfired. I went on to this date with this guy that was younger than me, and I wasn't particularly fond of him. And every time I brought up like controversial things or like conspiracy topics, he would agree with me. And I'm not sure if he was just saying it just to be nice, but I even brought up flat earth and he was like, "Oh yeah, that's true too." And the last 2 years have been a complete lie, and like he would tell me all these things that are legit. Sorry?
The last 2 years being a lie is just obvious to anyone with 3 brain cells to rub together.
But no one I know says that unless they're a truther, you know? Like it's not a common thing to hear, especially in like a liberal city. And when he was agreeing with me, I was like, "Oh, okay, cool." But then after he never like messaged me again, so I'm thinking he was probably talking shit. He ghosted me, so I was like, "All right, kind of a win-win."
Yeah, who knows? I have one time where a flat earther overseas accidentally sent me fell in love with Trace because it was one of those, you know, hey, beautiful, blah blah blah, from a random guy overseas, and I was like, oh, I'll just flat smack. So I just started saying like, proofs for the Earth being flat, and then he's like, I'm a flat earther, and starts just, do you know about this stuff? And I'm like, I asked Trace, and he's like, yeah, it's this stuff, and then he tells me more stuff about it, and I'm like, okay, I answer that, and then when I know it, I answer, and I add whatever Trace says, and then he ends up basically just having a conversation with Trace through me, and falls in love within a day, and it's like talking about marrying me and
you
moving
really
me to
fell in love with Trace.
flat Earth. Just because we're talking and swapping flat Earth, they don't mean I'm in love with you. I'm not moving to Tunisia. I am not marrying you. You are not my brother.
Yeah.
So I thought it was so funny that my brother was the woman of his dreams without him knowing.
Yeah, you're just projecting what he was saying, and he took it. Took it in. Oh, hey, Matthew Learns is here. What up, Matthew?
Hey, happy weekend to you.
It's not the weekend yet, though. It's Friday, ladies' night.
Well, Friday night's close enough to the weekend, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess
work?
some people have a 3-day weekend.
No, but I mean, like after work. That I think of the weekend as starting after work.
True, but I'm still working, so it doesn't feel like it for me.
Oh, sorry about that.
Then our weekend has begun, but hers has not.
No, I don't even have a weekend anymore. I've been working every weekend. Sucks.
Oh, that's so not fun.
But it's nice to listen and work at the same time.
Yeah, sorry to hear that.
Matthew churns. What? Who did that?
Like butter?
Rude.
I gotta admit that pun got me.
Who is Job?
What do you mean, who's Job?
What up? Are you a lady?
Not right now, at least.
Oh, okay. I was just making sure. Profile picture's funny.
I've had it for like 2 years, 3 years now.
Same. Any other ladies? Any Globers?
Oh shit! Sorry, I'm hot miking. My bad. Let me get that.
Oh, it's 5 minutes till the hour. Should we call this ladies' night light and call it a even?
Yeah,
good?
we should have the guys come in again so I could talk about stuff.
Somebody in the chat says they have a question for us, but yeah, I think too, if we
Conrad?
wrap it up in 5 minutes.
Yeah, I just got here. I'm sorry, I missed ladies' night.
Oh, good.
Hey, I made a video and I just was wondering what you guys think about the title. Do you think using clickbait to get people to watch a flat Earth video is wrong? Because I hate
clickbait in
clickbait.
general is wrong.
Huh?
I think
does give a
clickbait
bad
in
impression.
general is wrong.
Yeah, me too.
What were you naming it?
Well, I did it anyway. I call it Space's Cake.
Well, that's just funny, so
Yeah.
that's fine.
I thought you would say
Okay,
like
yep, that's all.
I thought it'd
'cause
be
you can
something
call it
What's that
ridiculous.
Space's Cake? Check this out. You know, and then there's like a clickbaity thumbnail with outer space with some cake with an astronaut.
Sounds delicious.
It's not that great. I'm not that good at editing and
It's
stuff
fine,
right
'cause you
now.
can just call it like comedy. You can just say that it's a reference to Portal, because in Portal they kept saying that there is no cake or the cake is like fake
Cake
or
is
not
a
real or
lie.
something. Yeah, the cake is a lie. There it is. So yeah, you're basically saying space is a lie in reference with Portal. So you're just being funny about it, not clickbaity.
fine.
As long as you're not.
But if you're showing
cool.
cake in
there and it's
space,
not
then
in-
you're not making clickbait anymore. So
True. All right. Thanks, guys. I didn't
You're
even know there was
welcome.
a reference to Portal.
Well, you can always pull it like that was the original intent. If anybody asks.
all right. Anyone else want to speak? Got something to say? And anything to add?
I think that's a no.
Yeah. Who's Tweet? Let's see. Oh, Tweet's on the fence. Should we talk to Tweet?
Do they want to talk?
I think Tweet said they're only here to listen, not discuss. Okay, there it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a shame. I like meeting new people.
Yeah, I checked earlier today. It seemed like there wasn't even many people in the regular chat. Just one of the days.
Yeah, it was a little slow.
I bet it's because of Easter. I said it already, and I'm going to say it again. It's because of Easter. You got to do all the prep work.
Could be that it's a nice day today too. Like it's pretty warm out.
It only looks warm here in Ohio. I mean, it's deceptive. The sun will come out, and you go outside, and it's freezing.
Same here. But oh, it's so nice when you're just behind the glass, and it's like a little garden house. Oh, you warm up.
Yeah. Has ladies' night been this empty before?
Rarely, but it does happen.
Okay.
It's just one of those slow nights. But hey, that's fine. Just let's do a more popping one next time. Or whatever.
Yeah, let's let the guys come in. Make it more lively.
I think we should also maybe end it on a song.
Sure.
How does that
I'm
sound?
down.
Then we do the
let's do
outro
that.
after that. Do we have any special requests as far as songs go?
Nope.
How about you, Level?
I think anything offhand.
I missed that. What did you say?
You asked me if I had an idea for a song or anything. I said no, not really.
Oh, okay.
I'm not much into rap anyway.
Play Flatney Dangerfield.
Well, if you're not much into rap, we could always play Kai's song, Apple Juice and Sunshine. That's a sweet one.
Someone's recommending one. Who was that? Someone said something.
Flatney Dangerfield. Flatney Dangerfield.
Do you know that one, Karma?
Can't say that I do.
Flattened in Dangerfield?
I'll put it in there right now.
Sure.
Oh, crypto, we can't use most fucking Americans. I think it's set to private, and it's always been a problem trying to play it, unfortunately. I love that song.
Is it copyright?
I think it was privated or set as restricted or something. It's never been really something you can play in live stream. I even had a problem downloading it, so I haven't heard it in a long time, and I freaking love that song. With their gyros and their well holes and all that.
Cheech and Chong. It's Cheech and Chong.
Yeah, the Cheech and Chong cover or parody or whatever. But yeah, I haven't seen any links so far, so
I don't know, for some reason it's lost. Here, I just posted it on your clipboard. I posted it on yours because for some reason the thing has a lock on it.
Oh, you sent it to me. Okay, I guess. Only problem is I don't have DJ robes.
Hey, Flatterday, when you ate those bananas in Target, that was the funniest thing I'd seen in a long time. You really, really put a smile on my face, man.
That's cool. Thank you, bro.
Apple juice, sunshine, orange shoes, blue eyes, fire in your sign, you just my type. Even when I'm wrong, boy, you always treat me right. Even when we fight, now you're the love of my life. Days turn into weeks, stay, please do not leave. Taking all of me, babe, you're the man of my dreams. Love that you wanna do the wifey thing. I've been cooking in the kitchen every morning, scrambled eggs. Wanna have your children, wanna get a ring and take a name. Who knew love could make a runaway, want to domesticate? This feeling I've been feeling, I would never wanna trade. Long nights and rosé, long drives and no breaks. Swerving on my curb and I know that you're here to stay. Thinking every day that you're the one for me. Internet debates turning face to face. Simple days turn into a soulmate. Out of state, feeling like it's homey. Now we never lonely. Let me say it slowly. Oh, say you're the one and only. Love, love, love. Give me such a buzz, baby. Such a buzz. I feel a rush, something more than a crush, yeah. Love, love, love. Give me such a buzz, baby. Such a buzz. Feel a rush. I wrote this song because you said, babe, do you really love me? And if you really do, well, tell me how much can it be? I'm like, dang, I just can't even explain. Ever since I met you, wanna do the wifey thing. I've been cooking in the kitchen every morning, scrambled eggs. Wanna have your children, wanna get a ring and take a name. Who knew love could make a runaway, want to domesticate? It's feeling I've been feeling, I would never wanna trade. Give me such a buzz,
Hey, thank you, Trace, for getting some music going. Because of technical difficulties, this was getting pretty long. So let's just end Ladies' Night on that. And I just want to say a special thank you to all the ladies for having participated, even if we were very few. And thanks to all the boys for letting us have a bit of time to talk. And you're welcome to join us now.
You're
Ladies' Night is
free.
officially over.
I live.
Yeah, hopefully
Just
next
before-
Friday will be a good
Before,
one.
before all the ladies leave, it would be good to hear you guys not on a Friday at some point as well. That'd be good.
Hey, I come in every now and then.
No, I know. It's just a general thing that don't
Yeah.
feel like you have to just restrict yourself to Friday evenings. It'd be good to have ladies generally.
On that note, you guys should be more on Icelandic times. That would be nice too. You guys should stay up until 8 in the morning on this shit. Not just us.
Oh, you guys are. Yeah, I didn't know you
But
guys
right
were
now it's
overnight.
only like 11. It's the shortest latest night I've been to since you guys aren't doing
True.
stupid daylight savings. It started at 9. Like, I've stayed up until 8 in the morning because of ladies' night. So, just saying. If you want to hang out with most of the Americans, we always have to stay up super late.
I was on another show once last week. I talked to Danny Faulkner here. So I do come on occasion when it's not ladies' night.
At least it's on a Friday, though. It's not too bad.
Yeah.
Where's the men? Where are they at?
Bring out the men. There's actually a song called that.
Hello.
There you are.
I posted my Spaces Cake video on Facebook and somebody commented, so
What'd they
is
say?
Elon just breaking out of the simulator then, and Mars is just another part of it that is finally getting unlocked like some game? And I was like, I'm just sharing my thoughts and opinions. You can come to your own conclusions because I'm not gonna answer that. It sounds like you're
Yeah,
just
good answer.
trying to, I don't know, make fun of me.
Trying to bait
Whatever.
you into saying something silly.
Yeah, I'm just like, come to your own conclusions, man. Like, I'm not gonna tell you what to believe. I'm sharing my information with you.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Whenever I share anything on Facebook, even if it's just like a repost of a study of statistics of something that's been happening the last 2 years, and literally there's a guy who's now stalking my Facebook posts, and he's like, "So, is it lizard men or globalist? And it was just weird ass comments that have nothing to do with what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's like
There's
Q-tard
always
stuff.
this, especially with Facebook. There's so many.
Yeah, the reactions are rolling in. I just uploaded it like 10 minutes ago, so
Nice.
I've never put anything like this. Well, I kind of have. I posted flat Earth memes and stuff, and I've said, statuses like the Earth is flat, but I've never actually made like content like relating to it.
Mm-hmm. Getting your first taste.
Bro, I've gotten death threats from multiple people. People have threatened my family. It gets fun after a while.
Yeah, it sounds like your average internet troll.
Yeah, I'm not scared of people that sit behind those keyboard warriors, as I've heard Witsit say in the past.
Okay, the weather must be amazing over there, because even after we said the latest night is over, it's still pretty quiet. Like, do you guys have 30 degrees Celsius or something?
I think everyone's just AFK. What the?
All of a sudden, I'm unmuted. How did that happen?
You found that mute button.
No, I server muted myself. And then somebody borrowed my phone. And then I came back and just unmuted myself. I thought I'd be server muted. Because I was going to be a good Hank this time and I wasn't going to interrupt. Because I don't want to be transvestigated.
Hey, I'm already halfway through your transvestigation, buddy.
Like, I'd say he would do well this investigation, because so far he does have a record of asking permission before speaking on Ladies' Night, which indicates that he is aware that he does not have a vagina. Therefore, I think he must be a man.
A gentleman.
But is he a male man or a female man?
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, we got to find out what he identifies as. Settle down
Yeah,
now.
exactly.
I identify as a pizza man. Alright.
A man with pizzas or a man made of pizzas?
I don't know if you guys have read my about me, but if they can pick their pronouns, I'm picking my adjectives. And my adjectives are brilliant and amazing. So you have to describe me in this way or you're a bigot.
Well, you are brilliant and amazing, so it makes sense.
Well, I appreciate that. I don't think the Globers would agree, though. However, they have to describe me in that way anyway.
But Globers don't really agree on truth, do they?
That is true.
Ha ha ha.
Well, that's the general consensus amongst them, so to say.
I love how I pigeon-toed yourself into a compliment.
It was the plan all along.
I strongly suspected it. That's why I admired your move. It was well played. I mean, if you're gonna fish, you gotta use good bait.
Exactly.
Matthew, is that your argument?
No, I was asking what his argument is. He
Okay.
seems to show like 3 different pictures.
But you're saying it could be the cameras being at different distances?
Yeah, that's right. That's the geometry shows that you could get that kind of thing.
Can you demonstrate that? Matthew?
I'll see if I can find a picture. Here's a demonstration with the distance and focal length differing, so you'd see different parts of a circular object based on the camera settings.
So those aren't two different globes to make the argument? Like the ones on the right, the photo simulation?
Yeah, I mean,
think
this seems like a reassertion. Matthew, sorry, this seems just like a reassertion of the same argument. Is there like a video where you can see that it's the same camera taking both pictures, or?
I've done that type of thing myself. I don't have the pictures handy, but you do get different looking parts of the globe if you take a picture of the same globe at different distances. That's just geometry of cameras. It's not an argument for anything. It's just showing how cameras work. That's all.
Okay, well, I've heard this argument made in a different way before, that it was because the camera itself was different, and that the lens and aperture, and there was variation basically in the equipment that made this. So you're not saying that, you're actually saying it's just the distance purely.
Yeah, if you use distance and then you zoom in, so if you back away and zoom in versus coming up close and zooming out, you'll end up seeing different amounts of a circular object. And that it's not just a globe. You could take a picture of a basketball or a golf ball or anything, and you get the same kind of thing.
Okay, so then the second part of the argument would be that you know that this happened.
No, this is just a counter argument to what he said, which is, the fact that these images look different prove that the globe can't be real. And I'm saying, no, the cameras can explain that.
No, I don't think that is his argument. I think his argument is that if NASA is providing lots of different photos of the same thing, then the photos shouldn't be trusted.
I'm thinking it should be consistent if these are legit.
Conrad, what do you say about that? The image that I posted of your video.
One sec, I'm not really paying attention here. What you posted? What? I'm trying to measure the distance across a local lake over here that I have, to see if I can use my buddy's P900 to calculate, see how much curve there should be over it, and do a video on it. I'm just not sure if it's big enough because they're not that big of lakes. Let me see. So you said there's something in the chat?
In your video where you show the three different pictures from 2002, 2012, and 2015, you put those three pictures in there saying, what was the point of putting those pictures in there? What's the argument there?
That's just part of the video that I was getting the clips from. Right? You're talking about the globe, the Earth from outer space, right?
Right. So there are three different images. What's the point of those three photos?
Well, the size of the continents fluctuate between the different years. So why shouldn't they be consistently the same size? Unless the continents change size, I've never seen landmass grow or shrink.
The answer would be that if you take pictures from different distances, you would get the same effect, even with them being the same size.
But aren't who's taking
TV's
these,
on?
ISIS?
I hear someone's background noise.
Who's taking these pictures you're talking about? ISIS?
Yeah,
Matthew.
Did you say ISIS?
I don't know who's I don't know where those pictures come
ISIS.
I think he means ISS.
I said ISIS.
Space terrorist.
Fucking hell, man.
Face irises. I mean, in a way, they are somewhat terrorists, I guess.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, same thing.
I don't know. Yeah.
Okay, so who took the photos is what you're asking.
Yeah. Ask Matthew. He said he don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't put the photos there.
Well, why would just the continents fluctuate and not the entire Earth itself? If it's a bunch of different pictures of the Earth looking like the same size, why is the stuff on it changing?
Because of the camera angle and the distance and the zoom level. It's just simple geometry.
Well, I'm gonna have to disagree with the camera angle.
So you don't think that geometry can do
No,
that?
you could even see it in these pictures. Like, look at the second one I think you sent, the one that has the Earth image photo simulation and the geometrical diagram. The geometrical diagram on the first one, it makes sense on that row about that angle, but on the second one, it does not make sense because it looks like the eye would be showing part of the world, but you wouldn't be able to put that whole Earth on a camera, even if you're changing distance. Like, sure, you're saying it's focal length, but if you were to zoom in more, it wouldn't show the exact same shape or the exact same composition on the both images if it was zoomed in. Like, that makes no sense. Like, if you took the Earth image of both of them and put into Photoshop and overlapped them, they'd most likely be the same shape. So how would you see more on your camera but then keep the same composition of the Earth? It's two different images. It's not a focal, or it's not a focus or a zoom in. It's just two different images. One has a continent that's huge and one doesn't. Not to mention that it's probably a painting. Or it is a painting. Like,
Yeah, I
even
mean,
this,
you hear
even this.
and if you watch the other part of the video, it has a clip of the guy that made the blue marble that explains how he did it. He talks about all of the graphics, the
Can
things.
you grab that,
He said
Conrad?
it looked too flat, so he had to put a bunch of filters over it and do a bunch of stuff to give it the ball shape.
You
So
have this
why
video?
would he have to do that?
Yeah, Michael, why are you even talking about camera angles when it comes to blue marble pics from 2002 and 2012 when NASA tells you outright that those are just composites?
I
You
was
got
taking
it, bud.
clips out of
You
ODB's
got it.
video.
That's the real question. Why does it have to be? Why does it have to be Photoshopped? So yeah, I heard someone the other day, they were comparing the epic photo to something from like the moon landing, where you could see the moon is really, big, and then the Earth is really small, and then the epic photo, the moon is really big and the Earth is really big. And someone was, asking me, what do you think about this? And I was like, well, this isn't really my expertise. So I asked one of my kiddos, and my kiddo's response, well, the one on top is CGI, so everything after that is like bullshit. I was like, oh shit, that's right. That's absolutely correct. If one of them CGI, what are we even talking about?
Hey, I have a question. So this guy is spiraling. This guy is spiraling on my Facebook right now. He's saying, "No, I'm asking you a serious question. If space isn't real, then why try getting off Earth, or further space exploration on a level that Elon Musk wants to do?" He's just holding on to space. Yeah, I don't know. He thinks there's something beyond. I don't know how to respond to this.
Don't take my globe.
Like
Yeah, ask if he has
thinks that
Discord.
he still thinks Mars is a place you can go.
Ask him if he has
So I don't-
Discord. Have him join.
True.
Be like, you want to discuss this? Let's go.
So if I took like 3 different pictures of a building with the same zoom angle in every one of them, would the windows and the stuff on the building all be warping sizes from one picture to the next?
Say that again.
So if I took 3 different pictures of the same building from the same zoom angle, would the windows and all the things on the building, would all that stuff be warping sizes and dimensions from one picture to the next? Like he's saying the continents on the Earth are.
I'd have to see it. I can't picture what you're saying.
Like, would the windows be bigger or larger on a building across 3 different pictures taken from the same zoom? Like, the building itself is the same size each time. Wouldn't everything on the building just be a match?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. And then this stupid globe picture I see, one is blurry as fuck, and then the other one is clear. Like, why are these two pictures used as an example? Like, if you're trying to make the point, Matthew, it doesn't work when it's blurry. Like, it just. I want to see
because somebody took that picture from way far away and then zoomed in. So Africa looks smaller if you're way far away than it looks when you're right close.
See, that's not really the point.
But
Point is, go ahead.
No, you're fine. It's fine. Go ahead, Hank.
I wasn't trying to cut you off, but yeah, the point is that the size of the continents relative to the size of the globe changes, and that doesn't really make sense because have you ever seen a globe where it's facing North America and you couldn't see South America? I mean, that's kind of weird. I mean, you can't even see Middle America on there, really.
No, you're pointing out the main question here, which is, can the continent, the relative size of the continent to the globe change? And the images that I post at 21 past the hour show that they can't.
No, those images are admitted CGI composites.
No, the ones at 21 past the hour are not.
Okay, let me see.
Well, the one thing that bothers me about this blue globe thing you just sent is, I know you're trying to make the argument of the angle, but I think this is somewhat manipulation because the left picture shows the focus of the globe at somewhat of the bottom of the globe, and then the right image shows it like kind of like a down view. So of course the down view looks close because you're changing the perspective, and if it was the exact same angle, which this isn't, but if it was, maybe it would look the same. But we can't tell because there's an up view and there's a down view, so they're both different angles.
They're slightly different, but you can see that Africa looks much smaller on the left than it does on the right.
Of course it does because it's an up view. Africa
if the angle
technically
were
looks
exactly the same,
further.
it wouldn't look much different. If the angle
And
was
what I'm saying is if it was both an upshot, both looked exactly the same angle, they would be the exact same. But this is not working with the globe images from NASA. They're two completely different models. They're not the same globe. So even though these two globes, they're the exact same globe, we could still make sense of it. We could still make sense of this landmass because it's the same globe. We could work with that. However, it's just the different angles that make it look like there's a warping, but there's no warping at all.
I don't think it's just the different angles. I think it's also the different distances. That's my argument.
Well, Michael, it's just that they're CGI composites.
Matthew?
Yeah, Matthew, sorry, my bad.
The images at 21 past the hour are not CGI composites.
Yeah, but the other ones that you're talking about to begin with are.
Oh, so Conrad's argument in those was, hey, this could not be real because the continents are the wrong size. And I say, well, it's the wrong size by just different distances, so that doesn't work.
Okay, so you're just addressing that argument, but
just that one specific thing. Of course, the CGI thing is a whole different story. I'm addressing just that one argument that he posted.
Sure.
Well, the way that they give us these pictures and then they tell us they're CGI. So how are you going to even say that they're real pictures and that's happening because of different lenses and angles and stuff?
So I don't know where those specific pictures came from, but there are some that are not claimed to be composites.
Okay, which ones?
The Epic Discover ones, some of the Apollo 8, 10, and 11 images.
Do you have them on you?
I can look them up. The famous blue marble from 1972 is a good example.
Yeah, Matthew, do you remember the Electro L Russian satellite took a picture? Allegedly.
That doesn't sound familiar. I don't know.
Okay, let me see if I can find it.
I don't see how anybody could take the epic images like as real. I really don't. You can see the green screen around the moon. I mean, how long would it have taken them to like blur that out? And I
Not
thought
very
it was
long.
red.
They could have easily, if they wanted to make it fake, they would have made it look a lot cleaner if it were fake.
Yeah, for real, right?
And you
Or
know
they
it's real
could have
because it
just.
looks so fake.
So here's the thing. I thought the Earth's atmosphere caused red to go through the atmosphere and reflect on the moon. So we should be seeing red around those edges. If anything, not green. Green makes it look like it was a green screen of some type.
Have you ever wondered what their explanation is?
Yeah, what is it?
They take 3 different images with 3 different filters, and they're not exactly at the same time.
Oh, so they couldn't figure out how to take pictures at the same time. Damn, NASA, come on, guys, step it up.
Yeah, that's the fakest thing I've ever seen, Drace.
Because my phone can take several pictures with several cameras at the same time. I just press one button, and then it starts recording, taking snapshots, and taking wide angle shots all at the same time. Front and back camera, just one button.
Look at
So
that
can I
image.
draw everyone's attention to the live stream voice text? There's a lovely picture of the Earth there. I was wondering if anyone could tell me what's wrong with it once it loads.
Did you post it?
Yeah, I just posted. Does anyone know what's wrong with that?
But I'll give
Reminds
other
me
people
of-
a chance.
Looks like shit.
I don't know.
Something specific though, rather than looking like shit.
The colors don't look realistic. It must be some illustration of something else, like temperature or landmass. Is it something on top of that? I don't know.
Matt, you should know this. You should.
What is it? Is it upside down? Like, what is this?
Matt,
So
you
Matthew,
should know this.
allegedly, this was taken from a Russian satellite, the Electro.
Yeah, the Russian satellite.
Yeah, it doesn't matter that it's Russian. I'm not trying to do a Russian thing.
No. I'm just saying it was.
So, does anyone else want to have a guess before I maybe make it easier? Alpha fuck's sake.
Oh. Wait,
Did someone spoil it for you?
No.
You can't see it from the.
Fuck's sake, Miguel! Stop ruining my fun.
I don't know. I mean,
It looks upside
looks
down
like
to
a
me.
false color thing to me.
So if you look off the coast of Saudi Arabia, if you know where that is, but anything off the coast of Saudi Arabia?
The little clouds.
The tool.
Keep looking.
It's the
Look a bit harder.
If you can zoom in.
Oh, I see. There's a little hand tool in the cloud.
Yeah.
So they left that in there.
Oh, you
Yeah,
can barely
it
see
looks
that.
like
Yeah.
somebody did a screenshot rather than like getting the original image.
No, this is the official press release.
That's the official press release. Yeah.
Yeah. So when I obviously you can't find it anymore, but I saved it. Why do you think you can't find it anymore? That's
because
suspicious,
they
isn't it?
probably released the actual image instead of like doing a screenshot of somebody's.
Well, but the fact is that it must have been in Photoshop.
Yeah, you could say that, but anyone could have done that to frame them. Like, sure.
No, this is an official press release.
I get it, but if you tried to show them this, they would deny it and say you just did that.
I don't care what their denial is. I'm
But
just
it makes
telling you.
sense why they would hide it. And if who said that this is just a screenshot?
That was my guess. I mean,
That was your guess? Yeah, I think that's valid that they just took a screenshot and then when they published it, it was gone because they didn't make the same mistake.
Yeah, but the fact that the second that there's a Photoshop grabby hand there proves that image has been through Photoshop.
Yeah, they probably adjusted the colors in Photoshop. It looks
That
like weird
hand was
colors
on
anyway.
there
Adjusted the
for
clouds.
years until flat earthers pointed it out.
Oh, that's another one.
They had that photo forever until someone said there's a hand tool and then they got rid of it.
More or less, yeah.
Suspicious.
Also, I want to show you guys this thing. This is one of the reasons why I posted the other image that we supposedly got from Epic. If you look at the shadow that they claim is passing over the Earth and then look at the actual images from the eclipses, they don't match. There isn't this penumbra giant shadow around the darkness. It's just a Terminator line.
Yeah, and that section would have to be much larger than the dark section anyway. Just purely from geometry.
Yep.
So.
So did you find that image you wanted, Matthew? Or that
I
Earth
forgot.
picture?
Oh, the blue marble from 1972.
Yep.
So
You cut out if you're speaking.
Is that blue marble
Oh, sorry.
an actual photograph of
my
the whole Earth taken at that time?
Yeah, my claim was that there are images that are admittedly composites, but NASA also publishes images that they don't claim are composites.
Oh, really? Can you show me that?
Gotta go, guys.
The ones that claim it's a full photograph of the Earth?
Well, yeah, one of the most famous images ever from the Apollo program is an example. Here's the link.
So, Matthew, have you seen the documentary A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon?
I've seen some of those documentaries. I can't remember if I've seen that specific one. But my point is that you should stop saying that NASA admits that all of the images of the globe are composites. I think
they claim one is real, the one you're talking about, and
more than one.
Well, what about
that's
this
the one?
one?
They claim, and then we have how they faked it, and recordings of them faking it. So.
But this one you sent, Matthew, that's a total painting. You could just tell.
You can tell the difference between an image that's taken on film and a painting?
Well, this one I can tell.
Well, Matthew, you can tell the real ones. Have you ever seen Earth from space? Do you know what it really looks like?
I haven't, but I trust what other people say.
You trust in men?
Yes.
I seem to remember a guy from like thousands of years ago. He sent us like a text message, like through time and through space, and it says "trust not in men." But I guess we can just disregard that because the man wrote it down, right?
But I'm saying I believe what people say sometimes.
Yeah, you're gullible. It's a beautiful painting, though. I think it's very nice.
How many?
Okay,
So
so
do
you
they
do
do
trust in
paintings
men.
like?
I got a question. You do trust in men. So what about on the bottom of every single globe that says this is not for educational purposes only, that this is for decoration? Do you trust that?
No, I mean it doesn't say that on every single globe.
Oh, so if someone peels off the
It
sticker,
does.
that changes things.
On every single globe, yes, it does. It's manufactured that way from China.
That's false.
Okay, you show it to me.
China.
We just need a black swan
right
globe.
now.
that doesn't-
Go record it and yeah, go show it. Show me all the globes in the place where they sell globes, and you tell me if it doesn't have the sticker on the bottom.
Make sure it's unedited video as well.
Yeah, I think there's actually one that I think actually, if I don't remember correctly, he actually brought it up. They sell those globes for like thousands of dollars. Yeah,
No, here's the link, and it says this world globe is a great value and the perfect size for desktops and
So
bookshelves.
any of the ones that they show in school and everything else are all underneath every single one of those. Those ones that they actually provide to the public.
Yeah,
no, this one says a great STEM teaching tool.
So the
for
ones that they provide to the public, all of those ones are non-educational ones.
No, you're talking about the cheapo ones that are made at Walmart.
Dude, you're still not listening to me. You just go and go to this $1,000 one that no one fucking has.
You mean
no
a
one has.
$57 one that I posted a link to?
yeah. No, they actually have in their inventory they have $1,000 ones, but this is a $57. Yeah, I remember he showed him this.
My point is that it's false that every single globe says not for educational purposes on the bottom.
It's false that the globe is actually here, 100%.
Well, okay, that's a separate question. But would you
Actually, it's not. Because they're still lying 100% of the time. You are lying to me by showing me that globe that's educational purposes.
Yeah, okay. By the way, they just wrote educational material onto the globe. That's what the educational thing is.
No,
here,
I was countering the false notion that every globe says that it's not for educational purposes. That's false. Some don't say that.
But they're not, because the globe is not real.
That's a separate question. Yeah, I mean, of course, you guys don't think it's real.
No, it's not a separate question. Anytime they show a globe to a kid, yeah, thank you, Matthew. It's definitely not a separate globe.
Like a toilet roll is not for educational purposes generally. But if I write the thesis on it, like it could be used as one.
That's all it takes for Matthew, for sure.
Yeah.
Can I actually see what you guys mean though? Like
he posted it. It's basically talking and saying for any geographical connoisseur. This is basically it has over 4,000 place names and political boundaries. That is what this is about. It has nothing to do with the globe.
yeah, but do you guys have one that says it's not for educational purposes?
Yeah.
Can I see that?
Okay, if it's not on every one, then we should.
That doesn't
probably be
matter. I
honest.
just want to see if it's true. I want to see if what you say is correct.
I think they have that in the Walmart or something.
Because I can't see it on the 51. Unless I haven't found the right spot, but
It generally comes in a sticker. Let me see if I can find the picture.
Yeah, there was a guy going to Walmart video, doing video recording. Every globe on the shelf had a sticker on the bottom of it. saying it's not for it's only not for educational purposes.
This is a legitimate sticker. Like that's actually real?
Yeah, they have those. Yeah.
Yes, it's real. I admit
Wow.
that they have stickers like that that say that are on some globes.
Hmm. I'm gonna check that link he sent again, just in case.
Joyce posted it too.
I just wish you could see it upside down.
Political boundaries. Nice erase. Yeah, good catch there. So it's actually not a representation of Earth even.
I just realized the globes have a ruler on them.
A curved ruler.
Yeah. I'm surprised Globers haven't brought that into discussion.
Mm.
Don't want to give them any ideas though.
The rulers are curved now.
Fair point.
That's why we don't know anything. Because, flat means level. Means curve. Means ruler.
Hmm.
Oh
my observational science has blinded me. I don't know anything.
Hank, you're killing me, man.
Huey's got the weird science, bro. We don't like variables.
Who is that astronaut? Oh, astronaut.
Astronaut?
Okay. So
Flat day.
this picture of that Wolfgang sent of this girl holding this globe. Can we argue that this globe is technically probably home decoration? Like to, like please the room and not an actual globe for a classroom? Can we make that argument?
Well, yeah, because that's what it says right on the sticker there.
No, it doesn't say this globe. It says globes are not meant. Blah 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 blah.
Yeah, but
Read what it says.
But it seems
Not
like
this particular
this-
globe. This is globes.
I know,
are
but I just think that if we saw an actual globe that is technically used for a classroom say this, then I'd be like, okay, cool. But,
Yeah, but
this one looks like one that like this girl just got from the dollar store or Walmart.
Yeah, no, like for instance, the globe that Matthew showed you, it's if it were to be used in a classroom, it would be during like a geography class where they're supposed to name features in the world and their names or understand where the political boundaries are. Those are marked on that globe. It could also have been marked on a flat piece of a map. It could have been written on the flat board. That's the educational value. It has nothing to do with the globe.
But this one here that this girl's holding, it might not have all the details or all the information like an actual huge globe that you would have in a classroom would have. So it feels like this isn't a good argument. That's just me. Like I think this isn't really proven to Matthew that globes aren't educational. I just feel like this one in particular isn't. Sure, it says globes, but that could just mean this section of globes on this shelf.
Globes
Does that make sense?
No, doesn't make sense.
Never mind.
Not for me anyway. So.
I just don't think this globe matters compared to an actual $50 to $100 globe that you buy. Like I want to see this sticker on those. Whereas this one just looks like fun. Like this teenager could just buy. And it probably doesn't have vast details that your average one would have in the classroom. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but the one in the classroom isn't actually like teaching you anything about the globe. It's teaching you other things written on the globe.
Yeah.
Check Wolfgang's at 45 minutes past the hour.
Another one? Okay.
Yeah. They admit it's just, I don't know, furniture. What? Yeah. Something that expensive.
Where is this? Is this in a museum? Like,
No, you can
what's
buy it.
this one? But this is what I mean. If this is a furniture piece, then sure. But I want to know about an actual globe that
Yeah,
is
They
literally
have to ask
on
in
it.
the chat of the support. They don't state that in the information as of the sale of that globe. If you read the support chat, he had to actually ask for. I mean, get that out of them from
Okay,
admitting
this is-
it. Basically,
okay, give me a minute to read all of this. 1 second.
You're right, though. It's not a good argument.
Well, yeah.
That's smart. You leave. That's smart.
It's a good argument for someone who understands how karma works and the revelation of the method.
I still can't see it. Like, it's like these guys are clearly saying this is a furniture piece, but I don't think they would say that for an actual classroom globe. Like,
Well, what does it matter?
I'm not denying that it's bullshit, but I'm denying that the classroom globes don't have this sticker. I'm thinking that only the stickers show on the furniture ones. The ones that aren't detailed and mapped out properly. Does that make sense? Like, I want to see an actual
That's why I
$100,
posted
maybe
what I posted.
$1,000. This is a
I
furniture
agreed with
piece,
you.
though.
I said it was a
Yeah.
bad. I said it was a bad argument. I mean, you could just Google it.
I could probably go find one here. It's just I wanted to see if there was anything out there.
Well, whatever they say the toy globes are for, the only thing they're actually for are disinformational purposes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to go buy a globe and think, yes, this is true, but I want to make sure that the educational ones that they claim to use in the classrooms have this sticker. That's it. That's all I want to see. If they have this sticker, then it's safe to say then yes, Matthew was wrong in this situation, but right now he's not.
Well, it
I
depends.
will tell you, I
completely on-
bought one that didn't have a sticker.
It depends completely on the educational institution itself and who supplies the globes there. Some might have better financing and have more expensive globes that don't say only for educational purpose under them. Like in my classroom, they didn't have any fancy globes. They just had a blown up beach ball. So, like, it depends completely on the school's budget.
Yeah, I know. I just wanted to see it. That's all. Like, if Matthew says he got one that is typically bought for a classroom and it didn't have a sticker, but you guys show me furniture globes that do have the sticker, that
Well,
right there makes sense.
Well, now you're adding to it because he didn't say it's typically bought for classroom. He said this one doesn't have the sticker.
Okay, let me clarify. I went to a classroom supply store and bought a globe there, and it didn't have a sticker on it. Now,
All right,
obviously,
Matthew,
that
how about
convinces
this?
Me, but you'd have to decide if you trust.
If
whether I'm
do you
telling
still
the
have this
truth.
globe, Matthew?
I do.
Can you send me the exact model?
I think it's the same one that I
Number on it.
posted. Let me go look.
Just show me the where I could buy it. and if it's actually for teachers. And then we can move on from this topic.
Yeah, but like I said, it's kind of like if I wrote Shakespeare onto a globe and then taught someone Shakespeare using the globe is now for educational purposes, and I can't have that underneath it.
So I just found, can you navigate with globes? That's what I Googled. Whipple Museum. Although globes were of little practical use on board ships by the 17th century, they were nonetheless symbols of navigation, representing the world that sailors were attempting to explore. And underneath it, it says why globes are not used as maps.
Said you found this information searching online that every globe is not used as a map?
Speaking about navigating globes in general. So
Okay.
Can you post that link?
Oh, symbol self-navigation. Interesting.
Hmm. That's pretty sad. So useless. You're better off with a compass, I guess. Wonder why.
Compass and a flat map.
look at this. Read without. It's very telling right there. It's only better when you want to see what it looks like from the religion that they claim is real.
Oh,
The
that's
fuck? Oh my gosh. Yeah, like that's the dumbest thing ever. You're better off with just the map. Yeah, okay. That makes my head hurt reading that.
This one will answer you what the original question you asked right here, whether or not they're for
All right.
educational purposes.
Let me see.
A globe looks so real from space.
They might as well just burn all globes now. Completely useless.
Well, can you
Only
imagine,
for
back
decoration.
in the day, if you make a product and it causes someone else harm, injury, or loss, you could actually get sued. Back in the day. Nowadays, there's certain companies, that have to do with big farming, I think, something like that. And yeah, you can't get sued for your products. But if you made a globe and then some idiot, went out and completely like sailed out to sea with a globe and then,
Got
wound
lost
up
or
dead,
died.
they could, they could get sued for harm, injury, loss. So I would imagine they put, not for educational purposes on there. It's just a standard disclaimer. Don't take this out into the
Liability.
open ocean.
Yeah. Don't use the globe, idiot. Wow, that's a nice GIF you found, Northern Rebellion. What do you think about that, Matthew? You there?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was across the room looking at my globe and stuff.
What do you think of that, though?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat what you just said? I was like,
We
not...
just read that the globes are practically useless.
Oh yeah, yeah. And maps of the USA are pretty useless for getting to the grocery store.
But what do you think about it overall, like for classrooms?
Oh, overall, they're fairly useful for seeing the relative sizes of the different continents and countries and directions of where things are. So they're useful in that sense. They're also useful for describing how seasons work and showing how eclipses.
But why would they be in a classroom? How's that useful?
To explain how seasons work and how eclipses work, how sunrise and sunset work.
But you don't need a globe to know that.
Eclipses don't work on the globe, so that's a lie.
I'd be okay with you calling me wrong, but what do you mean by a lie? Like, I'm not lying. This is what I really think. I'm not trying to deceive you.
Okay, you're wrong.
Okay, that's better.
Come on, man.
Okay, how seasons work on the globe?
Generally, the sun appears higher in the sky due to the tilt of the Earth in the summer than it does in the winter, and so you get more solar energy on the ground. Therefore, it's warmer.
Really? Is that true?
Yeah. I mean, what was your impression?
I heard that sun is somewhere nearest and it's more cold.
No, the distance doesn't change a whole lot in terms of percentages on the globe model. In fact, that the Earth is closest to the sun in the beginning of July, like July 3rd.
Who is? All Earth or only part of the Earth?
The center of the Earth is closest to the center of the sun in July, and then it's farthest from the center of the Earth is farthest from the center of the sun in January, according to the globe model.
I think you inverted that.
Can we have somebody fact check that?
Yeah. I just looked it up again because it didn't sound right. Here it is. Did I mishear you or?
No, that's what I said. I said the sun, the Earth is. Oh, did I say it backwards? I could have said it backwards. It's farthest in July and closest in January.
It's funny because we automatically knew you were wrong because it made sense on the globe model. So we were like, that don't sound right. Globe Earth arguments don't make sense.
And obviously, summer and winter are switched in the southern hemisphere. So, it makes sense in the southern hemisphere, but not in the northern hemisphere if you think that the distance is what's running the season.
Yeah, it'd be nice to have that hemisphere.
Granted, Matthew, we both understand that distance isn't really an argument within that because they believe it's in a vacuum and it's the light hitting the atmosphere and then the ground creating heat as it scatters into infrared.
Yeah, and look, I'm not here to try and convince you guys. I'm just trying to explain what the globe model says in a way that is accurate to what we say that it is.
Well, I'm convinced that means it must be globe, but there is no curvature. But with this story, I'm convinced. But there is no curvature. That doesn't matter. Every story will prove the globe. Only reality will not.
Yeah.
If we don't know anything, then why do we throw people in cages for not paying taxes? You know, you're going into torture cuffs. You're going into the dungeon because you didn't pay your school tax. Well, what's school tax for? Well, that's where we teach kids that which we don't know. Right?
So, in general, societies have decided that it would be better to have children educated with some system rather than to not be educated with any system at all. And so that's why generally societies have public education.
Well, I would argue that there's a difference between education and indoctrination, and when you have removed logic from the public curriculum and physics professors admit they are using indoctrination techniques to indoctrinate their students, yeah, it's not the same thing.
So, Matthew, if I were to teach you how to fish, right? You've never been to lakes in Texas where they're, they're all man-made lakes, right? Well, the problem with that is that we didn't knock down the trees first. So if you've never been fishing here, I have to demonstrate to you how to fish without catching a tree, because you'll catch trees all fucking day long if you don't know what you're doing down here. In fact, people come from all over the states to fish in these lakes. Particularly, I think Lake Fork is a big popular lake up north. Anyway, yeah. So if I were to just tell you to do it and indoctrinate you how to do it, you would have spent like thousands of dollars to come to Texas. You know, you got all your fishing equipment, and then I tell you, like, this is how you do it. You know, like you'd catch trees all day long because they're above the water and below the water. So,
okay,
if I didn't like show you if I didn't show you like how to do it, you wouldn't be able to do it. So there's a difference between indoctrination through repetition and brainwashing and demonstration.
Right.
So if I was your guide, would you want me to stand on the shore and radio out to you how to do it, or would you want me actually on the boat to show you, like, cast your rod over here in this area? There's no trees.
No, right. Demonstration is always one of the best forms of education. So, see, you're saying that education would be a good thing if you're trying to learn how to fish in those lakes. Then education would be great.
So can you demonstrate to me anything from the globe Earth model?
Yeah, the full moon stays the same size all night long.
Does it?
Yeah, even though allegedly it's coming closer, passing overhead, then going farther and farther, but how does it stay the same size?
Oh, I get it. You don't think there's an atmosphere?
But I think the atmosphere...
Is there an atmosphere, Matthew?
Yeah, there is.
Okay, I got a really quick question.
Right, so when the moon gets farther away and it's passing through more atmosphere, is it acting like a lens?
There can be some lensing effect, yes.
Real quick, Matthew, do you have a 24-hour video of this entire thing for all of us to pore over to make sure that you're right about your claim or not?
No, you just can check yourself.
Yeah, so no, so you don't really have any evidence. Okay, thanks. Go ahead, Hank.
Yeah, it's just pretty easy to see that, you guys got the coincidence that the moon just happens to be 400 times smaller and closer than the sun. It's not the coincidence that
I think that's God's design, not a coincidence.
It magnifies the moon. Okay, well, that's not usually what a glober says, so I'll give you that. That's different. But yeah, we got the coincidence or God's design, whatever you want to call it, that the atmosphere magnifies the moon, shrinking its apparent size. I'm sorry, magnifying the apparent size at the same time as it's smaller and farther away, it's also being magnified. So it appears to say the same size because of the atmospheric condition, cross-canceling the apparent size as it moves further away. I mean, that's a possibility of what's happening. I don't know that that's what's happening, but that's a possibility, right?
Yeah, fair enough. That's a possibility, and we'd have to like look at the evidence and see if that seems reasonable or not.
Do that with the globe Earth model. You know, look at all these postulations like dark matter. Why don't you look into that and see if it seems reasonable? That God made 95% of the material. He took his time to make it, and you're never going to see it. And he made all this extra space that we're never going to make it to, you know, just to, what was he showing off? Like, look at how vast, and the universe is getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And it's just expanding. And I got all this dark energy to fuel this expansion where the universe is expanding faster than the speed of light. I mean, what was he? Was he like flexing? What was he doing there? Was he doing like the Arnold pose?
He was working in mysterious ways.
Who?
When he did all that flexing, he was just merely working in mysterious ways.
Yeah, so back to the shape. Does anybody got any Earth curvature that they can demonstrate to us? Like directly measured Earth or water curvature? That'd be great.
I think it's too big to directly measure, so you'd have to use calculations instead.
Or do both go over the horizon?
Too big to measure.
So do both go over the horizon, proving the Earth is curved? Matthew?
Boats go over the horizon, and that's a interesting phenomena that needs explaining. So, yeah.
So is it because the Earth is curved, or is it because the Rayleigh criterion?
It can probably have both of those can affect it. So it depends on each individual picture. I don't know.
Well, the Rayleigh criterion is exactly as, you know, the what we would get if we did the math, right, for the radius of 3959 miles. The Rayleigh criterion adds up to be the exact same. Another coincidence. So how do you know which one is which? I mean, you could obviously, you know, say that, well, we see the horizon every time at 1.2 miles at 1 foot, but we don't see that every time. So when it doesn't match what you guys say, then you pull out a, you know, a flotation device to keep your model like above water because it's thinking, and you say refraction, and that's your preservation device, right?
Right, refraction is can cause all kinds of aberrations, especially right.
Here's what I
water.
just heard you say, Matthew. You said, well, it could be either one or the other. I don't know. Come on, Matthew. You've been in this argument for a long time. Now, when you say, well, I don't know, I think you do. And it's really kind of deceptive for you to come in here and say that you don't know. You know, our argument versus the globe argument, especially since on the globe side, they give us all of the measurements. And now Hank brought up the Rayleigh criterion, which is that's a good idea. It's a really good argument. But but we compare and contrast that with what it might or might look or might not look like when you're looking on a stationary plane. And the calculations just don't add up, bro.
Yeah, so fair enough. There's weird things that happen at the horizon, and so in general, I try to stay away from looking at the horizon.
Yeah, I know. I know why. Yeah, we know why.
You ever seen the Skunk Bay? The Skunk Bay
sure
video?
Yeah.
Yeah, things are like moving all over the place. You want me to measure something off of that? I'm like, we shouldn't.
No, well, you can't measure it from a video time
Yeah,
lapse,
exactly. Exactly.
But it's really the presumption of what might or might not exist. I mean, do you live in the realm of maybe, probably? Is this where you are?
Well, so in general, I don't use boats going over the horizon as evidence for a globe.
Okay, then don't ever bring it up again, because that's a dumb argument. So let's take some actual observations that do make sense, like boats going. I mean, boats going over the curvature. Boats going over the curvature is Bill Nye's weird little friggin' Lego argument, like little things. Like, look, the
that was his script, bro.
Well, and it wasn't his idea. In antiquity, that's what got people first.
Yeah, I know that, but yeah, I mean, it should never be brought up by anyone on either side, because as boats move away from you, of course you're going to have distortion and all kinds of shit happening near the horizon.
Yeah, but I would like to say it's not all over the place. We're zooming into a tiny spot at the horizon, and things get smaller with distance. So the deviation is very minimal. It's not all over the place.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. It's when you're looking through a telescope, you see it more.
Well, it's not sinking and then rising, behind the
even with the telescope.
horizon.
Yeah, even with the telescope. I mean, if you could, even if you're watching a ship with the telescope, you go 30 times zoom, 50 times zoom, and you can actually capture the ship looking horizontally from the shore of an ocean. You're only zooming in. You're actually just decreasing your field of view so that you can focus in on what's happening with that particular boat or ship, right?
I'm not a camera expert, but that sounds right. Yeah.
Yes, I'm not a camera expert either, but yes, you're decreasing your field of view to focus. I mean, it works similar to a microscope. Are you familiar with microscopes?
Somewhat. I mean, nothing more than just.
Yeah, sure. I mean, the more you zoom in, the less your field of view is involved.
Right. Yeah.
All right. Cool. Anyway, so yeah, I mean, it really has nothing to do with curvature. This has nothing to do with curvature of Earth, ships going over the horizon, but with the black swan argument, or in many other things, with the anyway, you guys know what I'm talking about. Go ahead, Hank. You were about to go in.
No, I mean, I was just going to say, I pointed out that, this is life preservation, and I'm quoting AI, obviously. I don't think he's here, but it's a life preservation, right, for your model when you start saying refraction, because, math proves things. You can prove certain things with math, right, Matthew?
You can prove things within mathematics, yes.
Okay, you can call it mathematics. That's fine. So, but in science, we're taught to pay attention to all the different variables that might factor in, right? And this is in math too, I'm sure, right? You guys have factors and variables.
Yeah, right. Science uses mathematics, and it speaks in terms more like evidence for something.
Right. So, so we gotta pay attention to the atmosphere. It could actually factor in, right? So how do we measure 8 inches per mile squared? And you might use a different formula, something like 0.02 or something like that. So
you might even use kilometers.
How do we prove that?
Oh, where do the refraction numbers come from? They come from a presumption that the Earth is a globe of 3959 radius, and then based on observations, they say, okay, well then the light must be bending this amount based on the assumption that the Earth is
right.
Sure, but
Right.
the
I appreciate
refractions.
Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, with these guys that come up with these refraction numbers, plug in the numbers in the mathematical calculations. So it's like, I'm going to show you why, even though the Earth looks flat, I can plug in some math numbers, and this is why it looks flat, even though it's a globe.
Right, so they're coming up with mathematics to make it so that it's still consistent with their model.
Okay,
shit, bro.
Matthew, do different wavelengths of light or electromagnetic radiation refract at different rates?
I think they're slightly different. I believe so.
Yeah, that's why we have rainbows and stuff like that. Okay, so did you know that
rainbows flat?
Did you know that infrared refracts a lot less than visible light?
I don't know which way it is, but I'll believe you if that sounds reasonable.
Yeah, but regardless, we can then, based on the different refraction rates, use an infrared camera to see if the so-called geometric horizon just moved closer, can't we?
Infrared is right next to visible, so it's not going to be that much different, but you could use it to do some of that, sure.
Yeah, you should be able to compare the two. And we can even go use other wavelengths, but that just gets worse and worse resolution-wise. So that's why infrared is better in that sense, because we can still resolve stuff.
Yeah, I think infrared can go through the atmosphere slightly better.
Yeah, it both penetrates better.
I mean, infrared, you can only see certain things. I mean, it kind of
listen. When you use infrared, you see much further, meaning the geometric horizon would be much more pronounced, seeing as that it's supposed to be an obstruction of everything else.
Yeah. It's a complete opposite of what you would expect if you lived on a globe and you believe in the excuses that they give us. If the light is being refracted around the globe to hide the effects of the globe and we can't see the geometric horizon, then it should be more apparent in the infrared. But instead, we just cut through the haze and see even further, and that just demolishes the globe.
Yeah, I think that we've been. I think a lot of people, in this discussion, we've been in this for several years. It's like we're kind of talking above each other's heads or below. It's just like, hey, we're not talking about necessarily the same thing. We're talking about Earth, but they on their side they have a claim that, hey, math shows that the Earth is a globe, and we say, hey, math is a good way to study. But in my opinion, on the Earth, the globe Earth side, that they think that the Earth is a globe because they introduce non-Euclidean geometry, which that's been proven many times with some arguments that we've had with some other people. I'm not gonna name names. But as far as these simple observations of the horizon, this isn't difficult to figure out. I mean, you can't prove globe or flat with triangulation or simple observations, because it really comes down to, I just believe it or I don't.
When it comes
here's what it comes down to. If the Earth is the size that they say it is, when we stand on an ocean shore and we can see something that we shouldn't be able to see, refraction is your the globies. That's their gotcha. And it's like, but they really don't have one, so they just make shit up, and then they really kind of waffle and go to space. Anyway, I mean, tell me to shut up. Go ahead, guys. I mean, it's just boring. I mean, it's not boring, but it's at the same time, because a lot of new people don't even know this is happening. We've been doing this for a long time, so I love all you guys. Just keep on doing it, because it's just like step 1, 2, 3. 1, horizon. 2, what is that? 3, Earth the globe. 4, size of Earth. Boom. Claim.
Okay, I was going to try to get back to what I was saying with Matthew.
Yeah, sure. I'll shut up, guys. I just had to.
You ain't got to shut up. I'll let you talk until you start counting. Yeah, Matthew, I'm trying to help you out here, right? Honestly, I am. I want you guys to prove your refraction claim so that it doesn't look like, just some sort of life preservation device, right? So how can we go about proving that light can cause objects to set and rise, be hidden by, this sort of thing, and, come back out from behind a hidden spot with just refraction alone? How do we prove that, Matthew?
Well, he deafened himself, but that was what I was trying to help him with, because we can use the different electromagnetic radiation, and we can see if this claim that they have, that refraction is causing everything to look flat. We can see if it's actually different with different wavelengths, because they would be refracting at different rates, and we should be able to see that the horizon has suddenly moved much closer to us in the infrared, because it's not supposed to be refracting around the curve.
Yeah, I'm sorry for interrupting. I didn't know that he had muted himself. Maybe he'll come back.
That's one of the reasons why I wanna get a visible light P900 and an infrared P900, and then just a phone camera, and then line them all up in the same plane, and then lower them down to 1 foot, and repeat that a few times until I have a bunch of data points. Because then you can show them a black swan and they can argue refraction, but then you just show them the infrared picture and you show them that the differences between refraction, which mean that the horizon should be closer, but you can see much further now, so they have a problem. And then they ask you, what is the horizon then if it's not Earth curve? And then you show them the picture from the iPhone, and then you show, oh, the horizon is much closer now. What's the difference here? We changed the aperture size.
Hey, nice chatting. I've got to go because I'm doing some other stuff, but good to chat with you guys.
Hey, thanks for coming by, Matthew. Welcome back anytime.
Plus, you guys were starting to ask questions I couldn't answer, so I better dip out of here before you're on to me.
No, it's real life stuff, Matthew. We get it, bro.
Take it easy.
Ta-ta!
Who said talk?
Are you still here,
I
Matthew?
just spit my drink all everywhere.
You still here, Matthew?
He just dipped.
Oh, all right.
What's
Yes,
up?
I want to crack at him about this refraction bullshit. I've got a argument. I want
He
to
left.
crack at him, please. Next week, next month, whatever.
Yep.
Please give me a crack at him.
Hard.
All right. Thank you.
Who said ta-ta? Somebody owes me some baby wipes.
And I feel very confident that I can take his refraction bullshit and shove it right up his fucking ass. I got no doubt.
Woo!
I can do it.
Sorry, Hank, that was me.
At least I want to try.
I guess that's what I get, you know. I made you laugh earlier, but you weren't drinking.
No. My apologies.
Yeah, I'm a real big fan of, you know, those obscure sayings that people don't say all the time, like, you know, heavens to Betsy. You know, something like old people say, or, you know, oh, we're in a pickle. I think those are funny.
Dag nabbit.
Jag nabbit. Norman?
Instead of saying for God's sake, my grandfather used to say for garden seed.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
How about, don't you worry about that pudding? That's kind of more condescending, you know, than going, oh, bless your heart, which is still condescending. Yeah, the stuff that people say. Skyrim, like he talks about, I used to be an adventurer like you, so I took an arrow in the knee. And it's like, I used to wonder what the hell that meant. And one day my brother told me, he got married. It's a euphemism. I mean, like ball and chain. He can't just wander around Skyrim. And then in the game, once you get married, it's like you just bring your wife with you.
Was the phrase he caught an arrow in the knee? Is that what it was?
That's took an arrow.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, I always get it wrong. Look, I played that game for 10 years. I bought that game several times. I modded it and had over like 150 working mods. But I can't remember certain things like that. I'm sorry. Yeah, I recently deleted it off of my computer. Kind of like, well, I've kind of done everything I can do. Definitely got my money's worth out of that one.
I tried to talk to Lou, L-E-W. Is my mic working?
Yeah, it's working.
10 for good, buddy.
Let's talk with Lou. Or not.
We're trying to. Let's see. What's one of my favorite sayings? These rules mean nothing to me. All right, Lou, you should have control of your mic. You should be able to use your microphone, say hello. If you don't, we're going to put you back on mute, so we'll give you a few seconds to say hello. And I'm hovering over the mute button, so if someone else is hovering, don't. Well, Lou, this is your last chance. We're going to put you back on mute. That way you don't interrupt in the middle of the conversation with a whole bunch of profanity and obscenities. So last chance, Lou.
Come on, Luna, crack addict.
You can just remove my role. I don't feel like talking.
Oh, that's rude. Could at least say hi.
That's a good idea to join a voice channel and not feel like talking. That makes sense.
I just want to listen.
Okay. I'm just messing with you, man.
You know, I thought when I took the PC verified all the way, it'd be back on. I don't know. I gotta watch more. Yeah, so go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to ask if Ladies' Night was short and sweet this evening.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, lack of Globers.
Lack of quality Globers.
I like what Hank was saying earlier. Consider this is all right, so your marriage to the globe idea, it's like a marriage. It's like you want it to be so real. I don't know. I've been married twice, so it's kind of there's a lot of emotion involved, when you're married to someone, right? And I'm just giving comparison. If I'm giving comparison, can it actually mean that much to you that you'll just set aside logic and reason from what you observe in your reality? I think you were bringing that up, Hank. Right? Yeah. You'll be blinded to actually logic and reason from what you observe in reality. So you're married. So you're married to the globe. Doesn't matter what any flat earther says, even though they're just as intellectual as you are. You will discard every single thing they say because you're married to the globe.
You think that every academic who studies the globe ignores logic and reason and comes to the conclusion that the Earth is a globe?
Yes.
Who are the academics that study the globe? Is there a model that they study? Is there like some specific model, like maybe you could link us to, that they study?
What do you mean what model they study?
Wait. See,
you say
the only way you can come up to the conclusion that the Earth is a globe if you study a model, because all of us flat earthers here don't submit to a model. We don't have a model. The only people that have a model is the globe side.
Yeah, that's very true. Yes.
Do they really?
So they're
have a
married
model,
to that model. They're married to it.
And them having a model to them is satisfactory, and you not having a model, it instantly dismisses you in their eyes.
Is there a complete working? Is there a complete working model, Paza? Is there somewhere like I can go find this and study it myself?
Oh, that'd be really cool. I mean, if they had a globe Earth model that we could go study and it was convincing, we would definitely do it. Honestly, we would.
But what do you mean a complete globe? The globe Earth model is effectively the assertion that it's an oblate spheroid with a
it's a mathematical calculations model. It's not a real physical model. It's just it's an extrapolation from mathematics.
You can define their model as in any terms you want to. The question is, how do they define their model, not how you define it.
Sure, and that's what we want them to come here and.
How do they define it?
Yeah.
How do they define the shape of the Earth?
The model. Yeah, the model. I mean, the shape of Earth has nothing to do with what we're talking about. We use the term flat Earth to kind of invoke the argument. because Earth is obviously a level stationary plane to me and other people that have,
It's
utilize it logically.
It's inherently obvious to all of us that the Earth is stationary and plane. Our senses tell us that. Yeah.
All right, cool. So the people that think the Earth is third rock from the sun in the solar system, spinning around the Milky Way galaxy, one part of multiple galaxies, and resulting from Big Bang, billions of years, and all that kind of stuff. We're not on that page, but
I know.
But we do understand why they think that.
Well, they don't make that assertion because they feel the same sensations of reality as you do, and somehow come to a different conclusion. They don't make that assertion on that basis, do they?
No, because they start from a different dynamic or a different what's the, God dang it? I'm trying to think of the word standard, similar to standard. They start from a starting point, and their starting point. You can't attribute this to every glober. You can't attribute the Big Bang to every glober because most globers are Christian, right? Or at least in America.
Sure. And the Big Bang theory and all that malarkey is completely different to their evaluation of the shape of the Earth, isn't it? I mean,
sure.
Granted, people fall on. There aren't many flat earthers who believe in the Big Bang theory, are there?
Oh, there are a couple. I mean,
they're not. Let's be honest. The vast majority of people who believe in the flat Earth don't believe in the cosmological model, any other part of the cosmological model that the scientific community advocates.
Well, especially not in the way to describe it, but that's an extrapolation through the Einsteinian, mathematical idea.
In scientific community, none of these people working with the Big Bang model are using science, so they can call themselves the scientific community, but according to Michio Kaku, nobody that he knows of in his field actually uses the scientific method.
I don't even know if heliocentrists believe in the Big Bang theory because the Big Bang has problems. How do you fuse past iron? How do you make some of these elements? Some of the cosmic microwave background doesn't quite go with the Big Bang because you would expect, even distribution of this element or that element when you see a pocket here, a pocket there, or, an even distribution that kind of goes against, the Big Bang. There's problems even with the Big Bang itself, for heliocentrists, flatties, or whatever. But I guess I see what you're saying, in that we're looking at maybe another cosmology that might be a little different. But even heliocentrists, some heliocentrists and normies have a problem with the Big Bang too.
Of course, because the Big Bang theory is on the fringe of theoretical physics. It's not actually the same as the same physics that you, for instance, utilize it on a daily basis to do, circumnavigation or space travel. Has got nothing to do. Space exploration and the stuff that NASA's doing got nothing to do with the Big Bang theory. Big Bang theory is not a.
If you're talking about physics that you test, to see how high a ball, goes when you throw it after you've weighed it and figured out, its specifications. The Big Bang isn't theory. I mean, physics in that level. It's theory. It's a story about what they think might have happened from Jesuit priest Georges Lemaitre, but it doesn't appear to have like a backing, on that level.
Of course, because theoretical physics is just it's almost philosophical in some respects. It's extrapolating to the extreme where you can't test things. No one's arguing that.
It's entirely philosophical. It's completely outside of the realm of science.
It's not entirely philosophical because it doesn't raise conjecture that's not based on any inferred foundation for what we already know. It's not completely. Theoretical physics doesn't ask questions outside of the realm of the materialistic underworld, does it?
Really?
It's not. Well, it's not in theoretical physics. Physicists aren't concerned with whether there is or isn't a god or an afterlife or whether
right, because that would be metaphysical, right? Like space-time?
Space-time isn't a metaphysical concept.
Right. It's a immaterial, non-physical concept. Like God.
space time space time is conceptually just an idea, a notion of what it's an explanation of what could be occurring at some level. Yeah, it's not
So
an
is God.
explanation of it. Of course.
So is God.
Yeah, which God?
I think
Doesn't
the
matter. Pick one.
people like this non-God explanation is they think they believe anyway. That it holds the promise for materialistic exploration that doesn't just stop lazily at God did it. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't.
No, but when you say non-God, yeah, there are plenty of people who believe the Earth is round and believe in the most of the principal proponent concepts of science and still believe in God. They're not mutually exclusive, are they?
Let me ask you this, Paza. Am I being heard? Let me ask you this: do you think it's as plausible a creation or a natural function? Do you think the Big Bang is plausible? As an explanation, the way that they describe it, which they don't really have all the ideas put together. But do you think that's something possible? I think creation theory, no matter which genre or background you come from, I think creation really has more.
Well,
more. What do you think it's plausible? Because what I'm getting at is just like with this space time mathematics on a chalkboard, they drew it out. Now they supposedly tested it by shooting rockets into space and satellites and all that kind of stuff. This is this is why people believe that it really happens because of the math. Go ahead.
It's a fantastic, it's a fascinating question, right? And it's not actually directly relating to what you spoke about here most of the time, but it is an interesting question. And the way I approach it is this, okay? Is that
it's a dichotomy?
Yeah, absolutely. But if you think about this for a second, yeah, from a perspective of the if you I'm not really qualified, if I'm honest with myself, I'm not really qualified to compare the plausibility of a God creating a world, yeah, to put on which he then puts people against the plausibility of it all coming from some. And again, the thing about the Big Bang Theory is they don't say why. They all they do is they're extrapolating back and saying it looks like there was a point of incidents. No one makes an assertion about why that happened. And a lot of people who believe in the Big Bang Theory believe that it is ground zero for some, deistic. They believe God. That was when God intervened. Some people believe that God kicked off the Big Bang, and the beauty of the entire mechanics of it all, which are so complex and so spectacular that only a God could come up with them.
Well, that's why we.
I mean, what's the difference then? I mean, did God do it this way or God do it that way? Go ahead.
That's exactly the point I'm raising. I'm not really in a position to, with my small human mind, to qualify the plausibility of one against the other.
And that's why we're asking you, because you have common sense. I mean, who is, going to have the authority to declare what's right or wrong? The scientists, the theologians, us? Who is going to bring the facts together and say this makes sense or this doesn't make sense? That's why we're asking you, because the experts, frankly, are no good for this topic because, sometimes they're myopic, sometimes they're lost in their discipline, sometimes they're so busy trying to confuse you with baffle, garble nonsense speak that they can't give you just a regular, rational explanation. That's why we're asking common sense people of goodwill to say, hey, does this make sense to you or not?
My favorite part of that statement was of goodwill. Go ahead, respond to them.
And I personally don't think one is more plausible than the other. I really don't think one more is more plausible than the other, because I'm not in a position to actually qualify plausibility on such
and the reason
scale.
You've been looking into this for a very long time, and to be honest, the only reason you would think, that you might consider that the Earth is a ball a third rock from the sun is because that's what they told you here in the 20th century. But for the most part, most of historical what we study through history, man, they really didn't consider that as a thing. They just did what they did on Earth. So
Absolutely.
it's, I mean, all of these crazy ideas. This is their religion. It's really just like outside of anything that's should be considered plausible.
Well, we have to accept it on a lot of faith.
It's a
I mean, how
very
did they
young. It's a
determine?
very young idea. It's a very young idea.
Well, how did they determine the Big Bang? Were they there to witness it? No. The only person who would be there to witness it is, unfortunately, something like a god. And so it has a high degree of faith that we have to just trust without actually being there to verify it.
Of course, no one can verify the Big, and they don't. If you, they don't. No one in that field asserts that that's how it happened. It's a theory. Yeah.
Yeah, but people eat up theories and base their whole lives on that kind of shit, man. That's sloppy, right?
Of course they do. A lot of people base their lives on the theory of based upon their religious dogma.
Go ahead,
I'm not arguing one way or the other.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question? Pazza, do you think that, so you and I and everyone else in this call can probably accept that they only present it as a theory, but do you think they're honest when they present it to the general public? And
no.
Okay, fine. Then we agree. Because I think they're very dishonest. I think that they state it as basically a fact.
Of course they do, because they want. It's human nature is to inflate the importance of your opinion. All human beings do it. Whether you're a scientist, a cleric, or you're an apothecary, or you're a doctor, or you're a surgeon, or even if you're a traffic warden, it doesn't matter. Everyone
the more power you have, the more influence you have over people, and that includes the education system. Once you gather these.
Well, that's the thing. Yeah, you got it, Helio. And people crave the comfort of certainty. So if you say I got some shit figured out, I'm going to tell you all about it. That's way easier than me trying to go and figure out myself, right? I'll just take your fucking word for it. I'll do as you do. I don't have to work.
Sure, that's the fundament of the way people work. That's why people are happy to by and large kowtow any qualms they have about, for example, authority over them. Because if the authority means that they get this food on the table for their kids, or they're not having to do things they don't want to do, then they'll kowtow. That's human nature.
It's a kowtowing. It's a go along to get along. And the Globers, man, it's so much wasted wit out there with you Globers. Y'all could be helping out. Never mind. Sorry.
You can argue the same thing is that a lot of religious people are kowtowing. They're shit scared of dying. They don't understand what.
Is there a difference between globe belief and religion in your mind, Pazza?
There is a bit of a difference, yeah.
And then what is that? What's that difference?
In so much as the concept of the globe Earth, as someone has alluded to earlier on, is a relatively contemporary concept.
Yep.
And it's not something that I can measure myself. Not something I can look into the world and measure myself.
It's just a yes or no, man. Is it religious to believe in the globe, or do you still think there's globe facts to be had?
I don't think it's religious.
Oh,
okay. Because the model it comes from the scientific community.
Oh, you hope so.
You hope so. You do.
Okay, so but really and truly, so many times in the server, we want to make sure that people understand the difference between a belief and a scientific fact.
Of course.
Right. So anyway, okay, I'll shut up. Go ahead.
Most of what I assert about the globe, if I make any assertions, and I try less and less to do it here because I enjoy the conversations. It's pointless trying to assert things here that I can't back up with my.
There you go. See, and that's science, right? You don't talk about something unless you can be about something. So anyway, thank you.
Exactly.
I'll talk to you later. Thanks.
No worries. I honestly don't think
that's my bad. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say that I don't think people believe God made the Big Bang. I think it's more of a science belief, and sure, it could be still considered religious, but I'm pretty sure it's a belief that is against God, like without really being intentional, but like I can't see people believing in God and the Big Bang Theory at the same time. That
There
just
would
me?
be, well, there would be a bit of difficulty because it's not a reversible belief. If there is a creator, then there are implications from a creator. This creator could, work by natural laws or not. But if we're starting from the other side, on the reverse side of that, and saying these are natural laws that work in a certain way, that may or may not work back to a creator. Some people will say the only thing that we need to explain this is natural laws. We don't need to appeal to a creator. So it's not reversible. It seems that we try to go with these natural laws to preclude or avoid the need for any sort of creator in the first place by saying this is just a natural process that happens. Let's make the creator an afterthought if we include him at all.
Just feels like it's anti-creator and it's more about accidents or coincidences.
Sure,
Well,
and as far as even before the flat Earth really became a big thing, it was still the same thing. Go ahead, Crypto. Sorry, brother. Your mic is really soft.
Yeah, it's coming in and out. But what were you saying, Crypto?
I know, just saying, it seems obvious to me that the Big Bang is an attempt to explain a godless universe. And that when Christians who are globers say, oh, God could have created the Big Bang, that's just coping. You're just coping with two worldviews that clash. Like, there's no... Yeah. Like that, sure, it's possible, but it's.
I think there are. Yeah, I know what you're saying. And if you start from a epistemological position based upon your Christian doctrine, then yes, I can see how that would be the conflict. I mean, there are lots of. The Big Bang doesn't actually state why the Big Bang. Any scientist, no scientist.
Listen, most people here. I would say there's only in this flat Earth server 50% are Christians.
I get that.
So, but we're all creation. We're all on flat Earth on creation. I mean, 50% of the flat Earthers in this room, in this server are Christian.
Well, the thing is, if you're talking about the natural laws that bake the wedding cake in a certain way, you can't talk about the wedding cake and the way that it looks, the colors that it has, the designs that are on it, without having a rational discussion about the choices of the cake maker, in this case, a god. So the attempt to try to reduce and boil everything down to natural laws, the temperature of the cake, what was done in the Big Bang, and avoid as much as possible the personal choices for this color, this configuration, creation from a personal creator, is a little disingenuous. It's an attempt to try to take away any volition, any choice, any personality from this creator, if he's there at all, and reduce him down to this, Gnostic, Neoplatonic, floaty place force with no personality, no choice, no will.
I don't think that entirely represents what is. It doesn't actually. I'm just trying to.
No, I mean,
no, I don't think that a lot of that is necessary. The thing is that if science doesn't say why the Big Bang takes place, it's just literally saying this, all the evidence they can see from what they observe. I don't know saying that what they observe is true. I can't prove it because I don't know. Yeah, but if all they're alluding to is that there is a singularity, they cannot possibly, and they don't, and to their credit, they don't try and assert why that singularity occurred and what was before it. With before being a difficult thing to describe if you're talking about everything, including time coming from a spot. Now, that doesn't in itself exclude a supernatural being from being involved, because all supernatural beings by definition can be out of the realm of space and time. They'll exist in a different plane and a different conceptual existence. Yeah, so they're not inherently mutually exclusive. However, what you are doing, I suppose, in some respects,
I disagree. I think they are mutually they're mutually exclusive. With this idea of space and time, and it's supposed to prove something about Earth, I think there's a big difference between people that know where we live and where we are here on Earth. You can't just make up some quote unquote freaking science stories with a chalkboard and tell us about the history of the universe and feed it out to everyone on social media and freaking TV shows and shit, and then just call it science. No, I think there's a fundamental difference between that, and I totally disagree with that.
Well, every system of belief has a root, whether we talk about it openly or not. The root of Big Bang cosmology, where everything comes from this monad oneness, appears to be kind of Neoplatonic and kind of Far East, Hindu mystic. In these sorts of thought systems that you get from the East, there is an emphasis on collapsing everything into a monad oneness. You see everything that just, you see it in how the Big Bang talks about everything just exploding from the singular monad point. It doesn't talk about, anything like the Christian creators say, where there's this God who made choices, that might have been different here and different there, as opposed to starting with this monad oneness and this explosive emanation. So there does appear to be even a philosophical root, even at the root of that is potentially totally different from, say, a creator or Christianity, depending on the root of where it actually comes from, which appears to be kind of Neoplatonic Far East mysticism in a way.
But that doesn't
sort of.
That's the point I'm making. That's still a deistic conceptual model that it still can align the Big Bang theory.
It kind of exposes the public ignorance because the powers that be actually put this in your face. Well, now everyone has. As
came from
far
the
as your
Kabbalah.
innate. Yeah, go ahead, Hank, please.
I'm sorry, I was going to say to what Lemon said. I thought it came from the Kabbalah because I've heard, a few astrophysicists, Michio Kaku being one of them. Right, he's always been one of my favorites. But yeah, he talks about how a lot of this stuff is very similar to what's written in the Kabbalah, which is like an ancient Jewish mysticism text.
Oh yes, there's also that as well. Ein Sof, the monad oneness. This, monad, this one entity that had these necessary emanations like farts that just came off of it because this being is so perfect, it would never deem to interact with the physical world at all. It would just be like some necessary emanation with a bunch of intermediaries to that emanate from him to deal with the dirty physical, Gnostic world or whatever. And so you do see some of those systems of thought that are kind of being worked
All right,
in.
cool. So me, hey, check this out. Me and you and other people in here, we're quite familiar with the esoteric and the entoteric and all this kind of shit, with the Gnostics and all that kind of stuff. But for new people that are joining, it's like they're probably like, what the hell are they talking about? No, we're talking about flat globe. Why did they tell us the Earth is a globe when it's obviously not? Now, I hope in my heart that people have more common sense than they seem to have.
Why would they lie?
No, I'm talking about people that I'm involved with in social media and stuff. It's just like, I hope you really have more sense in your brain and mind.
Good luck with that one.
Yeah, I know. Anyway, you guys continue.
It's disingenuous to think that people, common sense sits one side of the fence on this particular conceptual argument, though. It really is.
No, this is this is what we were talking about, in case you didn't realize. Talking about the physical argument of space-time versus physical reality.
Well, Julio, I do want to catch his meaning. So, what do you mean?
All right, well, hey, I'll shut up. You guys fucking have at it.
Thank you, Plaza. What do you mean?
Right, I think common sense is distributed around everyone's intellectual.
No, just repeat what you said the first time. It sounds different.
I can't remember what I said. I've been thinking. What did I say? I think it's disingenuous to assume that anybody who believes in the globe Earth is lacking common sense. I think that's something along those lines.
Well, I mean, you are lacking common sense.
Sure, you can make that. You can make that assertion if you want to. That doesn't necessarily reflect reality, does it?
I think it does.
Do you know me well enough to know that I don't have any common sense?
No, you have common sense, but there's a lot of people that appear to have absolutely none.
I totally agree with that.
When it comes to the flat Earth subject, they throw it away. They like refuse to use their common sense because of fear and because of ridicule and because of all this bullshit. They refuse to use what they have. They're scared.
I don't think it's just being scared. I don't think it's just being scared. They just think they're right, even though what they say is.
You mentioned several things.
But no, but I mean, I'm sorry. Words have to mean something. No, you don't have common sense when it comes to building a worldview, because everything that has to do with the globe negates all of the senses, because the things that are happening, us moving, us being a globe, like seeing it from the surface, like most people think, well, these things are undetectable, and they have reasons for that. So just by that alone, yeah, it's nonsense. It's
Well,
not
common
common
sense.
sense. The common senses are touch, see, taste, smell, hear.
Well, common sense, like you say, Elijah, is impossible when you have this weird esoteric worldview because, as far as I can tell, common sense comes from sharing common experiences and drawing from a common pool of knowledge that helps you interface with the world in a fairly common, shareable sort of way. That's impossible if everybody's lost in some
Not
sort of
necessarily true.
mystical, personal world that can't be shared to develop common sense in the first place. That's impossible, especially with heliocentrism.
Yeah, that's not necessarily true. That's why when I said common sense, I just stuck to how the words and how they're defined. Because what you said about people coming together around a source of knowledge and in common, well, that's what happens in mass hysteria too. So no, not necessarily true. But when it comes to the common senses, there's nothing about them that you can use to determine that it's a globe.
But your senses and common sense aren't the same thing, are they?
So it's a misnomer when you say common. So it's a misnomer when you say common sense because you're not actually talking about the senses. So then define it for me. What you mean?
Well, common sense in the colloquial sense is your practical ability to judge everyday matters. That's what common sense means.
Okay.
Well,
and we know that we've been cognitively damaged. That's not a secret. It is what it is. People with different varying levels. So yeah.
So
no common sense. I mean, perhaps you have common sense in the sense of knowing how to tie your shoe. Sure. So.
But common sense breaks down into your perceptive modularity, your understanding, and there's a level of judgment in there as well. So it's a mixture of things. It's not just about the sensing of the world. It's about your understanding of the world.
Common sense tells us that it's a flat, motionless plane, but common sense on top of that would say that we defer to authorities if we want to be considered part of polite society. So it appears that we murder our common senses to defer to certain authorities at, say, NASA or the educational institutions to be considered polite parts of society and to be deemed socially acceptable. So we have one part of common sense working against another.
But you do understand you could just take that statement, you could unplug science and you could plug in religion and say that common sense, there are people who say you haven't got common sense if you're religious because you aren't using your personal perception, understanding and judgment to come to a model of the world. You
could say that, but that's why heliocentrism falls under that banner. You could say that.
You're correct.
And that's why we have common sense where we say we have to defer to these authorities, otherwise we're out. We're out of the society, we're out of the establishment, and either we trust the authority or we reject the authorities, dictates. And
Yeah.
so heliocentrism, religion, education, job, work, it's the same thing. We know common sense wise that if we want to advance through the institution, we have to play ball with certain viewpoints or certain ways of looking at things. Otherwise, we're out.
Yeah, it's kind of like Sharia law in the Middle East. You gotta fucking do it. You have to fucking follow it.
Yeah.
If you're gonna use, if you're gonna use, if you're gonna,
in the West.
if you're gonna use, I guess how you say the colloquial version of common sense, well then that will fall under someone who has cognitive abilities and doesn't fall victim to logical fallacies, which you have, for the sake of your worldview.
You can argue that, but a lot of people on that side don't think they've fallen foul of any logical fallacy. That's just
It doesn't matter what they think. The logical fallacy is a fallacy in form when you make a statement or you ask a question. It doesn't matter what people think. It's just is. When you dial a wrong number, it doesn't matter what people think. It wasn't the correct number.
I get what you're saying, but you understand that
It's a 1 or a 0. It's not.
You understand that a lot of people fundamentally disagree with your conclusion and your assertion there. I'm not saying it's wrong.
How so? I'm sorry. What assertion? What's my assertion, and how could people look at it as wrong?
That there's a lack of common sense leads to the acceptance of the globe Earth model.
That's not what I said.
Aren't you just alluding to the fact that you'd have to be lacking common sense to follow the globe Earth model?
What I said was, and I don't want to have to repeat myself again because I don't like people put words in my mouth with a clear misunderstanding of what I said. Yo!
Come on.
It's non-intuitive, isn't it?
So what I said was, So what I said was, if I were to go with your colloquial version of common sense, well, then under that banner, I think people would have to be cognizant of their logical statements and not make logical fallacies in the name of defending or answering for something that challenges their worldview. That's what I said.
Okay, fair enough. So what do you see as a logical fallacy in the globe Earth module?
Again, we're not talking about globe Earth now. We're talking about your version of common sense. And I'm saying, because you said, how do you know I don't have common sense? Now, for tying your shoe and crossing the street, sure. But when it comes to thinking about things critically, if you're going to contort your mind to answer questions rather than think about them logically, or a better way of saying it is committing a logical fallacy in order to support your worldview, then it can't be common sense.
What logical fallacy am I committing?
Or you haven't committed one yet today. I'll wait for you to do it, to point it out. No problem.
No, we're talking we're talking in general terms.
I'm not talking. Yes, generally, if you have to commit logical listen, generally, if you have to commit logical fallacies to prop up any truth that you're trying to get across to someone, i.e., I didn't cheat on you, then clearly to the person who knows you're committing a logical fallacy would you're not worth your weight in gold at that point, because it's like, I'm trying to get the truth from you. I know you're lying and you think you're being clever. Well, I'm packing my bags because the proof is in the pudding and you're still fucking lying like I'm retarded. Well, what happens in those instances? Well, couples argue fallaciously, perhaps because they've seen fallacious arguments in movies. They've been inundated with it in debate tactics from the media, All other places, it doesn't even matter how. The point is, if you commit a logical error in your form of your statement for any reason, it's over. You can't say you have common sense and do that at the same time.
You can have well, if you make statements, they can be a logical fallacy, but they can also be a lie, just a fallacy because they're a lie. That's not a logical. That's not a question of their logical robustness. People lie all the time to save their own skin. Yeah, but they're not being illogical. They're lying. It's not the same thing, is it?
Isn't gaslighting lying and a logical fallacy?
If someone says to me,
it's not a logical fallacy, is it?
If I steal an apple and they say, "Did you steal an apple?" I say, "No." That's not a logical fallacy. That's just me lying. There's no. I'm not breaking any. I'm not breaking any. I'm not breaking any framework of logic. I'm just lying.
But you're just denying what happened.
Exactly.
Actually, it's a violation of the law of non-contradiction. So
that's not how it's framed in essence, though, is it? It's a lie.
Yeah, but
someone
you're
lies,
contradicting something.
if someone lies,
if I can show that you're lying because like it's contradicting something that's true, then
sure. But when people lie, you don't lunge on it as a philosophical argument. You just assert that they're basically being dishonest. But the point I was trying to make is that however you frame common sense, it's distributed like every other attribute of human nature. It's distributed all over people and the population of people, irrespective of what their beliefs are, whether they be philosophical, scientific, or religious, or whatever. There's people with common sense everywhere. To make the flat assertion that some group of people, based upon what they believe, lack common sense is a difficult one to make stick. You know what I mean? It's kind of one that you're not going to get a lot of people to wholesale agree with.
He actually hit that right on the head when he said that. So no, you got to agree with Elijah.
Is it not ladies' night anymore?
No.
Yeah, because it's got the title. That's why I was curious.
Oh, true.
Yeah, you're free to speak, South Dakota.
That is north, sir. Get your states right.
So I was ordering food. I didn't hear the response to what I said, but that's what I mean about that. That's what I mean about the sentiment that I'm trying to get across. Because if I say, well, if you commit a logical fallacy, it can't be common sense. The response to that should be, that's true. By the nature of what a logical fallacy is, there shouldn't be a but this, what about this, but if you commit a logical fallacy to defend an argument, your argument is null and void. There is no other context in which it would be not that.
I agree. Yeah, but then you immediately went on to give the example of someone cheating on someone and lying about cheating, and that's not committing a logical fallacy. That's just lying.
Well, I didn't give you an example of a fallacy specifically in that example, in that imagining.
Okay.
I just said there was a lie. Why? Because the information. Anyway, it was a lie. That's all I said. I didn't actually, formulate a logical fallacy in that instance.
Yeah.
But in most cases, actually, in those situations, they're actually informal logical fallacies, things that have nothing to do with what the person is asking about.
Right.
Where were you last night? What about what you do? Why are you asking me?
Mute yourself, fella. We don't want to hear all that.
Yeah, the whole thing. Yeah, what about you? Yeah, that one is used a lot in relationships. So you'll be asking your partner, hey, you do this thing, and when you do this thing, it makes me feel like, or makes me wonder, makes me, whatever. And they're like, what about that thing you did 5 years ago? It's like,
Makes
what?
me wonder. Yeah, as far as these arguments about logical fallacies, which are very valid, I think logic. If you understand logic, especially in these type of arguments, they should be considered. It's not everything, right? Because everyone has. I mean, if you're a fan of Star Trek, if you're not, whatever. But with Spock's logical fallacies, I mean, when you understand logic, you'll go right to. If you say, "Well, I destroyed your argument because I used logic," that's not completely true. You can't destroy somebody's argument with logic because it's not completely true that way. Do you guys understand what I'm saying? It can have some validity it can have some validity with some emotion involved. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get what you're saying here. Like, for example, like let's say someone commits a logical fallacy, right? And you disprove his logical fallacy, it doesn't mean you're right. It just means that what the way they phrase their sentence or what they're talking about in that instant, it's just insane. But it doesn't mean that like you're right or or you disproved it completely. It's just sometimes even just the way it's worded could disprove, like not disprove it, but it can make it like a logical fallacy, but it could still be right, if you know what I mean. It's just the way they phrase the terminology in the sentence.
Yeah, like logic is it's a way of a discussion. I mean, you can use logic to have a logical discussion, but emotion can be involved in it, and it should be involved. And so you have to find a balance between the two to actually understand, the argument itself.
We got new people in here, whole bunch of them.
Hold on, I want to say shout out to Jose, man. I ain't seen you in a while. Anyway.
Yeah, let's talk to these new people, and good to see you too, Julio.
Yeah, good to see you, brother. Yeah, talk to new guys. Yeah, I mean, it's like
Hello?
the logical ideas aren't going to win any argument. It kind of exposes when people are
Hello,
just
sir.
being fallacious. Anyway, go ahead.
Hello. Is it possible for me to ask a question?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello. So a lot of people say like the Earth is flat and the moon and the sun, but why would you say like what causes the ocean tides? And, like why are they synchronized like so
So
reliably?
let me go over science, how it works real fast. Do you understand what you need in order to conduct an experiment?
What do you mean by that?
The three things that you need to conduct a scientific experiment so that you can gain knowledge, right, is your independent, dependent, and control variable. Now, this is really easy to understand, right? Let's say me and you get a hotel room and we don't turn on the lights.
It's us.
And we just
Okay.
sit on the bed and we theorize. Yeah, this is just a thought experiment. We theorize which light turns on which bulb. Right? We could do this for weeks, months, years, but we don't have any firsthand knowledge until we do what? We start manipulating the cause and see the effect. So me and you start playing with the switches, right? At that point, once we've discovered, hey, this switch goes to this circuit, goes to this bulb, then we've proved something, right? So you're asking me about the tides. What causes the tides? So they say in the mainstream that it's caused by the moon. The moon's gravity and turned it on and off.
Yeah.
You haven't. So we say we don't know what causes the moon's tides. They say that they know without the science. How do they know without the science?
Exactly.
Oh yeah.
That's my question. That's what I'm asking. Like, how would we know that what causes the like ripples and stuff? Hush mode. Going on.
Well, we can
Or
get
are
right
you
about
aware of how they know that the moon is causing the tides on Earth? Are you aware of what they claim?
Not really sure. That's what I'm asking, like, because this I'm really weak on this topic. That's why I came here to get answers, and get opinions. So
Right.
yeah.
Well, you're here now. Cool.
Mm.
All right. So you don't know. That means
No.
you're ignorant, but which is not a bad word. That means you don't know.
Yeah. And it's better for me not to make assumptions if I don't know anything about the topic.
Cool. Well, then welcome to the server.
I feel very welcome to,
Yeah, cool.
What brings you here?
Pardon?
What brings you here?
Well, previously
state
I
your
joined.
purpose.
Previously I joined here like I think last year around this time with a couple of my friends, to like ask questions. I was also in a previous live stream as well, but then I left time ago, and then I was like, might as well come back here, like I have some unanswered questions and stuff like that. I just came here out of curiosity and like educate myself. That's my main like objective in the server.
Awesome. Nice to have you here.
Thank you.
Yeah. So the last time you came here, that was the first time you ever talked to flat earthers before.
Yeah, like I talked for a bit with my other friend called Third29, and then like I brought some extra friends here that I thought like they might benefit from me talking and like you guys answering the questions.
Did they make asses of themselves and rage quit?
I don't think so, but Fly does that. Like there's
sometimes that does happen. We'll get a group from another server. They'll come in, and one guy will stick around, and the rest of them just ask dumb questions and rage quit.
I have a friend called the Cud and Fiduce. Like I think they'll have some questions if they want. If they want any input, it's up to them. What's going on?
Is that Kiwi?
Another day, another dollar. What's up, bro?
Hey, yeah, what's up? He's got Rocky here.
Thought I heard Kiwi for a second.
Huh?
Yeah, did I hear my name? What's up?
Yeah, it's me. Oh, what's up, God Rocky? It's me. How you doing, man?
Who's me?
Frank.
I remember this kid. Can't remember his last name though.
Who said that?
Frank,
Do you remember?
Elaborate.
Met.
Yeah. Hello.
I don't know what name. Ned. You remember me as Ned? Ned Phillips.
Oh, you're the one that made the video. I thought you were permaban. Get rid of this guy.
No, hold on.
I ain't talking to you, dude. You lied to me. You straight out lied to me several times. I got nothing to say to you. I'm not a mod here, but my vote is get rid of him. He's a troll.
Get out now.
Yeah. Isn't this the kid? Isn't this the kid that was showing his guns in the chill chat?
You do not deserve to be in the server. I did not want you here. Can you get out, please? Thank you very much.
What's wrong with showing guns?
Nothing. He's just a LARPer and a troll, and he's just not genuine.
If you guys want to keep him, I'll leave. Fuck it. I'm gone.
No. He's gone. Stay. He's gone.
Time out.
Who was it?
Why is he gone? What rule did he break?
I don't even know who he is, but
then who
had a
booted
big
him?
issue with God Rockin', so
having an issue with somebody in grounds for booting them. So,
I don't know. Hold on. You're gonna have to ask God Rockin'. I don't know. I didn't meet the guy. Go ahead.
Did God Rockin' just boot him?
I can explain what happened.
Go ahead.
This guy,
Go ahead,
he
Luke.
was in the, he
Why
was
don't you
going
go
on.
ahead and explain it, lunatic? Because these guys people don't want to listen to me. Go ahead.
Yeah, he was the guy who a couple months ago was hanging around in the chill chat a lot. He gained freaking God Rocket's trust and all that stuff. God was the only guy sticking up for him. Everybody else was calling the guy a LARPer and everything. And then it turned out that he made a trolling YouTube video, basically, with a few people in it, but it betrayed God Rockin's trust. Or to say all of ours, really, but especially God Rockin's.
Fair enough.
Yeah, he's a clown.
What does that mean? He's a LARP? What's a LARP? Because that's against the server rule.
He was pretending to be interested in the topic and claiming to be a flat earther and all that type of stuff.
It's like an actor, not genuine.
Yeah, live action role play, whatever. Yeah, that's what it means.
God Rocker remembers him, and he fucking was offended by him. I mean, just trust his judgment, man. I think that. I mean, holy shit! Why wouldn't you just let it go? Come on.
Unfortunately, that's not a bannable offense.
Nah, I think it is, but whatever. I disagree, but whatever.
No, just look at the rules of the server you're in.
Oh well.
Okay. No, I mean,
anyway, he's gone. He's still gone. No,
he made a video clowning us all and put it on his YouTube channel.
Yeah, that's not grounds for. That's not against the rules.
I'm just telling you what he did. I'm not a mod. You guys can do what you want.
I heard what
Why
you
do you
said.
keep interrupting me? For fuck's sakes!
Hey, watch your language, man.
Fuck. You know
Yo,
what?
we're on your side, God, Mitt
You guys
Rockin.
do what you want because obviously my voice means nothing.
Well, yeah, that's kind
No,
of.
I think
up,
you're being a
man,
little
because,
dramatic.
Like Lou is kind of backing him up.
What are
you
you
know, if it's a waste of time to talk to this idiot, then why the fuck
Ramadan, bro. Stop swearing,
we
please.
let him in here again?
From last man.
I trust you, God Rockin', man.
God Rockin', I don't really understand why you're upset because he's banned. And the reason he's banned is because he said he came in under a different name. Isn't that a bannable offense?
Especially if he's been banned under another name.
And he said he was banned under the other name.
Yeah. So he's fucked off. So
God
fuck it, it's over.
God Rockin's not here anymore.
Oh, he's pissed, but that's all right. He'll be back. But yeah, I mean,
Who was
yeah,
it?
if you get banned and then you come back in another name, then you're just fucked. You're gonna get that account banned immediately.
Wait, who was the issue? Was it the Maymet guy or?
Not me.
Okay, I was just confused.
No, it was. I thought it was at first,
for him.
but anyway, it was somebody
Okay.
else.
He just asked a question. And the other guy introduced himself to God Rockin', and God Rockin' said, "Oh, I know this guy.
I know this motherfucker." Anyway, so Meme, you had a question, right?
Yeah, I think it was answered like slightly, but I'm not sure if you
But
think.
Mehmet, you have no relation to that member who got banned, right?
If he does, he probably won't tell you. So.
Nah, he joined.
Well, it sounded like he was introducing someone, and I thought it was that.
No, I think he just happened to jump in at the same time, and that's why I thought it was.
Was it that guy that spoke after me? I think you're referring to him. I'm pretty sure. I was speaking, he came out, and then he said he was going to get banned. I think you're talking about him.
But he wasn't your friend, right? That you brought with you. Okay, because you mentioned you were bringing some friends, or you had friends. Okay.
Yeah. They are Thirds and Cod. But
Hello, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got muted now.
All right,
cool.
Just clarifying. That's all. Cool.
Yeah,
no, cool. Yeah, so Meme, you said you're gonna bring some friends in here.
Yeah. If they have any questions, they can ask. I'm just here.
Yeah. So I got a question. So you know how you guys believe the Earth is flat. What about other planets like Mars and Jupiter?
Okay, go back to where you said other planets, because that's where it went wrong. Yeah, you're presupposing that the Earth is something that it's never been shown to be.
Like, what do you mean by that?
Are you trying to say that the Earth's not a planet?
When have you observed the Earth as a wandering star in the sky? What
Okay.
likeness to the planets do you observe in the Earth?
So then what is the Earth?
What likeness to the planets do you observe in the Earth?
What is man saying?
Well, isn't it? Well, I'm under the current belief that the Earth is has a globe shape. So I guess that's the likeness.
Yeah, it doesn't have that. It's got no measurable curvature on its surface.
Unless you can demonstrate.
Isn't there experimental way?
Then we can have the conversation.
Yeah, because other planets, that's an invalid question.
Okay. Well, so like can't you stand from certain places and then see like the curve of the Earth?
You're cutting out a little bit. Are you on speaker?
Remember, like if you stand from a certain point and you can see, yeah. Like,
Your
if you see
microphone is a little soft. Can you get closer to your microphone or turn the volume up a little
And
bit?
if you're on your phone, don't use speaker. It cuts out.
What was
So
that?
make sure you have your actual phone microphone.
I swear.
Yeah.
Allah Akbar.
Hey,
Yeah,
to be honest, everyone, like have patience. Answer his questions. In kind, we all used to think the Earth was a globe too. Come on, just like ask some leading questions.
Okay, as I was saying, isn't that
Sounds like he's brand
you can
new
do
to
like
the
stand out
topic.
something?
Or we could just overtalk them. Come on, Helio.
I know.
So, wait, going back to your previous point, would you, if you didn't define the Earth as a planet, what would you define it as? A star in the
No, it's not.
space
It's
above?
not a celestial object
What does the word celestial mean?
in the sky.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much.
So
No
like, what
celestial.
are we in?
No, it's Ferd's asking questions. He wants some answers.
Yeah. So I'm
They're
saying,
all
if you
friends
stand
though,
from like a
right?
certain point.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like, if you stand from a certain point and you like see a ship sail into the horizon, isn't that like experiencing curvature?
No,
How is it not?
Because when they disappear over the horizon, if you can get a camera with a higher resolution power than the human eye, you can zoom it right back in, so it didn't go over any physical obstruction.
Cold.
Yeah, it reappears because it's going past the vanishing point.
Oh, I was reading this study, like
Hello?
while I was on mute, I guess, to try to be a bit more educated. Yeah, and it was given some measurements. Wait, let me see if I can just bring it back up. Sure. Yeah, it was given some measurements about.
Mehmet, make sure you mute
about,
yourself if you're not
curvature.
speaking.
Oh, sorry.
No worries.
Sorry, give me a sec. See if I find it.
Yeah, and are you in the live stream voice text or the chat? Because we could also post stuff too
now.
to show you. So make sure you're in there as
Yeah.
well.
Okay, it's like the Earth's curvature is clearly apparent from high altitudes, such as Albert Stevens of the U.S. Army Air Corps showed in the 1930s. That it was basically a picture of him flying at an altitude of 21,000 feet above a place in Argentina, and you can visibly see curvature.
The globe doesn't even claim that you can see curvature from that altitude.
21,000 feet. Oh,
Yeah, that's way too low.
Yeah, that's what
Neil
it says.
deGrasse Tyson will tell you that
6,400
128,000 feet, that's not high enough to see curvature on the globe, so you're definitely not going to see it according to anybody's standards from 20,000.
And you don't even need to trust
He was referring.
You don't need to even trust Neil deGrasse Tyson. You can actually do the math for yourself. Like, you just have to find out like what optic you're using to view the Earth. Like the size of the optic, the distance, how much of a wide angle lens you're viewing. You have to understand something too. Like optics distort. It's not a true image like what you're viewing with your eye. Even your eye can distort things. Because our eyes are curved. The lenses are curved. Everything that we're viewing, it does distort to some point. So but my best advice for the curvature argument, I'm going to go back to the boat thing that you brought up, is they do claim that the reason that the boat starts to be obscured is due to curvature, but you have to understand something. It's just a claim they make. They would have to put some math to it. Like they would have to go like, oh, look, at this distance, this much of the boat should be obscured due to the Earth's curvature. And they would have to mathematically go mile by mile and prove that the curvature of the Earth is adhering to the shape and the size that they claim it is. That hasn't been done. And number two, they negate the atmospheric effects. Like what's going on in the atmosphere, where's the horizon on certain days as opposed to other days, depending on temperature, pressure, etc. All that is just negated. They just say, oh, you don't see the boat, curvature of the Earth. That's not very scientific if you ask me, right?
I think, Jose, that a lot of people that aren't privy to this information think they can stand on a beach, watch a ship move away from them, in perfect atmosphere, whatever that might be. And they'll say, well, I can see the top of the boat last as it moves away from me 30 miles away. And that means it's going over the curvature.
But like he says,
But they don't understand perspective.
Yeah.
Sorry, they don't understand perspective and the Rayleigh criterion. So the Rayleigh criterion just happens to match, and the Rayleigh criterion is how your eye works with perspective. It happens to match the globe Earth math, right? So at 1 foot, you shouldn't be able to see past 1.22 miles. That's the same for your optics, your eyes, and it's also the same for the globe Earth math. So how do you know you're not seeing the distance through your eye, what it can perceive? But because you don't have eagle eyes, you don't have owl eyes, you have human eyes, and they're really good, for spotting things at about like 100 yards and throwing spheres. But they're not so good for determining, what is the cause of this disappearing.
Yeah,
and that's why I was saying the standard. That's why I brought up this. Hey, standard atmosphere, no, like clear sky, whatever. You see the boat move away from you across the ocean. Of course, you can see the top first because it's moving across the flat ocean. It's not the curved ocean obscuring the bottom. That's ridiculous.
Hey, Hank, real quick, you know how you just brought up the Rayleigh criterion, how it matches our eyes match the curvature of the Earth? Now think about this. Use the Rayleigh criteria pretending it's a globe. Because you know how they exclude perspective from observation? Just think about that. Imagine if they actually accounted for the vision and the curvature, what that would mean for them.
So if I wanted to see how the Earth is flat, what kind of experiments? Because I heard someone mention it before about you can do.
You can watch a ship move away from you toward the horizon. That's a good way.
So, yeah, you need an Earth curve calculator first. Thanks. So first, you should probably understand the radius of the Earth. You can Google that. You can bring up an Earth curve calculator, and then all you have to do is type in all the variables, and you can decide for yourself. You don't need anybody to help you. Nothing more than a spotlight, an observer, a cell phone, a mirror, and maybe some sort of a telescope or something like that. But yeah, you can do it yourself for next to no money.
Yeah.
You just need time off.
So if that's the case, then how come NASA and all this money that they've put to discover these kind of things, how come they're coming up with false findings?
No, sorry. Isn't the thing we're saying that they're dealing in fraudulent behavior? So when we show you exactly how specifically, it's obvious that we're talking about them and their fraudulent stuff. So it's like, why are they putting it all out there? I don't know, man. We just discovered that it's all fraudulent. That's all. Why do people commit frauds? Is that really an important question, or did they commit fraud? Is that the question?
I don't know. I just think finding out why they would give more insight.
How would I know?
Or not.
Oh, wait. So why?
Hold on. How would I, Helio, Hank, or anyone in the server know the motivations of other people who, in this case, have literally come up with a model and told us it was a reality in which it's actually not? How have you ever been friends with a pathological liar?
I have. I have.
I don't think so.
Yeah, and it was not fun.
Right, it's someone who, regardless of you wanting to get the truth from them, they'll never give it. So I mean, even if there aren't enough of you questioning them for them to put out a statement detailing why they did what they did. Maybe if enough of us put pressure on them instead of asking flat earthers, why we think they lied, maybe they'd be forthcoming with something.
Yeah. Okay, well, yeah, I was just interested in the aspect of like beliefs, and like I think my friend Cod as well like had quite a few questions to do with religion and like how it links to
So you're
like,
really thinking more about the psychology of it instead of
yeah,
actual physical
I
aspects.
guess so, because I understand the concept that we perceive the earth
Yeah,
as a flat, right?
heliocentrism is a religion. It's a religion that's this is over 2,000 years old. We were just talking about it. Comes from this Jewish mysticism book. What's it called again? The Kabbalah. Accredited scientists like Michio Kaku has discussed it, saying that our cosmology is eerily similar to their cosmology because it is the same, because it's a religion. So yeah, we do talk. I mean, that's what this is about. Us pointing out to people that what they have are just beliefs that aren't founded in any justifiable information that would support that.
So like
So we
last
can
time I was here,
we can get to the information because if it were flat,
Can
what
we?
let's just assume right now, like say you believe that the earth is a globe right now, and then right now you all of a sudden you believe it's flat. What does that mean? Like what feelings? Imagine it actually is flat. You have to actually put yourself emotionally in the position where it's not what they've told me. What are you thinking now?
I don't know. Well, I feel like if that's fake and I thought that was real, like, and I genuinely believed it, then like I would question everything else in my life, I guess, including religion. That's why we're asking as well. I myself, I'm a Muslim, and I think there are verses in Quran that hint at the earth being round. So
I watch Abin preach, right? They had a woman on there who she recently got married, and her husband, they've been to school, and they're very scientific, quote unquote. These are the words out of her mouth, and they said they couldn't remain religious and keep the faith of the Quran specifically because it said that the sun set in murky water and that the earth is flat, and they also gave the verses. So that was just that wasn't them having a conversation about flat earth. That was basically them just being candid and generally and they're saying, well, we're not religious because it says that the earth is flat.
Well, my friend Cud, like he's more interested about the religion aspect, and he is quite more knowledgeable when it comes to religion and verses. So I think he was going to ask a question. I think he's on mute. If you guys,
Yeah, hello. Could you hear me? Could you hear me fine?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, we hear you.
Oh yeah, okay. Thank you very much. So basically, the way I want to approach this whole theory and stuff is, I'm a very religious person. I like to say follow my I follow Islam quite well. Alhamdulillah, yeah, mashallah. I would just like to say,
Mashallah.
obviously with the whole aspect of flat Earth, I feel like it's a big disagreement with religion. As religion, obviously, Islam, Christianity, they all believe that God created the world, and God created things for certain things. He created it round. He created it in all these different ways, and specifically round. And the whole flat Earth theory and the aspects behind it kind of disagree with that. So I'm thinking like, how would you debate someone who's really religious and brings those points around? Like, how would you debunk those theories? Of course, there's a whole obvious point about there's no proof of God being real and stuff like that.
Instead of asking, hold on. Instead of asking how you would debate a flat earther, no, it's not.
Helio,
Jesus Christ.
Let me answer this question because you're saying instead of answering that, how about no? Let me answer this question. Let me answer what he said.
Man.
So, your premise was false because you're saying that they're globe earth. Well, you're insinuating that they're globe earth books because you've taken some interpretation from the words round, I guess. But the bottom line is that's just not the case. I just told the other guy that just candidly talking about other things, this Muslim woman said that she and her husband could not keep the faith because it was a flat earth book. There's no way for you to explain the sun setting in murky water. It's like all of these things. It's obviously not a ball earth with a 93 million mile away sun that's much bigger. And regardless, none of us would be willing to argue those points because in this server we stick to usually what is empirical, like a
All right.
measurement.
You know
or
what's
like
really?
I was almost done.
Better hurry up.
I'd like to go after him.
You
My
always
God.
say that. I'm almost done. Like 5 minutes later. Then
Well, you would know I was done when I stopped talking.
okay. Well, hurry up.
Oh snap!
Scrap.
I ain't lying though. I mean, you guys already know this.
Yeah. Gosh, man.
Let's not be a bit of thing, guys. Like,
Yeah, I'm not gonna fight with you on this. Go ahead.
we're going up, sir.
Finish your statement. Go ahead.
The bottom
Hear
line
me?
is
Oh, sorry.
there's a claim of measurement, and so we basically make measurements to confirm that it is the dimensions that they claim, and we've confirmed that it's not the dimensions they claim. In fact, we have so many very very large distance observations where you can see from point A to point B basically in a straight line, and there should be hump in the way. So I'm done, Helio.
Yeah,
What did you
I
have to
understand.
say?
Oh, okay then, cool.
Notice, I mean, this
Yeah, right,
guy's.
because he doesn't want you to respond. He's going to just talk right after me addressing you.
Oh,
So what do you have to say,
that's
Helio?
understandable.
No, sure. I'd love to hear the response to that. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I couldn't tell, but
But the reason I brought up the whole religion thing, because previously my last friend Faz, when he mentioned the whole thing about, I don't know who it was, but some guy said that the Earth's not celestial or something like that, about how the Earth's not in the sky or something in the air. That's that's like the point I wanted to focus on, because obviously, Alhamdulillah, God created the world perfectly. He did a great job. He put in the air. He put the whole universe guides all to correspond perfectly with one another. And I get the whole point of like, oh, recent discoveries and stuff. But the point I want to make is if you focus on the Bible and the Quran, I personally want to focus on the Quran because obviously I'm brother of Islam. It has many. This was written many thousands of hundreds of years ago, and I feel like the facts in that are much stronger than the recent discoveries. Yeah, technology has improved and stuff like that, but the facts and stuff written there, I feel like it more makes sense because people back then, the whole flat Earth thing wasn't a thing back then, but it is now. So I feel like people might have misinterpreted and like sprung with new ideas, which is why this whole thing came to close.
Yeah, I think there's also a verse in the Quran where it says the Earth is the
that was
shape of
false.
a camel egg.
Hey, hold on. Let the other guy respond, and then I'm going to respond. Who was?
Yeah.
Go ahead. What were you going to say?
First, can you speak, please? Thank you.
Oh, me. Sorry. There's a verse in the Quran, like I forgot who said it, but someone said that there was a woman talking about how the sun rises from the water, whatever, and it shows how in the Quran it states the earth is flat. But there's also a verse that says and the earth explicitly is a shape of like, I think it was a camel egg. So I mean that is pretty round to me.
Yeah, I remember reading about that part as well. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah.
And last part to add on. Sorry. There have been many verses. I don't want to get into specific details because I don't want to start any. I don't want to go off topic and stuff. But there were many incidents in the Quran where peace be upon the Prophet Muhammad did mention that there will in the future be there will future be, I wouldn't want to say the word trend, but there will be ideas that spark up that many people will follow. And peace be upon the Prophet Muhammad did say, do not follow those road, do not follow these trends and do not follow these topics, which is one of the topics was actually the Earth being disproved to be a different type of shape. Yeah. I don't remember if it was flat or not, but I remember it does saying that it's
different shape.
It would be it would be different shape and stuff like that. That's the point I want
let
to
me ask. Let me ask both of you guys. Do you think that flat? Hold on. Let me ask both of you guys. Do you think flat is a shape?
That isn't the shape necessarily, no, but I feel like that's like the
Yeah.
easiest way to
Okay,
describe
cool.
it.
So
Because
when
obviously
you
I'm not
hear
the one in this
someone,
stuff and I'm new.
all right, you're very excited. Do you think
Wallahi, I am.
when someone says flat Earth, what do you think?
I'll be real, the first thing I think of was Logan Paul, but the second thing I think of is like some flat square, and then just like
Yeah,
obviously
like
the whole
this.
green and blue and stuff on it. That's what I think of.
Yeah.
All
That's
right,
the first thing
so
known into internet.
where do you think Earth is if it were to be flat in that vein?
If I was to think it was flat, I can't imagine myself thinking that because I personally don't believe it. But if I try my best, I would still think it's up in the sky of the Milky Way. That's how I believe it was.
Really, it's in the universe.
Yeah, along with Jupiter and all his
Really?
brethren and stuff in there.
Oh, see,
So when have you
to be
observed the
honest,
Earth?
so we're on a totally different. See, we're not talking about the same thing. Earth is we're geocentric. Well, I can't speak for every single person on this server, but most of us are geocentric. Earth is at the center of everything we experience. What we experience here.
Mm-hmm.
And I say I won't speak for everyone, but for the most part, I mean, I've been here for freaking 4 years. I know all of these people that are on this server. You know, the flat earthers. We know that nothing else besides Earth as a physical body exists.
Oh.
Wait, can I interrupt if you're done, Helio?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
I'll just throw this in there. Earth is not in the sky.
Yeah.
If it's not in the sky, then where would you say it remains? Where would you say it rolls?
Under your feet. The Earth is the stuff between your toes at the beach. But you said something to me that was interesting.
So you think it's just one whole floor?
And it doesn't matter if you're Christian or Muslim or
Okay,
not.
whoa.
You know.
Please don't raise your voice. I feel really uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's a bit sad.
All right, so my Muslim friends, please, peace and shalom. Please hear me out.
Alhamdulillah.
Yeah, it's fine. We're open to any debates. Yeah.
So,
Mashallah, brother.
yeah, I don't know that one. So here's the thing. This whole heliocentric model, it didn't really start catching ground until the 1500s. So not all books, but most books written before the 1500s, they're flat Earth books, except for the mystery schools, which have now become the Jesuit, controlled colleges, right? But I'm pretty sure that the Bible was written so long ago that it's a flat Earth book. All the books in the Bible are flat Earth books because they're so old. Now, you might say that there was a guy named Eratosthenes or some other ancient Greeks who theorized that the Earth was a globe, but this was not mainstream. In fact, I talked to some farmers, and these people were in their 80s, and they remember the flat Earth debate in their lifetime. Right? So before 1969, before the moon landings that allegedly happened, we disagree with, people were saying that the Earth was flat. So the Earth, when I say Earth and you picture the blue marble, right, in your mind's eye, that's not what Earth is. Earth is the stuff that the earthworms live in. Earth is not floating in space. That's the model that they show you. So do you know the difference between a model Porsche and a real Porsche?
Yeah.
I can't I did that about it, but I'm not too sure.
So it's a car, right? So a model Lamborghini compared to a real Lamborghini.
The model is like what you see, but a real one you see like eye to eye.
Yeah.
Like, in front of you.
Yeah, understand.
Like the ones I can drive in and the toy ones, basically.
Yeah.
Right, you got it.
The
You
Honda
got it.
Civics, like
So,
Uncle drive.
Yeah.
So, my friends, I would just ask you to think about it logically. You've never seen the Earth as a sphere in space. You've only seen images, so you have secondhand knowledge. But your primary senses, your eyes, your ears, the equilibrium in your ears, it tells you that you live on a flat stationary plane. So when you are praying or meditating, you don't feel the Earth move. When you are the most still, you don't see curvature, you don't feel the Earth move, and you've never witnessed the vacuum of space.
Yeah.
Can I say something, please? About that whole thing, but like, the whole culture thing. Think of it like this: in the most logical way, if you go in a straight line, would you not fall off if it's flat?
Yeah.
Or if it's like if it's not round? Because if it is round, like think of it like this: if you go round infinity in it, like super logical, all that type of stuff, you will
Alright,
never.
so we're gonna use
you know,
super. Are we using super logic or anti logic or like some type of weird logical ideas? Like magic.
you mentioned.
Hey, magic is another
Okay.
thing that we could use.
Yeah.
Okay.
You mentioned logic a lot of times, so that's why I'm trying to use my logic here. But I don't know what anti-logic is, and I'm not Asta fan. I don't know what this is.
Yeah.
Anti-magic. Oh yeah, but wait, also like linking with that question, a lot of flat earthers say that there's an ice border around the world.
Yeah.
If there is, like, my question is, how can we observe that? And like, how has no one?
Before you guys ask that,
You can't. That's the point.
Okay, so
I can't. Can I explain how I can?
I have
Well,
a
it
question
doesn't
before you
matter
go
if
ahead with that.
the Earth is a plane that's laid out flat, or if it's a ball. Everybody seems to acknowledge that there's a continent called Antarctica, which is the highest elevation of any of the continents.
Okay, so how do you expect to go from London to Antarctica if that's like at my age?
Sorry,
at your age? Did you say at my age?
Yeah, because you said like you can go. Like how do you think I should go? Like go to the end of the Earth.
If you wanted to travel from one part of Earth to another, I mean, people do it on airplanes all the time. I mean,
I swear.
I can't like. I've never been on a plane in my life, so I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you never observed one either. Wait, I would like to reply to someone in chat, Karma. Sister Karma, you said Google search shows that, and it's a quote, and Allah has spread the earth for you as a carpet. Wallahi billahi, tonight, uqsi billahi, you're waffling, because in the Quran, it's actually an interpretation that the carpet, it means different layers. Like, you know how in the carpet there's rugs and there's different layers, it goes down and down? That's what it's trying to say.
Mashallah, yeah.
Are you guys? We're all in functional reality here for the most part. I mean, so what? Why are you guys
guys?
You're trying to make
was your
jokes that
question,
don't actually.
No,
it's
not
not funny at all.
What did you guys say in the Quran? What does it say again about the shape of the earth?
Oh, there's a quote that someone put and it said, and it's been spread out for you as a carpet.
No, before that, you guys mentioned something else. Like it actually took a different shape.
Oh, that was
He said
me.
it was
Yeah.
a camel's head.
Oh yeah, the camel shape. Yeah, that was him. Yeah. Sorry.
What was it? Say it again.
I think it was an egg. I think it was a camel egg, or some sort of egg.
So camels lay eggs.
I think he's a bit confused. He's probably mixed up.
Yeah.
Okay. Like, do you mean a camel's hump?
No.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
It's an egg.
I think it was camel hump because where there's like layers and hills.
No, not that. It was an egg.
Oh.
So an egg shape. How is that logical? Do camels lay eggs? I'm just wondering.
No, I
wasn't
sure about the animal.
They lay humps. That's what they do. They lay humps. Camels lay humps. And
I don't know. I've never been on one.
Can you help your friend out? What do you think he means?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
I can explain.
Okay, go ahead.
It's really humpy. For some reason, I think he's obsessed with humps.
Just let him explain. I want to hear what he has to say.
I know. I would have, mate.
Right now. I think we're trying to like talks about cow. I think he's just a bit confused. Like,
no, wait, I meant egg of an animal, but
he likes to hump. He likes to hump.
Okay, so you accidentally said camel.
Yeah, I was just thinking of like Muslims and Saudi Arabia and desert animals, and a camel came to my mind, didn't it? Sorry, my bad.
So you're probably saying that you think the Earth is shaped like an egg.
Yeah, well, that's what the verse says at least.
Okay, that's all I want to know. Sorry.
Did he say that's what the bastards say at least?
No, stop it. That's what the
I know, I'm just fucking around. I'm just fucking around.
Nah, man.
Oh, it's not a good.
Why defer to what somebody's book says, though? Why don't you just look at the Earth, measure its surface, see what it is?
The reason, sorry, Barbara. The reason why we follow the book is because I personally have. Do you know what special revelation is?
No, special revelation. Ooh, that's
special revelation.
So
do you know what that is? It's like when they explain the miracle.
Why you're not just measuring the Earth itself to determine what it is.
Okay, but I have that big ruler, mate.
Knowledge, right? Why
The
don't you
reason-
just look at it directly instead
Because
of
I
going
can't get enough
secondhand
knowledge from that.
knowledge?
The reason why people like me and Faz and many other people across the world, I follow is because personally, or first-hand experience, I've received many miracles in my life. Alhamdulillah, like a lot of stuff has happened to me.
Alhamdulillah.
And then stuff in the religious books as well, like Bible and Quran, like many of the stuff that's written in the past has happened in the future, which holds us to account. Like it makes us believe that those books and the originality from them holds a lot of power, which is why people follow the whole aspect of religion.
Yeah, it's the
So
pull
it
from your
looks like
heart.
it has a good track record to you, so you don't want to test its claims of the Earth in case it all falls
Yeah,
apart.
please don't disrespect the book in any way, shape, or form, because I don't know if that's happening or not. But
that
yeah,
was a good one, just in case it doesn't confirm your
Yeah.
belief. Yeah.
Yeah, because
many
what
people
seems to
have
be wrong about what the Earth is. Why don't you check it? Why don't you try to verify it? Why don't you test?
I personally have. There's like a big hill next to my house as well.
Don't be scared. Don't be scared. I mean, if
No
you
one's
got
I'm not scared,
something,
mate.
just
Pat, no
freaking
one's scared.
bring it
We're
up.
not scared.
Yo.
We're not scared, bro.
Yo, listen. This is not a religious debate server. If you want to
It's
talk about
not, but we do have
Helio,
to do it sometimes.
Helio,
It's not really
Sometimes.
Helio.
He's giving us stats and like stuff.
I don't know. I think I might have to start muting people because y'all is acting crazy like y'all run shit.
Okay, I'm sorry. Can I change
And
topic then? Can I
I'm
change
not
topic?
trying to raise my voice. I'm trying to be reasonable, respectable, and
thank you,
I'm
man.
just not going to be brought to a level. It's just ridiculous.
No, I get you, Elijah. I get you, Elijah. Yeah, we do clown sometimes. It's okay. It's okay. You know. I mean,
So
listen. Hey, we point out their religious shit about
I would.
the globe Earth
Please
all the
don't say that
time,
ever
and
again. That's very disrespectful.
so whatever. So anyway, okay, it's all good.
Like
You
I
lot believe in
said,
gravity?
like I said, like I said, yeah, before you understand that I'm setting the parameters of discussion. It's not going to be around religion or religious texts.
Okay.
Can I say something?
Yeah, I'm down with that too, and I try to relent in my way.
You're making it hard, Helio.
Yo, on God, Joe, I swear you're talking bears. Let the guy speak.
Yeah, wallahi, man.
I'll shut up. I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette. You
respect
guys
that.
figure
Thank
this
you.
shit.
Thank you. Yeah, have a smoke. Go shoot your kids.
That's wrong. I can't lie. It's wrong. Don't do that.
Anyways, I have two questions to be exact. My first question is, a lot of flat earthers like claim, NASA, the government is lying to us. What do you think like the government gains from lying to us about flat Earth?
We already answered that question.
You should be listening.
What was the answer? Like, do you believe in gravity?
He didn't know. He didn't care.
He does. Okay, so he just like subsides that fact. Okay, that's nice.
No, he was saying before about how that instead of us asking other flat earthers why they think the government is lying, we should be like amassing in numbers to ask them so we can get a real answer. I'm pretty sure that's what he said.
Yeah, but before you do that, you have to identify the lie. And the problem is, at least I've been trying to get you to focus on what's important. The fact that they've made a claim of measurement and the fact that things that are measured typically can be measured again for verification. So that's the point. You would have to identify the lie first, and then you might feel inclined to be a part of the people who feel like questioning them is a relevant thing to do. You can't just start with, well, I'm just going to start questioning off of what grounds?
Yeah.
Hey, Muslim guys. Do you guys believe in evolution?
No. It depends. It depends.
No.
On the day, but...
So why would they lie about that?
In what way?
Who's they?
That God didn't create life.
Black people.
Oh, he did though.
Okay, so why would they lie?
We're not.
Why would they lie about that?
Okay, one at a time. Wait, Joe. What do you mean by why would they lie? Who would lie about what? We don't believe in Darwin and his like idea about evolution over like we evolved from monkeys, all of that. But we do believe that we brought to Earth.
Sorry, you can't speak for all of us. Some of us do.
Oh, okay. What would you say about that?
Anyways, Karen, some more.
No, Philip, what do you say about that?
All right, never mind.
Someone said before that
Good point. I'll be real. That's a good point you made about evolution. It's one that we get asked frequently.
Well, I'm just trying to say that it's the same thing. Like the same reason why they would push evolution on children and all that stuff.
Yeah.
It's the same reason why they push heliocentrism.
Yeah.
Same thing.
I'm not a child.
And besides that, if you can demonstrate that a claim is not true, does it matter why someone...
Very interesting, yeah.
If you can demonstrate that someone's claim isn't true, does it matter why they said it? Does their motives do anything to alter the fact that the claim is false? False.
No, I feel like it could, because the reason they're trying to manipulate us could be because they're trying to hide other things or trying to make us do something else, like trying to.
Well, I think speaking
manipulation.
Yeah, I think I agree. I think the other people agree with me as well. We don't believe. We understand when you say, "Oh, the government's lying to us," because I don't personally believe a lot of stuff of the government.
Yeah.
That's what. Okay, what is this guy talking about? Massive. Okay, anyways, but I get how some people say, "Oh, the government's lying to us," and that's all that stuff. But it's just like, as we're talking about religion, it does kind of counteract with our beliefs about oh, we don't believe the Earth is flat, but we also do at the same time. If you get what I mean.
I don't get what you mean.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah,
I was waffling.
Well, you don't really have to. You don't really have to believe the Earth is flat because you just experience that. So, every body of water that you've ever seen is level. So.
Oh yeah, no, but when you actually no, never mind.
And what you guys were saying about your book says egg shaped.
Yeah.
And you guys were saying earlier about how the other planets and the Earth is in the universe and stuff. We're not actually saying that, the Earth is flat inside heliocentrism. We're saying that the whole heliocentric thing is a complete fabrication.
What is that?
It's all fake. So
we're not in
a vacuum of outer space because you can't have gas pressure right next to a vacuum. So we're actually contained. There's a container. And it could be a dome, which would be egg-shaped, Yeah,
the whole cosmological idea of the vacuum of space and these insane distances between the celestial bodies and all this stuff, all of that is a reification of the globe. That's all an extension of the globe idea, right? So you get rid of the globe, you get rid of that whole explanation of how the globe exists.
Yeah.
The exocentric galaxy.
Yeah.
And they say that we're supposedly moving 1.3 million miles per hour and all these in three different orbits. Yeah.
Yeah, Usain Bolt, yeah.
With air wrapped around a ball, and the ball's moving in a vacuum. It's just completely impossible. Yeah. We need it in order for us to have the air here that we're breathing, it must be contained. So there's a container. Yeah.
And so you came in talking about other planets and stuff, and so it's not like anybody here claims that those things don't exist. It's just that what we contend is that they're not what the heliocentric model claims them to be, right?
Yeah, I agree.
I think last time I was here, about a year ago, there was someone that claimed gravity does not exist. What do you guys think about that?
Yes, my point.
Yeah, it doesn't. It's not real.
Oh.
So if you throw your pen in the air right now and it falls down, what would you call that?
Yeah.
That's just an effect.
Can I take this one, guys? Do you mind?
Yeah, go ahead.
You mind? Yeah, okay. So we talked about science earlier and how you prove things by manipulating the cause and you see the effect, right?
The three things.
So let's say, let's prove some things with a thought experiment. But this experiment you can do at the house. You could do it at your grandmother's house. You could do it at your mom's house or your father's house, right?
Okay, yeah.
Wherever.
Right now.
Okay, so let's say that you have an apple. Let's say you have an apple, right?
Yeah.
And you put it in a pail of water. It floats, right?
Yeah,
Right. Now you remove the water. What happens to the apple?
It disappears.
No, it doesn't disappear. It goes to the bottom.
Then it goes to the bottom,
yeah. My bad, I was getting confused.
Right. So you remove the buoyant force and the apple went down, correct?
Yeah.
So the relationship between the density of the apple and the medium that it's in, or any object like an apple, or any medium that it's in, is going to determine whether it rises or falls, but it will seek equilibrium. Just like hot to cold, Just like a battery seeking a charge, it goes from high charge to low charge. And just like gas pressure with a tire, it goes from high pressure to low pressure. So it seeks equilibrium. All four things, objects in a medium, and the other three things that I mentioned, will seek equilibrium.
But how does that disprove gravity?
Exactly, because like the gravity pulls us down, but I don't think it pulls us up because of wind and like the upthrust.
Yeah,
like, it switches around.
the
Yeah.
upthrust and the buoyancy. Yeah.
Okay, so when you say gravity, what do you mean?
Like you know how
definitely
can I speak, please? Thank you very much. You know
Most
how
definitely.
in the Earth there's like a metal ball, you know, like shiny iron, you know, the periodic table. Like it's very spinny, like very quick, and that speed allows us like the magnetic force to like pull us down. So like
Swear for physics.
Yeah.
I'll let someone else take this.
Well, yeah, you just used a bunch of unverified stories to prove your gravity.
How's it unverified?
Well, have you measured the rotation of the Earth? Have you measured any motion of the Earth?
Okay, but how do you know that? That's my question. Like, hadn't I haven't been down there in trenches, like underground, like checking if it's like spinning or not?
I think it's a reasonable assumption.
Yeah, so it's a reification fallacy.
Okay, I definitely know what that means. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so you're making claims about how gravity formed the Earth into a sphere and it causes things to orbit other things and all that stuff. Well, first of all, do you have curvature measurements to show us? Do you have a measurement of the rotation or any movement of the Earth at all that you could show us?
I think so on Google. I Google it real quick.
Google what?
Let's start with the curvature because that's claim number one, right? In order for it to be a spinning ball, it's going to have to be a ball, right?
Yeah, ball.
So, who measured that? When, where, and how?
Oh, so there was a guy called Dele Rotimi. I think like late 1990s. He got accepted for like an experiment to plan out, and I think they put a decent amount of money to put into it. But after
this is just a measurement. Do you need to conduct a scientific experiment if you want to measure the dimensions?
There were many scientific experiments consisted, and which that's why they made a formula: pressure explosive area. They made that.
Yeah.
That's it.
Are we talking about Earth curvature here?
The algorithm.
Okay, cool.
So how was that measured? And what was it measured?
Computational thinking.
Rough estimation. You know, recapture method.
What? Sorry.
For the whole gravity part, the whole analogy of the apple and the water, it doesn't make sense because obviously the apple weighs less than the volume of the water because the volume is centimeter cubed.
He's just explaining equilibrium to you, relative density, things rise or fall based on.
Yeah, I learned that in physics like a few weeks ago. That equilibrium has to be equal both sides.
1 out of 10, please. 1 out of 10.
Yeah, but I mean, you can drop an anvil in the air because it's obviously denser than the air.
Yep.
You can drop it in a pool of mercury, liquid mercury, and it'll float.
3 iron blocks.
It's all because of relative density, right? So it doesn't do anything to prove the gravity story. It doesn't prove anything about there being a curvature of space-time and that being the cause of things falling down. We just know that things that are more dense than other things seek their equilibrium below them, right?
Yeah, because of the silicone. Yeah.
So what would you say about, let's say you to throw something in the air on the normal Earth and it will fall back down. But if you was to ever go in space, I've been in space. Actually, I'm not. But if you was to be in space,
we kind of got off from the point here, which was you were going to show me those curvature measurements. I don't want to hear any more reification stories.
I never mentioned that. I was talking about gravity.
I don't want to hear any gravity reification arguments. I just want curvature first. Let's find out that this thing is actually a ball before we start talking about how gravity coalesces into
What causes the round shadow on the moon during a lunar eclipse? Though? That's what I want to know.
What's that? Sorry, you see, you're scattergunning again. Can you just tell us?
Okay, I'll bring up later. Yeah, give me that. If you might finish thinking 10 minutes, and I'll bring up.
No, just do that right now. Like number one.
Okay, cool. What caused the round shadow on the moon during a lunar eclipse?
Well, not the ball Earth because you haven't measured any curvature for it to be a ball in the first place. So.
Yeah.
Let's start with step one.
Yeah. Can you get that out of the way, please? Like that's just all we need here. Just that.
Which one's step
continue.
The curve of the Earth is step one. What is it?
Mehmet, please can you enlighten us about the curve? Yeah, because you're the one that brought
So,
up.
like, for the curve,
there's a guy who's like just talking nonstop, and it's like his mic is kind of quiet, and I don't know.
I didn't even talk about highlight. Shush. Anyways, I think that first step, like, find the Earth curvature. You'll get 2 lasers and put them very like close to the floor, about 2 or 4 meters apart, in one front of the other, and then what you. Yeah.
Okay. So there should be divergence between the lasers and the Earth, or something like that. Is that where you're going?
Yeah, and
Okay.
there's actually a what's it called there's a website where it actually explains how you would find out, and there's a whole like formula to find out the formula of the gravity of the Earth and at curvature.
Right. Yeah. Well, the curvature rate is roughly 8 inches per mile squared, up to about 1,500 miles or so. That's the rate of curvature you should have. So at about 10 miles, you should see 66 feet of drop. So if you were to shoot a laser 10 miles across, there should be about 66 feet of divergence between that laser and the 10-mile point.
Wait, where's the laser coming from?
But we don't actually ever see that. And usually the response that we get for that from Globers is refraction. They say that the laser is just being bent at the same rate that the Earth is curving at.
So like, what's your reply to that?
Well, they have no evidence for refraction, so we can just throw it away without any.
But isn't refraction from light?
Not that form of refraction, not refraction acting in that specific way, right?
How else does it act?
What's that?
How else is it meant to act?
I can't really hear you.
I said, how else is it meant to act?
Oh, well, I mean, it's just a complete ad hoc fallacy, right? I mean, they're just claiming that light is bending at this rate that just happens to specifically and exactly match the curvature of the Earth that they're alleging. Well, how did they measure it in the first place if light is always behaving that way in the atmosphere, or that you can't even see it? It renders the curvature essentially invisible. How did they know that there was a geometric horizon to begin with if it's constantly being refracted completely out of sight to the point of invisibility? Do you see the problems?
Yeah.
Wait, but can we go back to the question about like I didn't really understand the question where it said, well, like what caused the round shadow like on the moon during an eclipse? Like, well, I don't know if you had an answer for it.
Okay, but you want me to explain to you what causes an eclipse?
Why? No, but I'm talking about the round shadow because you say it's not round, it's flat. But if it's flat, why would it have a round shadow on eclipse?
They can be flat and round.
I'm not saying it's even a shadow.
Then then what is it then? If you can see it,
what I said is that it can't be a shadow cast by a ball Earth that doesn't exist. If the Earth is not a ball, then a lunar eclipse cannot be, the shadow of a ball that isn't there, right?
okay, wait. So if it's not a shadow of a ball, then what can we see in a lunar eclipse? Like, are we just imagining stuff?
Why are we talking about eclipses again? Why have we gone off of curvature onto this?
No, but no,
is it because we can't find any curvature, and so now you're looking for?
It's not that. It's because what is a circle? Felix can stop speaking. In the circle,
I think it's more these guys have a checklist of things they want answers for. That's all.
Man said checklist. I'm not bored.
No, we're just improvising. Everyone knows how checklist.
Curvature.
Not Romeo and Juliet.
That's fine. So, what do you think it is, man? First.
Yeah, what do you think it is, Fats?
What do I think? What is?
Yeah, I don't know. Ask him.
You said what do you think that thing in the eclipse is?
Yeah, because that was Cud. That's Cud who said it, but I want to.
Do you want to reevaluate point and keep going on?
Yeah.
Yeah. What is eclipse?
My original question was what caused the round shadow on the moon during a lunar eclipse? And I kind of wanted to the round shadow on the moon.
Yeah. What is it? What is
I'm telling you right now, there's the 360-degree angle. It's a round shadow on the moon all the time. That's what I want to know. I'll send the image in general in the chat right now.
It's a round shadow.
Let me show you. Because obviously, I have a bit of anxiety in it, so I'll show you what I mean.
Can you
prove? Shadow of what?
Can you
prove?
I
can't send pictures. What's going on?
What causes it? Can you tell us?
If you, we could click it. We could click it and see.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
What was what?
The curved shadow. There's always a curved shadow on the moon. That's why confusing me. Because if the Earth is meant to be flat, or let's not use the terminology flat. Let's say not round. How is the shadow on the moon?
Okay, but that's where you're going wrong right there. You keep assuming that it's a shadow.
Wrong.
We don't know that it's a shadow. That's
so
just
what is it then? What is it? What is it?
So what
I don't know.
is it going to be then?
Okay,
I'm asking you what caused it. That's what I want to know.
Okay,
why are you asking
hold on.
that?
Let me answer. I don't know. I can't go verify what the heck it is. No.
But
listen. Hold on. I'm not done. Hold on. I'm not done.
Yeah. We don't know what it is. So can you tell us what it is? What is it?
Yeah, we have to.
I have a visitor here. So that's why I'm asking you. So don't try to reflect it back on me.
Well, this is the thing. No, I mean you're making a claim that it's a shadow. But how can you? Hold on. Let me finish.
Okay, please don't raise it like that ever again. Like I'm not his son.
I didn't say son. I said hold on.
Yeah, so don't raise your voice like that.
Learn how to have a conversation while I'm gonna mute you. You understand?
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
All right. So you're the one making the claim that it is a shadow. I don't know what it is because I haven't seen it. Can you verify? Hold on.
Okay.
Can you verify that it is a shadow?
Have you never seen a lunar eclipse?
Plenty of times.
Then how do you not see that as a shadow?
How do you know it's a shadow?
Okay, if it's not a shadow, what is it? What's blocking it?
I don't know. I'm not the one making a claim because I can't validate what it is.
Okay.
When I look at it,
Do you want to give like my perspective on what an eclipse is? Like, if you.
Mehmet, can I add on, please?
Yeah, let's get it.
Yeah.
Let's get it. What is it?
Okay. This is the actual definition. Sometimes when the moon orbits Earth, the moon moves between the sun and Earth, and a lot of people claim that there isn't sun.
Oh,
Basically.
wait a minute. Wait a minute. Gonna have to stop you. Sounds like you're gonna need a globe for this explanation. So let's go back to that curvature. Where is it?
I can't lie, man. You're backing out curvature. What are we talking about?
Well, without that, you don't have a globe, so your explanation is null and void.
Okay, that's nice. That's nice. Let me carry on. When this happens, the moon blocks the light of the moon and the sun from reaching the Earth.
Yeah, we
this
got
it. Solar eclipse. During a solar eclipse, the moon casts shadow. The moon casts shadow on the Earth. So if there's no moon, why do we get a shadow?
Hold on.
Yeah.
Let him finish. Let him get it out. Some people got to let it out, right? So.
Okay, that sounds a bit sus.
Yeah, you're gonna need a globe for all that.
No, not even that. Nice story. You're making a nice story. That you're reading something that they told you, but where is the validation for this?
Okay. If we don't have validation, where's the validation that isn't?
I mean, I could say it's a unicorn putting his ass against the moon.
Okay, but how do you know it's that? Where's the proof that's that?
Exactly. Exactly. You're telling me the same story. You're telling me the same story. For all you say, you're saying, hold up. How? Okay, show me the scientific evidence.
Looking at the end, I'll send it. Don't get it. I can't like that. Basically, it's shown like in many like statistical theories. It's shown, but as of current, I can't pull it up right now because I don't have it. I don't have it prepared.
Wait, I can't lie. Remember, if you use something called Google, you might be able to.
Yeah, it's okay. Okay. Can shush. Anyways, look, the question you're asking is about curvature, and I'm talking about Earth eclipse, and then you'll keep on saying that we don't know, but like it's been proven that there is.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
You don't know.
Hold on.
Why is my man watching? Okay, what?
Hold on. Can you show me the proof?
There are at least 2 lunar eclipses every year seen by everyone in the world.
Okay, that doesn't mean anything. You haven't shown me this. You said there was scientific evidence for this, so I need to see the scientific evidence for it.
He said a statistical theory. What is a statistical theory that shows this?
Huh?
He said statistical theory that shows this. Someone just said that.
Yeah, I don't think
he didn't say that.
You said that. I think you're lost.
No, I was just listening on YouTube and someone said, yeah, there's a statistical theory.
It came from your video.
Yeah, I think you're misunderstanding the accent.
Okay, but you've been going on.
There's no scientific evidence. It's visual evidence. That's all you need. You have 2 eyes and you just see it in there.
Exactly.
Like, I'm just wondering, what was the curse
of it? Phenomenon, and now you've made up a story about why it happens.
But it's not story.
Verify the story. Yes, it is.
Yeah, but it's not made up though, because if in a normal world on the Earth, you see shadow, don't you? You see shadow.
Hold on. You say it's not made up, but you have not showed me the evidence for it. Are you saying people see it?
I'm not.
Okay. Hold on.
Chillax yourself.
You keep saying people see it, but you still haven't shown me any scientific evidence.
Okay, but previously when we first joined this, when we first joined this school, everyone kept spamming, use logic. We're using logic right now. If you can see it, then why would you not believe it? Because the thing is, if it is using logic, though. If you look at it, then it literally is a shadow. I'm calm,
logically, but what he was saying before, if you're going to use logic and say that it's a curved shadow, you're going to need the globe. You're going to need the curvature that was asked of you before. Logically,
but no one mentioned the globe, though.
Right?
Like but my point still stands there.
When you said orbit, you're implying that the Earth is a globe going through space, right? And we're going to need that evidence of curvature before you can just invoke that that's already happened.
But no one said that.
Yeah, you've jumped to the final point here.
You're implying that by saying moon's orbit. How are you able to say that within the moon's orbit, sometimes it gets in the way, the Earth gets in the way? That's what you said. By saying that implies Earth pear-shaped.
I never presupposed a globe, though. I never said orbit. I actually
Yeah, you did. Someone said orbit. Yeah,
but I didn't say that.
I didn't say either.
Your whole.
I don't think my guy first said either.
Sometimes when the moon orbits the Earth,
can jet up a little pot and said it. So I don't think any of us said that. But my point stands.
Did you know this is being recorded, right? This is all being recorded. I was literally just listening.
I think, brother, I think it's the linguistic differences between us that is making you misunderstand. No one said that.
Well, you said orbit. Well, what did you mean by orbit? Did you mean that Earth is not a spinning spheroid in space? And
Google, why asking what is this? What is that?
How is the Earth casting a shadow if it's not orbiting the sun?
Wait.
The Earth don't cast.
It is though.
No one said that.
It is, okay.
You guys are disagreeing with each other now.
That's the position
what is
you're
orbiting
defending.
the sun?
Yeah.
What is orbiting the sun? A ball? A globe? Is that what's orbiting the sun? Is that what casts the shadow? Okay, so can you get us those surface curvature measurements that actually establish that this thing that you say is casting a shadow actually is what it has to be to cast that kind of shadow? A globe.
Get fucking wrecked.
Oh my god, no way.
You're so intimidating to me, can't you?
Bro, why are you getting so excited for?
I lie.
Yeah, okay, Phillies.
Okay, but cool. Let's say, okay, man, give me a second, please. Let's say I retract the word orbit and globe. I do apologize. If I can't explain it, then tell me what theory you have for the curved shadow on the moon. That's the point that I really want to know.
So that's the problem. See, this is the thing.
He said he don't know.
Hold on. You want to keep looking to the sky. Hold on. Let me tell you. You're trying to keep looking to the sky to explain what's out there, which you can go and test. Now, we can't test the Earth and figure out whether the Earth is a ball. Is a ball where they how they say it is, or is it flat?
Huh?
Yeah, so falsification is independent of replacement.
If the whole thing about if you can't see and stuff, the next lunar eclipse now 16 May, you can look at it then. I'll be real.
Hold on, bro.
Broski, we're talking about the moon, not talking about the flat Earth. I'll be real.
Yeah, I lie.
Who's this guy pinging me, Jeremy? Who are you?
Falsification is independent of replacement. If we falsify the religion that we came from, religion, then we don't need to give you a new cosmology.
Exactly.
Get wrecked again.
Get wrecked. No Robot 2016 fan fan up.
Well, nah, we're getting
wrecked. Goldberg just got wrecked twice.
Well, the thing is, we're assuming that the Earth is casting the shadow on the moon to be a ball that's casting a curved shadow. That's a high assumption since we don't see evidence that the moon or is curved. So something else could be casting the shadow on the moon or the sun for an eclipse other than the curved ball Earth. The Earth at that point could be flat and motionless while something else is doing the eclipsing, a dark star. It could just be magnetic fields, something interfering with the light, absorbing the light, something other than the curved moving Earth getting in the way to cause a shadow.
That's not making sense because you're misdirecting the use of complex fat words. My point was that the sun, obviously, light, it beams light towards the Earth, and because obviously, I personally believe that the Earth is round, isn't it? So obviously, because it's round, there's going to be a round shadow forming onto the moon.
But all you're seeing is
there's a whole lunar eclipse and stuff
you
like that.
don't know what is casting the shadow. It could be the Earth, it could be something else. And if the Earth is flat and motionless, it would have to be another body.
Yeah. He also just said again, your Earth can't you can't provide if you can't provide curvature of Earth, you can't have a curved surface of Earth to provide a curved shadow.
That makes no sense.
Get right, bro.
Yeah, you kind of need to prove.
If you don't have a ball, if you can't show me where a ball is being curved, you can't show me where you have a ball. You just have something not. If nothing's curving, if you can't point out where it's curving, you can't look up and say, well, that's obviously from the Earth curves because it's a ball. Well, but you can't point out anywhere that it's curving. You can't call it a ball then.
Hold on.
My belief is that the Earth is round. That's why.
I understand. Hold on. I understand that's a belief. Now, it's not knowledge. There's a difference between belief and knowledge. Now, there's another eclipse that's called a solitary eclipse. That if you look at that, it's actually contradictory to what the claim is.
How's that?
Look at the
The moon and the sun above the horizon at the same time when they're supposed to be in a 3-body alignment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
So you understand why is that contradictory to the claim of an eclipse being the shadow of the Earth on the moon?
A selenium also caused, a horizontal eclipse occurs when both the sun and an eclipse moon can be observed at the same time.
Right. So the shadow also comes on the wrong way.
How?
It comes from the top, bottom, or other directions.
Why are you using angles now? Nah, it's
look at the voice text.
Who's the ad-libs guy in the background, fam? I swear, I scrapped you.
Look at the voice text.
What voice? Okay, I'll check voice text right now.
They're posting a bunch of selenium clips.
That looks sick,
guys. I think there's someone that is being discriminatory in chat.
Who's that?
Can you guys please handle him? Obvious.
Yeah, he's bad attacking me as well earlier. I don't know who this guy is.
Who is it? Map right now, fam. Who is it?
He's not accepting Cud's gender, which is not
Which chat? I'm confused.
My gender? Is this guy silly?
Hey guys, stay on topic. Come on.
No, we're staying on topic, but he's being attacked over social media, which I think is like.
Okay, I'll read that to him. This guy's random. No one cares about him. I'll read that to him. My flat earth friend believes that the whole curvature and stuff is caused by a black sun or shadow moon. That seems more like a plausible and a diffraction of light said by the guy just previously.
Do you have a globe for any of this?
You saying the shadow? Hold on. You're saying the shadow is being diffracted? That's what you just said?
I didn't know. I don't think I said that, mate.
Oh, okay.
I don't think you're talking about erection.
What's funny?
Yeah, big man thing. Why are you laughing, bro? We're trying to learn.
Okay. Anyways.
So you understand that this is also called the impossible eclipse in your model.
Impossible what? Huh?
Yeah.
Impossible. But what are you on about?
Why is it impossible?
Look it up. It's called the impossible eclipse.
I'm doing an essay.
Oh.
Wait, did you just ask why it's impossible?
No, I thought you were talking about Among Us and stuff. I got confused.
Yeah. There's a bit of in it. So.
Oh, you guys got a posture.
Yeah. Anyways, I have a question. So basically. So when you play football or soccer, when you play soccer, yeah, and you kick a ball and it curves. Like, do you know that Cristiano Ronaldo and he did the knuckleball and it curves? Yeah. So what's the correlation between the flat? Because if the Earth was flat, the rising ball, how's
American football is better.
What's the city going about? I swear, pint yourself.
Yeah, I don't know what you mean. Why would the ball curve if it's flat? That's what you said?
Yeah. That's what it said.
Exactly.
Aerodynamics, isn't it?
Is that a serious question?
Yeah. Can answer. If it's not a serious question, can answer.
Is that ball spinning and it's being
it's spinning like the Earth and the Earth the globe? Easy.
So
get wrecked. Get wrecked.
So these
get
guys,
wrecked. I don't want to hear it. You got wrecked.
Can we
you got wrecked.
Stay on topic? Stay on
topic. No. Can I explain what he's trying to say?
No. Can you explain the selenium eclipse? That's what we're really interested in hearing.
What are you talking about? Selenium the what?
Selenium eclipse.
Also, you still haven't looked at the fucking. You still haven't looked at the live stream voice chat.
Yeah, so you don't even know that much about eclipses because you're not aware of this type of eclipse. So why are you asking about it as if it's a foregone conclusion caused by a shadow of your ball Earth that you can't show us any curvature of? You don't even know what you're talking about. You don't know what an eclipse is.
We won't talk about
but
that.
you always bring up some little globe thing, innit? So you're actually a little silly boy, I'll be real. Exactly. But I'll be real. No one here accepted the theory or explanation of the lunar eclipse shadow. Yeah. But I say thank for your explanations anyway. I'll put that there.
There is no explanation because we can't verify, right? So your explanations are just stories. I could just go to sleep with lullabies. You know what I'm saying? So it's not an actual fact. You don't know this.
Are you myself?
You're just making up stories, man. Like I said, I could put a unicorn's ass covering the
why
unicorn's
ass?
Because
you repeat it many times.
Because the unicorn's ass. Hold on. Because the unicorn's ass is round, so therefore it's covering the. Because I have a unicorn. I have a unicorn in my backyard.
Okay, that's made up. What's that made up?
You understand? That's the same thing you are doing. I could give you an explanation. I could give you a full story how the unicorn was born and everything, but yet I can't verify this information, can I?
Yeah. What about the soccer ball? The knuckleball?
The ball has nothing to do. That is called a red herring. You're going off to somewhere
he's
else.
Being completely retarded.
No, but like.
That's slur. Please don't use that vocabulary.
No, it's not. I'm saying you're being.
Don't use that. Don't use the R word, please.
So can we agree? You have a story without any evidence of what the eclipse is, and we can move on from here.
I don't know about that one, brother.
But you don't have any evidence. You have not shown me any evidence. You haven't shown me any evidence. So can you agree you have a story without any evidence, just like Narnia?
Evidence of what? Evidence of what?
Of the eclipse being covered by the Earth.
There's been many eclipses proven and shown in the past, in history, even one. There's literally one coming up in like what?
Still an alien eclipse. What about those?
We get that, but we want you to explain it.
Yeah, you're explaining eclipses. You're explaining a story. You're giving me a story about what you think happens or what they told you happens, but they never showed you the moon and the sun and the earth in between each other.
Yeah, we get that.
Okay, yeah, GG and safe.
All right, great. Yeah. So we could get past this point, right? You agree you have no evidence for this. All right. So let's move on to the next point. Have we talked about gas pressure without a container?
Oh, is that a closed system? Do you mean a closed system?
A what?
A closed system, is that what you mean?
Oh, closed system, yeah.
Right. So in order to have gas pressure,
I learned that in physics.
Something you have to contain it. Now, that's a big claim that they make about the Earth. That is next to a vacuum without anything containing it, and the air will pretty much what happened to the air.
Yeah,
if I'm right.
Yeah.
So sorry, daughters are fighting. So it's next to a vacuum. What will happen to the gas if it isn't contained by anything?
It will go out.
Right, it will disperse. That's a claim that they haven't showed you. So, have anybody ever showed you gas pressure without a container? I mean, I guess you took physics class. You just said no.
Yeah, I got a 6.
Yeah.
So you can use some.
I got a grade 6 as well.
Has anybody ever contained some propane just using some gravity and fired up?
Foundation of GCSE.
You can just skip the propane tank and just use some gravity to bring that propane over to the barbecue.
Why are barbecues for?
Well, it's just an analogy, or it's an example. Pressure without a container. It's the kind of claim that they make of the Earth. They say that it's an open system adjacent to a near perfect vacuum with no solid barrier between the two. When have you ever? Yeah, right next to. When have you ever seen anything like that? Can you point to a time or a demonstration where that has been shown to even be possible?
I'll be real, brother. I didn't understand anything you said.
Okay, well, I don't know. I mean, it was pretty straightforward.
You didn't hear it, or you just
I genuinely
ignore it.
I struggle to understand what you're saying because of his voice. I'll be real.
In other words, can you have a balloon with a hole in it and still have the gas pressure inside?
Huh?
Can you have a balloon with a big old hole in it and have the gas pressure still inside?
I'm pretty sure they just explained that it would disperse.
Oh yeah, cool. I get that. Yeah, I get that.
Right. So that's a claim that they made out of Earth.
How?
They have
nothing system. That pressure inside the balloon. Imagine removing the entire balloon and still maintaining pressure.
Yeah.
So that's impossible.
So the Earth has gas pressure, right? At least at sea level, it has 14.28. I forgot. It has 14 point something psi. Now, it's next to the vacuum. If there is no container, the air would disperse into the available volume. Would it not?
Yeah.
All right. So that's a claim that they're making.
Who's they?
The globe.
The government. The hierarchy enslaving you.
NASA.
THEY. The people that take $62 million a day from American taxpayers. That's why they would lie.
Yeah. That sucks. Imagine being American. Yeah. It's not. Yeah, we don't have that problem.
Well, they still teach it in your schools, right?
Yeah,
I didn't go to
I'm
school.
not going to school because
Right. So that's a claim that's really, really big. And guess what? They can't prove it.
Yeah. What about the soccer ball?
Okay, I
All right. Let me ask you one more. If you mention the soccer ball one more time, it's gonna mute you. Server mute you, and nobody's gonna
Why?
unmute you.
It's a genuine
You're
question.
on about the soccer ball for no reason. That's a red herring. Has nothing to do with the Earth at all.
No, because I was asking about because if the Earth was curved, wouldn't the ball was curving? You know what I mean?
Okay,
nobody cares about soccer.
Hold on.
So let me put it like this. If you have if let's say a soccer field, if the Earth was a curve on that soccer field, what will happen to the ball?
Because I don't want to see.
It will roll over to wherever into it continuously, right? Right. You had to play soccer on pretty much level ground, right?
Depends where you live, yeah. But yeah.
Yeah, if you play in a mountain that is not level, like say in the tip of a mountain, what will happen to the ball? Yeah, okay.
Roll down.
All right, so let's move on from the soccer ball. Let's go on to a third point, which is the spin. Anybody talked about spin already?
What, spinning?
Yeah, the Earth is supposed to be spinning, right?
Oh yeah. So who mentioned that?
Oh,
he didn't mention that already.
Nah,
Who mentioned that?
I think you're dreaming.
I don't think anyone mentioned that. But one thing I do want to point out, time zones. Has that ever come across? If the Earth isn't round,
the sun moves as you observe it too. There's your time zones. That's it.
Okay, but hold on.
That's not it, though. That's not it, mate. 'Cause
China doesn't have time zones, right? But Russia does. So it's time zone. You didn't hear me? Did you say huh?
No, I did hear.
Okay, yeah. So time zones are purely political, right? So when the sun is over your head, it's the closest to you. And when it moves further away, right, it eventually begins to go down towards the horizon, just like a drone. Let's say you had a drone, right? And it's right over your head at 400 feet. And then you start flying it to the east, it's going to disappear in the horizon, right?
Yeah, but if it is not round, then okay, so carry on. Okay, cool. Go on.
Yeah, so you could tell the drone to go fly a circle around and come back on the west, and it's going to appear to rise out of the horizon on the western sky. And then when it gets right above your head again, right, that's the closest it is to you, and then you drop it and land the drone. That's how perspective works.
No, well, I feel like you're misinterpreting it, because if the Earth is somewhat flat and not round, if it's like a more of a straight whatever object you want to call it, time zones should be very similar to one another. If the sun is obviously, of course, sun moves, yeah, that's proven. If the sun moves, then time zones all around, a country like, let's say, like two continents close to each other, let's say Europe and Asia, time zones should be very similar. They shouldn't be further apart, and even like other countries as well, they should all be similar.
According to what straw man version of the flat Earth are you using to come to that conclusion?
What do you mean, what straw man? What are you on about?
Yeah, where's your map? How's the land supposed to be laid out? Where's the sun supposed to be at what specific time? Like,
Do you
where
disagree with the map as well?
What map?
The map of the Earth, where all the countries are landed.
Different maps. Which one do you want me to disagree with?
If you go on Google and search up world map, then that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, Google Maps. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, well, the Earth obviously isn't laid out like that because that's a globe projection and there's no curvature.
Yeah, I understand that.
Hey, I put it in there. Can you explain how the lines aren't straight and why they all go in always sporadic directions? If the
why
sun
is the Earth round in that one then?
Yeah, it's round for you, but it still makes no sense. Do you know why?
What makes no sense?
Why?
Yeah, okay, if you shine light on a ball, is there a hard line of light?
Depends on the ball.
Depends on the ball. Is that what you just said?
Yeah, like the context.
Okay. So would it look like this? I put the image in there. Would it have all these crazy lines? Look at Algeria next to
mid-country. Where'd you send it?
Livestream voice text.
You see how the lines?
Oh,
how it's got
yeah.
squares? Yeah. So if light on a ball would make a hard line, then your time zones would reflect that, but they don't.
Oh.
Yeah.
So they already don't work for your own explanation. So you
What if let's say like the sun?
No, No what if. No what if. Light makes a hard line. Okay. End of story.
That's gaslighting.
Okay,
this
that's
doesn't
understandable.
work on your own ideas. It doesn't even work.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's
it's-
Right, so, something. Like, let's say the sun it sets in London, yeah.
Right.
But you will still see the sun in, like, let's say America, if the world was a flat plane and the sun set.
No,
time of day. And once again, you're straw manning. You're saying you would because you're making an assumption of an app, an assumption of a model, and everything that we haven't claimed.
Right. So you're still thinking like a globe, that you think that we're like, I guess you're thinking a disc in space, maybe, or something like that. Well, and none of us believe that we're a disc in space. We definitely think that the Earth is the floor is pretty much the realm where we live, right? And the sun is not a huge, massive, big, like what, 4 times, 10, 100 times, no, a million times bigger than the Earth, right? It's just a million times, right? And 93 million miles away. Yeah, we don't think that. I mean, we don't know. We can't tell you where the sun is or how big it is because.
Okay, yeah. Okay, then how do you explain heat? Like, how do you explain how we get sun rays and light?
Because the sun.
Because the sun is there and over us, like, and it moves us across.
Wait, I want to hear his explanation. What's your explanation for how we get heat?
Because we orbit the sun.
No, and what what makes seasons?
I'm gonna need a globe for
The
that.
sun ray comes in the atmosphere.
I'll bun you in the globe, fam.
Yeah, but where is the sun at? Does it get closer, further away? What happens?
No,
we get closer to it.
The Earth is further away, so we rotate around the sun.
Yeah. So when is winter? Where is the sun at during the winter? Is it closer or further?
Further, because it's further away.
Nope.
Wrong.
It's actually closer.
Yeah, I know, that's what I'm saying. That's it, what I said.
Yeah, bro.
The model, your model says that when it's winter, is actually we're closer to the sun than when it is summer.
Yeah, 3 million miles closer.
Okay, but
also,
does that make sense? Sorry.
Also, please refrain from lying. Just
He's
admit when
lying,
you're
bro.
wrong.
Oh, it's
Everything
Ramadan. Why the hell would I lie? Astaghfirullah,
everything
fam.
you say here is recorded.
And bro, you can't be accusing me of that. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, you said it was further away, closer.
Okay,
and
I got
you
mixed up.
said it
That's
was
not like
further.
confusion.
Yeah.
It's 3 a.m. right now. I'm tired. Confusion.
Don't be ignorant. Okay, you go sleep.
Yeah, just say you made a mistake. That's fine.
Okay, I made a mistake. Shush. Okay, anyways. So, are you gonna like input anything? Okay,
So far for everything you've said, you're going to need a globe for all that. So where's that curvature at?
What?
So far for everything that you've claimed, you're going to need a globe. So
exactly.
Where's the curvature? Where's this globe?
Yeah. So Phillies can tell where the curve and cut.
I didn't understand that. Sorry. Again.
I'll be real. I need toilet break. Give me that 2 minutes.
I'll Google it.
Okay, cool. Go Google it. You'll be the first. This is going to be the first successful Google search for Earth curvature. Here it comes.
Hey guys, if only we had just Googled these questions years ago, we could have been on top of this. But man, why did you think to Google this 10 years ago, 5 years ago?
Yeah, to be honest, my internet connection is not working, so you man are lucky today. You're lucky.
Oh, yeah. That's how you're talking. Gotcha.
Well, the internet was working for me yesterday, and I looked for the curvature, and I couldn't find any. So
maybe sure we can help them out.
Yeah. Wait, is Eratosthenes' method? Just Google it. Is that what he did?
Yeah.
Or was that the Al-Biruni? I'm confused. I can't remember which one did that. Yeah. Which one is the Google method again?
Yeah.
I got hacked.
Can you stop being off topic, please? Honestly, it's very immature.
Yeah, the curvature is really off topic. We got to get this thing back on topic. So, where's that curvature at?
Around the Earth, like if you look under a curve, yeah.
So, how much curvature should we expect to see? How has it been measured?
What do you mean?
How? When was it measured? And how much curvature should we expect to see? What size ball are we talking here? What's the radius?
We're talking about like
the radius is 6.3.
25K. 25,000.
It sounds like you're talking about the circumference, but okay, it would be the same surface curvature either way. So, how much curvature do we get from that, and when was that measured?
1.25 newtons per second.
1984.
So everybody talk at once.
Okay, Fudis can speak first. Thank you.
Yeah, so that curvature.
Yeah.
Or how about geometric horizon? Just show us one of those. Do you know what that is? I think earlier in the conversation you were talking about boats going over the horizon, right? So you have this idea that there's this physical curve, this Earth curvature hump that starts to obstruct things the further away they get. So where does that start? Where does the geometric horizon start? And how was that measured? When? Where? Please give us the details.
Yeah, so it's around the edge, basically. If you look at Google right now and it's search up the curvature, you will see it around the radius of from Antarctica to like Asia. Okay, why am I hearing echo? Why is the echo? I'm confused. Okay, anyways, if you look like from a radius of the current like continent, let's say Europe, you see that there's like a line that crosses through. That's 25 kilometers, 25,000 kilometers. And you can use the formula to find out the curvature. That's simple. That's the question answered right there.
Sorry. Where was the curvature in that?
But you have to put into the formula and then work it out.
Okay, so that's how we measure the surface curvature of the Earth. We punch in a formula on Google.
Yeah. Indeed. Like Google right now, there's a formula for curvature.
Yeah, I can't really accept that as a curvature measurement of the Earth. Sorry, I need a physical measurement.
Like, how can you not accept that? Okay, then that's nice.
Yeah, so we need a physical direct measurement of curvature from the Earth.
Like, what do you want to see? How many miles can you see the Earth? Like, can you see before it curves, or what? I'm confused.
Sorry, who's confused?
No, like, what are you asking? Do you want to see like how many miles you can see before the Earth curves, or?
Well, yeah, I mean that would sort of be the geometric horizon, right? There's a specific distance where that's your maximum line of sight, right? You won't be able to see any more of the Earth before it just curves too far away for you to see it, right? That's the geometric horizon. It's a specific point, right? So where would that be? At what distance?
8 inches per mile.
Okay, 8 inches per mile squared. So that gives us about 66 feet of curvature at 10 miles. Can you measure that for us?
Yeah, I'll be real. That was a good conversation I've had. I learned a lot from this. Very good.
It's like time for sahur.
Yeah, it's nearly 4 a.m. man. We're gonna go to bed, man. Thank you very much for having us here.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you, man.
Goodbye.
Yeah, thank you.
Amin.
Test. Is this better?
Sure.
Oh, they're gone.
I was having feedback before. Okay, cool. Says I sound good.
They all left. They're too tired, I guess.
Is that it? That's the end.
That was hectic.
My bad about the mic. Sorry about that.
It's all good. They weren't the easiest to understand. So
yeah, I think they're on the phone.
They talk really fast.
Yeah, when the feedback came on top of it, it just became illegible.
They should come back though when it's like decent hours of the day.
There was one of them who was really quiet and he never stopped talking the whole time.
I think they were just responding to what their friend was saying, and they should have just kept their mic muted instead.
I was trying to sarcastically do this while he was explaining, but it just caused a bunch of feedback, so it didn't work.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a little painful. I don't think they were involved with that band dude. I don't think they are.
Maybe not. He's kind of a troll too.
I think they did want to know, but of course they're being pushy. And they can't wrap their head around it. That's all.
I don't think they were really sincere. I think they're kind of just clowning us.
Well, of course, because they just don't see it, right? So they just think it's ridiculous. I think it's just a normal reaction, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's the same reaction I had at first, so yeah.
Yeah, I think they came in to clown, but I think towards the end they were starting to realize this is a little bit more serious. We know more.
Yeah, it's more complicated.
So it's time to duck.
Yeah. And it is probably like 4 a.m. there, so I think it was a mistake for them to mess around at that time.
They weren't the worst clowns. No M-bombs on the way out.
Yeah.
Has everyone heard Drace's new song?
I think we did, didn't we? During ladies' night?
I missed it.
Yeah.
Somebody sent it to me. Please.
Let's just play it.
That's right.
Put it on.
Man, these customers are driving me to smoking today, man.
No problem. Give me a sec.
Damn.
Hey, if you're trying to talk, we can't hear you.
Oh.
Grace in the house.
Bands on the track. SB on the beat.
I'm gonna murder this trap. Where the robot is at. The light falling apart. The models under attack. Good defenders, they lack no doubt about that. They think they are smart, but the earth can hold a fart. A second law violation, gas pressure mediation, solved with gravitation, straight up invocation.
Hello?
There's no valid experimentation. They lied to the nation.
Sorry, we're just listening to a song.
Going through life looking for some relief, spiritually changed, looking for that sweet release. A reckless blind faith you think brings peace in your captors, the providers of the disease. You don't get freedom but bowing and saying please on your knees, giving up your children with ease. Stop, freeze, before you go further, let me give you the keys. It is discernment and knowledge that frees the whole future and present. It guarantees with measured ease, it brings real expertise. No need for the fallacious please, my fellow detainees. Become logic trainees. It's time for you to be free from the cage, not lost in the rage. Turn the page, it's a new age, the return of logic. Just learn to gauge and engage. The whole world is a stage. Now it's time for you to become a flat earth sage. The earth master's fight. What do you think about that? Don't make this weird. The truth is not to be feared, unless you're a bad guy. You a bad guy? I'm gonna murder this trap. Where the global is at. The light falling apart, the models under attack. Good defenders, they lack no doubt about that. They think they are smart, but the earth can hold a fart. A second law violation, gas mediation, solved with gravitation, straight up invocation. There's no valid experimentation. They lied to the nation. So we measured the earth. That was the birth of channels like dearth. Imagine the mirth. We faced our dissonance from a state of imminence. We just did the research contradicting the church, but confirming the Bible. Don't go all tribal. I find the similes within all religions, but it's not wise to follow like pigeons. That's how you get division, which leads to collision. Clear your vision and exercise precision. The globe is up for revision, but it's all your decision. So get informed and transformed, remove from the conformist swarm. Or be an NPC, you choose what to be. I cannot control thee. I can only hand you the key. Even if you disagree with logic absentee, we seem to be a blind devotee. Prepare for lesser repartee or moderation by referee. If you're here for an honest conversation, you're welcome to cultivate friendly relation, regardless of your beliefs or persuasion. But in the live stream, we require empirical verification. Belief is not enough, thinking you are tough. I know it can be rough, and you don't know your stuff. And your mind is full of fluff, and your mind a global bluff. Actual no power puff. I know it can be tough when belief is not enough. You need to know your stuff, or it's gonna be rough. We don't accept fluff, completely had enough of all this pointless stuff. The truth is what is tough. So join us 24/7 Flat Earth Discord if you think you have the right stuff or you simply honestly want to know more. Until then, peace.
We just want to clear up that we're not trolling and that we weren't trolling. And we were genuinely curious for knowledge and seeking empowerment.
Yeah, I knew you weren't trolling.
But you said something otherwise after we left.
Yeah,
no,
it
like some of
sounded a
us.
little-
Yeah, you got
Some
caught
of us.
red-handed.
I said it because it sounded like you guys were coming in here trolling because you say similar things to a lot of people who come in here trolling. It's nothing personal on you. It's just the way it sounds.
Can I address that, Trace, if you don't mind? So, what if the people that come in here trolling, they know the questions that normies are going to ask, right? And what if they emulate those questions just so that we think that normies are trolls and trolls are normies?
That's the ultimate troll.
Possible.
So I think we need to reevaluate this idea of troll questions. I don't know if this is like 100% like a theory that's viable, but if it's possible, maybe we should think about it. So if someone says, why would they lie? We know that's kind of like a natural question because humans understand motivations, right? So instead of going on and on about, this, that, or the other, just say, I don't know for sure, but usually if you're following motivations, what investigators do is they follow the money. So we can say $62 million a day. Moving on. I'm done speculating. So back to the sub. Anyway, that's just my 2 cents.
Yeah, I can't analyze.
Yeah, if you look at sea lining, it's a type of trolling which consists of pursuing people with persistent requests for evidence or repeated questions while maintaining a pretense of civility and sincerity.
So who thought of that?
Yeah. Who are you to say that?
I'm just saying that is a type of trolling that can be done and kind of applies to what Hank was saying, in that they might emulate the questions that normal people like have on their minds, and you are 3 people talking at once, so that's why it might have sounded extra trolly, because it's disharmonizing and people can't understand what you're saying.
Yeah, well, lie off it.
Yeah. You know why they call that tactic sea lining?
Why's that?
Because sea lions just make obnoxious noises over each other.
Okay.
So why get excited for? Confused.
Yeah,
The point is, if you're going to have a discussion with people, it's bad enough to talk over them. That's frustrating. But when you're talking over each other, the people who you're talking over can't even hear what you're saying.
I lie. I'm saying, man, they don't understand. It's fine. Just kids. They'll never understand, man.
Well, I think you guys should. I think you guys should definitely come during the day. That way, you guys could, have a better, refreshed take on things, and when you're not tired.
I sleep in the day. I stay awake in the night.
Oh.
So are you an owl?
Owls, then yeah, you could still stay here then.
Nah, we have to open up fast.
Do you appreciate us being here? Like, are you happy that we joined the community?
Of course.
Welcome to your society.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. Well, it's not a society. It's not a society.
I've been in this DC
It's
for like
not
2 hours, I'm pretty sure.
Hold on, bro. It's not a society. It's not a theory. It's just something that we're offering you to go validate for yourself. So we're offering you the tools to go check it for yourself. That's it.
Yeah, we all have different opinions, but we're trying to, see for ourselves what the world really is.
Hard. I like that opinion.
I don't 100% think it's flat, but I do think that there is some kind of enclosed system. I'm not sure what shape it is, but it's definitely not a sphere in a void. orbiting around a huge sun.
Yeah, but
That's
like,
just me.
Good.
Yeah.
But I sometimes personally believe like when the sun comes down, like
The
for me,
zoot comes up.
I like my zoot to come up. But like usually I'm of age. I smoke 3.5, but like most of the time it's not enough.
Yeah.
But yeah, like,
It's about the denatured intern.
yeah. But yeah, anyways, we'd like to say good night. Have fun with your live stream.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
We'll be back
La
in
ilaha
probably
illallah.
more time.
Yeah, come
Bye.
back anytime. It was nice to have you here.
Yeah, shalom. Peace.
Yeah.
Have a good night. Cheers.
Good night, man.
Suck my shalom.
Okay, come on.
Did he say suck my shalom?
Yeah, children.
Boys will be boys. So yeah, I also wanted to say that I think it would be best to use de-escalation tactics rather than escalating. I think I heard people on the flat earth saying like, like gotcha boy or whatever, gotcha bitch. That sort of stuff. I kind of wish that we would de-escalate because we don't want people in their egos.
Yeah. Some people can't. They get easily triggered, so it's probably better not to ridicule them. I also think like some of us got a little triggered ourselves, especially when we talked about the religion aspect. I don't know. I thought I think it's fine to change the subject, but I don't know. I think there could be a better approach, but that's just me. Felt like Helioskeptic was pushed away. Felt bad for the guy.
Yeah, Helio is on a never-ending cycle, and he's on point sometimes, man. Sometimes he's so fucking on point, and then other times it's like, Helio, are you having the same conversation as us?
All right, you guys probably know better than I do.
Hey, I'm still here. I'm listening. What do you think happened? Yeah, I mean, I was listening back. I was out smoking, just kind of listening back for like the last hour, and I can tell I'm inebriated. Everybody knows that about me. So it's what did somebody? I don't think I was pushed away.
Okay, I just thought maybe you were
I dropped
cut
out
off.
for a little bit. No. Well, I mean, I could be. I mean, sometimes I realize that I'm, a little overboard sometimes, and I'll just back off.
Sometimes you act like a nut. Sometimes you don't.
No. Yeah, Crystal. Yeah, it's just like I've been doing this with these guys for a long time, so it's not
Okay.
like,
I don't know. I probably just didn't understand the situation. I kind of came in when it was like getting heated.
No, it's cool. Hey, and I give a lot of people shit, and I take a lot of shit too. So it's all of it's good. We're on the same course.
Yeah, Helio's got that dragon skin. If we were to say something to Helio, he'd be like, "I'm gonna shut the fuck up." Then, all right.
Okay,
and
so
then
it wasn't like
he'd be like,
okay.
Yeah, it's
cool. Yeah, he knows. He knows what he's doing. We
guess-
know to call him out when he's going too far.
Yeah.
We gotta keep the stream on point.
Yeah, and
hey,
to be honest, I mean, but everybody knows I drink a lot, and so if I sound like if I'm disrupting the conversation and shit, yeah, everybody, shit, most people in here are freaking potheads. I don't smoke weed, but I drink, so whatever.
Right, and that's
but
fine.
anyway,
That's fine. But what I was saying is, if I get so stoned that I can't string a sentence together, you guys need to let me know. Like, hey Larry, take a drink, man. Get some water or something. Your lips are glued together. Your mouth is welded shut. You can't even hear what you're talking.
Well, I can tell when it's time for me to just step it off a little bit, and
okay.
If I'm interrupting people, it's like I can feel it, but at the same time, when I hear bullshit, I have to call it out. So, but at the same time, You know, it's just kind of like it's kind of the same way with a lot of the people on here. But
it's also, Crystal, if you read our hashtag welcome page, you can see that we have certain rules for the live stream, and while they sometimes are bent a little bit, when we are nudged to maintain the rules, then we should all be doing that, especially us moderators.
yeah, one of the rules is don't be drunk on a live stream, right? But you know,
it's a good rule.
You know, and I
Well,
try not to disrupt and act like an idiot on here. You know, even though I do drink a lot, but yeah, I mean, I notice for the most part when I do. So I try to keep it respectful, but at the same time, you know,
it's not all about you, Helio. We all got to govern ourselves, right? We all get excited and talk over each other. You know, the young men, you know, getting excited and talking. That's to be expected. You know, it's a lot harder to control yourself. You know, you've been on the earth like 20-something years. You know, but us older guys, you know, we should know not to overtalk people, and it's Elijah's pet peeve, right? So we know not to overtalk Elijah, but sometimes Helio's
oh, dude, well, me and Elijah
Hold on. Sometimes Helio's inebriation causes him to lose his inhibitions, and he'll just overtalk the fuck out of people. So we all do it, though. We all do it. We're all guilty.
Okay, it was just a misunderstanding on my part.
No, it's cool. Yeah, I mean,
Helio's treated pretty good for the way that he treats us. Isn't that right, Helio?
Dude, I freaking love you guys.
There you go. The truth comes out. He's completely sidestepped this.
And if I disrespect anyone or make, I make an ass of myself, you know, every time I come on. So that's fine too. But you guys are.
I didn't find you disrespectful at all.
Well, I just I can't believe, you know, the intellect, the knowledge, you know, all the information that's shared for free. Everyone that participates in this platform, it's just amazing to me. So if I in any way making anything to make this platform look bad, you know, that's, you know, just blame it on me. Just throw it. It's like, oh, that was Helio did that. But
blame it on the rain.
Lip sync that shit. You guys really freaking make. You're stand up freaking guys, man. Guys and ladies, man. We had ladies' night tonight. It's pretty good.
Yeah, it was so tiny today.
I know, but I mean, it works like that sometimes. It's like watch. This time it was a little slow. Next week it'll be out of control. It'll be like 75 people here. Watch.
Maybe it's Easter weekend, so
next week's Easter.
Yeah.
Ishtar.
Oh, it means I have to go. Well, you know what's really good about Easter is that I can eat good.
Yeah.
I don't really give a shit about Easter, to be honest.
I like deviled eggs.
They're really good.
Yeah, with lots of paprika.
I don't think there was deviled eggs last Easter.
What? You can't have Easter without deviled eggs.
I'm gonna make the deviled eggs this time. That makes me.
To be honest, we don't make deviled eggs for Easter, but yeah.
I haven't had deviled eggs in a while, so
we didn't even celebrate Easter. We got the deviled eggs though.
Do you guys ever have flat Earth meetings in person?
Yeah, I've had several flat Earth meetups here in my hometown.
That'd be fun. Have like an Easter flat Earth meeting.
Well,
wow.
It's a little early. I mean, you're gonna have to schedule it ahead of time. You know,
I mean, I'm in Canada. You guys won't be coming here anytime soon.
Yeah, but you can do it in your town. You can do it in your town. I'm sure there's people around you that are flat earthers.
Some.
Crystal. Let me tell you, if you're gonna have a meeting around Easter with a bunch of flat earthers, you need to set down the rules first.
It's not going to happen anyway.
Wait, what
rule number one?
What's the
no drinking and eating deviled eggs, because if anybody pukes up sulfuric deviled eggs, I'm gonna be pissed.
Gross.
Not my car.
Wait, what kind of rules are you talking about, AI?
I'm talking about the rules where you don't go over to somebody's Easter and start telling them about how Easter's pagan and Easter's this and you're bad for doing this and blah, blah, blah.
Oh, I think she was talking about a public flat Earth meetup. I don't think she was talking about like.
I know that, but it's still around the same time, and that's going to be a topic of discussion. And you might even have to, you might even have a couple guys punch each other.
It's not going to happen.
No, I mean, I do holidays
just
with my
sleeping
family,
on
but
flat
I
Earth.
just don't. They know I'm a flat earther, but we don't ever talk about it on holidays and shit. Like when I get with my family, that's just not a thing that comes. Well, I mean, I think it's always in the back of their mind, and I'm always, like listening to you guys talk and shit while I'm over there because this channel runs 24 hours a day, so I have my Bluetooth headphones in. I talk to them and I listen to you, and sometimes I'll jump in and talk to you, and it's just like, hey, what do you do? But they're doing their normie thing, but that's okay. I mean, it's not my job to convert my family. I've already talked to all of them about it before. They've asked me questions. I've answered them. They don't give a shit. I do. So I mean, if they don't care, then they're not going to do anything about it. So it's just like, I still love them,
I have more issues about other topics like political stuff than with flat Earth.
Oh, well, dude,
You sound a little conservative.
It was politics before flat Earth. It was the same. It was pretty much the same situation, So it's all, yeah. I mean, I was already hard and freaking conservative guy, and like I was already into. Sorry, I'm over talking again. I'm doing it again.
Well, we did say your name 3 times.
Yeah, you guys asked for me to come back in. So anyway, but yeah, I was the same way with like when you go into holidays with your family and stuff, and they think they're political, but they're really kind of ignorant about politics. They only think what they know something about politics because what they saw on the news. It's just like, yeah, you don't really know shit. And so it's just like, you know what? I'll just pretend like I'll listen to them just like go back and forth about what they saw on the news, and I'm like, it's really hard to keep your mouth shut. So
I only talk to my mom somewhat about flat Earth, but I don't think she knows I'm deep into it. She probably thinks I'm in the same situation as her, where I'm skeptical, but I don't really talk about flat Earth. I just talk about what's it called? I talk about like the overall world.
You said about. Are you Canadian? You said about.
Me? Yeah, I'm Canadian.
Yeah.
A boot?
You didn't say a boot.
Yeah, we say about.
Oh, I know that.
Part of
Isn't
Canada
there like
they say about instead of a boot?
I think we need to do a Canadian investigation here.
No, it doesn't. Don't the Americans say a boot?
Yeah,
Hold
when
on.
we're
There's
making
a
fun of
certain part.
Canadians.
There's a certain part of America that they say a boot. Hold on, let me check.
Minnesota.
Is it Minnesota?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like the central part of Canada. Like I think that's what is that British Columbia where they are?
Yeah, it's Minnesota.
Yeah. Isn't it like British Columbia is like above Minnesota and shit? They're all the boot stuff.
I think Winnipeg's above Minnesota.
Oh, Winnipeg. Yeah.
But yeah, no, we say about.
Damn it, Hank.
But we say other things weird. But I think I talked about that already.
What do you say weird?
People said that I say bagel weird, pasta, leggings.
Pasta?
What's the other one? Drama or llama? I can't remember. Some people say drama.
Yeah, that's what you just said, drama.
Yeah, but I say drama.
Oh, drama. Okay. Huh?
Certain things that are pronounced differently. But yeah, Flat Earth.
You ever watch that movie Fargo?
Fargo?
Fargo, yeah.
No.
That's North Dakota. Pretty close to the Canadian border. They talk weird up there too. Except for, well, Fraud does kind of talk weird. He's in North Dakota.
Ooh.
He was in here earlier.
Do you have anyone else who's new tonight? Weren't there like 5 people?
Yeah, Hank ran him off.
Oh.
Playing. Let's see.
Wait. I watched that Flat Earth history video with my mom once, and I guess should I talk about it now, or is it kind of like too late?
Do you want just new Globers or any Globers?
Doesn't matter. I don't even mind if we don't have any, or if we have some. Why? Are you a skeptic?
Oh no, I'm not a skeptic at all.
Oh, okay.
I'm quite convinced it's a globe.
Yeah, have you ever talked to Roland My Boulder before?
Nope.
All right, well, talk to him.
So it's like NBC. I'm new to you.
How long have you been here for?
A couple months.
What brings you back?
What brings me back to this server?
Yeah, if you believe it's not flat, what brings you here all the time? Like, why do you keep coming back?
It's a combination of entertainment and frustration. It gets under your skin.
Why do you do that to yourself? Sounds like it's, bad for your mental health.
No, on the contrary, I think it's good. It hones my conversational skills. It refines what things I count as evidence and don't, and it really eliminates a lot of bad arguments out of my lexicon. So I don't say as ridiculous of things. I think on the whole, I think it's a good thing to come here.
Were you here when the 4 men were talking about it?
Tonight?
Yeah.
If I wasn't paying attention.
Okay, so you probably missed it.
With these 4 men, were they like 4 different usernames and they were like friends?
Yep.
I was vaguely aware of that was happening, but I don't know. Something about it aggravated me, so I was kind of tuning it out.
Maybe because they kept talking over each other?
Yeah, that kind of stuff usually will make me tune out.
Well, they couldn't they couldn't calculate the curve of the Earth, so where did they go wrong? How would you have helped them out?
Calculate the curve of the Earth? Just like any calculation at all?
Like measure or prove that there's a curve.
Well, okay, calculate, measure, and prove are just very different words, kind of. Yeah.
Well, you know what I mean, right? I'm not like an expert with the lingo.
Oh, well, in the couple of months that I've been here, I've been trained to be very careful about the words that I use. But I am the Glober in a flat Earth server, so my experience is probably different. Calculate. You can calculate with Eratosthenes. The Eratosthenes thing is a fine calculation. I'd be surprised if a flat earther would really take me to task on Eratosthenes being a straight up calculation of the curve.
Just can't remember what central banker said. It's whatever they said.
Oh, central banker, he usually says, how is that proof of the curve? So, I mean, I hesitate to speak for anyone, but central banker does like to say, how is that proof of the curve?
Hold on. I mean, since you brought up that calculating curvature of Earth through Eratosthenes' test, you're not going to find the curvature of globe Earth with that test ever,
Well,
especially through the
there's only gonna be-
calculation.
There's only going to be one like. Oh, I see.
Well,
You're
hold
saying
on. All right,
you're
now,
saying that you could use any distance of the sun
Oh,
and any radius of the Earth, and it'll work out.
wait. I'm calling you to task because you brought it up. What do you mean that you can calculate curvature of the Earth with the Eratosthenes test?
Sure. Okay. So if the sun is so far away,
If you don't start an experiment or a good test with if,
but you can start a calculation with if.
All right,
you can start a calculation with if. I agree. We can't start a test or an experiment with if, but we can start a calculation with if.
All right. So if
the Earth is so far away that we can ignore the distance, that the light is coming in parallel, then there's only one radius that's going to work. And if the Earth is flat, then I think there's only one distance away that's actually going to work as well. So I think that Eratosthenes is a good calculation of the radius because you can use the data from the measurements to calculate the radius under some assumptions, and assumptions are okay if we're talking about calculations.
Okay, so if probably maybe if the Earth was this and you assume that this is a certain distance, and then maybe it would probably be true if probably maybe we could measure the angles from two different parts of Earth. If they were parallel, probably maybe, and then thus globe Earth.
Yeah, I mean, Helio, you and I have talked about this many times. Crystal was asking me, and I was attempting to answer.
Yeah,
That's why you gotta let them answer. So here's the thing, Roland. So if the Earth is a sphere and if the sun is parallel, but what about the model that they show us for the solar eclipse, where the sun rays converge around the moon and make an umbra and penumbra? That kind of goes.
To be clear, we're leaving behind Eratosthenes and moving on to something else.
No, we're trying to establish whether this is a true dichotomy or not. That according to the solar eclipse model, the light doesn't go at a perfect 90 degrees because it bends around the moon. And there's not a whole lot of refraction going on at the moon, but apparently you guys think there is. So if that kind of refraction is happening
You're
up there,
talking
what kind of
about
refraction?
that. What's the name of that? It's Salenelian eclipse. That's the one you're talking about.
No, I'm talking about a standard solar eclipse. I'm sure Drace has already posted some images for you to look at, or someone probably will.
You're right. He has. Wow, I wasn't even looking at the chat.
I wasn't either. I just know that dude is the man. So anyway.
Okay, so I can just if I can cut you off, Hank. The answer is I don't know. I saw this a couple of nights ago, and I have it written down to look into. I don't know. I do not know.
That's fair enough, but it does appear to be a true dichotomy, which is what I was trying to point out. If the light is moving at 90 degrees on Eratosthenes, it can't be doing the umbra and penumbra thing, which would make the size of the moon about 100 miles in diameter. Because that's what you see the path of totality. Now, you can talk about the penumbra all day long, but we're not going to measure the size of the moon based on a partial eclipse. We're going to measure the size of the moon based on its totality. That's how we know the entire surface of the moon is in that shadow, because everybody around that area that can see a partial eclipse, we're not going to measure that, because that could be a very much larger area of people who can see a partial eclipse.
Yeah, and honestly, I'll just jump in and share what I think, even though I haven't dug into this that much. It's like I said, I have it written down to dive into. The light rays can be parallel, but then when you introduce an obstruction, when you introduce a double slit experiment, when you introduce a moon, when you introduce an object, then that's not the same. Then what happens on the other side of that's just not the same. Light is not required to obey your intuition.
Yeah.
In some cases it does, and in some cases it doesn't. You guys might be right, you might be wrong.
Yeah.
Like I said, I'm not going to be convinced tonight of anything. I need to dig into this a little bit more. But my suspicion is that this has to do with how light and the object, in this case the moon, are interacting.
Yeah, but here's the problem. Light can diffract around objects. This is true. But you're not accounting for the excuse within the black swan where only at 90 degrees would you have no refraction and parallel rays. Anything outside of that would be refracted.
Refraction and diffraction, if I'm using that word right, aren't the same thing, right?
I didn't say they were the same thing. I'm saying...
Okay. I think B. Carl's in chat might be mixing them up.
Parallel rays hitting the globe uniformly to create seasons and to excuse Eratosthenes. If light is hitting the globe, it's hitting the atmosphere at an angle. So it's going to get refracted. And so you wouldn't end up with parallel rays.
That's a fair point. I think that the refraction is minimized when the light is kind of coming straight in. So the noontime sun, I think, is refracted at least. Yes. And then the dawn and the sunset, I think, are refracted the most. So I suspect this is an argument about degree. Like, I agree with you, refraction is always happening, but it's least at noontime.
Yeah, that's one of the big issues as well for all of the claims of the black swan being refracted, because when you're looking parallel through different mediums, there isn't refraction. Like 90 degrees, there is no refraction, but when you look at an angle through it, that's when it starts refracting. And so
yeah, but per Andrew Thomas Young, the black swan could be a exemplar case of ducting. I mean, it's right there in Andrew Thomas Young's write-up that ducting and some other things would explain everything about that picture.
Yeah, ducting is when the light is supposed to wiggle up and down in the air inside a duct. Yeah,
I don't know what that means, wiggle up and down.
You don't know what that means?
Are you talking about like bouncing off the edges of the duct, the way that light would bounce off the edges of the glass in a fiber optic cable? Is that the problem?
Yeah, that's kind of like what they claim, essentially.
How do you think fiber optic cables work?
Yeah. But you don't have the boundaries there.
Sure you do.
No, the air is not uniform.
Exactly. That's the reason that this is happening.
No, you can't bend all of the light uniformly in a non-uniform medium that you think is bending to some magical.
You don't have to bend all of the light. You just have to bend some of the light.
You're looking out towards the horizon, and you can look all 360 degrees, especially on the ocean.
Yeah. So what's the problem?
Yeah, and from your perspective, the light has to be bending from all directions to you.
So you think that ducting is an impossible phenomenon?
No. Ducting is what they claim when they can see far beyond, especially like with radar and stuff like that. They claim that the radar is getting ducted, and that's why they can see so much further.
I can't make any statements about that, and maybe we ought to avoid what they claim, because I don't know. I'm not an expert on they and their claims.
Yeah, no, I've read about this. This is one of the funny things is you're the first glober who has ever attempted to use this argument, yet in front of me at least. Whereas I found this argument and I knew this would be a good glober argument. How many years ago? Like 5 or 6 years ago. Why is that picture so small? I tried to zoom in on it. It's bad. So, what is the picture that is trying to say?
This is showing ducting, or what they claim is when it's ducting. It's just wiggling up and down.
Where did there's a lot of stuff about this picture I don't understand. Do you have a source for it that I can read about what they're trying to say? I don't understand the wiggles in the ducting line.
It's essentially saying the way ducting is generally explained, they think of it as total internal reflection, but it would be within two different layers where it's bouncing up and down within the layer. Problem is,
but that's not what the other arrows in the picture are showing.
Yeah, no, the other arrows are where they believe there's standard refraction or sub-refraction.
So I guess we're at an impasse because I don't think standard refraction is appropriate for our conversation. I'm not making a claim of standard refraction.
No, you said ducting. That's why I just posted that picture. That has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. I'm just.
But I don't need ducting to be total internal reflection either. Ducting can be partial internal reflection. We don't need total, like, we don't need it to be as good as a fiber optic, but it can act like a fiber optic.
Yeah, that's total internal reflection. It can work with most materials. The problem,
but it doesn't have to be total, right? It could be a half or a quarter or a third or something.
No, total internal reflections happens at a critical angle. If you don't have full reflection, sure, it's gonna be much weaker and die out.
Die out. I mean, we really have to get specific about, like, you're being on one hand general and posting a picture like this, and then on the other hand being specific and posting the Black Swan picture with the oil rigs. The Black Swan picture has extremely specific conditions that were present. Yeah. And whether or not it died out or not doesn't it had to have died out.
You don't have no evidence that those conditions have anything to do with ducting. That is
we don't have that much data about the Black Swan.
Do you have any evidence of visible light ducting in the air?
The Black Swan.
That's not evidence of that. That's just a claim on your part.
I assert that it is evidence. It's an exact example of it happening.
You have no evidence of that. That's just a baseless assertion.
Evidence is just a thing that happened. It's a fact, right?
No,
it's an observation.
You're just saying unicorn farts did it.
No, I'm not saying unicorn farts did it at all.
My unicorn.
Yeah, you're just making a baseless claim that you don't have any evidence for.
You win. Unicorn farts did it, sure.
Like, if you got evidence for visible light ducting in the atmosphere, I would be all for seeing it.
I think even on YouTube itself, there's more examples than I could find of what you're talking about. So I don't know how we would move forward. I would offer a video and say this is evidence, and then you can say that's more unicorn farts. So we're stuck. I don't know how we move past the unicorn farts.
No, it needs evidence. Like, if you see something that doesn't conform with your beliefs and you say, oh, it could be something that has never been experienced in real life or documented to have happened with visible light, then okay.
Like, it's just that the Black Swan isn't an example of that. The Black Swan completely conforms to all my pre-existing beliefs.
We've never seen visible light ducked up and down like this and not create any effects. That's my issue. Because when we have any kind of total internal refraction, you have mirages. Because things get inverted when they get turned upside down.
Sometimes. Yes, when things get turned upside down, they get inverted. I agree with that. Mirages can take many different forms.
I don't think you know what mirages are, and I don't think you know what you're arguing for.
I perhaps don't know how you use the word mirage. I use the word mirage to be
anything that your brain is confused about. Like you interpret what you see as something, but that's just not what's actually there. So the oasis in the desert is a mirage, and when you get there, it's gone. The mirage just means your brain was confused.
Yeah, no.
You probably mean a very specific case of refraction. I'd bet at least $10 you mean a very specific refraction situation.
That is correct. You are talking in a layman's terms, essentially, whereas I am using it in the terms of how it's used in the context of what we're talking about, or refractive effects at a distance. You're claiming it's bouncing up and down, which it's just there's no evidence of that in that picture. That's like I show you a picture of a man standing in the street and tell you it's a unicorn. And you just have to believe it because it's ducting.
I'm just scrolling through the live screen here and looking at the picture that you posted at 39 past the hour, and trying to see what that's telling me here. Is that a total internal reflection type picture that you're showing there? And what is that, like SF6 or water, or I can't even tell?
It's just water being poured in with lasers. It's showing refraction a little bit. I wish there was one more laser perfectly straight up, but I can't have everything I want. And it's showing how things are reflected off the surface, and how it needs a certain angle for that. And you can see some of the beams are less stronger than the other ones, especially when the water stops moving.
Yeah, I like this GIF a lot. I mean, this GIF is not deceptive and definitely shows, in my opinion, what light does. The only thing that I wish that you were including here is you've got this very abrupt boundary between the water and the air. When in the conversation that you and I are having right now, we're talking about specific kinds of density gradients that might be very difficult to recreate. Like you'd have to work pretty hard to recreate these specific kinds of scenarios that we're talking about in a water tank. You could. I think you probably could, but you'd have to work hard at it.
Yeah, the problem is the air isn't layered like that.
You don't think there's density gradients in the air?
There are pressure gradients in the air as the air moves around, and there are temperature variances in the air, but those do not form.
They're arbitrary. They don't form canals or tunnels where it gets continuously colder and colder and colder.
Do you have evidence for that claim? That's a huge claim, Hank, that they don't do that. They never ever do that.
I do.
So you can show me millions and millions of examples to affirmatively say it never happens.
Okay, let me rephrase. I've spent over 10,000 miles on a motorcycle all over Texas, right? And from what I can tell, I've never went into a tunnel where it got colder and colder and colder and colder for miles and miles and miles and miles on end. There's fluctuation of temperature up and down, right? Humidity up and down, right? All these other conditions up and down. But I've never rode for miles and it got colder and colder and colder and colder.
But that's not the claim either.
Impossible.
That's neither is that.
That would have to be the claim.
It's not the claim.
That would have to be the claim for the light to be bending down at 8 inches per mile squared.
It actually doesn't have to be the claim, Hank. It does not have to be the claim. No, Drace, it doesn't. That's not the claim I'm making.
It has to be actually worse than that, because the coldest area where the light is bending down into has to be your specific location where you're looking from, because the light is going from the horizon and the oil rigs to your eyes, and on the globe you need to believe it's bending down, so you need the density gradient to be in that direction.
It is in that direction.
Inversion of normal.
The typical gradient is in that direction. The air is densest.
It's
The air
actually
is
it's actually generally colder over the ocean than on land.
well, okay, but like just typically the air is densest at the surface of the Earth and decreases in density as you go up.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with it.
It has everything to do with it. It's the controlling factor. This density number is what's related to the speed of light. All these other things, humidity and temperature, they play into density.
Listen for a second. It is no factor because you're not looking through the gradient. You're looking along the gradient at the same level. Let me show you a laser that the Globers love to cherry pick. But then when they straighten out the laser and look straight through the gradient, it's not bending.
Why are you showing me Glober evidence instead of your own evidence?
Because this Glober evidence, actually, when you look at the rest of it, contradicts their claim like most of it does.
All right, let me look at this. What do we have here? Like a water tank?
Sugar solution to create the density gradient for the light.
Okay, and what is the density gradient here? Where is the densest water?
At the bottom.
So how do you know that for sure?
Because that's how it's created. That's what they tell us. That's your Glober side.
Okay, so the person that made the video told you it was densest at the bottom, and you accept that.
Well, this has been repeated countless times. This is nothing new.
Okay, so let me look for a second. Let me see what's happening here. It's bending down. Okay, sure. You've got the densest water towards the bottom. Yeah, this is exactly what I think happens. I don't dispute it.
Yeah, so it doesn't bend down when it's looking horizontally across the.
But it is bending down. What do you mean it doesn't bend down?
Look, when it looks horizontally with no gradient, it's not bending down. But when it looks down into the gradient, it does bend. So that doesn't help you.
Oh well, yeah, you're reaching too far. You need to show me exactly what the gradient is if you're going to make such a claim. Now you're getting very nitpicky. I'm just assuming that you've got like a density gradient in here, and when you go through the density gradient, it goes down. It goes towards the densest part, which is what I'm saying.
When it's traveling along an equal gradient, when it's not going into a more dense medium, it's not going down.
Okay, sure. But when there is a density gradient, it matters. I mean, this video that you've posted exactly is in agreement with me. I think maybe you and I are having an argument about scale links, like the oil rigs. The oil rigs don't fit in an aquarium. Maybe that's the problem.
It contradicts your claims and shows you perfectly how the sun could not even be seen.
The sun doesn't. What?
It does that just by accident.
The oil rigs don't even fit in the aquarium. Yeah, I think maybe we have a dispute over scale.
No, you could just
you want to treat 3 feet as though it's as miles and miles.
Like if you take a laser and you shoot it for 16 miles, it's not bending as per your designs.
But there's no curvature shown in this picture. So how does this reflect my designs? This reflects your designs. This is the flat assumption where you've got no curvature depicted, and you're not showing anything about how light behaves over a curved surface. I assert the Earth is curved, and for this picture to really get at the core of what I'm saying, this aquarium needs to be big enough that it's representative of Earth curve.
You just fucked yourself. Did you know that?
No, because this is bending down, just like I say it does. But you're mixing up.
Hold on. Just hold on for a second. I'm not talking about this video right now. I'm just saying, look at the video, then picture and imagine that it is what you want it to be, a ball. And now imagine the laser is traveling along this ball surface, and then it travels off the surface because it's a ball and the laser is traveling in a straight line, and that means it's going into a less dense medium, not more dense medium, because it's going higher and higher because your Earth is a ball.
Everything about this video and my understanding of the Earth are consistent. I don't. There's no gotcha here for me. I think you are mixing up scales and asking me to imagine things that aren't shown, and just hand waving away everything. Then show me a video. Show me another GIF of exactly what you just said.
Don't bullshit. What am I
I'm not.
hand-waving? What am I hand-waving?
Your GIF that I'm looking at with the laser in the water tank is exactly consistent with my understanding of everything. So I have no problem with any of this.
Contradicted your previous claims.
It didn't contradict anything.
It's not bending down, going.
It is bending down
through the gradient. It's not.
This light only bends down. That's all it does is bend down. It doesn't contradict anything.
Not according to experiments. Your claims are not valid.
The GIF bends down.
Do not lie to me.
The GIF bends down.
When it's looking down through the gradient or going down into the gradient. When it's not, it doesn't. So you're lying.
The GIF that you posted only ever bends down. It never bends up.
Oh my god, it goes straight, you dumbass.
This is what it's like dealing with a glober who just...
I just want to confirm, did you see it going sideways? You saw it going across like a laser light?
I see it bending down more and less, but honestly, when I look at it, I feel like it's always bending down. I can't tell. It's a little vague, but at the
you can't see fluctuations in that 3 second.
I see some fluctuations. It's difficult, and I don't have any data, and I don't have any data about the water. So this like one moment in the GIF that we're zooming in on, I want some data about the water.
It's not consistent. It's not consistent. Agreed.
It is for me. Nothing I'm seeing. I don't have any problem with anything that I'm seeing in this GIF.
It's consistent. It's consistent with what?
With my understanding of the Earth and how light propagates through the atmosphere. And I think Andrew Thomas Young would watch this GIF and say it's consistent with everything that he's ever researched as well. And I cite him because he's oft cited to me in the server, so I hope he's reputable.
So when light travels...
One second. We can agree there's no fish tank, though, in the atmosphere, correct?
I don't know what you mean.
You're looking to a fish tank in the example. We can agree there's no fish tank in the atmosphere when you look at an observation from A to B.
Are you trying to debunk the video and say that fish tank videos are not representative? Is that the point?
It's you can derive that if you want to. I'm saying there is no fish tank in our natural observations.
I mean, the video that Drace posted is a natural observation to me.
Yeah, but if you're measuring a building curving in 8 miles, there will not be a fish tank in between you and the building, correct?
I've never seen a building over 8 miles. What do you mean a building curving over 8 miles?
This is the observations we're looking at. We're looking at 8 miles, 12 miles, 15 miles, 5 miles of distant observations, looking for the curve and not seeing it. And that's why
I feel like we've really lost the thread of what Drace was trying to talk about. I do not understand you, Godric. I don't know what you're trying to tell me, and it seems irrelevant to what Drace was saying.
Carry on, Drace.
In essence, to quote Andrew Thomas Young, you do not have the boundary layers to refract the light and to use your... to jump away from the GIF because it's a flat Earth representation according to you. On the globe, the laser light would always be traveling up into a less dense medium and would therefore refract up and away from the surface. So what do you say about that?
You're saying if I... let me just try to make sure I've really got it. Allow me to simplify things. Perfect sphere. I'm standing on the surface of it, shooting a laser to my left or forward or whatever, which is going to go in a straight line parallel to the tangential, the plane tangent to the sphere at that location, which is what I would call the horizontal. And now you're saying that laser has to traverse increasingly less dense regions because it's increasingly higher as it travels.
Yeah, well, the Earth is supposed
Am
to
I?
be drifting away
Yeah,
from it, right?
yeah. Based on what I just said, am I tracking? Am I describing what you're asking?
Yeah, the general trend, as observed by Dr. John Dee, was light generally tends to refract up, and that's something that happens due to the temperature gradient because it's warmer generally down below. But once that balances out after the sun has passed, then the gradient is less sharp and more, or there's far less refraction, so it's easier to see further. So refracting down would mean that, especially in the globe model, you would need temperature inversion, and you would need that temperature inversion to reach up into the sky and some funky shit to try to make the beam that's not going down around the globe go around the globe. And
Yeah, no, I think I got the
of that just don't make any sense.
I think I got the crux of your argument from earlier that when I shoot the laser tangent to the Earth, then the laser's going to have if the laser just goes straight, like if the atmosphere is all uniform and everything's uniform, the laser will just go straight, and on the globe that will mean it will have ever increasing altitude as it travels, right? And then when a glober invokes this idea that the density decreases with altitude, the light should bend up. What you're saying is the light should bend up. That's the rub, is that I think that the light should always be sort of deflecting towards the denser place. So even when I try to understand it your way, and at first I was scared because I thought I was going to conclude that, yeah, you were right, it would deflect up, and I'd end up not having to say I don't know, but I think that the light always tries to kind of deflect, bend towards the denser thing. And even in the case that you're talking about, I shoot it out horizontally. Denser is always down, and so the light is just always bending down towards the Earth. That's just how I think that Andrew Thomas Young explained it when I've read his website several times. That's what I have. I'll dig deeper. I'll try to challenge this, Trace. I'll look into it a little bit more. But I do think it bends down. I hope I'm understanding what you're asking me, right? Because I don't want to look into something and waste either of our time. But
okay, if you imagine the light here on the right is coming from the right, it hits this boundary layer, and because this is a more dense medium, it refracts down. Now it's coming out of this more dense medium, and you want it to go up or down again.
Okay, yeah, no, that's a great thing, and I don't have an answer for it. So let me just take that last picture you posted and think about it some and see what makes sense. I don't know. Because you're saying if it bends towards the more dense thing, it should bend up as it leaves. Because the more dense thing is towards the left as it's leaving.
As you can see, the light is traveling in a straight path. It bends down when it enters this medium because of the angle, but when it exits the medium, it corrects this bend down and bends back up.
Yeah, the only reflexive thing that I have is that if I didn't know where the light source was, if the light source could be on the left or the right, then this is the only thing that works. Because if the light source is on the right, then the light is doing what I said. As it enters the it deflects down. And because that's just how the plastic happens to be sitting. And then if the light is sourced from the left, it enters the plastic and it deflects up. And in both of those scenarios, it's bending towards the more dense thing. Now, I don't know about the answer. I don't know about when it leaves the plastic, what's going on. I don't know. I have to leave you there. I just don't know.
Yeah, the problem is when you try to model all this stuff out, there's really no way to make the light travel around the curve consistently. Like, the conditions required are just insane.
I agree that conditions required aren't typical because it doesn't usually happen. There's only sort of some specific examples of it happening, and so I don't dispute you that it's uncommon. Fortunately, we have lots of observations of uncommon things happening, so we can try to make sense
If the
of
light
it.
was bending as much as you say it is, right? Then some days the Earth would look like it's a cell Earth, and you're on the inside of it, and you look out on the z-axis, and it's bending up to where you can like see the tops of the buildings. And then other days it would look like it was like a really small Earth, and you couldn't see but like a certain amount of feet like around you. If the light was bending at that rate, right, you would have everybody thinking the Earth was like a cell Earth or a flat Earth or a ball Earth. But I would go say a large group of people ever since 1969. I don't know the exact numbers, but think that it's a ball Earth, right? And that's just because they saw what they saw on TV. But if people didn't have TV and they just had like their direct senses, I don't think too many people would be claiming it's a cell Earth. If the light was bending the way that you guys claim that it can bend at such extreme angles that you can see over things. Because I can't see over buildings. When I go to the city and I'm looking at one side of Dallas, I can't see what's on the other side. And there's no day that the light is bending so much because I used to go every Friday to Dallas, no matter what, every Friday. Not once did I see any kind of conditions where I could see on the other side of the city. If any globe earther can please, demonstrate you coming up on one side of the city and show me objects on the other side of the buildings, because of refraction or moon fraction or whatever you want to call it, graphraction, right? Any of those things, right? Show me the objects on the other side of the buildings. Love to see it. And by the way, this driving to Dallas, it was more than 1 year. After the first year, it was once every other Friday. And then after that, I think it was once a month for a year. And then I think it was once every 2 months and then once a year. But then I started doing Uber and Lyft. Can I be heard, by the way? I'm not just talking to myself, am I? Mic check.
No, we hear you.
Okay, cool. So after I started doing Uber and Lyft, I would go to Dallas like several times a week. And the great thing about Dallas is you can see it pretty good ways away. I never saw on the other side of it. Not once. You can just see the one side. That's it. I mean, I really hate to be the guy to say, "Oh, you saw it on TV, did you?" But if you think back, what was it, the Martian invasion that played on the radio? Like Orson Welles, everybody thought, or some people thought that the Martians were really invading because they heard it on the radio. So now you add audio and visual hallucinations, think you might have like actually convinced people? You know, they heard it and they saw it. Usually in all throughout history, or after the millions of years of evolution, whatever that is, when people saw and heard things, you know, they confirmed it with two or more senses. They usually believed in it after that. Seeing is believing. Well, seeing and hearing is knowing, right? That's what I think. If you can confirm it with two or more senses, that's part of your knowledge bank after that.
I
Go ahead.
kind of guess, but I pretty much remember them purposefully leaving out this just like a um what's it called, like a it's like a fictional story or whatever. Like they left that out and people thought it was real, and if they just said that it was just a a reenactment from a book, then people wouldn't have jumped to conclusions. So I'm just saying it's like manipulation.
Hey
I mean,
Hank,
just like we have it.
have you been to Daily
Go ahead, Blake.
Plaza?
What was Hank gonna say?
Deep Plaza? You mean Deep Ellum?
Have you been to Daily Plaza where Kennedy allegedly was
Daily
shot?
Plaza. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. When me and my friends first started driving, we went down there and checked it out. We had a good time. Yeah, that would have been about 2000-ish. Yeah, we went down there and we rode the elevator up that giant ball in the sky that you see when you look at the Dallas skyline. It's like nothing but what's inside that ball. Like everything else is just elevator shaft and stairs, as far as we could tell. But we rode up and they charged you $2 for the elevator. We have no money. We had to walk down the stairs. So pre 9/11, you could walk down the stairs. And if we would have had to walk up that, oh my God, we would have been exhausted. Walking down the stairs enough, we were completely spent. We were like, we're tired now. Let's go home.
Hey, Roland, are you still there?
If he is, you can interrupt me, Roland. But yeah, when me and my friends went there, we were all like, you know, on the internet and looking into conspiracy theories, and JFK was one of them things to where we had to go see it for ourselves, you know, because we're some good old boys. We grew up shooting. We know what you can and can't do, right? So basically, we wanted to go see if that shot would be possible, because you know, we all grew up shooting, and you know, we kind of had our disagreements and talked about it, discussed it, but yeah, I don't think the official narrative about Kennedy was true. I really don't. I don't know what the truth is, but I don't believe the original story. I also don't believe um, the one for 9/11. Obviously, anybody who's done any research at all, they should know better. First of all, the people who investigated the official 9/11 Commission report, the original chair of that report was no other than Henry Kissinger. If that's not a red flag, like I don't know what it. That should be like the complete, you know, primary example in the dictionary when someone says conflict of interest. Because that dude, all he wants is war. All he wants is war. And then he told us what happened on 9/11. And then like midway through, he like stepped down and someone else took the chair. So when you actually go and check on the book, which I got at the house, his name isn't anywhere on it, on the whole damn thing. But I digress. people talk about the shadow government or, the swamp or whatever. That motherfucker right there has been in the White House for like 50 years. What's 2 years? No.
Hey, I blocked Roland my Boulder in my DMs, but does that mean I still have to hear his voice? Is he talking right now?
I didn't hear him talking.
Okay, good. Well, good, okay. I just wanted to make sure. But I probably have to hear his voice, won't I?
Yeah, sorry about that.
Oh, that's okay. I really actually don't mind. I blocked him for impact, for effect. So I don't really not want to talk to him. I want to rub in his face how ridiculous everything he believes is, if it's mainstream, if it's an official narrative. Everybody's like, oh, you want to be a contrarian only. You don't really care about any of this stuff. You just want to say, I'm against everything. Not true. I was, but not anymore. Roland, can you be that honest about anything? Bruh. Measure the earth. Any and all of you, just go do it. You know what's funny? If everybody were to do the right thing, even myself, right? I've already measured it. I want to do it again, a lot more. So I expect to see nobody in this fucking server tomorrow, everybody out measuring, and then in the next couple days, we all start filing back in with our goddamn evidence. I'm sick of this shit. You feel me? No more arguing. Stop it. Jesus, you're giving them a platform to make us look like shit, guys. That's what you're doing. Anyway.
I'm sure the Globe Earth says the same thing when Matthew comes around. Matthew does make us look pretty good because I'm not even that very astute when it comes to math, but I can still get some pretty good concessions out of Matthew. Some pretty darn good ones. I mean,
he's a special case. And here's the thing about the Globers. They're so confident in their position, they don't care what people like Matthew does. That's how opposite and backwards their thinking is.
Well, I don't think not eggshells. I don't think Boulder is providing us any damage whatsoever. I mean, all he's doing is
not damage.
Making baseless assertions.
Oh, yeah, I know. I'm getting mad at him because as a human being, I don't like to see my fellow man literally put their chains on themselves every day. They wake up and proudly lock themselves into these retarded beliefs. You know what I mean? I'm starting to just not be able to stand it anymore.
Dude, focus on the part that he pulled a Hubble just now. He did say, I got scared there for a second, right? Almost like
Who said they got scared?
Grace might be Boulder. He said that. You got to listen to him, bro.
Dude, fuck that dude.
Listen to what he said.
He's so fake. Nah, I'm done. I'm done with that, man. I'm starting to really get sick of it. So I'm gonna go though, because I bet I'll bring the mood down if I stay. So I love all you guys. I'm really starting to get sick of we're correct about this. So it's not like we're ever gonna be wrong. The Earth measures flat, and that's why I get so worked up. Thanks.
Yeah, no problem. So if you listen to what Boulder said, he said that I got scared there for a second because I thought there wasn't going to be an out or something like that. I can't remember exactly what he said, but that's the same thing as Edwin Hubble saying, this is an intolerable position, the horror of a preferred location, right? Intolerable horror. That's not scientifically minded speak. That's religitard speak, right? Nobody's afraid of the truth except for those who are hiding from it. And if Hubble is hiding from the truth because his, bias has got him to the point to where he's horrified, right? It's completely intolerable to think about the Earth as a favored location. That's a huge problem for academia because this is known as orthodoxy. And if this orthodoxy is riding around at the top, then it's going to be permeating through the whole thing because don't the bullshit trickle down, right? Where do you put your compost pile? On the hill? Fuck no. You put your crops on the hill. Right? You put your compost pile down below. Shit rolls downhill. So, yeah, I think that was a pretty good concession that Drake's got out of him. So that's just my opinion. Don't be scared, bro. There's always an out. You can always, just make up some story, and it doesn't even have to be a good story. It just has to be something to make it look like, there's another option for what's happening. It could be a just so story or a hand wave dismissal or something, but you can't just, you did say you'd look into it, so I'll give you that. That's fair enough. You know what I think it is? I think sometimes people just don't know how to lose. It's like when they claim that the boats go over the horizon. Did any of them ever say, you know what? You're right. The boats don't go over the horizon, right? What did they start saying instead? They started saying, you can't see the curvature on Earth. You're too small. you're too tiny. The Earth is too big. Oh, really? Is that what's up? Then how do you know it's a ball then? How did we ever measure it? How do we measure it 2,000 years ago before Christ walked the earth? If we're too small, then Aristophanes has to be a lie. Oh, I forgot you got two sides of your mouth. Do you got three? Because, the atmosphere does the thing where the light converges, goes parallel, and diverges. That's a trichotomy. Can't be doing just one of those if it does all three.
I think
So
there's a
what's it doing?
quadrichotomy because you got to also think the light is also bending. So
Sorry, Hank, I had to step away for a second, but I fear I missed something important. Were you talking to me?
No, I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to everybody who's listening.
Yeah, I wanted
I
to
did
talk to you.
mention some of the stuff. Oh, who's that?
Eye level.
You want to talk to me?
No, to Roland.
Oh, sure, go ahead.
Yeah. So, the globe Earth is mostly water, and there's like water wrapped around the ball. And there's like waves in that water, Roland. Like, specifically, there's one tsunami that was about 50 to 100 feet high. And it traveled over 3,000 miles, which is like millions of feet of curvature. So if, energy that's moving through water, which we call a wave, travels in a straight line, and that, like any straight line on a ball, is going to rise in elevation. So the surface is dropping down millions of feet. How is a 50 to 100-foot wave, which this is also the most deadly tsunami in history, how is it traveling over a curving surface like a ball?
I concede up front. I don't know much about tsunamis, but I don't know why energy has to travel in a straight line in all contexts. I think that was the only place that I might be able to say anything is you said energy has to travel in a straight line.
No, it doesn't
and
have
I'm not
to.
sure why.
It just does. Like that's just what happens. Otherwise, how is there a wave if it's not traveling in a straight line?
I don't see why it couldn't travel in a level line, and a level line isn't straight. So,
sorry. I think I just want to help you out, bud. I want to still man your argument. So you're saying
wait.
Are
you helping me? Are you helping me?
Probably not, dude.
Aw, man.
Okay, so what you're saying is to still man your argument to make sure everybody understands it is that when you're going straight, you're gonna conserve most of your momentum. But when you're curving around the ball, you should be losing momentum and losing energy because, like you said, the wave is going up, the earth is curving down. So it spreads out instead of shooting like a shotgun through a tiny little pipe that, extends for like 30, 40 yards, right? You're like shooting into an open area and those BBs can spread out in all directions and lose energy and dissipate kinetic energy. Is that right?
Yeah. So So are you saying energy, like a wave in the ocean, doesn't move in a straight line, or?
I think a wave in an ocean is is just constrained to the medium. The wave is in the water, and it has no choice but to propagate basically through the medium. I mean, there is wave-air coupling. I think that's a real thing, that the wave can couple some energy into the air. Probably it can couple some energy into the sediment underneath as well, if it gets down that far. I mean, all of these things can happen, but predominantly the energy of the wave is constrained to travel in the water. It's like how microwave energy would be constrained to travel in the tube. I don't know if you work with microwave horns or microwave energy or anything, but it's like
I understand.
You can have a waveguide, and the waveguide will control where the energy goes.
Right.
So the water's acting like a waveguide.
Okay, so does it lose energy though?
Yeah, definitely it loses energy.
Okay. So, like how much?
But that would take me a lot of time to try to figure out. I can't even ballpark that for you.
Okay.
Clearly not enough to stop it from doing enormous human damage.
Yeah. From not millions of feet.
Was this a rogue wave? Sorry,
no,
was
it's
this
not
a rogue wave?
wave. It's a tsunami.
Yeah.
Caused by an earthquake.
Yeah.
Right, and I believe your premise was that it went for millions of miles and didn't shrink in size.
Well, it went for 3,000 miles, which is it's traveling over like millions of feet of curvature.
Okay, I'm sorry, millions of miles. I'm tired, bro. Forgive me.
Okay. Yeah, so it should lose the energy as it's traveling around a curve. So, but apparently it can still kill 200,000 people. Yeah.
That's a lot of people. I feel sad.
So it was 50 to 100 feet high. So let me just in your imagination, 100 foot. Let's just say it's 100 feet high wave. If it goes over 3,000 miles, how much height is left? Like how high is that wave after millions of feet?
Oh, that's just a place where you and I won't see eye to eye. To me, a wave could be 100 feet high, and it could just stay 100 feet high the whole time it travels, because it's following the waveguide. It's following the curve of the Earth. It's following the level line.
I know your answer. It's falling like gravity. It's falling around the Earth like orbits, right?
I hadn't really thought about it as falling like orbits.
My absolute retard brain for that one.
Yeah, that's a good response. Yeah.
I don't know who
I mean,
said
it's
that,
either
but
gravity or refraction.
I hadn't thought about it as falling as falling like being in orbit. I don't know. I guess I guess so. I don't know. I've never thought about that before, but I can't reject it outright. It does check off all of my super retard brain boxes. Yeah. Okay. So sure, the tsunami is in orbit through the ocean. Why not?
Great.
I feel like there's some great sound bites that you guys can use against me in some future discussion. Because that sounds like not something I would have ever said, except for being in here.
Dude, what was your other option? Refraction? Come on. We know it's a multiple choice test with you guys.
Oh, my answer was that the energy in the wave is following the. It sounds like a tautology now, but the ocean is acting like a waveguide. The water is acting like a waveguide, and the wave that's traveling through the water is just following the waveguide, as is the case in every other example of a waveguide I have ever encountered. That's what waveguides do. They guide energy. I don't have any problem with the water of the ocean being a waveguide.
Yeah, but that really wasn't his point. The waveguide thing is kind of irrelevant. Yeah, of course the wave is going to stick to the ocean primarily, but his point was that the conservation of that momentum would not work if it was going around a curve. If it was going in a straight line, yeah, like when you're driving 30 miles an hour, right? You're going, yeah, and everything's fine, right? But then if you start having to turn like an on ramp or an off ramp onto the bridge, onto the service road, you got to slow yourself down. Start, turning, you're going to lose some momentum, obviously, right? And he was saying that didn't happen. I think that was his argument. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, that was right. You got that right.
Yeah, I've never heard that argument before. Interesting. I dig it. I want to look into it, but I'm busy.
Who is Parker Wolf, and who's he talking about in the voice text chat thing?
I don't know, but I really wish people would stop talking about people, mind their own damn business, and talk about arguments.
He's talking about me. He thinks that I should be muted.
No. What has he done to be muted? Get in here and give you a reason why he should be muted. What did he do? He disagreed with us? That's what he's supposed to do.
He thinks that I'm talking in an annoying ass voice about shit I don't understand. Sorry to cuss, I was just reading.
That may be true, but I mean, is there anything wrong with it? People act like everybody's got to, follow certain standards. People are weird. People eat fucking ketchup and mayonnaise out of the jar, right? It's fucking weird, right? But
that's like one of the least weird things I've heard, Hank. I mean, there's so many more upsetting things.
Oh, you must be a psychiatrist.
No, I'm just saying. There's a whole show called My Strange Addiction, and nothing on there is about mayonnaise or ketchup.
Well, my point was that people can do weird shit. It doesn't mean that they should be punished for it. Yeah, it's fucking weird. You're not doing that at my kitchen table. But
he thinks I have an ASMR mic. Do I have an ASMR mic? Am I am I giving you guys chills?
I don't know, bro. No, bro, not me.
I don't know. He's like really triggered by the sound of my voice. I don't know what's up with that. Or she or he. I don't know who Parker Wolf is. Sorry, I just got a little distracted because of the.
It's all good.
The text.
Let's stop talking about people. Let's talk about arguments.
Your voice does sound clear, and it does sound like you're close to the mic. So it sounds like you're close to the ear if you're wearing headset.
I got one person telling me my voice is relaxing, and another person telling me it makes them want to destroy things. I don't know what to do. I want to calm people down, but I certainly don't want to incite violence.
Yeah, you can't please everyone, man. It's just the way it is.
Yeah, just for the record, we don't mind if you disagree with us. We just hope that you bring cowbell. If you do, give us a demonstration how the water can.
Did you say cowbell?
Yeah, cowbell's that thing in the song where the song is almost perfect, but we need just a little something extra to take it to the next level. So when I talk about cowbell, that's your evidence.
The song was not almost perfect. You're talking about the SNL thing, right?
No, I'm not. Other people might be, but I'm not because I don't watch TV that much. So what I was saying, you got to bring that because in music, I was talking about music. In music, you only bring out the cowbell when it's needed. You don't do the cowbell in every fucking song. I'm sorry, I'm a music guy.
Oh, who was the SNL guy that was like 30 years ago? It was oh, I'm gonna feel so stupid. It's one of those actors' names that I just can't quite. It's right on the tip of my tongue. I'm gonna hate myself. Oh, who was that? The more cowbell guy. It was come on. Somebody's here gotta know who
Will
the more
Ferrell?
cowbell guy. No, it wasn't Will Ferrell.
Yeah.
It was a serious guy. It was
Christopher Walken.
Yes, yeah. You're like fastest Google fingers ever. That is exactly the guy.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
You think I'm doing Google fingers?
Oh, I don't know what you're doing.
I already posted both.
But yeah, Christopher Walken is exactly it.
Yeah, it's
He's one of
also
my
Will
favorite.
Ferrell. Will Ferrell also did it.
More cowbell. Sure. So globe earth proof is cowbell to the flat earth song.
Yeah, we're not joking when we really want you to back up your claims. We want you to provide the best evidence for the globe. And not just a basic assertion like, oh, well, the shadow on the moon during a lunar eclipse, it has to come from the Earth. First of all, shadows don't glow red.
Of
Second
course they
of all,
don't.
how do you know
Hank,
it's...
if it was that easy, you and me would have already had beers together.
Yeah, it's not that easy, is it? Yeah.
No,
They're
it's
going to
not
need
that
a little
easy.
more than that, right? They're going to need a little more than that, right? The ball earthers.
Okay, so let me bring a challenge. Can I throw a aggravating question at you?
Oh, fuck yeah. I love
think
those.
I think we might have already done this. I'm sorry. I'm going I'm pulling a Helios skeptic moment here, and I can't
Okay.
remember. But why does the if I scuba dive, why does the pressure of the water keep increasing the deeper I go? The density is all the same. There's no reason. Everything's at equilibrium and happy. If I dropped a bowling ball in, the bowling ball has got a density. The water has a density. Everything's happy. There's no reason for things to be changing. Why does the pressure keep increasing?
It's like being at the bottom of 10 mattresses.
Why does the water have weight? Why does the water have weight? It's already found its equilibrium position. There's no reason for it to have more weight because there's more water. It's already at its Archimedes equilibrium.
Did you just ask why does water have weight? Why do you have a weight? Why does air?
Yeah.
Why are you a man? How come you're not a woman? Like
No gender stuff.
No, you're saying questions that have no answers. There's no answers to why is the Earth the Earth? Why is the moon the moon?
There are answers.
It is what it is. No.
There are answers.
No. You're crazy.
Why does water have weight? So you think that like Archimedes' principle, density buoyance, except when it's inconvenient, and when it's inconvenient, then you're going to use weight. Like you're going to stick by flat Earth stuff until it doesn't work, and as soon as flat Earth stuff breaks, you're going to jump globe stuff.
This place. You're asking
no, I'm not.
Yeah, you are. You're saying why does water have weight? Why does anything
You don't think water has weight. You don't believe in weight.
Who's that? Who told you water doesn't weigh anything?
Yes, we do.
What does weight mean? What is weight? It doesn't make any sense.
On the scale from the lack of buoyancy. That's what weight is, right?
It's a conception of things that are more dense than the medium they are in.
Right. So once the density's all equal and everything's happy...
I'm not done.
Oh, I'm
sorry.
It's
a conception that we have made based on things that are in a medium that is more less dense than the object. But it's... you fucking threw me off what I was going to say. Okay. It's essentially just a human conception. For instance, we have standard weights which we measure to and calibrate with. So it's not a like, for instance, the weight of gas is calculated into existence. We don't weigh it, but we calculated that it exists because we believe in gravity. Okay. Well, yeah, not us, but that's the.
I mean, I'm trying to follow.
Yeah. They believe everything has mass, and so everything must be whatever.
Do you think everything has mass?
What is mass?
I mean, what do you think mass is?
I don't know. Mass is derived from weighing things and other weird conceptions, which are not actually like, they're arbitrary. They're not objective. Like, it's not an inherent quality to things. Like, you can take something that weighs something in air, but you put it in a medium of the same density and try to weigh it in that medium. It doesn't weigh anything. You have to weigh the tank that is holding that and the object in air to get that conception.
Oh, why? Why is that the only way to get?
Because it's just a conception. It's just an arbitrary conception we have decided upon so that we could do barter and other trade. It has nothing to do with anything.
So you're saying that water pressure increases with depth because water pressure increases with depth. We saw it happen, therefore it happens.
No.
I mean,
I say water pressure increases with depth because there's a different composition of the water itself.
A different composition of the water? What do you mean?
Yeah, there's air pressing on top of it, and there's a different composition of the water itself. There's air pressing on the top of it, and when it does so, it presses into the water, and so there's oxygen and other gases dissolved in the water in much higher concentrations above than below.
So at 33 feet, 63 feet, 99 feet.
There's also a gradient of salt and other things that are in the water. So
even in a quarry, like you can do this in a freshwater quarry. There's no salt, and all of these things happen. Like, it doesn't actually matter whether you're in freshwater or saltwater.
Yeah, you're right. It does happen to a lesser degree in those cases, and I have a little picture here for you, which is an example of how this happens, even though there's something blocking the top of the water from pressing down on it. It still happens. So why? I am not a divine being who knows how everything works. I just know how some parts or some aspects work based on what we have observed and experienced.
Trace, do you want to know what is really annoying to me?
Sure.
The thing that's the most annoying to me is that the single concept of gravity explains orbits of Saturn, orbits of the moon, tides, weight of water,
dark matter,
air pressure. It does.
Oh, sorry, it doesn't.
It actually does. Whether you think space exists or not, it addresses consistently all of those things. The Newton gravity, the old
made to
debunked
save
one.
Gravity.
The
dark
old
matter is a life raft.
No, dark matter.
Oh.
I'm not. No. No dark energy. No dark matter. Forget that. The old.
Oh, so you don't believe in gravity?
I'm saying the old Newton gravity, the debunked one, explains tides, explains the moon phases and the moon orbit. It explains Jupiter. It explains Earth around the sun. It does explain tides. It's absolutely consistent with tides in every.
No, please stop scalloping and trying to talk through people. Just because you're a little bit triggered, because your belief system doesn't function in reality, doesn't mean you can just blabber on forever about some nonsense. Let's go into the tides. This is based on Newtonian conceptions.
They do make sense.
You believe in this, right?
I think it is extremely useful. Yes, I don't believe in it, but I find it extremely useful.
Yeah, it doesn't actually match observation and data recorded from the world.
It does.
Over.
It does.
No,
to many significant figures, it matches
stop.
all of those.
No, you just claim contradictory to evidence. Here is a map of the amphidromic points, or the tidal nodes. The tides circle the tidal nodes, not going around the globe, as per your religious belief. So do not lie to the audience and do not lie to me.
I'm not lying to anyone. As far as I can test things, Newtonian gravity, Newtonian physics are adequate. I do believe that Einstein introduced a new level of accuracy, but it's not needed. It's not needed for anything. I don't want a red herring from anything.
I wanted to address one of your claims. I did, and now you're running away from it.
Okay.
That's the fact that the tides do not circle as per your images or your beliefs as I depicted above and you agreed to, but rather they go around the points, which is not in line with your idea.
You're talking about your pictures and my idea, and I don't know what those things are. I think if we use gravity as a concept and we introduce what?
Earlier, when I showed you the picture of so-called Earth tides, you said yes. That's how you see it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't looking at the live stream. What's the picture of Earth tides? What time? 43 past the hour. I do not agree or disagree with this. It seems plausible to me. I can't dispute this. It seems perfectly reasonable, but I don't know if it's true. I don't know. What do I do when you're giving me a picture that seems in every way plausible, but I don't know if it's true or not.
That is just a baseless claim. Look at 43 minutes after the hour. And
yeah, the picture from NASA, it looks like it's from NASA Goddard Space Flight Center.
Yeah, it's the collected data of how the tides move.
Yeah, it looks totally reasonable to me.
Yeah, it does not match the picture above. Do you have the
What's the picture above? Hold on. What's the picture above?
That doesn't work.
Oh, the picture above is extremely simplified and only accounting for a small fraction of the things going on. Geez, yeah, that's it. The picture at 42 past the hour is grotesquely simplified, and the picture at 43 past the hour is accounting for absolutely everything there is, because those at 43 past the hour you posted measurements. And 42 past the hour, you posted a trivially simplified model. That's my answer.
It's a Newtonian model that you were...
It's trivially simplified.
And just got racked by the actual data from the world that contradicts it.
Oh, yeah. Dude, I would have... sure, if that's me getting wrecked, I would have told you that data would not agree with your 42 past the hour picture. I already knew that, so you're not wrecking me by that. I would have agreed to it without...
Then your Giskelop claims about tides working perfectly with Newtonian just don't work, because that's not how we see it.
Oh, well, I don't know about that. See, you're taking this really simplified picture and calling that Newtonian, but you can use the Newtonian ideas, and then I don't know, I guess do more uncomfortable math or something, because it does work out. I would have never I would have agreed to you up front before your 43 past the hour picture. I would have agreed that the 42 past the hour picture would not predict anything. That's really, really simplified and just trying to like explain a concept, not predict data. I agree with you.
Yeah, I'm getting tired of you.
So I kind of get the feeling that you don't understand dark matter, and I'm willing to accept, the fact that you don't know, right?
I do not. I do not understand dark matter or dark energy. I know very colloquially how they are used, but Hank, I do not understand them. So I just right there. If you want to go there, go. I'll listen, but I have nothing to contribute.
As long as Drace is done. Drace seems like he's done with you.
If your gotcha is dark matter or dark energy, then you win hands down, because I can't. It's beyond me. I know I like
everybody else.
I know
too.
those words,
Ever since I brought it out in like late 2015, it was really a stinger for you guys because it shows how gravity doesn't work at the galactic level. We already knew that it didn't work at the quantum level.
Is
so
dark matter like is dark matter an established thing that everybody agrees on, or is there a lot of people saying I'm not sure about that? It doesn't have
there
to
are
be.
people. Yeah, if you want gravity to work at the galactic level, you need the ad hoc theory of dark matter to make it work, because it's off by 120th power, I think.
Well, okay, but like at the galactic level.
This is why.
Wait, hold on. Ahead. At the galactic level, are you agreeing with the measurements of the mass of the universe and the energy of the universe, like the non-dark versions of those things? Like, do you agree with all the non-dark stuff? And I don't understand, Hank. Like, you're saying dark matter is required as though you agree with gravity. And I don't think you agree with gravity. So I don't understand.
Why would you assume that? I'm destroying gravity.
I just don't understand why you're invoking
and you're asking me how come I don't believe in gravity.
You're invoking measurements of the observable universe beyond the galaxy.
You can't measure dark matter.
I know I can't measure dark matter. Are you kidding? I would never make such a claim. Dude, I couldn't even get my egg to float. So what does that tell you?
It tells me that you shouldn't be drinking the water that you use to float your egg with. I hope you don't drink that shit.
Every damn day.
Oh, you did the Brandon Schwab thing. Oh my God. You were proud when you said it. There was a Harvard study that shows that it lowers the IQ in children if you got large amounts of fluoride in your drinking water. So I don't know what you got in your drinking water, but if you can't absorb a little bit of salt into your fucking water, you probably already got too much stuff in your water. But, I'm no doctor. Ask your doctor if copious amounts of neurotoxins known as fluoride is right for you. I wouldn't recommend it, but I'm just an idiot. What the hell do I know, right? So, yeah, I wouldn't say everybody should drink distilled water, but if you haven't cleaned yourself out, you would clean a fish tank out, wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you clean out the water in your body? Anyway.
You're not old enough to have had a... Oh, you probably don't even believe in them. Never mind.
What, near-death experience?
No, there's a thing to help us older folks not get cancer that causes you to have an unpleasant night, and at the end of the whole experience, you might call yourself cleaned out.
Oh, I get what you're saying. Yeah, I just drink coffee, and every once in a while, I'll switch it up from coffee to apple juice, and then like copious amounts of celery And then
yeah, I'm not gonna lie, coffee ain't got nothing on the prescription coffee. If you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Anybody that's listening that knows what I mean knows what I mean.
Well, we'll have to talk about dark matter in just a second and how it destroys the god of gravity, Rachel Globe.
The god of gravity. Does he have a name? The god of gravity has no name?
Yeah.
Come on.
No, it's the god of gravity is Big Bang.
The god
Big
of
Bang
gravity is
god.
not Big Bang. He is so offended. You're in danger of being smote.
Yeah, the way I see it is gravity is the name of the god, and Big Bang
Right.
is his father.
Right.
Big Bang is his father. Wow. Is it like the Holy Trinity, where like gravity, refraction, and the Big Bang are like the Holy Trinity?
Yeah. The way I see it is, you have the mother figure, which is all of the universe compressed into a single point, and then you have the father figure who explodes all into her, and she then expands, and all of a sudden gravity comes into existence and starts making balls. That's the religion, essentially.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and dismantle gravity using dark matter like it's 2016. Okay, so it's really simple. According to Michio Kaku, the universe spins, the galaxy spins 10 times too fast. And if it wasn't for dark matter, which is matter that doesn't interact with light, but we can't detect it, but we can see the effects of it, they're saying. So because the the galaxy doesn't spin and all the stars towards the outer edges, because they don't fly off, that's how we know there's dark matter. That's how we know, right? We know there's dark matter because of that. So because gravity has to work, so we know that there has to be dark matter. Okay, so if this dark matter does exist, then gravity doesn't work at the galactic level. And we already know that it doesn't work at the quantum level, so it wouldn't really surprise me that it didn't work at the galactic level. Now, I'll give it to you. It does work at the so-called solar system level, but that's begging a whole bunch of questions. Is the Earth a ball? Does it go around the sun? But basically what it boils down to is that if you don't have dark matter, then you're completely 100% wrong about gravity. Because there's not enough gravitation, because there's not enough material, you might say mass. There's not enough material causing enough gravitation in the galaxy. And it should literally fly apart, according to Michio Kaku. This is where they come up, this is where they're talking about the cosmological constant crisis, also known as cosmological constant problem. Right? This is the theory that fixes that problem. So, yeah. It's just a theory. It's not a scientific one. It's no different than my theory. Well, maybe it's the green grass on the dark side of the moon and all those planets and all those stars in the galaxy that's causing it. My green grass theory on all those moons is no different than your dark matter theory. They're both equally as scientific. In other words, made up out of thin air.
Hank, apparently I was typing while you were talking, and you do now have my undivided attention. Could you say that thing about the three-body problem again? I apologize for treating you with such disrespect. I am listening.
I wasn't talking about the three-body problem.
See, again, that the exemplar of how much disrespect I showed you. So just tell me what you were talking about, because that's how far astray I had wandered. And I was wrong. I am listening.
You want me to say it again so you can record it this time. And you know I'll probably say it better the second time around. Is that what you want?
I hope you do say it better the second time around. And no, I am respecting what Parker Wolf told me, and he was right. I was typing while you were talking, and clearly I wasn't listening at all because I can't type and listen. So now I am listening.
According to Michio Kaku, the stars are spinning 10 times too fast.
According to me, whoa. According to me, the stars are spinning 10 times too fast.
No, bro. Michio Kaku.
Okay, whoa. Let's restrict it to things I have said. Nobody else.
Bro, this ain't about you. This is my argument from like 2015, 2016.
Then I don't know if I can answer it. I don't know Michio Kaku or what he said.
I'm not asking you to defend it.
Well, then why am I getting drugged back into this? If Hank isn't even talking to me, why am I supposed to be listening?
I'm talking to the audience. Whoever was on.
So there you go, Parker. He wasn't even talking to me in the first place. It doesn't matter what I claim or anything else. It's he had a soapbox, and I yield to his soapbox.
I'm never really talking to one of you.
But we are individuals. Do you want to defend everything that every flat earther has ever said?
No, I never said you had to defend it. You could just accept it as the fact that it is, and that dark matter doesn't exist.
Do you accept that every flat earther claim is correct?
No, bro. My first fucking video.
So then why do I have to accept every globe claim?
Never said you did. Never said you did.
Great.
But it is your team.
I don't have
a
team.
So you probably should know what they say.
I don't have a team. I never have. Bro. I've never even claimed a team.
You never played sports?
Surprisingly, not as many as I should have.
I didn't either.
I ran cross country, but that's hardly a team sport, right?
No, you should have done other sports, teamwork.
And I did volleyball, but volleyball doesn't really have to be a big team sport either. You can just have one partner, and that's two people hardly makes a team.
Anyway, so dark matter debunks gravity.
Doesn't debunk my gravity, brother.
At the galactic level, it does.
Well, yeah, but that's like me saying concave Earth debunks flat Earth. Like, let's just go crazy. Concave Earth doesn't debunk flatness, right? The fact that people out there think concave doesn't debunk anything. The fact that people out there think string theory and dark matter and dark energy and these are all just ideas.
Well, I can say for certain that there's definitely no curvature. When I looked, maybe the Earth turned into a ball after I left Corpus Christi. But when I looked, there was no curvature. Hold on, let me finish, bro. So if, the Earth is concave, must have showed up, on the 7th or 8th of July. Maybe that was concave day for the omega refraction that happens when Secret Kings are claiming that this crazy amount of refraction is happening. So maybe I need to go to the beach longer. And then, once I, capture the curvature for the cell Earth, maybe then I'll be a cell Earther that day. And the next day I'll be a globe Earther because, the atmosphere, it just, does all these crazy omega refractions. I mean, it has to be, right? If it can bend down at 8 inches per mile squared, then wouldn't it bend up at 8 inches per mile squared sometimes?
Might. Sure, why not?
I mean, isn't that what a mirage is when you see the sky cover the road and you're like, wait a minute, that hill's taller than that. I've been here before.
Hank, in the text, B. Carls is asking if I know whether or not I'm a man. Do you think I should humor such an existential, metaphysical, philosophical
I'm curious. can you tell me if you were a man or a woman?
It's such a like existential question that
No, it's pretty easy. Like if I'm filling out a job application and it's asking me, are you a man or a woman? Like, what do you check the box off? Like, it's a very easy day in, day out question.
Sure, it's and day in and day out questions are hardly scientific, right?
Right. So if I ask you if you're a man or a woman,
hear me?
normally people give an answer within like a half a second because they know the answer already, right? Are you having troubles?
Yeah, if I was in a different context, I would have already answered long ago. I'm a man, but that's not the nature of this server. And this server is to be pedantic and extremely picky about semantics and words and their meanings and proofs.
How do you
and
do
evidence.
that with? How do you do that with whether or not you're a man or a woman? Isn't it pretty?
I with the man-woman question, I do it almost exactly the same way as I do the globe flat question.
Oh, and how is that?
I take the totality of the evidence and I make a decision and I run with it.
What's the totality of the evidence? And do you have doubt, or is it like I don't understand why you have to?
Well, I mean, to some degree, flat and globe are geometric shapes, right? That you could in different languages, those shapes are still the same things. Gender of people is not exactly equivalent because it's not quite mathematical about the gender of people. The binariness of it, man and woman, doesn't exactly agree with science because you have androgynous and there's some outliers. There's some weird genetic deformities.
Oh, so you're one of those then, right? Because that's why you have a hard time answering the question. You must
I don't
be one of
mind.
those.
I can be one of those if you wish. They do exist.
I'm asking you if you are, because if you have a hard time.
What difference does it make whether I am or not? They do exist.
Well, see, this is just a litmus test. It lets us know the kind of person we're speaking to. And
I try to be sure. I tried to be in this server to be a very, very specifically honest person. I try not to make any extra assumptions about what people mean or what they're asking.
Real extra right now, I tell you that much.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, now I know your goal. I know why you're here, and I know why you keep talking.
Yeah, I try to be honest, and in that vein, I'll tell you, I'm a guy. I've been a guy my whole life, and I intend to be a guy until I am dead. But my personal, knowledge of my own gender, I don't know what that really buys you in the big scheme of things. But that is how I have no problem telling you I know I'm a guy.
Did you hear what I said?
No, I didn't.
I told you why I asked you that question. You didn't hear my answer?
It was apparently a litmus test that debunked my desire to be honest with you.
Where did you get the word debunk in my explanation?
It wasn't your explanation, it was your tone of voice. You gave some what I interpreted to be sarcastic inflections. Maybe I'm wrong.
No, I'm pretty serious. We now know 100%, why you speak the way you do, how you speak the way you do, your purpose.
Yeah, so what is my purpose?
I already told you weren't listening. That's why I asked you if you were listening.
No, you only said you knew my purpose. You didn't actually say what it was.
When you stated it.
No, you
I know what it is.
No, wait, Hank, hold on. B. Carl, hold on, Hank. Just hold off. B. Carl said he knew what it was, and he spoke for everybody. He said we know what it is.
Yeah.
So what is it, B. Carl? What you say it again?
No, you said it, remember? You said
double
in this
down.
server, I'm not like that. Remember?
You're speaking for everybody here. What does everybody here know my purpose to be?
Listen, you said it, not me.
Yeah, this is off topic. Please stop it, guys.
Yeah, it's annoying.
Of course it's off topic. All of a sudden, because B. Carl is on his heels, it's off topic. He jumped in and slandered me and tried to trap me into some kind of
trap question.
This guy's not authentic, this guy's not real, this guy's full of shit.
I get it.
Hey, there's someone new in here called Shots Fired. Can we talk to them?
Yeah, he was tone policing again against the rules. Yeah, I'm going to sleep, so whoever wants to talk to him can. Or, yeah.
Is his mic open? Can he talk? Is he verified?
No, not yet.
He calls or anyone else want to talk to him first?
I'm good. I was just focusing in on the clown.
I think he's here just to add FUD, doubt, to the validity of what we're saying. And it doesn't really hurt us at all because we don't require belief. When we're telling people to go outside and look for themselves, like, do you think for a second that I'm afraid people are going to go outside and they're going to find the Earth to be, curving, either cell Earth or globe Earth? I'm not worried about that at all. In fact, if that's what they find, that's what they find. Who cares? We're just saying, hey, you can go outside and look for yourself. You don't need, Big Daddy government telling you what's right and wrong, what you can and can't do, what you can and can't believe, what you can and can't experience. Think for your fucking self. There's a reason you have a brain. Use it. And what better exercise than trying to get people to go outside? I don't know. They might actually have fun at the beach because you're not going to spend the whole day taking measurements, right? They might get some vitamin D and, clean off their feet against all the rough sand and rocks and everything they have to walk on. Maybe get some good sunburn, maybe a little exfoliation. What the hell? Is he unmuted now? Because I'm driving, I can't tell.
No, he's not unmuted, but I don't think it matters because he doesn't have the VC verified rule.
Well, damn.
Who is it? Shots fired? I can unmute him for you.
Thanks.
Shots fired. That's what the last conversation was, wasn't it?
Can you hear us? Shots fired?
Yeah, hello?
So,
hello? Y'all can hear me?
Yeah, how you doing, bro?
All right, man. I'm doing good, man.
So, what are you standing on right now? What are you standing
I'm
on?
just here to listen, to get information about, life and stuff.
Okay. You just want to listen? That's fine by us. We
Yeah.
can give you the listening pass. If you want to speak up, you're going to need the VC verified. Do you think you might eventually have something to say, or
Oh, yeah, of
you
course,
just want to check it out? Okay. We'll give you the VC verified role then. You're more than welcome to listen.
All right.
So, if you have any questions, just pipe up.
I appreciate it.
No problem. Welcome to the server. So, yeah, I think even if, there is omega refraction and these secret kings are correct and dark matter is out there, we could just go out and scoop some up and then, prove everybody correct one day because the Earth is a vacuum and we can swim through it somehow. And our rocket ships, which are like barely thicker than a tin can. Maybe all this is true, right? But we're just telling people to go check for yourself, right? If, someone makes a claim that Magic Johnson can live that long with no immune system, right? Maybe we should check. Like, you really got AIDS, bro? Or what about the Stephen Hawkins guy? That disease that he had, Like, what stopped it from progressing? I thought it was a progressive disease. I thought it kills people quick. Like, it wipes them out, pretty quick. Why did he last so long? And if they have these diseases and it's real, are they getting special treatment because they're famous? And, what's wrong with asking questions? Is that what you're supposed to do? I know that it gets people killed sometimes, right? When they ask too many questions. I've gotten in trouble for asking questions. That's a fact. Fucking people hated me asking all these damn questions. Students hated me. Teachers hated me. My neighbors hated me. Why are you always asking questions? Well, maybe because that's how people learn. It's like, okay, but questioning authority is different. Who the fuck is authority? Who the fuck is that guy? Are you Mr. Authority? Like, how do you have anything over me? Because you got a badge and you wear a costume? No, the only way you got authority over me is if I hurt somebody, cause someone harm, injury, or loss. Without that, nobody has authority over me except for the Most High.
I heard a whole ton of pseudoscience mentioned all day today. Did any skeptic or glober concede at all to the validity of the science that they're claiming?
Coming in kind of choppy. Did anyone concede to the science what?
I'm driving. I probably don't have a good connection.
It's good now. Try again.
The question was: did any skeptic or glober all day today concede to the lack of the real use of science and not the pseudoscience that they were talking about? Did they concede to the use of the scientific method at all?
Well, I'm pretty sure those Arabic gentlemen, I'm pretty sure they got it. I was talking about cause and effect, and they kind of seemed to be on board with me when I was talking about that, unless you guys know something I don't. So what do you guys think about the Muslims when I was talking about cause and effect, scientific method? Did they seem down?
I must have missed it. I was charging my phone for a little bit. Unfortunately.
Yeah, I definitely think they calmed down a little bit and were at least listening at parts. So maybe.
But they didn't have a problem with what you were saying about cause and effect. They were down.
Well, I've kind of learned to eliminate the whole scientific method part, right? Because everybody gets so fucking weird when you talk about it, like they've never heard of this before. I just talk about the law of cause and effect because I don't think anybody, even if they don't know their gender or what their hair color is or anything for that matter, can really disagree with a cause and effect relationship because when you see it in front of your eyes, it's pretty hard to disagree with, right? Seeing is believing. So if I flip on the light switch and this light comes on, right? I mean, it's pretty obvious. That's cause and effect. So, I hate to like kind of disregard the scientific method part and leave the whole natural aspect of it. But anybody who disagrees with that, like right in front of their face, I mean, they're not really worth talking to, are they?
As long as they've, as long as they're of some adult age, I guess I'll totally agree then.
Right. Right. So let's say I'm talking to a grown ass man and he says, what if, Hank, what if there's a Tesla coil under the table and you're not seeing that coil get close to that bulb? And okay, there could be variables, right? Yet, show me, right? Show me. Show me the coil. And if you don't got a coil to show me, then it's a just so story, baseless assertion, and we're going back to the cause and effect relationship, which you're witnessing right now. Look, I'll do it in a pattern. Dee 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 dee, and then the light does the same pattern. Right? Huh? That's almost like a second set of eyes. The fact that it adheres to the pattern of my switching and the timing, that's different, right? That's even a little more. It's starting to look like this switch has something to do with this bulb, and I dare to say that I know it now, right? What if I were to touch the wire, right, and get a little shock when I turned it on, and then what if I unplugged the wire, right, and then it stopped coming on, and then I plugged it in and it started working again? Like all these different tests that you can do to confirm that, yeah, there's definitely something going on here. The cause and effect. There's the battery. There's the circuit. I recognize the circuit. I hooked this up in my brother-in-law's car when his light went out because it was a luxury car and you needed like $500 worth of parts in between the fucking bulb and the battery. Oh, thank you, Accurate.
Yeah, I guess it has something to do with conflating. What do they say? The body of science, the whole. It's all about this like conglomerate of science and technology. Satellites, cell phones, and computers. Therefore, whatever they say about the heliocentric stuff, well, I guess that'll work too.
And that's how it works. Hit them with the truth and subtly add the narrative. That Henry Kissinger thing I posted earlier was talking about crafting the narrative. So he's a narrative crafter. That's funny. Think about that for a second. Narrative crafter. I craft the narratives. What's another word for narrative?
Story.
Story. Right. He's the one telling the story. Right? You don't get to tell the story. He's the one telling it, just like the Pirates of the Caribbean. You don't get to have a story. He's the alpha male. Old wrinkly ass.
Even though a lot of the story is theory, it still has as much weight as really, really solid laws, things that have been proven in their mind, at least.
For people who don't know much, they sure do talk a lot. You would think that like a 10-year vow of silence, right? You could learn something, right? Like that one dude, Bonda Pani, or whatever his name is, took a 10-year vow of silence. I'd recommend you listen to what that dude has to say. He's had his mouth shut for that long. He probably thought some shit out and figured some shit out. Because what else could he do? But, all these people that don't know anything because science, observational science, well, maybe if you manipulated some variables, right, you saw the cause and effect relationship, maybe get a little more comfortable with that word knowledge. Because what is knowledge? What is that? Experience? Oh, okay. So knowledge is derived from experience. Like that guy with the accent was talking about it. He was all about experience. I think he's on something there. So knowledge is that which is derived from experience. So in order to say that you have no knowledge, it's like saying you don't have any experience, because what is the number one thing you gain through experience? Knowledge. So if you're without knowledge, then you're without experience. So what is this, like your first day on Earth? Welcome to Earth, Glober. It's like, oh, you don't know anything, but the Earth is a globe. You just said you don't know anything. What the fuck you talk about? You got your observational science, but you can't trust your eyes? What the fuck you talking about, bro? Miss me with all that bullshit. You know, they like to say in science, I'm a scientist. I don't know things. I know one thing for sure. I had sex with a woman, and 9 months later, a human popped out of her. Like, that's a fucking fact, bro. I witnessed the whole thing. A little human popped out of my wife, and it was crazy because he popped out and he was like a cone head. And I nearly fucking passed out. And I'm not the pass out type, okay? Almost passed smooth the fuck out. The doctors and the nurse were looking at each other like, you gonna catch him? Mm-mm, I ain't catching him. You gonna catch him? Mm-mm, I ain't gonna catch him. That's how close I was. I almost went down. But you can't say you believe. Nah, I don't believe. I know for a fact I saw a human come out of another human. It was crazy. But I know it. I don't believe it. It's not a 99.9. I experienced that shit. I lived it. I own it. By the way, I willed my consciousness back into my body by flexing my leg muscles and squeezing the blood back into my brain. I don't know if that's why I stayed awake, but I was close. I was real close to passing out. And I didn't pass out.
This thing working?
Yo.
Yeah, bro, I just told a really crazy story about knowledge, experience. So, you got any children, Kenny?
Not biological, no.
Have you ever been there and seen one pop out?
Never have.
Well, let me tell you something, bro. That's one of those things where it's like, that's a lifelong memory.
Yeah, you don't forget
Nah.
that.
That's a core memory. So, anyone who's ever seen it, I think they know what I'm talking about. I'm pretty sure that it's not a belief that you have. You know a human came out of another human because you were right there and you watched it happen.
Yeah, there's
from like crown to foot.
No belief needed.
No.
No.
I wasn't just about to pass out just because I was tired. No. I almost passed out because that shit looked like it hurt.
That shit had to hurt, man. Oh, fuck off, right? You ever had one of those poops that really hurt? It's probably 10 times as bad as that. Fuck. Woo. I don't know,
Dude, and some women, they have to pull out the hedge trimmers. And I'm not talking about the electric ones.
Right.
I'm talking about the old fashioned snip snip. Like they got the long handles, that way they get the torque, and they just go right on up in there and make a little extra. I'm just like, oh my God. So hats off to you ladies. I know it's not ladies' night anymore or whatever, but
hey,
God damn, that shit looked like it hurt.
Every single one of us came out of a vagina. I'm just saying.
Do you believe that? Is that something you believe?
It's a fact.
Is it 99.9?
No, that's 100. I'm going with 100 on that one.
Yeah, dude. I've seen it. Whew. And it wasn't just the visual. Man, it was her being pissed off at me, radiating all that anger at me.
Oh, yeah.
And then everybody else like laughing, like, you're having a contraction. It's like, damn, don't you feel sorry for this woman? Like, y'all get out of here, man. And then, like, the baby comes out, it's like all that pain, right? And then there's this baby. It's like, hi, welcome to Earth. We don't know what your foot is missing, but we're guessing it's missing this. And right in the foot. Right in the foot, man. Like, we don't want you to get, you know, the gonosyphilis herpes AIDS. So take this just in case, you know, you were to bang any hookers or needles, you know, because we wouldn't want you to get the. Anyway, yeah, man, I was there for all that.
Welcome
I didn't even know.
It's a
Welcome
glove.
to Earth.
They fucking
Yeah, I almost passed out.
First thing they hand you is a globe. Man. There you go. Oh shit! The first thing they usually hand you is a titty, maybe, well, something like that, man. I don't know. Fascinating process. How
Yeah, that is.
It's amazing.
That is the first thing they gave him. He had a little trouble at first, but once he started getting the smeller working, everything worked perfectly after that. He latched, and then everything was just quiet. Everybody left. But I was like, man, I thought I was gonna be like a badass and cut the cord. I could barely stand up. I didn't cut shit. I think I may have been able to do it the second time.
Yeah.
Second or third kid, I might have been able to do it, but the first one, I didn't know. I didn't know it was gonna be like that. It's one of those things, like, you hear about it, that's one thing. Okay, maybe those people believe. But if you fucking see it, that's why we say we know we're flat earthers. Because we've experienced it. We don't believe shit. I mean, maybe some of us do who haven't done any observations. You know, for a long time, maybe I believed it, maybe I didn't, maybe I did, maybe I didn't. Who knows? But once you experience it, like, that's a different story.
Well, don't forget, you got to factor in the liars.
I think Jim Brewer is a flat earther. He's a fucking hardcore truther. But he had Eddie Bravo on there. He was on with him yesterday. Bitching about NASA and shit. Anyway. There's the Tin Foil Hat podcast. You guys hear that one?
Yeah, they still going?
It was pretty funny, dude, with Jim Brewer and Eddie Bravo. I was laughing my ass off, actually.
Is that still the same host? Like Sam or whatever his name is?
That's Sam Tripoli, right?
Oh, yeah.
Didn't he just go on with Alex Jones too?
Who? Eddie?
Eddie and Sam.
Maybe. I saw Eddie on Alex. It was Alex, Eddie, and on Joe Rogan. That's the only time I saw them together. Eddie might have gone on. I don't really watch much Alex. So. His fucking broadcasts are like 3 fucking hours long. I ain't got fucking time for that.
That guy still motivates me. His anger gets me to do things, you know.
Well,
go lift some weights at least.
Yeah, It's the voice after a while, man. It kind of gives me a headache, I think. Let me tell you here, man. There's aliens in the White House. Everybody knows this without a doubt. I'm telling you. Like, what?
I thank him, man. I thank him. He got me here.
Yeah.
A long time ago.
Yeah, he got me here in some little bit of a weird way. I think he helped. He might have been one of the wheels on the scooter. I don't know, man.
Yeah, you don't want to get stuck.
Yeah, he had a late night radio show that was kind of on either right before, or right at. I think it was right after Art Bell, where I live. It was on the radio, so I might be listening to Art Bell or something, and then boom, Alex Jones would come on or something. I can't remember, but it was something like that. But
hey, did you hear him? Did you hear him talking or see him talking with Eddie Bravo and Hibbler?
Hey, Woodman, your mic is super duper low. Let me turn you up.
Oh, sorry, man. Is that any better?
I'll just turn you up here. What was the question?
Yeah, Panto posted an interview of him with Eddie Bravo and Hibbler the other day. That was interesting. That was a recent one, I'm pretty sure. He wants to fly Eddie Bravo to Antarctica.
Well, fuck. When Rogan was on, when Rogan had Eddie and Alex Jones on it, Alex Jones said he was going to pay for some, exploration in the, Antarctica or something. North Pole. I don't know what. I can't remember. It was a few years ago, but nothing ever happened from that. They just talking shit.
Yeah, I know. This is a more recent one though. He's yeah. Well, I don't know if he was saying it mockingly, I guess, but he said, "Yeah, no, Earth is as flat as a pancake." He said, Alex Jones.
Awesome. Yeah, I mean, Eddie fucking flat smacked the shit out of him, man. Big time. I love it. I love this shit, man. Anyway, here I'll drop the Jim Brewer, Eddie. They do a little bit of flat Earth, a lot of NASA bashing, and a lot of truth, man. I'm surprised this broadcast can go out, man. If I was to do this broadcast on my channel, I know for a fact I'd be shut down. I play a fucking Led Zeppelin song, man. I get shut down. They're playing Disney clips and shit. I'm like, fuck off. I don't know how these guys get away with it. Shit. It's because they're making money. They're bringing in money. I guess. I don't know. Anyway.
I think they're trying to hide the actual, crimes that they are committing, and they don't want to commit them so openly, right? So that's why they don't just like completely remove flat earthers from the internet. They just kind of put them in a little corner, right over here. And it's the same thing with oppressing you and suppressing your YouTube channel.
We don't get viewers.
It's okay to go ahead.
We get shadow banned or whatever you want to call it. We don't come up under too many. You got to really kind of search for us or know how to search for us. But hey, I'm glad that there's a few people here. Terry's out there, and you got Brian, and that's it. I see you got two. Oh, Wes is out there. Wes Flat Earth, yeah, baby. Pizza Time, and Ben and Paul. Okay, cool. That's it. We got 6 people. Awesome, man. Awesome. Anyway, I was listening a little bit today. I listened to Ladies Night for a while. Mic check.
Yeah, I hear you.
I heard you. Who was that?
Oh, I thought you were saying you were checking your own mic.
No, I thought I heard somebody say mic check.
Oh shit! I thought it was you.
All right,
Whoever it was, we heard you.
Ladies' night was a little off this evening, but it was still good. Is that Level Up? She's pretty smart, man. All the girls are smart, but she knows her shit super well, man. I'm impressed.
Yeah, Crystal's been killing it.
Crystal.
And Karma's always killing it.
Crystal's been great. She's a great new addition.
Truth Seeker is pretty badass.
Truth Seeker's great.
Yeah,
they just are really, really strong, man. I like it. Thank you, ladies.
There was another female on here not that long ago. I can't remember her name, but I think it was about a week ago I talked to her and I haven't seen her back since. I don't think I told her about Ladies Night, but she said she often listens, so how could she not know? Anyway, yeah, I was thinking of all the new ladies. There was a bunch.
Yeah, Crystal's really strong. She's coming around quick, man. She's next level. She's gonna end up being next level, I think.
Yeah, she is next level.
Yeah.
She's got a lot of questions, and she's got a lot to say.
Yeah.
She's got a lot of questions for Globers.
Oh, man, does she ever? And then she puts them so politely. I love it. Anyway, they were talking about the David Weiss and Professor Dickhead, whatever you want to call it, the other day. I'm just going to call it a hangout.
Oh, you're just gonna say some words, and it makes it not true.
Right.
Good Lord,
And
man, that was
they
horrible.
were like, all of them were like, oh, it made me fucking sick, and it made me pull my hair out, and I was screaming in the fucking computer, and I was like, I was driving in the car listening to that shit live, and I'm trying to type in the chat, I'm like, fucking cock. I think I was trying to. Anyway, that was not a debate. Dave, I love Dave. Dave needs to stay away from debates, scientific debates anyway. We got some fucking home run hitters in here. India would fucking be good to start, or QE would, turn it. Anyway, the moderator was shit. It was just a shit show, man. But bring some people around. I don't know.
All he did was explain what everyone already knows about the model that's not real.
Right.
Good job.
Good job, man. Way to go, Professor Cuckhead. Yeah, I'll pay for QE and Professor Dave. I got a pay-per-view. No doubt. I pay for that. That would be awesome, man.
No, I think Helio and Professor Dave, that's what I'd pay for.
Ooh. That's a good one, too. Yeah, I pay for that, too, man.
I got an idea. Why don't we get some pay-per-views going where it's like, imagine like Witsit and Indy, like Professor Dave and what's that other fucker's name?
Rumpus?
Right? Like, and they, yeah, sure, Rumpus. Yeah, imagine if they got like a debate going, right? And it's like every logical fallacy, you lose some of the purse and it goes to the other side. Or every time something like that. Like get some pay-per-views going where
I like
everybody pays $1 and then it can go to the debaters. That way we can get some people who want to debate. And don't people want to hear the debates?
That sounds like a good idea. Yeah.
I like it. You got to put something on the line, boys and girls.
Well, I can't do it because I'm not a money-making channel, but anybody else can. I don't really care about the whole money thing, but I think it would add value. Good to pay for it, The guy doing the debate, he'd want to bring his A game, right? People are paying to see this. I can't just, rumpus the guy and fallacy him the whole way, baseless assertion. Brings a fucking cowbell, bro. People are paying for this.
Yeah, I'll take whatever we can get, man. These guys want to come in here, man. Come on down. Anybody? Ben, Brian, Terry. You guys know where the link is. Anyway, it was a cool ladies' night. It was chill. There was a lot of regulars kind of hanging out and talking with the girls, and it was nice. Nice change.
Well, they ended it short, but
I think it went a little short.
Stuck around and made something out of it. Got some talking time or whatever.
Oh yeah, it was solid. It wasn't spectacular, but no, it was good. And I know we don't like have a script and this and that. It's like whoever can show up shows up, and whatever happens. It's like they don't really have a like on Precious Metals Takeover. They have a question that they ask everybody. That's kind of cool. That's usually takes me about an hour and a half to think of an answer. And then I'll chime in. But somebody changed Matthew's name again. What the? Stop that.
I can't even change my own name.
I can't even change my own name either. So
I like it.
What's Matthew's new name?
Matthew Concerns.
Concerns. It's pretty funny.
I don't know what I was concerned about, but
exactly. You don't ever
Concern trolling, probably.
concerned to me, Matthew. You're like not too concerned.
Yeah, Matthew, I gotta admit, you're a good sport. You definitely played sports growing up, didn't you, Matthew?
I played soccer, but when I was a kid.
Yeah, that's competitive. That taught you how to be a good loser, bro. I gotta hand it to you. When it comes to the Canaan spirit, you got it, bro. You're a good loser. You know what I mean, though, right?
Oh yeah. No, I take it in
That's
the
a
spirit it was
compliment.
given. So yes, I get it.
Yes. The confidence. So, yeah, some people don't know how to lose. It's like, Conor McGregor, that guy with the loud mouth from UFC. When he gets defeated, he's very humble in defeat.
Right.
Like, he's not loud mouth anymore. That's why I like him. If he didn't do that, he'd be a piece of shit.
All right, there's a guy out there, man, called Flat Earth Tests, Brian. I don't know if have you ever had him on here. You guys know what I'm talking about?
Flat Earth tests.
Flat Earth Tests. His name's Brian. He sounds like a hillbilly, a little bit like Dave, almost, but he's been doing a lot of experiments. He's got a lot of videos.
Did you say, hey, Balin?
Hey, Balin. And
hey, Balin, what? Tell me about that.
Dave New Perspective was playing some of his him talking about what he's been doing. I haven't checked it out. I haven't had any time to really dive into it, but I want to definitely check out his channel and his videos because he's tearing apart these fucking these lines on this fucking globe, man. He's fucking ripping them to shit, man, apparently. But anyway, I gotta check it out. From what I was just hearing him talk for maybe like half an hour, it sounded pretty fucking interesting. I needed to dive into it a little bit more, but seems like a cool guy, man. He's a fucking kick-ass woodworker too. I saw some of his woodwork, man. It's fucking tight. Fucking.
Yeah, that's dope. That's some knowledge to have.
Yeah, he's fucking building like these crazy fucking little boxes and stuff, and gorgeous.
I can't stop thinking about the old world master shipbuilders. Those guys were
right.
badass.
Fuck. I watched a 2-hour video of this guy building a canoe by himself. This old dude, man. Like one little chip at a time, man. Yeah, it probably took him 2 months to do it, but it was pretty cool. He didn't talk. He didn't say anything. He just built the fucking canoe. It was cool. I was like, damn. It was like in the 70s or 60s, man. It was done with film. It wasn't videotape. So it was pretty good quality. Anyway, I love people that build things. And they were talking about that somewhere. What was the ladies talking about? Just real things. I don't know. Man, it might have been another channel I was listening to, but there are people that create things out of nothing. But there has to be something. Yeah. But where did all this shit come from, man? Sand, dirt, wood, rocks. It's just amazing, man. We live in the most amazing place.
That's flat Earth proof right there.
And, that's the other thing. I used to bitch at NASA. I'm like, dude, show me a tree, man, on another planet. Please, fuck's sake. Come on, man.
Yeah,
Give
good
me
luck.
just one, man. That's all. I'm not asking for a whole forest. You got one tree. Now you don't? Why are we spending this money? And this is before I was a flat earther. I'm like, it seems like an awful waste of money, man. Fucking.
He's before, huh?
All this shit. You got
That's
no
wild.
Was George Carlin the first anti-NASA guy? Because remember that last one he did? There were a bunch of assholes from NASA.
Asshole. Yeah, he was bitching about their spending shit on useless crap that nobody's ever going to use. It's just a waste of money, man. So much money too, man. It's just a staggering amount of money. I was working out some numbers with Agave, man, one day, man. I go, what the fuck would it take to fucking feed everybody in the planet for a year? And it was less than their fucking cuckoo NASA budget. I'll tell you that. Assholes.
What would it take to feed everybody on the planet for a year? Probably about, let's say you start with one seed and you germinate that bitch and get more seeds. Probably only a handful of years, right? Because abundance is like the natural way. Like scarcity is artificial. Like they have to make things scarce. Like you can just grow it yourself and then get all the seeds and then give it to everybody you know. It'd be like just a handful of years.
It'd be amazing. So I went to this when I was like an early flat earther in 2016, I think. And I went to there was this national aerospace conference thing over at this fucking convention center by my house. And I go, fuck it, I'm just going to go down there and fucking sneak in. So I put on some really nice clothes. And I kind of looked the part, And I don't know, I hung some shit around my neck that might have looked like a badge or something, I don't know, like a little lanyard with, plastic. Threw some paper in there or something. I was just like, I know I can walk in this place. I don't have to pay to get in. And I did, sure as fucking shit. So I walked into like the conference hall where the fucking head of JPL sitting up on the stage and a bunch of people from NASA. And it's a pretty good crowd, maybe like 500 people or 300. I don't know. It wasn't. I sat about 3/4 of the way back and I'm just listening to what the hell they're saying, man. And what I took away from it is they would get up there and go, yeah, the people from ESA, they would get up and go, yeah, we've got this new satellite. We're going to be signing up in 2022 and this and but we're working really close with NASA and they're doing a great job of really helping us out. And, Jax is helping us and it's been great. We've been really great working with them. And it's just been really great working with them. And then the NASA guy would get up there and go, yeah, we're working on this new thing. We got the rocket, blah, blah, blah. And we're working with ESA, and we're working with Jackson, we're working with the Canadians, and man, we're got to do this. It's really working out well, working with all these people, and blah. They just all kissing each other's ass for fucking 2 hours of this shit, man. I learned fucking nothing, man.
Well, I mean, what else can they say except for this is great? We're just taking taxpayers' money. We're bleeding them through the nose. And, we're not really doing a whole lot. We just talk about rockets and we love big, long shafty shaped things. We love the rocket sauce and, we're just a bunch of assholes.
It's kissing each other's asses for fucking 2 hours. And I'm like, holy crap, man. What the fuck? Then they had some breakout rooms, and I went into one of the breakout rooms, and they had this dude who was something with the Mars lander or something. I don't know. And he had this big giant math equation on the fucking. He pulled it up as one of his slides. It was fucking huge, man. Right? And this kid was maybe like 25 years old. You know. He goes, "Yeah, this is the math that makes it all work, and or whatever." And he goes, "Anybody got any questions?" I'm like, it looked like an Einstein fucking equation up there. You know, there's a plus and this and a minus and the negative and the. I mean, Matthew would have fucking shot his wad, but you know.
Howdy, partners.
But, and I just laughed. And there was like one real nerdy guy asked the question, man, and he was just sitting there. I'm like, this guy was super fucking space nerd, man. And he asked a question, but nobody else in the whole room asked a question about that stupid fucking equation they had up there was supposed to prove they're going to Mars. It was hilarious, man. I probably took some pictures and shit of that stuff too, man, but it was ridiculous, man. Anyway, NASA's nassholes. What's up? Who's hi? Slug, what's up?
Hey, what's up?
I'm just bitching about NASA, man. I like to do that in the evenings, usually about this time.
NASA.
Just taking a piss on NASA, taking a piss on the globe, and literally taking a piss.
Yeah.
Hey, when's your next live stream, Flat Earth Dude?
I was going to go on last night, man. I do Thursday nights. It was so hot here, man. We have absolutely had an entire bone-crushing heat wave hit Southern California in the last 2 days, man.
Yeah.
Where was
The
that
highest
from?
here is like 93 or something.
That's Bernie Mac, father-in-law, the bone crusher.
My computer just says fuck off when it's that hot.
Oh,
the bone crusher.
So I just said screw it. I'll just do it.
Yeah, for a father-in-law.
Snoop Dogg and Ice Cube were in my city tonight. I stopped by. I didn't go in though.
You got to go
American
flat
Heroes.
that bitch, man.
I'm too antisocial to go in.
I have yet.
You just got to stick towards the edge of the walls, bro.
Yeah, I'm too antisocial to do that.
It took me a while.
I can't wait to run into a live television crew, be flat smacking those cocks, and then a celebrity, man, any celebrity, man. You're going down. You're down, man.
Yeah, they're just another person too, you know.
Yeah. You are gonna get flat smacked big time. So I'll be looking forward to that day. Anyway, I don't hang out in Hollywood too much anymore.
I don't either. But I never thought they would come to a small town in Texas.
Yeah.
Where were they?
Round Rock.
Damn.
What's that close to?
The Outlet Mall, Bass Pro Shop.
The Alamo?
Yeah, Round Rock Outlet Mall.
Oh, Outlet Mall. I don't know what's that.
It's the Outlet Mall. What?
I got you.
It's like a bunch of different name brand stores.
Right. Yeah, we got them out here too, man. Outlet malls, yeah. All right, cool, man. Well, what part of the state? I think Hank was like, "Where are you at in the state?" Do you know where he's at, Hank?
Oh, I'm in Liberty Hill. It's a small town.
Oh, okay.
Well, still don't know.
Still, Hank. I mean,
that's fine. I don't need to know your exact location. That's good.
I know most cities in California, but I don't know them all, man.
Texas is too big.
There's a lot.
Yeah, there's so many cities in Texas.
Right.
Yeah, that's a good point. California and Texas, exactly.
Yeah.
Big places.
Texas. There you go. Let's do this. Fuck yeah. So they say, everybody's moving out of California. I mean, I don't know. Traffic's worse than it's ever been. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. But I wish they'd hurry up and get the fuck out. I'm tired of sitting in traffic, man. Fuck off. Go. Move
in
to
California.
Yeah. It's worse than ever. Traffic. It's worse than ever. I thought the gas prices might fucking ease it up. No.
What's the gas? What's the price of
$6?
87? God damn.
Yeah.
I think I paid $6.20 like a couple days ago.
You get paid more though, right? Like at your jobs compared to other states.
I'm a custodian making maybe like 23 an hour or something like that. I forget how much.
So like you get paid higher, so like the prices are. It's kind of like the same. I don't know how to explain it. It's $6 a gallon, but you get paid more, basically.
Well, I don't know if everybody's coming to Texas or not, but I know the rent is going through the fucking roof.
Is it? Oh shit, that's not good.
So Goldfish in the chat, he's like, Professor Dave completely destroyed Flat Earth Dave in the debate.
He did so good at explaining his stories. It was awesome.
Did you see that? Did you see that? I listened
Professor
to it.
Dave.
I didn't see it. I'm glad I didn't see it because I can't handle Dave's face.
Hey, so you know what? Since Professor Dave's on such a tear, you ought to send him in here, like at nighttime when I'm here.
Exactly.
And Dave can just take it easy and prop up his feet, have some drinks or whatever he does, eat some ass, whatever he does, he can just come in here and debate me. Right, since he's on a tear, he's already got that confidence and
right.
What's the debate about?
Flat Earth.
Whatever he wants, he can pick the up.
Yeah, Goldfish, go round up Professor Dave. Send him a link. It's in the description, man. Send him on over here. There's a few people on
he's
here.
a legit anti-flat earther. This guy probably knows it's flat. Doesn't care.
I'd love to hear that.
Yeah, he's a total. I'm anyway. Paid shills, come on in. You're welcome, cucks. How do you live with yourselves? Oh my god, must be horrible.
Yeah, definitely get Dave in here at nighttime when nobody's going to bust in and interrupt me.
Exactly.
And then when I'm done, I'll pass the mic. You guys know I'm fair. I'll pass the mic.
Oh,
everybody's going to get a shard.
Yeah, I want some showtime.
Well, Professor Dave, shit, maybe we should pay him to come. Get a pay-per-view. That's what we should do. Yeah. The Globe Earthers should actually come and debate us. We should set them up a pay-per-view.
Yeah, well, I'll pay. I'll even pay these motherfuckers to come in here. I swear to God, I fucking will PayPal you.
Yeah, when Indio's on fire,
Professor Dave comes in here for 3 hours
and debates Indio. Oh my God,
Indio, Hank, me, Helio.
Where is Dave?
And
Professor
who
Dave?
else? We got one more. Maybe who's a great Witsit. All right. $500. Motherfucker, I swear to God, man, I'll give him $500. Dave, if Professor Dave comes in here for 3 hours, man, $500.
Oh shit, 3 hours.
3 hours. All
That's
right?
way more than that time.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, man. We get. So why don't you send that message to fucking Professor Dave and get him on here because I got cold hard cash. And yeah, I do pretty well in life. I can handle $500, man. Bring it.
Yeah, I was thinking about. I think you said something about piano tuning or some kind of instrument tuning, and I was picturing you having like one of the most chill lives that you could have. Probably,
it's pretty
maybe
good.
It could probably be a little more chill, but you're in San Diego. It's probably pretty nutty around there.
It's nice to go to somebody's house, and you can get them in their environment, and you can learn a lot of stuff, and you can.
Oh, you do a lot of chatting with
you can get into some pretty great conversations.
Clients or whatever you call them.
Sometimes they feed you and they say, "Hey, why don't you stick around and have some beers?" And I'm like,
bowls, beers and bowls, and you're like, well,
Right. That's happened too. Yeah. Hey, you want a bowl? And I'm like, oh shit. Okay. As soon as I'm done tuning, man, I'll fucking fire.
yeah.
Let me finish up here for. All right, goldfish. Go get Dave. I got the.
If there's
500.
anyone, if there's
Come on, Johnny boy.
confused about whether they should continue in like college, just stop right now and start
That's so
tuning
weird.
pianos.
I was just
That'd be
talking to a
way more
girl
fun.
about that.
Learn to tune pianos and fix guitar.
Hey, if you want to make real good money,
Really,
be a plumber. Nobody
Yeah,
wants to be a
No
plumber,
one wants
and
to be
all
a
those
plumber. It's
plumbers,
necessary.
dude. The demand on plumbers is going to go up so fucking high because everybody who's at the working age is getting ready to retire. And think about the people who are the young ones coming up. Do they want to be plumbers? Man, you're going to be demand is going to be so high for plumbing.
I bet some of the guys would change their mind if they knew like how skilled you are once you're good at plumbing. You know what I mean? It's a lot to know. So, but it's hard to picture beyond your computer or whatever technology you're stuck to.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily talking about digging in someone's toilets, right? Because the young ladies didn't know, how to act. I'm talking about like you can be like a plumber, like working in the city, building like brand new buildings and shit.
Oh, I know. Yeah,
Like
exactly.
you
Intense
don't
like
have to be
engineering. Exactly. Some cool stuff. Really fulfilling. I'm right there with you. I guess that's exactly. Stop wasting your time with the philosophy and all that kind of bullshit. Psychology, especially. Oh man, get out of there.
To my ex-wife, psychologist. My best friends, man,
I
psychologist.
mean, I guess maybe
You
we
mean
need
she's a label?
some, but
She's a labeler. She's a label
I
machine.
feel like we're oversaturated with psychologists.
My wife's best friend, psychologist, therapist, whatever you want to call them. They're all fucking whack, man. Every fucking one of them are complete fucking whackheads. Have no common sense.
My wife's wife.
Like your wife's wife, my ex-wife, my wife's best friend. Yeah, they're all therapists, and they're all like fucking crazy, and their lives are fucking kooky and shit, man. I'm like, damn. Good luck with that. Yeah.
That's why I brought up the piano tuning.
Yeah.
It's such an unkooky life.
There's
Spend your day.
There's a lot of kooks
doing,
in it.
kind of relaxing, getting the stuff done. It's nice, man.
I've been fortunate, man. I don't know. A long time ago, I had my best man. He was a piano tuner. And he's like, dude, man. He goes, you can have all the money in the world, dude. It's not going to buy you a fucking second longer in this life.
Yeah, it's all about time. You can't get time back.
What you want to do is get into a profession, man, and stick with it and get something going where you can own your fucking time. And that's
money. Money can always be replaceable.
I go. My uncle used to say, "Don't worry about money. They'll print more."
Yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah, that's good. Thanks. But you just own your time. And I've been fortunate, man. When somebody will call me up and go, "Dude, man, we're going to the beach today," and I'm like, hold on, man. Let me make a couple calls. I'll meet you guys there.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I gotta put you off till next Tuesday. Is that cool?
You don't have to have a fortune, but just that alone, that's good enough.
And you just never had to show up and punch a clock and go, okay, I'll be here for the next 8 hours. I hate that shit, man.
Working at Wendy's.
I did guitar lessons for a little while. It was pretty fun, It was really, I felt like it paid off, because I could teach you basically up to the basic stuff. When it gets to the theory of music and all that stuff, I could teach you how to hook up systems and make everything match polarity and get everything ready to play live. I could do all that. And it's just eventually, I can definitely work on guitars, that sort of thing. But I live in a small town. Like, I think I'd be better off making acoustic guitars and selling them rather than repairing guitars, because I live in a small town. Who wants, an electric guitar, pretty much?
Well, I know a few electric guitar builders. I know a really good one. I know the head designer at Schecter Guitars. I knew the guys that worked at Valley Arts that also worked at, what the fuck was it? BC Rich. All these guys worked there. I mean, I met all these guys in the 90s. That's when I started working on guitars because I saw I was working with guys that were working on these guitars. And I was like, hey, how do you work on guitars? Teach me. And they were like, okay. It's like, fuck yeah, man. I learned a new skill. Let's do this. Hell yeah. And that's paid me quite well to work on guitars during the fucking lockdowns. So I couldn't really do much, right? So a lot of people were afraid to get their piano tuned or whatever. I was like, that's cool. I ran an ad in Craigslist for guitar repair. I go, I got the Coco COVID-19 special, baby. Guitar setups for $25. Bring them on. And, yeah. And it, I fucking had a guy come up. He brought me like 12 guitars. It's like, I fixed them. I'm like, fuck.
Wow.
He just dropped them in my driveway. Like, fuck yeah, right on.
There's always money to be made.
But it was just weird, man. I had nothing else to do. So I was just like, fuck yeah, I'll just run an ad and Craigslist, and boom, man, they showed up. Yeah, I had COVID was lockdown was good for me.
Where'd you post it at? In the gigs?
Musical instruments.
No.
I think. Yeah. On Craigslist.
I was telling some guy the other day, he was like crying to me, man, like struggling with life or whatever.
Right.
He can't get any of his ideas to work and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm like, bro, what effort have you even put in? I see guys out there driving a truck. They got a stupid sticker on it. That's their small business. You know what I mean? They got a few pieces of equipment in the back. What do you have? You don't have shit.
Sticker.
You don't have shit. These guys, you say you're so, this and that intellect, this, you don't even try anything, man. It's like, you can't get a truck and like with a small idea, start doing whatever you think is such a great idea. If it's such a great idea, it should be easy.
It's never easy though.
Dude, I used to go on like Kickstarter and just.
You got to work hard for that.
Kickstarter is a cool place.
That's what he's afraid of, friend. Exactly.
Right.
Kickstarter, just go, you got an idea for what you're doing, go see on Kickstarter what other people are doing. And if you're not doing what they're doing, if they're successful and you're not doing what they're doing, then, you're doing it wrong, man. So Kickstarter is an interesting platform, man. I just found it. I wish I would have had that shit, 20 years ago, man.
Is it an app?
Kickstarter's a website, man.
Look at that.
Just check it out. It might be an app.
Some cool stuff.
You do have an app. I don't know, but
it's the way I've always thought of it is cool ideas will trend naturally in some way.
Yes, 100%. There'll be 2-3 people doing the same thing, very very similar or something. You're like, damn.
Yeah, so the idea gets out there. There's not enough funding to make it happen, but everyone, like a ton of people want it.
Yeah.
Oh, I see it. Yeah.
Ton of people.
Kickstarter.com.
Yeah, man.
They donate basically.
Fuck. You can go on Etsy. There's some great shit going on there. But Pinterest, man. Fuck. I can't load it, man. Once I start clicking, I'm fucked. I ain't gonna hang out with you guys. I'm on Pinterest, man. I'll see you guys later. Okay, bye. I'm like, there's so many goddamn cool pictures of shit on Pinterest. It's fucking stupid, man. You're like, and it just keeps going forever, man. I've never.
It's never gonna stop. It's not even a thing I check out.
Well, if I have an idea, like I want a cool backyard swing or whatever, go on there and you look and you're like, oh fuck, just one
all these ideas, yeah.
But I just use it for like ideas, like oh shit, I like a really cool looking wine bar.
Yeah, exactly. You nailed it. I was just thinking about like really cool cabin ideas,
fucking wine bars, yeah. Like, oh shit, that's cool. So yeah, and I try to support people that build cool stuff, man. You know, I can't always afford their shit, but sometimes you can. You can buy it, you know, secondhand. Sometimes you can get a deal, you know. But there's great people building great shit, man. We got this music show that comes to my town every year, or did for the last 40. Anyway, until Coco. Anyway, it's going to be back here in June, but it's a music show where everybody that builds musical instruments gets together for 3 days and play music and show off all the shit they build. And it's so cool, man. And it's fucking everybody from Fender down to fucking Joe Blow in fucking Idaho, you know, has brought his guitars, share them and let everybody see them and buy them.
That's really cool.
But it's been in my town for the last 40 years, and it happened every year, and it's great, man. They get together when the show's over. They have concerts all night long, and it's pretty fun, man. It's just, you know, there's business suits talking to dudes with fucking mohawks, and here's a guy in a fucking $3,000 fucking business suit talking to a dude with a mohawk and fucking 7 million tattoos, you know, and they're like buddies.
They're getting along great. Yeah, they're getting along great.
How the fuck did this? It's weird, man.
Music is a universal language, bro. So let me ask you a question. You ever had an Ibanez guitar, bro?
I've had several Ibanez's, yeah.
Are they not the best guitar when it comes to playability, action? Like, they're just the best fucking guitar, from my experience, in my price range.
Well, I mean, maybe you just ran into a few really good ones. Guitars are funny, man. I mean, if it's used and it's been, you know, the guy left it in his car for a year, you know, the action might be fucked up or something. You know, the neck's going to be bent or something. But
I bought some brand new ones that were just weren't
new, yeah.
what I bought before.
Yeah, they're all, most
I
of
didn't know
that.
what I was doing in the beginning.
Ibanez, I think the way the guitar building world worked was, you know, after America fucking figured out the exact way to build guitars perfectly, you know, the Koreans.
Whoa, are you talking about knowing things?
The Japanese figured it out after that. They were building good shit too, you know, and then they perfected it. And then the Koreans, man, it took them a while. Some of that early shit coming out of Korea is pretty bad, but now they built some pretty good shit. But China, when their first shit came out, fuck off. It was horrible. But now, actually, China's building really good shit. But it's been, you know, 30 years they've been building guitars at a high level, you know, and over 30 years. And they got it down too, man. So, yeah, you don't know. Well, you can buy a really great, inexpensive guitar these days, man, because even China makes good shit these days. It's crazy. But it doesn't compare to the handmade American shit, man. That shit's fucking ridiculous, stupid, awesome. Taylor.
Well, I gotta admit, you know, there's different philosophies of use, right? But from what I was doing, just trying to play the damn thing,
right?
Like I'll never like forget how that Ibanez felt in my hand, man. It was like made perfectly.
It's a butter, man. When you get a butter action, I love a butter. I set up butter actions, man. People say, man, what do you want? Like, how do you set up guitars? Like, I set them up like butter, dude. You're like, what? Anyway, if we can't play it really easy, then you got to keep working it until it does play easy. And it's tricky, man. You got to get the neck.
That's right. It's like people don't realize, like,
and you got to get the bridge height right, and the nut, and the string, and the. So yeah, it's just all this stuff, man. I can do it. I've done so many now, thousands. I can do it like without even looking, man. I can tell you, your action's
nice. So the action for everybody who's wondering is like, you got to press the string down to hit the fret.
Right.
If your neck and bridge and everything isn't perfect, like the nut, everything has to be like perfect, or you're going to press the string down too far, and it's going to cause it to bend more than it's supposed to.
It's
and then And then if you don't do it that way, it's going to buzz. So there's like a medium somewhere in between to where it's just butter. Like what do we mean by butter? It couldn't get no butter than what it is right now.
Well, then it ends up with what we call intonation. So if you're playing like a C chord or G chord, it just all the strings, even though you're only pressing on 3 strings for a G chord, right? But they line up perfectly with the other strings that are not fretted, and it sounds off if the intonation's off, man. You'll hear it. It just doesn't sound right. You know? And that's the key, man. You know, and I usually use the D chord, man, is my like go-to chord to see if the rest of the strings are intonated. You know, I actually check every fucking fret on every string. But that G chord, man, you hit that and go, there we go. It's sweet. But it takes a while, man, to find the right length of the string and the fret and height, and it's tricky, man.
And then when your bridge is done perfectly, you can tune with harmonics. You can't get a better tuning, in my opinion, than tuning with the harmonics.
Well, that's absolutely true. And if you do the harmonic at the 12th fret, and then you push down on the string and make contact with the fret, and if it sounds the same, there you go. It's beautiful. Do the harmonic and then push down on it. Boom. Yeah, those are just stuff you do while you're setting up guitars, man. It's nothing. There's thousands of people that do this, man. I'm nothing special, believe me. Yeah. But I just spent over 20 something years doing it, setting up guitars. The last about 12 years, I've been doing violins and cellos, and that's a different beast, man. Totally. There's no frets on all that shit, man.
Yeah, that shit's crazy. I bought my wife a violin. And like when she's not around, you know, I'll take it out of the box. I start playing with it. I'm like, fuck, this shit is hard.
Yeah, my first violin setup, dude, was I struggled so hard, man. It must have taken me like 2 hours, right? Now I can do one in like 10 minutes. Right? But that first one, man, the bridge would fall over, and I was trying to string it and hold the thing. And it was just, I'll never forget it, man. I'm like, damn, this ain't easy, man. But now that I got it down, man, it's so easy. It's fun. But
oh, I've never strung one of those. I was talking about trying to play it, but go ahead.
Oh, just play it, or string it. Is fucking stringing and playing it. It is one of the harder instruments to learn to play. From I play enough violin to know that if it's good, that's about it, man. I'm not gonna rock your fucking Devil Went Down to Georgia for you, bro. That's not gonna happen. No. But yeah, I can play enough to.
I know you know the answer. Oh, go ahead.
I was in a band called Guano, and we were kind of this rocky punk groovy band, and I was the lead singer, and I played violin. On the
sounds like some Dave Matthews Band shit.
It was crazy, dude. It lasted like 9 months, but that's the only band I've ever been in, man. And it was great. It's all original stuff, no covers. And it was great, man, but it just fell apart after 9 months of it. But yeah, it was fun. Fond memories. Hey, there's DeMock again. Oh shit.
DeMock, is he back?
Fuck.
Helio's here.
I don't have
Ask Helio.
Who's it? Helio? Are you
Helio's
alive? Did you die? I think he died. It's been a great time here at 24/7. Thank you. Shout out to Helio for having the greatest place on earth to talk about Earth. This is, man. There's a few other discords that try to emulate what's going on over here. You know, and
I never thought I would have like-minded people to talk to, man.
Dude, man, when I
don't know not one other. There's people that are close,
right?
You know what I mean? But
yeah,
not one other. It's pretty sad.
Storm. When I first got into flat Earth and starting to pop, and I'm like, dude, there's these things called flat Earth meetups. I'm like, oh fuck, I gotta get to one of these motherfucking flat Earth meetups. I gotta go meet some flat Earthers, man. Shit. So there was one in my city, dude, and it was a day that was, I don't know, somebody was getting married or something. I couldn't go. I'm like, fuck. The next one came in. I'm like, oh shit, I'm definitely going to this one, man. It was like, 30, 40-minute drive or something, some bar somewhere. I'm like, oh fuck it. No, something came up. Totally couldn't go. You gotta be fucking kidding me. So I go to Chicago, help my friend out. I find out there's a fucking meetup, like 5 miles from his house, man. Something came up, couldn't make it. I'm like, holy shit. So there was one out here that was 100 miles away from me, right? I'm like, I'm free. It's Saturday morning. I'm free. There's a meetup. And I drove 100 miles one way to go to a flat Earth meetup, man. Met some great people, still friends with some of them, most of them. And it was a great meetup too, man. It was like one of the bigger.
Did you meet Matthew Learns?
That was a different meetup. That was summer of 2020.
That's hardcore. That guy is next level.
Summer of 2020. I'm live streaming on the beach at a flat Earth meetup in Sunset Beach, Bolsa Chica, whatever. We were at this there was these restaurant bars, and then the sand was right there. But it was kind of cucky because there was still the COVID shit going on.
Oh, yeah.
And, they were like, but we had a group of flat earthers, and I'm like, so we took over this like one little section, and then there's like a boardwalk where people walk by, and Renee had set up a table out there with, he had like a NASA dude in a suit with a skeleton inside of it. It's hilarious. With a helmet on, right? He had all these books. He had flat Earth, he had the big Gleason map. I mean, he had a bunch of cool stuff and a table. So I set up right next to him while I was live streaming, and this guy walks up, and he's like, what's up with this flat Earth shit, And it was Matthew, man, right? So I put him on a panel like this. It was Discord, but it wasn't Discord. It was Hangouts. And I put Dave New Perspective on with him. And I had this big loudspeaker so everybody could hear it. But him and New Perspective went back and forth for like an hour. But you know how Matthew is so calm, And Dave New Perspective is he gets really excited, And so it was an interesting dynamic. But yeah, he gave us his card and shit. But Dave New Perspective invited him to this Discord, and he's been there coming in and out ever since, man. And that's how I met Matthew. And I didn't really interact with him all that much. I'm just like, dude, water's level. Look out there. We're at the ocean. Do you see any curve? That's all I got. You got anything else? Oh, there's math. Oh, it totally works out. Math works out. Okay, yeah. Well, if the sun's smaller and closer, does the math work out? And you go, yeah, it works out then too. Yeah, it does. And I'm like, at least he's honest. I'll give him that. Yeah, he's honest with the math does work out if the sun's smaller and closer. And it's the same.
What's funny is when they think that they're so confident in the beginning, and they think that like the math and science is on their side, and then you're like, what science? Like, well, here's the math. What science? And they're like, you don't know what science is. Like, oh really? Like the scientific method? I don't know what that is.
Yeah,
And then people get so butthurt.
Yeah, they don't get it. They don't get that.
Here's the
that
trick.
there hasn't been actual science done with all these stories.
No. Gravity, no science. Light years away, no science. Fucking moon, no science. Yeah, I mean, 93 million mile sun. What's that independent variable you got on that? Which one's that one? Talk to me. Yeah, they don't have it, man. And I learned
when normies hear things like 93 million, why is that normal to them? How's that possible?
Dude, they just check out
That's
mentally.
sad, man.
You can't fathom 93 million miles, so you just accept it, and they're counting on that.
Yeah.
Completely nuts. The psychology. It's
That's why I'm here.
It's pretty sick.
Norm. I'm having a beer called Think Peace.
And I'm drinking some old Rasputin.
What do you think kind of beer is this? Think Peace. You would think it would be
probably I'm gonna say it's a hazy.
Right?
It's a hazy ale.
Well, it's a double. Double IPA. Think Peace. Have a double IPA. It's a red can.
Well, you probably only need one.
It's black lettering with white. I don't know. It's kind of. Yeah, it's definitely only need one of these.
You ever enjoy a old Rasputin?
Rasputin?
Yeah.
A Rasputin?
Old Rasputin.
Old Rasputin. Yeah, there. Yeah. I've had those years ago.
Good stout.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, this is so tasty, bro. Mm. Ooh, and it's ice cold. It's 100 degrees here, or it was today. I'm so fucking hot.
I can't buy alcohol after midnight, so you're making me want a cold beer.
Definitely go with a cold beer, man.
Nothing better than a beer and a piss on the globe.
A beer and a piss on the globe, man.
Can't beat it. A few bowls too, of course.
What do you guys think about pissing outside, man?
I love it, man.
Right?
I do it constantly. I'm in a small town, though.
I just, you look up at the moon.
No streetlights on my road.
Stars. You're like, oh man, I'm outside. I'm pissing on a tree. Oh, man, this is awesome.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's where that shit belongs.
The ladies don't get to experience this phenomenon too much.
I bet there's some out there that do, but I hear you.
My wife does. I've seen her do it before.
I just had to throw that out, man. I love pissing outside, man. It's weird, man. You got to move it around, man. Otherwise, it gets a little stinky, man. If you're pissing in your own yard, you got to spread that shit out. Don't be soaking down one area too long. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Otherwise, if it's a concrete corner somewhere, and you got
I like
an unknown amount of people doing it, that's the problem.
Can we stop pissing all over the server?
Yes, we can do that. What do you got, man? Bring us back to Earth here, man. What do you got? We're out in space right now.
Yeah, well, you got your wonderful weather around. Where people, yesterday we had a guy that said you had that volcano explosion in Tonga, and that proved the Earth was a globe. Because
carry on.
Volcanoes and sound waves.
Yeah, I've heard that for a while. They say that in some way the waves travel through the whole Earth and all this kind of nonsense.
Yeah, like you have
really bullshit.
You have the meteorological stations,
right,
that record the sound wave, the shock wave, the PNS waves, whatever. And he said, well, the shock wave. So, okay, what shock wave? Yeah, the sound wave. Okay, the sound wave. How fast is sound going? 343 miles an hour or meters per second, whatever.
700 miles an hour.
And
something like that.
From just that generalization of the speed of sound in air,
Yeah.
they plotted all the stations that measured the shock wave
Yeah.
and the timing. So, yeah, that has to be a globe. Otherwise, it was impossible. So I said, how about sound going through the sea? What does the sea have to do with it? And, he then tried to obfuscate the question again and go off another side.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I went back to him and I said, how fast is sound going through water? And he said, oh, that's about 1,400 meters per second.
Yeah.
I said, have you plot that one in your globe idea combined with those stations that can only measure the airwaves because they're on mountains?
Right.
And, when you were joking about the lack of thinking skills or science,
Mm-hmm.
what you see, whether it is like veterans like Matthew Learns or your TV personalities, they never realize that the globe is purely geometric. So you deal with the geometry, and thus everything else is a red herring, basically. And
that's a good point.
The other thing is that when they come with their points of proof for a globe, it is generalized because, like this guy, the speed of sound is not a fixed number. It's dependent on humidity, on density, on the volume, on the medium sound travels through. No, it's just one value, a generalization of a value. And that's not even science, because then you fail to do your, preliminary observations and collect the data on that point in time. So whenever they call science, whenever they call the globe, founded in science, they're just pissing all over themselves. Because all you have to do is, can I have your observations of your science prior you experimented on the globe to see if it is a globe? I want to have those observations because they have to be recorded. Every globe argument,
right,
every science argument that has the globe radius in there in an equation needs an observation in their papers which measured that radius, so the value has been measured prior to using it. They never do that. It should be the most measured and observed fact in the world.
Yep.
For
it'd be so obvious.
Astrophysics, for rocket science, whatever. And it's not there.
It's not there, man. It's
so I want to say that there's more than one way to skin a cat, right, Monkey?
Yeah, sure. But you
hold on.
You're gonna hold the skin, right?
Right. So how are Spaceballs made? With gravity, right?
I thought my Italian cook did it.
Those are spicy meatballs, not Spaceballs. But yeah, the Italian cook, Jesuit cook, whatever. Yeah, he probably did it, right? But I like to take away the gravity that creates their curvature. I like to, take the gravity away from them because that's what is holding their shit together. And when I take their gravity from them and I feel that release, it's like, okay, now I think, we can get to this person. Now that he's had his gravity taken away. And then the next thing you want to take away is, well, there's no gravity. How do you get curvature? And that's just how I've always done it. And, a lot of people complain that I don't make the correct arguments or whatever, but
You call
my thing
yourself a
is
simple man. I think you're wrong.
Well, that's pretty simple, right? You take away the cause, you have no effect, right?
Yeah, I kind of agree. Like the whole claim for balls in space is gravity. Gravity was not invented to explain why an apple fell down a tree. It was explained why the tree was standing on a curved surface in a giant pool of nothingness.
Shooting through space at millions of miles an hour.
I don't think Newton had that idea already. I think that million miles an hour stuff came later.
Well,
what's his name? Isaac?
That's where the math led them, man. They had to re-engineer this shit, but that's where it led them. Was, well, if that's the case, the stars have to be trillions of miles away, and we have to be traveling at this speed. They figured it out, man.
See, it didn't even happen that way. They just came. They had to literally think of the story that they're writing. It wasn't even like a conference of knowledge. It's more like a conference of deception.
Yep. But I mean, they had to have some numbers that might look good on paper, and yeah, okay, we're spinning.
Okay,
and of course, the sun goes.
These same people had
We're spinning around the sun. The sun isn't going around. No. Okay. Okay. So
these same people have the founders of geometry.
24 hours of the sun goes here and the sun goes there. They actually did do something figuring out some shit, man. They seriously did. And
yeah, but if you look at Hank's argument, take away gravity, and you apply that to space. Like, if Earth has a certain gravity, then that gravity creates a fixed curve, because that's what created the ball. That same mechanism applies to every other ball that you see in the universe. So the size of the ball depends, or is created by gravity. We said gravity is a universal value, and therefore you should be able, if you're a mathematician, deduce the makeup of that ball and the size.
Right.
And when they started to do that, they had to invent new stuff because it didn't work out. Like, for instance, Venus and Mercury are smaller than Earth and closer to the sun.
Right.
So, in their basic gravity model, that should fuck up. They should be sucked into the sun. Yeah, because Earth is in that Goldilocks zone. So how can those two be there all the time? It can't be.
That's a good point. I don't know why I hadn't thought about this till you mentioned it.
Gravity
Interesting.
sucks, man.
Yeah. It's just a shit story. I mean, it's not good at all.
No, it's it is like and that's the most idiotic thing about the globers.
I mean, take Venus out of it, right? Mercury is really small, and it's really close. That's incredible. I don't know why I hadn't thought about this.
Yep.
Yeah, and they can have their balls all day long, but it doesn't work.
How could you even see Mercury if it's that close? How would you even see Mercury if it's that close to the sun? How would it even appear in your night sky?
Right.
But I have to admit, I've seen Mercury before, and it does have the kind of phase changes like the moon, sort of. You know, like one side of it's like obviously lit by the sun.
Oh, interesting.
I can't deny that, right? So it kind of looks like the moon, but the moon appears to give its own light during an eclipse. It glows red. So maybe the moon has its own light, which is red.
Well, I can explain that. That moon that we all see that glows red is a shame because he got himself red-handed. He was in the red light district, and it still shines on him.
You got to be from Holland, right?
Yep.
Yeah, he is.
And, you know, the moon during an eclipse is like seeing your teacher walking out of the red light district. You know, that's just the way it is.
Yeah, you're totally right. But when it comes to eclipses, people just normies have no idea what to even start thinking of. You'd have to break it down from the beginning.
The worst thing is most globies that you meet in lobby say that the moon phases are the shadow of Earth on the moon. But it's the angle of the sun hitting that moon sphere in which the Earth is not even present in the light beams. So the whole argument that they see a curve on the moon and the Earth is flat, so it should be a straight line, is bogus. A, because, you know, it's not the Earth there. And B, if the Earth was a ball, it would show a sine wave rather than just a normal curve. But Earth is not even in between the moon and the sun when we're talking about the moon phases. And it's still being talked about. Like, it's the angle of the sun towards the moon. And we're outside of that, you know, parallel ray that hit the moon.
Yeah, you're nailing it again. I never hear anyone talk about like how the phases are happening. It never comes up. Or what's causing the phases.
I think, you know, it's the issue that a lot of globers, they think when they see, let's say, Discovery Channel, Net Geo, or their, you know, internet beloved Professor Dave's whatever, that they are talking science. When all what they are describing is perspective and geometry. Nothing more than that. Because when you go to art class and you get to the point that you pass normal perspectives, you start with spherical perspectives because that's a shit ass thing to draw. But once you draw that, you understand what is happening if it was a sphere. But those people never go there. They never go to, let's say, pure perspective. They never go to pure geometry. They just want to sit on their asses behind the TV screen and be flooded with bullshit information that they never verified. Like,
Yo, I have a question for you guys.
Shoot.
You know how you can see the sun shining high in the sky and the moon at the same time, but the moon is like a half crescent or, you know, like a half moon. How is that possible? Because they say it's because the sun is reflecting off the one side of the moon. That's why it's half, right? But you see both in the sky at the same time. It should be illuminated bright, shouldn't it?
If you take the spherical explanations for the globe, then you have to take into account the distance they give you for the sun and the distance they give you for the moon. When you see the sun and the moon in the same sky, it means that the moon is between you and the sun. The sun being so far away that it lights the backside of the moon, because both are facing you. It cannot shine halfway of what you see from the moon. Because, take a basketball, a ping pong ball and a tennis ball and align them, and you will see that where the sun is, the basketball, it will hit the backside of the moon. The ping pong ball. And you're the tennis ball, slightly behind the moon. And the moon is slightly offset. But it's only slightly offset between you and the sun. So, in the heliocentric model, you should never be able to see the moon and the sun in the same sky. And if you do, it's only a slither.
I think this is one of those, red herring things where we're talking about the sun, moon, and stars and never about the shape of the earth. Monkey, I can't agree with you anymore. All I was trying to say with my point was that there's more than one way to skin a cat, and it's really difficult to tell a flat earther, like, you're doing it wrong if he's going and attacking the curve, right? Because that's what it's all about. So I'm attacking gravity, and some people are like, just stick to the, other arguments. And I'm like, well, no, I like different arguments. Thank you very much. I like to do some of the thinking on my own sometimes. And, this guy, he's asking, how could they both be in the sky at the same time? I think it could be in the sky on both models. Both models could have the sun and the moon in the sky. And I say that because it's normal for me down here in the 33rd parallel in Texas. I don't really see a problem with it at all on either model. That's just my opinion. But can we get back to the curve of the Earth? The surface of the Earth? Because that's where the conversation's at. It's never about the sun, moon, and the stars, unless a glober comes in here. So who asked the question about the moon and the sun being in the sky at the same time? Are you a glober, sir? Did I lose signal?
It was Forex Memes who asked the question.
Okay. So memes, we don't care if you're a glober. You're not going to get kicked out or anything like that. No harm's going to come to you. We're just curious, are you a glober? Because flat earthers usually don't ask that question.
Homie's got the roll, the flat earth roll already.
Okay.
Flat earther in the house. Flat earther in the house. Anyway, Starman drove 100 miles one way to meet my first flat earther in person.
Well, that was like 20 minutes ago. Oh, that's good.
It just, I was so motivated, man. I'm like, fuck this.
I haven't had a meetup or anything like that, but
But
You've made it sound between you and Hilo. You guys made it sound like a good time.
it's fun, man.
I believe it.
You're always smiling. You're like, oh my goodness, man. You meet people
Yeah, it's a
you
different
either,
thing.
talk to online or saw they made a video or whatever. You're like, oh shit, cool, man. Thank you. Give them a big hug. And flat Earth hugs are the best, by the way.
Especially online.
Anyway, I had my friend Jared join us. You might hear two voices coming out of my microphone.
Oh, nice.
His name's Jared. He lives in Kansas. Great flat earther.
What's going on?
He's an OG flat earther. He is a total Discord retard. But
I am retarded on Discord.
he can't figure it out. He can get in there,
I
but he can't turn his mic on or something. I don't know.
No, I think Discord has something.
The Discord interface is built for people who've grown up with the internet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Jared's a total boomer. No, I'm just kidding. No, he's just he's got. What are you working off of? Like a Samsung Galaxy phone or something, right? What do you got?
Exactly what I got.
Okay, you got a Galaxy phone or whatever, and then
I tried to get on Discord.
I had him download the app. I had him, come in here, and he's like, "Dude, I can't unmute."
It's a really good app. I will say
it's
that.
an incredible app, man. This is one of the most incredible apps I've ever seen, next to fucking Napster. And this is pretty close to second place, man. I've no doubt about it.
Well, I'm not pissed off at Discord. I'm pissed off at my phone because my phone I guess it just doesn't like the app. I don't know what it is.
I do have Bluetooth problems, but only with my speaker, my specific Bluetooth speaker. Otherwise, it's chill. It'll connect to my Bluetooth in my car.
Oh, yeah.
Do you have any Bluetooth problems? Or is it something separate?
Hey, Kenny, have I ever had Bluetooth problems?
Jared we used to be on Hangouts with Jared, and he would drive around with his Bluetooth on all day long. I mean, he was on here for 8-10 hours a day. And he'd always say,
I would try so hard,
dude,
man.
your mic's fucked up, man.
I would get a Bluetooth mic almost every week, and every time.
Yeah,
I'd be like, does this sound okay, guys? And they'd be like, no, it doesn't. It sounds like shit. And I'd be like, fuck.
Anyway,
this is bullshit, dude.
Thank you, Jared, man. Many, many, many days, man, hanging out with the great flat earther, man. Dude, Jared used to flat smack people live on a live stream on YouTube. When I was in Hollywood, I'd put him on the phone with Jared, and Jared would just totally flat smack him. And you're like, hey, man, where's the curvature? Where? Anyway, it was where. You guys remember?
You're never going to find it.
You're never going to find it. And if there's a direct measurement of curvature, please provide that in the link in the description. Thank you.
Yeah, dude, I got to ask you, where did you get your Bluetooth? Because it sounds really good from what I'm hearing.
Well, I'm at home. I don't know about Storm, man. Storm, you got Bluetooth on now? I don't think he has a Bluetooth on.
No, I'm connect. I don't even know what it's called. What's it called? The connection that's like I don't know, maybe
Hey, there's Josh. What's up?
I'm illiterate with this kind of stuff.
They're in here. Damn.
But I'm basically using a USB mic, $35 mic.
All right.
I saw it on a YouTube channel. This guy was like, "Hey, this is the mic I'm using. If you like this, you can check it out." And I was like, "Yeah, I do like it."
All right.
Nice.
Hold on. I gotta say hi to somebody. I'll be right back.
Yeah, can't beat it. $35.
All right, here we go. Unmute. Hold on. Hey, Hank Hill, you still here? By chance, just one last shout to Hank Hill, if you're there, man. Hop on for a second, if you could. We got a question. Damn, I think he might be. It's like 2 a.m. where he's at, man.
Really?
All right. Anyway, Storm, I've got Jared, and now I've got this guy named Uber Flat Earth. He flat smacked an engineer building a giant stadium out here in Los Angeles. It was kind of
tell me what the barrel. Tell me what the barrel weighs, motherfucker.
He flat smacked this. He was an Uber driver, and he got this engineer going to this.
I remember Uber.
Oh, there he is.
Hank, remember Uber? And I got Jared's here, man. The guy with the middle finger with the.
Oh yeah, I remember Jared now. I remember. Yeah, I knew who he was. You introduced him a few seconds ago. Fixing myself a drink, getting about to eat now that I'm home.
Nice.
Anyway, Josh wanted to say hi. Uber, Josh. But he's having a hard.
Good to see you.
His microphone.
Uber.
Stop.
Yeah,
it's cool. It's cool. We're keeping it flat. We're keeping it real flat. You know what I'm saying?
What's up, bro?
Yeah, dude. I just want to say what's up, man. Been a long time.
What's up? Flat's a description, not a shape.
Yeah, Uber, your mic's a little low, but
sounds good though. Sounds good.
Okay.
Hank, hope everything's well with you, man.